assaulted people on. Very cool.
Yeah.
Have you seen that when he went on that? He like sticks his finger up his ass and shoves it in a guy's face. Like, what a piece of shit.
The black guy?
Yeah.
Yeah, he loses his shit being trolled.
Yes. Yeah, because they fuck with him, and because he's not a very funny person, he can't deal with it.
They also had George Santos on here.
Seriously?
Yeah.
That's fucking
This is a
great.
well-known like troll podcast.
That's amazing.
Also, when Hassan was he was supporting the SAG strike and like brought pizzas to people, and this guy showed up with protest Hassan, just going, "We love landlords." Well-known troll.
Yeah. No, it was very, very entertaining. When I was watching all that stuff. I've been watching more and more of the comedy podcast, like the comedy breakdown people. Very interesting. Oh my god. Finger buns. Yes. Yes. That's funny. I forgot that that's even a thing. Come talk about it on stream. Alright.
I will take my hat off in this chair right now within 10 seconds if you put that money in my hand.
Wow, I can't believe that happened. Hold on. You have to. Can you leave it off?
For a little bit.
Okay, that's cool.
Amazing.
I got like a special.
I'm greasy right now too, though.
Can I have the Pepto-Bismol?
Why?
I have a sudden stomach ache.
All right, so it looks like now that the money that Tim...
He's so bored.
Who?
Now it's even
Oh,
funnier.
bald. I thought
Now
you
it's
said
even-
bored.
No, now it's even funnier because that video of the guy who yoinked the beanie off his head that he always denied was a video that was real.
What?
Have you never seen that? The
He
video
didn't
of-
deny it? Wait, no, I've seen it, but he said it wasn't real?
I'm pretty sure he was saying that that's not a real video. I'm pretty sure he was trying to like deny it. I could be wrong, but I'm almost certain that he's been denying it at some point. Now, he's so bald. Why not? Why? Just cut it all off.
You know what would
get
be
rid of it.
fucking hysterical? Like, he would have to know that he was going to be told to take the hat off ahead of time. But if he pulled it off and there was another hat underneath. Or even better, you know what would have really killed? If he drew on a hat underneath.
Yes.
And it was like a marker drawing of a
would have
hat.
been hysterical. Unfortunately, he's not that funny.
Yeah, but he would also have to know ahead of time.
That is true. That is true. But if that is the case that he didn't know, it's even more impressive that you can just pay him to do shit. Like that I think is the bigger tell of this whole thing. Where we are currently covering Tim Pool's bald. There are more important things.
Speaking of mass casualty incidents, there was a mass stabbing at a Walmart. And multiple people got stabbed, but someone who was a pedestrian shot the
No shit.
stabber.
Crazy. Mass shooter, like actual mass shooting, like
There's
like
a
3
shooting,
deaths
but
confirmed, or just
I
active
never
shooting?
fucking go to mass shootings with breaking news.
Yeah.
I'm
So
not
it's
a
active
sensationalist
shooting.
too,
Yeah.
and shit like that.
Okay. It was just an active shooting.
Tim Pool was getting from Russia has dried up. He needs to find a new way to make up for the loss of that income. So he's taking
I mean, you
offers to
remember
expose
what I
his
was
bald
saying
head on podcasts
with,
now. Like Matan Evan got him.
Better way to, eh?
What about it?
Just that, like, I was talking about, like, how come mass shootings never happen in New York City?
Yeah.
Like, mass shootings related to crime do, but there was that Brooklyn guy with the pistol, and that's it.
Yeah,
Like,
no, there
if
really
I was
isn't that many.
mass shooting terrorist, you would think I would go to Times Square and unload.
The stabber stabbed more people than the mass shooter shoots people.
Yeah, he did stab a lot of. He stabbed like 10 or 11 people.
Damn. It's like a China stabbing.
Yeah.
Did they lock him? Did he lock himself inside a kindergarten? Like, what's going on?
It was at a mall.
Okay. Same.
Got him to do it for only a couple $100, which was shocking. Matan probably couldn't believe it either because it seemed like Tim would never take that beanie off. He always has that thing on. I mean, he didn't take it off when he interviewed Trump or when he was at a formal event at Mar-a-Lago in South Florida during the summer. But Matan somehow got him to do it, and he also got him to admit that he's a grifter and his show is pro-establishment. He still claims the Russia story was fake news, though. But Matan does a better job at pressing these people about their controversy than any other podcast.
Are these real people or are they cardboard cutouts?
No, he has security and bodyguards. It's part of the fucking joke.
That's so funny. They're standing so close to him.
Yeah. That's part of the joke.
Podcaster, and you know, people always talk about how important it is for politicians to go on podcasts now, like that's the future of politics. But let's see them go on Matan's podcast. You know, he actually asked the hard-hitting questions, unlike
George
Theo Vaughn or
Santos
Joe
did.
Rogan or even Tim Pool, whose podcasts are basically just meant to be puff pieces for politicians and the establishment. I mean, Joe acts like it's crazy for him to push back against guests now. So people think it's cool politicians do podcasts.
That's true. Even people that I'm friends with who like constantly watch Joe Rogan, I always talk to them because I don't really watch it. But even the people who do watch it that I know, I've been asking, not even they want to watch it anymore. It's dead. Like, it's just, he's living in 2021. And nobody gives a shit anymore. And that's the problem. And I think also because he sold out, even though he is a corporate whore, he sold out to like politics and a certain side of politics, and now that's even backfiring on him. Man, this is why you side with the people and not politics, because politics gets you fucking hurt. Fuck politics. Fuck politicians. Fuck
But that's
teams.
where the money is.
Of course, that's where the money is. Because people have interest in supporting and boosting up their own team. There should be, like... And this is why I wanted to make this whole thing a non-profit, is because we can utilize and manipulate that for money. For good things. For help.
Yes, but of course, they're only podcasts where they know the host won't make them look bad. Like we saw with Nelk having on Benjamin Netanyahu last week. The White House apparently set that up and gave them questions to ask. Like, what's his favorite meal at McDonald's? That's seriously a question they asked. So most of these podcasts are just a joke and are used to help politicians do
they
PR.
asked
So
about McDonald's to Netanyahu?
Yep. It's kosher. If we got an
I hope they
interview
die.
with Netanyahu, my first question would be, why do you deny the Holocaust? Why are you a Hitler apologist? Why do you blame the Palestinians for the Holocaust? Answer, please.
What's funny
I will
is-
take no deflections here.
We were watching Finkelstein, and he was also doing Hitler apologia
Yes.
in a different way.
Yeah.
That
But
the current
I would-
Israeli is worse than Hitler.
Oh, good.
He was saying that Israel now is worse than the Nazis when they were doing the Holocaust.
I mean, that is just fundamentally incorrect.
Yeah, shut up, Finkelstein.
Like, the more... like even though it is so trivialized
Why don't you
now,
go threaten to deport your neighbors again, bitch?
like even though it is so trivialized now, like we really, and it's almost unnecessary. It feels unnecessary, but it probably should be said. Like, the more you look into what the Nazis actually did, like, it's all well and good to say that you are ideologically a Nazi. And, like, that's... And I understand the pushback on the label of Nazi, but, like...
It's
maybe you
that-
should
that-
not hold the same politics as people who
Who's the
did
one guy
these
in
kind of
Cumtown?
atrocities.
Not Stavros.
I never watched it.
Neither did I, but we've seen the clips. Not Stavros or Adam, but the other guy. Because I talked about his special before, how he just did
Nick
it for
Mullins?
YouTube special. Yes. And he's talking about how the descendant of a slave owner was asleep upstairs. He
Yes.
was like, and we're not beating the shit out of them right now. Like,
Yes.
when you said if somebody wants to identify as a Nazi, all I was thinking is, and we're not beating the shit out of them right now.
But yeah, like it's to truly call somebody worse than the Nazis. I understand why
Okay,
the
hang on.
communists, like,
He didn't necessarily say that. He just said, sometimes I think about it.
it was a tacit implication.
Yes.
Okay. But still,
But
it's like
still,
the absolute, just like, atrocity is the word. It was a pure human rights atrocity conducted on a systematic state level. No, Israel is not as bad or worse than the Nazis. That I can confidently say. They are worse than South Africa during peak apartheid. That I'm pretty confident and happy to say. Are they worse than Rwanda? Maybe. Like, we could easily trudge through other genocides and compare them to other genocidal regimes,
the thing is, look,
but not the Nazis.
I don't want to come off as defending Israel,
This
and being
is why I'm
pro-genocide
talking
here.
so slowly.
but
I'm being very deliberate.
Israel certainly has the capability to be much worse than they are.
Oh, for sure,
and they could be getting away with a lot worse than what they're doing.
Well, see, I would push back. I don't think that they could get away with much more. I think they're right at the edge of what they could get away with. Like, they're literally starving the people of Gaza.
But I think now they could escalate and nothing would happen. In the beginning, people were
True.
actively like trying to bring
'Cause
cases
people are
against them and
worn
stuff,
down.
and the
People
U.S.
have been
just
worn
blocked
down,
everything.
yeah.
So now they're at. I mean, the Nazis didn't do the gas chambers year one.
Until
It
the
was
very
like
end.
year 3.
That is true.
How long has Gaza been going on?
True.
Yeah, so maybe next year we'll get gas chambers. And then we'll say, wow, Finkelsteiner was right.
I guess he was right. It seems like they were trying to ride the line and get away with as much as they could. Yeah.
Yeah, and the transverse is that, like, the conditions where the Nazis arose was before this international order existed.
Yes.
Who was going to punish them?
Yeah. Because, like, a
lot of them certainly killed themselves
Oh, yeah.
when they knew it was up.
Yep.
Not
'cause
just
that's
Hitler.
what cowards do. And if you also have that ideology, don't even try. Just do it now. You've already lost. Just do it now. Save us the trouble. But it's like, I don't know. I think Israel could get away with a lot more. Like we sort of
I agree.
theorized a few.
That's what
a
I'm
few
saying.
months
Is
ago.
I think they could be worse.
Like we were saying a few years ago, we even theorized and discussed how they could logically get away with using chemical weapons in Gaza.
Yeah.
In Gaza, like we were entertaining this prospect. Like they could easily, and this is the other thing, is Israel could be more brutal while being less impactful on the civilian population.
The
but that
big
puts
issue with
Israeli
Israel
soldiers
as
at
well
risk,
is
and they're not going to do that.
There's things in place to actually stop them, unlike places like Sudan. Like, how are you going to fucking stop Sudan?
That's true.
You know? But Israel, there's actual shit in place that if people in the United States cared, could put a tremendous amount of pressure and wield it. Like, the United States is not the world police, of course, but they certainly can fucking end shit in Europe if they wanted to.
Yeah. But also, like, Israel, for whatever reason, seems to have this, like, domineering control over the U.S. government, or at least some
I don't think
politicians
it's
in the U.S. state.
Exactly
And
like that.
No, but if you let me talk.
I think it's
if you let me hold on. Like
mutual benefit.
It seems like Israel has some kind of overarching control, but I think what Israel is doing is beneficial for U.S. foreign policy, at least under the Trump administration and under the Biden administration. That it was tacit approval of what they were doing. They were still giving them bombs, or they did the little finger wag, oh, we're not going to give you the super big bombs because you did something bad. And then they also sanctioned a certain group, which I think were the Hasidic only, male only group that was doing war crimes in West Bank. I don't even think it was related to Gaza. And they did that, and that was like, oh, well, we did something, you see. But I think that it's not so much that Israel controls America as that America doesn't give a shit because it works in their favor. And this is where it comes back to what you're saying, where America really could pull Israel up and pull them back in line. But they don't. And that's arguably a bigger condemnation of the United States than anything else. Like the fact that you could but choose not to because Israel is your supposed best friend because you misread the Bible to say that Israel is justified in being there. Like this is your justification for supporting a genocide, is the Bible. A misreading and a mistranslation of the Bible. This is never been seen before.
Politicians do it. Maybe Ted Cruz, because he's literally that cringe.
Well, that's their arguments. That's what I'm saying.
And I also don't think it's AIPAC either, but...
No. But this is like... I'm just saying that this is the narrative that they spin so that the regular idiot supports Israel. The regular fucking Protestant idiot turns into this pro-Israel, pro-Zionism, pro-genocide psychopath. Because
that's the thing is, I also don't know what America's gaining.
I don't get it either. Like, you would think that there is no benefit, but this is why I'm theorizing that they must get some kind of benefit from it. It's the only way that it makes sense that they wouldn't stop a genocide, especially Joe Biden, Captain, we must invade fucking Serbia to stop a genocide. Like, fuck you, Biden, you dumb fucking decrepit skeleton.
Other Democrats, besides Joe Biden, probably would have done more, including Kamala Harris.
Funding it.
No. To stop it.
Yeah, I think Joe Biden was, for Israel, the correct person to have in. If it was anybody else, I'm not sure it would have been so successful. I also think that China should still petition the UN to send a peacekeeping force, the PLA. I still think that if China wants to position themselves as free Palestine, as pro-Palestine, they should deploy into Palestine. They should deploy as a peacekeeping force into Palestine.
China has been pro-Palestine for
about 3
2
months.
years.
They were not pro-Palestine.
Has there been anything besides lip service? Has their policy actually changed?
No, China is the third biggest exporter of Israeli goods. China has also
The Houthis should bomb more Chinese ships.
I agree. But the Chinese position of pro-Gaza only came about in the last few months. Basically, as a counter position to the United States. It's literally geopolitical positioning. They don't care. They are the Israel of the Taiwan Strait.
Your geopolitical position.
But and this is why I say that if China really wants this global hegemon position, petition the UN as a UN Security Council member to send a PLA peacekeeping force. Let's see just how advanced you are, and let's see just how good you can save people. You know, put yourselves in the way of the Israeli bullets. You know, you're pro-Palestine, do that. Prove to us that you aren't imperialist. You know, actually do something. Test your weapons. Let's go. Let's fucking see it. I'm waiting. Deploy to Gaza. You know what the problem is, though? Israel occupies, I think, it's 80% of Gaza now. So, pretty cool.
So I think people would much rather see podcasters grill these politicians rather than glaze them. You know, like Tucker Carlson did with Ted Cruz. I think people would much prefer to see that. But then also, after that, Tucker Carlson had on George Santos and tried to make him seem like a victim. And he was helping him get sympathy from people and potentially a pardon from Trump. You know, people in the comments all felt bad for him too. But if you compare that to George's appearance on Matan's podcast, you know, Matan was just making fun of him the whole time. He completely embarrassed him. And that was so much better and more entertaining. So I'll give Tim Pool credit for going on this podcast. I mean, he knew he'd get trolled and clowned on, and that Matan would bring up the Russia stuff and ask him to take his beanie off, which Tim actually handled pretty well, surprisingly. When I saw he did this show, I thought he'd get triggered by Matan, like he always does when Russia gets brought up, or Israel, because he also took a private meeting with Netanyahu, so people are calling him a sellout for that. But when Matan brought the stuff up, he was actually a pretty good sport about it. I mean, of course, he still denies all the Russia stuff, but at least he'll talk.
I mean, people should bring up the fact that he and Josie ran a smear campaign in defense of a Nazi shooter. I think that's a bigger red mark on his record is literally downplaying the Nazi ties of a mass shooter in Texas because they watched your show. Like, that's pretty pathetic.
Talk about it and not get triggered over it.
The one about Tim Pool, that guy, I don't know, he's like an online creator, was paid to promote Russian propaganda.
This is just fake.
You were not paid?
I was paid a lot of money by a lot of people.
I heard that there was that guy, he was paid $100,000 per episode to do it. Is that not true?
It's not true.
So why did people come up and go with that story then?
Political reasons. There's, you know, the show that we do is fairly anti-establishment.
It's actually, you could say it's pro-establishment if you think about it.
Today it is, you 100%.
No, I'm saying pro-Russian establishment.
No, I called Vladimir Putin a scumbag. I said
really?
he shouldn't invade Ukraine. He was wrong to do it. He lost. The West was winning.
You said that Ukraine is the enemy of the people.
I did. The enemy of the United States.
This is psychotic. Ukraine is
not
the
only-
enemy
yes.
of this country.
Slamming his
Ukraine
fist on the
is
desk.
our enemy, being
So
funded
funny.
by the Democrats. I will stress
Yeah, the fake outrage.
stress again, one of the greatest
fake-
enemies
the
of
fake
our
mad.
nation
What
right
kind
now
of
is
garbage
Ukraine.
is that?
What do Tim
Whoops,
Pool,
my
Dave Rubin,
anarchy
and Benny
symbol.
Johnson have in common?
Russia.
Yup, and I wasn't even gonna tell you. And when you say Russia, that's like not super specific.
What do you mean?
Like if I said, what does Matan Ev and Tim Pool and Mike have in common, you wouldn't say Russia. So can you give a little detail on that?
What do Dave Rubin, Benny Johnson, and Tim Pool have in common?
Related to Russia.
They're whinging online grifters,
Correct.
and they complain for money.
That doesn't have to do with Russia yet, but I could see where you're going.
Grifting.
How many rubles do you have?
I don't have any rubles.
You don't? Mm-mm. So they paid you in cash?
Who paid me in cash?
You know who?
I actually don't get paid from anybody. I wasn't really thinking about
Is that why Ben Shapiro didn't like the movie, maybe?
it. It's possible, yeah.
He might have a little bit of bias.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, for obvious reasons, he loves Israel.
Why? What are the obvious reasons?
He's Jewish.
He's the devil?
He's Jewish.
We're saying the same thing here. You're just... it's so logical at this point.
So Matan might cost him some Israeli money now too. So Tim, he might have to start revealing that bald head of his more often in order to pay the bills. You know, because it's been rough over the past few years for him, like losing the Russia funding, and now he also keeps complaining about how much he hates his job and how he doesn't get paid enough and how people don't appreciate him enough. The guy just seems miserable. Like fighting the culture war, it's really draining. I think we need to be more thankful for those that serve in the battle against the woke mind virus. You know, Tim's making a lot of sacrifices.
No, I think we should gaslight him into doing this forever. And then eventually he's just going to be that sad 45-year-old in a single apartment.
For us, so make sure you thank him.
Well, he's
I
got his
get all the
cop
flack for it.
compound.
It's not a fun job.
Not when his views go down.
It's the best job in the world.
I mean,
I could just host my morning show where it's just me, and it makes $1 million a year, and not have to worry about anybody coming in. I don't have to worry about employees dumping bacon grease down my drains and clogging up our septic system. I don't have to worry about getting swatted 15 times and getting death threats all the time, and then having people accusing me of trying to rip them off to make money because people come on the show and like don't respect the space or whatever. Like, man, it is stressful. I was just talking about how people come in here and they just vape, despite it's wild, dude. It's absolutely fucking wild.
And now also to make things worse, Tim is nervous they're starting to lose the culture war. After the recent South Park episode making fun of Donald Trump, you know, Tim did not handle that well because he's a big South Park fan, so he's really struggling with this. And eventually he came up with this theory to help him cope over it about how the South Park guys didn't really want to make fun of Trump, but Paramount just kept offering them more and more money until they eventually sold out and agreed to make fun of him. And also Tim made a bunch of other tweets and videos about this, so it's just been making him sick, literally. Like when he went on Matan's podcast, he was about to throw up, so they had to bring him Pepto-Bismol.
They've been talking about how they need a liberal Joe Rogan forever. I'm willing to bet that these prominent liberal billionaires and corporate types were like, listen, why do people like Joe? Because he's edgy, he's off the cuff, he'll say things you're not allowed to say. How do we do this? Well, Colbert ain't it. Colbert is straight-laced and boring. It's on the nose. The South Park guys, $300 million per year they got in this deal.
Wow.
How does something like that happen? Here's my vision. They go to Matt and Trey and they say, we want you to go full-time South Park, mock Donald Trump, make him look bad. And they went, why? And they were like, we will pay you a lot of money. What's a lot of money? We will give you $30 million a year. We don't need $30 million a year. $50 million a year. Guys, we're rich.
I'm pretty sure the South Park guys don't want to do it anymore, but they've literally said it's too good right now to stop. They can't stop because it's so ripe for perfect South Park fucking episodes.
Did you ever see their like internet animation that they did?
When?
So this was like when the videos on the internet first started, like when it was flash animations and stuff.
Possibly.
So like people were like, yeah, you can go to the internet and nobody can stop you. You know, you can be as vulgar as you want.
And then what happened?
Well, I can't show you the video that they made.
It's that bad?
Bro.
What did they do? Stick a jar up their ass and fucking break it? What the fuck? Pretty sure that's an actual video on the internet, by the way.
Here, I'll send it to you to do not put this on the main screen. You can put the audio on with no video.
Yeah, see? The jar video is real. I fucking knew it. Oh, God. Oh my God, it's literally 5 minutes long. Okay, I'm not playing it right now, but I'm gonna see if I can't.
Do not get that off the screen.
Hold on.
I'm not fucking around. I will end the stream in 5 seconds if it's not off the screen.
It's literally not fucking.
I'm not fucking around.
What's the point of playing something in the background?
Look, I told you, do not put that video on stream. I
wasn't
sent it to you if you
playing
want to
it.
look at it on your own.
I was trying to get the audio like you asked. So hold on. No, it doesn't. I can't. You can't do what you can with the actual cameras here, which you can hide the audio, hide camera, keep audio. I was hoping you could do that with the thing, but you can't. The only other alternative is
Just let your mic pick it up.
well, the other alternative is this. It's just
No,
putting it
just
off,
let your mic
off to the
unplug
corner?
your earphones. Let your mic pick it up.
Okay.
It's too risky to have anything visual from that.
Yeah, just making sure that it's not sharing. Princess? Oh my god.
What's the matter?
Let's make love.
No, I just want to make you feel good.
I don't want to make love.
Well, I can't tonight
Why?
because I have a yeast infection.
Oh, you shouldn't have said that.
Well, excuse me, Richard, it's the truth. Want to do it faster?
A little slower.
I believe they were commissioned to do this too. It's just a video of a girl jacking off a guy.
Well, like, you know. Talking about the car.
Your cock? Oh, honestly, Richard.
Here, just say this, say this.
That's a hot fucking cock.
Say it again.
That's a hot fucking cock. Fuck.
Oh, a little faster. Oh, yeah. knows?
What?
Dump? Did you have to say dump?
You said talk dirty.
Not like that.
Just hold on 1 second.
The dog.
Maybe I'll just do this myself. That's it. Oh!
2 hours later.
Richard, my arm's gonna fall off.
Can't you use the other one?
I used the other one for 2 hours. It's numb.
Well, then can't you...
What?
You know.
You know I don't like that, Richard.
But this is killing me! I've been about to have an orgasm for 3 hours. I'm about to explode.
All right.
Oh yeah, that's good. Faster. Slower. Faster. Faster. Can I turn on a porno?
What?
Please? I could order it off the pay-per-view. I'm gonna die if I don't have release. Please.
Fine. I just don't want to see it.
Hello. Are you enjoying the audio?
That's right.
Oh, that's disgusting.
Damn it, the porno's not even working.
Fucking. So what? They just decided to make something because they could. Is basically the vibe there.
I think this might have been a commissioned thing. Like, the company that was giving him the money came to him like, yeah, it's the internet. You can be as edgy as you want. No censorship here. And so so it turns out there is stuff that you should not put on the internet. You know? Turns out there was a line, and they pretty much got there right away.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's 2 episodes. But I don't know. The first one is literally, that's all it is. It's just a wife giving a guy a hand job.
Princess meets officer friendly.
Yeah, we don't have to listen to that one. We can go back to the video now.
No, I kind of want to know more about why the fuck this exists. What the fuck? Bro. 17 years ago, this video was uploaded.
This is Shocked, the story of when South Park creators Matt Stone and Trey Parker met internet entertainment innovators Shockwave.com. It's a tale about the internet boom, a large pot of money, and a small fluffy dog called Princess. In 1999, Rob Burgess, the head of San Francisco's super successful software designers Macromedia and parent company
The quality
of
on
online
this is so
entertainment
shit.
site Shockwave.com.
Yeah,
it's
well,
so
that's what
old.
happens when it's a 17-year-old video.
Yeah.
Was hatching his own plans for Matt and Trey.
I was personally a big fan of Matt and Trey. I thought, sort of their irreverence and social commentary and appeal to, out of the mainstream was really perfect for the internet.
Who's that fluffy bundle of love? It's Princess. Princess.
Shockwave was one of the many players in this business, and they needed to attract a lot of attention, and they needed to attract generate some credibility for themselves. And the only way I think
Generate some
to get that
credibility.
was to get some big names and to start paying a lot of money. And of all the websites, I think they were spending more than anybody.
Princess. Princess duck and hide.
Shockwave called our lawyers and agents or whatever. It was one of those things where Shockwave or these companies that were about to, go public and do that would come to the big Hollywood agencies and say, hey, we're about to go public. We need some Hollywood talent to, fill out our press releases with and do all this stuff.
In order for the websites to be taken seriously, they had to start paying for talent. And they were paying, from what we reported, $1 million for, certain people to create projects for them. What we reported was $2 million for Matt and Trey.
Oh my God. $2 million to get a cartoon of a girl giving a guy a hand job.
Because that's what the internet should be about.
Ever since
That's
Viagra
fucking
showed up,
great.
we've been having little problems like this. Little problems? I have to go downstairs now and tell my son what happened. Oh, God. How am I going to tell him?
I understand there's been an accident. Where's the body?
Who are you?
Oh, well, I'm the body checker guy.
You mean the coroner?
Yes, I'm the coroner.
We didn't actually get to see much of the content until it was pretty well complete. We tried to really push something and push the envelope on television. And when we made the South Park movie, we said, okay, well, now we're R-rated. We got to push what an R-rated movie is. So we had to even push that. So then you get on the internet, and there really is no envelope, So it was just like we had to take it out to here.
I need about 10 minutes alone with the body.
All right.
We said go. You can do whatever you want. This is a new medium. Go for it. And they went for it.
And we told
They
Shockwave
sure did.
we're going to do X-rated comedy, and they said, whatever you want to do.
Like, that's awesome.
And so you see, Tommy, Mommy's in heaven now, looking down on both of us.
How is she looking at us if you blew her head off?
The idea was that there was a whole neighborhood of these little dogs and cats and stuff, and it was all about like Princess and Snuggles and Fluffy and Mr. Yes and all these little characters that were all around. But it really wasn't at all about them. It was all about their families that owned them, that were all completely, all X-rated comedy. I remember we sent it. We just didn't hear from them for a couple weeks. They're like, hey, did you like the thing?
Yeah, that's a hot dead body.
They knew they were in a bind because we had been extremely explicit in we're gonna do the most up thing, and they were like, that's what we want. We love it. We love you guys straight to the top. Like that's their whole pitch.
It was quite difficult to figure out how to actually introduce that to a mainstream audience. They passed Princess.
No, Princess!
I think she wants us to follow her upstairs to Mommy.
Tommy! No!
All these people who suddenly
Oh
had
my
all this
God,
internet
was the
money and
dog
said, we want to do movies.
No. It was the guy fucking the mom's corpse.
Oh my God, that's even worse.
Movies and television, without a thought of, that means creativity or anything like that.
And they would say all the time, they're obviously a lot of intelligent people. They would say all the right things, like, we don't know what we're doing, you guys know what you're doing, so we're just the money, you guys do it. It was just obvious that, not at first, but after a while, it was obvious that, this was headed for disaster.
Amazing.
Let's see what she does today.
Rich, we don't need 50 millionaire.
What a
Okay.
tangent.
That
100
was
millionaire. Not
the best fucking tangent ever.
like honestly, what am I going to do with that? How about we give you 1.5 billion over 5 years? And then Matt and Trey were like, really? I imagine they were like, what do you want to do it? We want shock content that mocks Trump. I don't know, give me $1 billion. Done. And they gave him $1 billion. Now, I don't know if that's actually what happened, but it seems pretty obvious. The only problem is they're phoning it in.
Yeah, can we bring the Pepto-Bismol? I'm going to throw up.
You're going to throw up?
It's not a bit. I actually am going to throw up.
You're going to throw up because I'm hitting you with such hard questions?
It's true, yeah. I think it's because I ate a bunch of bacon.
A bunch of bacon?
And then when Matan tries to get Tim to take his beanie off, he brings up one of the only other times we've seen him without it, where some guy ran up to him and took it off, which I don't agree with, but Tim's response was hilarious. He says he wears a beanie, not because he's bald, but so people don't recognize him.
Yeah?
South Park made a short joke apology to the president for ridiculing in their opening show of 27th season. The episode broadcast Wednesday made several jokes. Okay.
Did you see it?
Asked about the reaction during a panel at Comic-Con in San Diego. Parker said with a mock serious face, "We're terribly sorry." So like, this is just Tim Pool majorly coping.
They also did their, you know how they did the sassy justice thing?
Yep.
So they brought that back, and they did an AI deep fake of Trump, and to get away with putting his dick in there, they made the dick a character and sentient. That way it gets around being
That
just
is-
a penis.
That's amazing. Like the rat with the dick on it. Mr.
Well, because
Garrison's dick.
it wasn't animated. It was a deep fake live action wiener.
That's right. It was just his. It was his an actual picture of him with his head bobbing around like he's Canadian.
No.
wasn't it?
There's that, and then also in that episode, they do a deep fake of Trump with his cock and balls out.
That's incredible. That's fucking great.
Did you anticipate the reaction today? Have you been following it? What do you make of it?
We're terribly sorry.
Fair enough. We'll leave it there. It's all good.
Yep, that makes sense. Because I've seen clips, but I haven't actually seen the episode because I don't have anything.
Like my
South Park
cuticle was
streaming.
like raised and kind of hurting.
Mm.
So I tried to fix it, and I just ripped a hole in my fucking finger, and it won't stop bleeding.
That's great. I did that the other day. I pulled like the root out of the side of my fucking thumb.
Well, that's because you bite your nails like a weirdo.
Yeah, I need to stop.
Paint them.
I didn't think about it. They're not long enough.
What do you mean? You can still paint your nails.
Tiny little nubs. I want them to grow a little more before doing that.
That's not gonna happen. This is cope. This is I'll quit tomorrow, I swear. One last bag and then rehab.
Uh-huh. Well, I'm fucking ditching the vapes now. I'm fucking done with that. Only thing I'm gonna keep doing is smoking weed, because fuck you, it keeps my headaches away.
Hey, you want a vape?
Huh? What?
I said, hey, do you want a vape?
Not really.
I guess when he's not wearing a beanie, I would imagine, because when he's wearing it, that's how people do recognize him. Everybody knows him as the beanie guy. And then also at some point during this, Tim said it was part of skateboarder and hipster culture. Like, that's really the reason why he wears it 24/7. And I'm sure most of those people get annoyed by the fact that he wears it all the time because now it's just associated with him.
It is true. Like, if I'm not wearing the hat, my people don't recognize me.
If you're not wearing the hat.
Because, yeah, people don't
So
recognize
that's the exact opposite of what you said back in the day.
No, that's what I said.
No, you
There
said
was
that you wear the hat so these motherfuckers don't recognize you on the street.
No, that's backwards.
I wrote down verbatim what you said, word for word.
Oh, you're backwards.
No, I'm not.
So there was a protest in Boston where this guy pulled my hat off.
Yep, that's what I'm talking about.
I got super triggered.
Yeah.
But it wasn't because he pulled my hat off. It was because this Antifa guy took a swing at me.
With the dictionary definition of the word bigot.
You are the oppressor!
Bro barely touched it. He just slowly dragged the hat off his head.
With the dictionary definition of the word bigot.
You are the oppressor!
Look at his face.
Alright, have a good day. Bro, you come near me ever again, you won't have any teeth. You understand that?
I understand.
Don't fucking touch me. Come here. You wanna know why I fucking wear the hat? Yeah. So these motherfuckers can't fucking recognize me when I'm on the street. You wanna take a picture of me so I'm easily identifiable? There's no photos of me.
There's no photos of him? Okay. Yeah, bro. You're so hidden. You know, like Superman when he puts the glasses on. You just can't tell.
Well, you know, you look way more conspicuous and like recognizable walking around in a jacket and a beanie in the summer, right?
That's my point.
So you want to be recognized with the beanie on?
Well, I do that when I'm doing events where I want to be recognized.
Can you stand up, please, with us and put your hand on your chest?
No.
You can't do that for the army?
No.
Why? You know where I'm going with
Because
you, huh?
you're going to say something about Israel.
No, I was gonna say, everybody please stand up, put your hand on your chest, and please remove all your hats. So can you do that?
Nope.
And can you tell me why?
Nope.
You can't tell me why?
I can't.
And then after this, Matan eventually gets him to take it off, which was really surprising. Matan definitely didn't think Tim would do it. He kept saying there's
Wow,
no way
Tim
he'll
will
actually
do
it.
anything
So
for
he must
money.
really like Matan because obviously he never wants to take that thing off. And now that he finally has, this clip is going to go viral, and now everybody's going to be able to recognize him. But Tim handled this podcast much better than some comedians did, like David Lucas. So it was definitely surprising that Tim actually wasn't that bad during this podcast. But if you want to hear about how he's been imploding over the past few years,
Can we
I've been covering that over on Patreon.
Go back a
I
little
also
bit and really look at how fucked up shaped his head is. It's like a kidney bean. You gotta get that side profile too. Like go back to when he actually takes the hat off so we can get a lot of good looks at him.
She gets him to take it off, which was really surprising. Matan definitely didn't think Tim would do it. He kept saying there's no way he'll actually do it. So he must really like Matan because obviously he never wants to take that thing off. And now that he finally has, this clip is going to go viral.
That is quite a head.
He looks more Asian with it off. Is that weird? Because he is part Asian.
Maybe.
No, he is. I think his mom's Chinese.
I know he's fucking part Asian.
And now everybody's going to be able to recognize him. But Tim handled this podcast much better than some comedians did, like David Lucas.
Hey.
So it was definitely surprising that Tim actually wasn't that bad during this podcast. But if you want to hear
I love
about
that they used the no hat as the thumbnail. That's great.
Of course.
How he's been imploding over the past few years, I've been covering that over on Patreon. I also talked about how when Malian was on his podcast, he trashed Dave Rubin for taking Russian money, and he forgot Tim was part of it, so Tim got really defensive, and it was just really
remember
awkward. And there are over 140
when I
other exclusive.
first sent you this channel, and he only had like a few thousand views,
Yeah.
and now he's like, dude, this guy easily doesn't need to work a regular job now.
Yeah, maybe.
And, like, honestly, I love this Too Lazy to Try because, like, he's constantly watching the podcast, making videos, editing videos. Like, it's not actually lazy content at all. It's fake laziness. Like, the dude hustles hard. He's doing exclusive Patreon content as well.
That is
And he
true.
gets
is
massive views.
But he could also just be using some kind of network like the other sort of Rogan commentary sort of subgenre of YouTube. They could also just have like a incestuous network that gives them clips that they react to as well. It could actually be very lazy content at the same time. Because I'm not sure the editing would be all that difficult.
No, but
exclusive videos
it's
on there.
still an effort.
So it's definitely worth checking out. I'll put a link in the description.
Okay, let's calm down, guys. Let's calm down. Let's calm down, guys. Let's calm down. Let's calm down. Oh, they're broken. You ripped it off.
Oh, Tim Pool must have brought his own security as a joke as well.
Maybe. All right, what do we want to do?
There's a whole playlist. Don't expose our algorithm. People know how we do it.
Mm. No, we'll find videos. We'll cap this one.
F***ing home. Pero yo no.
The locals in Mexico City have began attacking American-owned businesses, blaming foreign residents and remote workers for the rising cost of living.
La gente está muy molesta.
This is actually rising sentiment around the world, blaming migrants, like this Americanism of blaming migrants for your problems. It's happening in Japan as well. It's happening in Australia, America.
Well, this is also
Europe, Mexico.
This isn't. You're overgeneralizing what this protest is about. You're immediately doing this anti-migration narrative when it's a lot deeper than that.
Well, that's what
it has more to do with the tourist industry and how all these tourists come in and they're going to these white-owned businesses.
Oh, they're not going to local businesses.
And it's so they're not supporting the local economy.
Okay.
And then on top of that, the tourist economy that's coming in is raising the cost of living for everyone else.
Yes.
So it's way more of an
So it actually is
anti-tourism thing than an anti-migrant thing.
Okay.
So that's the thing is that when they say they want these gringos out and they're talking about the businesses specifically, they're talking about these businesses that are catering to white tourists.
To the whites, yeah.
It's not exactly an anti-migrant thing.
Interesting.
Well, there is some of that as well, but the core of it is a cost of living crisis that is caused by a tourism industry that's owned and facilitated by white capital.
Is this exclusive to Mexico City, or is this a countrywide phenomenon?
Well, this is where the protests were, but when these sparked off a few weeks ago, like even people came in the chat trying to fucking talk about it. And then like tons of these right-wingers made a video being like, "Oh, they're hypocrites." And it's like, what do you mean? They're Mexicans who live in Mexico who stay in Mexico. Like, you're acting like they're the same people who come over the border. Like, you're that racist. You're that generalizing that these people are also illegal immigrants. Right? They're just currently in Mexico. This is the caravan making its way up, right?
Oh, is that what people are fucking saying?
Dude, yeah. When this happened a few weeks ago, yeah. Yeah, tons of people were saying hypocrites, and we watched Gutfeld make fucking dumb jokes about it.
Okay, I've changed the titles to Mexico blames migrants for problems, just like Americans, question mark. So make.
Okay,
make
what
those
else are you
tweets.
gonna do?
I'm looking for. This is actually interesting. So I might look at more stuff from this.
I think this will be the only fair and balanced, complete coverage you'll find.
I think you're probably right.
It's too niche, and they did just do this Latin American dispatch branch.
Okay.
Y claro, con justa razón.
Esta tarde hubo una marcha en la Ciudad de México contra la gentrificación.
La gentrificación.
Gentrificación. What do you think about gentrification?
About what?
Gentrification.
Gentrification?
Gentrification.
Oh, I think it's important.
Nos están imponiendo otro puto idioma, nos están chingando en la economía, nos están imponiendo sus costumbres, nos están privando de nuestras costumbres.
There are like these people who protest against illegal immigrants. When have you heard them say the word gentrification?
It's very rare.
Exactly. So to loop them in with "we hate migrants," that's not what's happening. That's literally what Asmongold and all these fucking chuds wanted to spin it as, though. And all the coverage outside of Mexico on this was fucking Nazi media.
Yeah, okay, that's not a surprise. Honestly.
And it literally took me 5 seconds when somebody came in asking about it.
Yeah.
They're like, you hear about this in they said something like anti-white people protest in Mexico. And it took me 5 seconds to look up an article and get an understanding of exactly what was going on.
Yeah.
Llegaron los norteamericanos, nuestros espacios, nuestra cultura se está viendo amenazada. Decía mi amiga, mis chilaquiles ya no pican por su culpa.
¿Cómo se llaman expats?
¿Expats?
Sí.
¿Expats como expansión? ¿Expatriotados? Sí, ¿no? Creo que es por eso.
Solo para no llamarse inmigrantes.
Podría estar.
Porque para los inmigrantes son de tez morena, son mexicanos, son de Latinoamérica, pero nunca son ellos porque son blancos, son nice, son fancy.
Tú pareces de Los Ángeles. ¿Tú es de dónde?
México.
Oh, ok.
Muchas gracias.
Soy de New York.
¿Crees que tú eres parte del problema de la gentrificación?
¿Yo estoy parte del problema? ¿Por qué?
No, te pregunto, ¿piensas que eres parte
No, yo vivo aquí permanente. Yo tengo una depa chiquita. He empezado a aprender español hace muchos años.
Joe, aquí para Canal 5 Latinoamérica, estamos en vivo y en directo desde el Parque México, donde está ocurriendo una protesta en contra de la gentrificación. Mexicanos molestos por la alza en la vivienda, por las rentas, por la preferencia hacia los extranjeros. Vamos a ver qué opina la gente, vamos a ver qué dice, vamos a ver...
You see that? That was a lady choosing to assimilate. That was a white lady from New York at a so-called anti-white protest. Right?
Yep. I just want to show something real quick.
Bro, did you see the fucking video of the robot falling while dancing?
Yes, but I just want to show this video.
Oh, that reminds me. I even bookmarked
so
the page. Remember earlier, before you were going to bed, I was looking for something?
Mm-hmm. You found
So, bro. So, I typed in the question and then searched Reddit. And look at this. Help me find. I believe the streamer was Korean, but I'm not sure. Essentially, they're driving a bus in the game, and then they put the camera on themselves inside the bus to make it look like it's driving. And then boom, right there. It was findable with Google just by throwing enough keywords together.
Hilarious.
So, this is the first time I remember somebody actually doing the look at me, I'm the driver thing. And this video is like, oh, it's all cut off and shit. You gotta make it so it's not cut off. I don't know. I really hate this. I really can't stand when it's cut off.
Yeah, well, it's because I've done it in a certain way that the video shows with as little black
Yeah, but
space
you
as
can make a
as
new
possible.
scene as well.
야, 버스도 나왔는데? 오 잠깐만 나 해보고 싶은 거 있었어. 오.
Watch the
오,
chat.
이러고 가면 돼. 이제 친구들 조심히 갈게요. 걱정하지만 아저씨만 믿어요, 아저씨만. 알겠죠? 오케이. 갑시다.
See, you don't speak the language, and you can tell that chat is fucking losing it.
오케이. 갑시다. 알겠죠?
Oh, well, that's their laughing.
Yeah,
character.
exactly. But like the chat speeds up so fast when he does
Yeah,
it.
That's funny. Okay, now this video is just so embarrassingly fake. Maybe not like this bit specifically, but like the next bit.
Oh,
and
bro,
the bits
yeah, I
after
see
that.
a lot of
Oh my
Chinese
God.
robot stuff, and it's clearly a fucking motion capture suit.
Yeah, like this stuff here. Also, this is coming directly from the China's spokesperson for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Like this would be like a Marco Rubio posting the US drone and being like, "Look how cool our drones are."
I mean, the army did just post, have you
know.
ever seen a drone drop a grenade? And then deleted
I know.
that.
I know. But this would be like Marco Rubio posting something like that. This bit here, right? Literal fucking tractor beams scanning packages, and you're telling me this is a real video? Are you fucking kidding me?
But you can see how uncanny this shit is too.
Yeah. Like this folding bit.
Okay. Also, so I gotta say that there's two things that I can immediately see that are wrong. Okay. And what I think it actually might be, certain shots might be digital here. Others are the robot is literally moving 1 frame a second, and it's accelerated.
It's sped up, yeah.
Yeah, so it's got that old vintage movie acceleration vibe to it. So certain shots are definitely sped up. And like that at the Tesla restaurant, there's the robot that's serving popcorn, and all the Tesla bros who post it are posting it at 3 times speed to make it look better.
Hilarious.
Because they have to make their daddy look good.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's the main thing we're seeing here is sped up footage.
Yeah. Like. Yeah. Just for comparison, this is Atlas from Boston Dynamics. This is
not sped up footage.
Yeah, this is their actual working robot. This is not their the one that does flips and shit. This is one that they're actually looking to sell.
I don't like that he stands like that.
He's doing push-ups.
So what?
Right. So this is what this robot does. Right? This is literally what China wishes their it's still, like, right there. It's still fucking up. It's still not perfect. It's still in a work in progress. But they're not sensationalizing what this fucking
I
robot
imagine
can do.
when we get to the point where robots are more common, there will be a lot of robot comedy.
Oh, for sure.
Because this type of thing will never go away.
No.
Like, Roombas are great, and look at how many dumb Roomba things you'll see. Like, Roomba is a great fucking product.
But you see, like, it's even showing the camera down here how the actual robot is seeing shit, right? Notice how China didn't do that? But this is like a working, functional factory robot. Like, this thing is for like basic tasks that you don't want to do. That's perfect. But like, it just shows.
You know how for the longest time I was trying to find the Always Sunny clip of Dee getting her head stuck in the stairs?
Yeah.
Recommended to me was Dee's
Amazing.
biggest fails.
I don't know where to put it. Yeah, you can't tell where the jokes are supposed to be. Exactly.
Whoops. Okay, it's actually a little bit stuck. Matt?
Well, neighbor, just swinging by to say, hello. Will you look at that? I got my dumb head stuck in the banister.
He's a nightmare, dude. It's like,
She spends the rest of the episode stuck in the banister.
That's fucking hilarious. Dude, I still can't get over the fucking beam scanning the packages. They really thought to go, I'm gonna, you know, in this video where we're promoting our video, like our robot capabilities without actually showing any proof or working function of the capabilities of the robots, we're gonna show a tractor beam scanning a package because we're so
And
advanced in China, we have tractor
there's
beams.
probably
that
a
scan
clip
packages.
of Asmongold looking at it, and he's like, wow, America's cooked.
There probably fucking is.
Look at this, bro.
Is that a fly paper?
No, it's the fucking blood from my fucking finger.
Ah. Weird.
Right?
A ver, ¿qué protestan?
What the fuck did you do?
I tried to push back my cuticle and ripped my finger open.
Very cool.
You know? And that's the other one.
La
when it
solución
was
y vamos a ver qué pasa el día de hoy.
worse. And then I went and washed my hand.
Vuelva a ser nuestro.
Hay una gran diferencia entre una persona de Sudamérica, un migrante, una persona de Haití, que hay varios que han venido por las condiciones
See,
terribles
look
que hace
at
de su
that.
país. Y otra
You
cosa es
see
una persona que tiene el
what
poder
I said?
adquisitivo para...
This is the only fucking fair coverage that's actually gonna go and break down what this protest was actually is about. This guy immediately is saying there's a difference between gentrification and migration. I'm sure there's people in this protest who are against both.
Yeah. That way. Bigger.
But the fact that all these fucking racists were like anti-white protest.
Yeah. How's that for a setup? Are we happy with that? Do we want us bigger?
No,
I
it's
think
fine.
us bigger might be good.
And then like
Maybe a little
save
bit.
that, like add a scene and then make this setup as that scene.
I don't know how to do that.
Okay. You press add scene on the left side.
Camera? Okay.
Right, and now just set up everything you had.
That one. Okay. Now we want... Can I actually, like, add into the scene that we want?
Yeah, just set it up exactly how you had before.
Yeah, but the problem is when I hit new scene, it resets.
I understand. Just go ahead and set this scene as how you had it. Just trust the process.
Yes. That one was big. 115. Here, these ones big.
There. Right? Almost. So there's
Little
that. Now
circles?
if we go... That's fine too. But now if we go back to the welcome, it will stay there. Right? So when we want to switch, we just have to get used to using the open layer.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay, so
You can probably lock it as well.
I'll rename it to video watching.
Yeah, and then duplicate it so in case we fuck it up, it's still there.
Video watching 2. New scene. Get rid of you. Open layer. Is that just one that we change?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or I can put open edit layer.
Sure, whatever. So now that works. Everyone happy with the format?
diferencia entre una persona de Sudamérica, un migrante, una persona de Haití, que hay varios que han venido por las condiciones terribles que hace de su país. Y otra cosa es una persona que tiene el poder adquisitivo para comprarse 4 casas en la Ciudad de México, rentarlas e irse a vivir a...
A what?
A lock feature would be nice here, though.
Yeah.
Just an extra measure so I train myself not to edit what we have already set. Because, like, even StreamYard would only let you do, like, a few customs.
So many.
And this one also, it allows us to easily move us around the space. It's really getting to the point where it's almost... It's basically as good as OPS, except it's actually usable.
Yeah. Because, like, the fun thing about this is, like...
Yeah, right. And
all the
I wonder,
options, right?
actually, if you just duplicate it, right, from... That's what we should have done. When you see a format that you like, just dupe it.
Yeah. But also, like, this, I really like this ability.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It is,
and I'm pretty sure we can multi-stream now.
I gotta tell you though,
theoretically,
it is a little too snappy. Like I want it a specific, like getting right on the edge, and it doesn't really allow you to get on the edge when I was trying to get it the other day.
Because I think
for me,
I think we can.
It looks smoother for you than it was for me. Maybe it's my mouse DPI.
Okay, maybe not. Hold on. But what if I go extra camera? Right. Add that extra camera. Now, customize. See, this is where I have a problem, right? I want to be able to completely free move all of the options.
Yeah, I'm sure it will get there.
Like if we could have like video here, game here, us big. That would be great. Like this. And then
well, that's
video.
The thing
game.
is the game is a source, so you can move it. I think.
Not when it's
I'll
an
test
extra
in a
camera,
second.
though.
I'm doing tweets.
Not when it's an extra camera though, that's the problem.
Okay, oh. Well, I'll test in a second after I do the tweets.
Well, let me share a window. See, I can't multi-share different sources. That's the other problem. I need to be able to share multiple different things.
Well, that's why I have my laptop.
Well, yeah.
So I can share video on the laptop and then game on my main.
Yeah, well, that is also an option. And guess what? We can just... Oh.
Just watch the video.
Yeah.
So I can listen to it while I'm making tweets.
I was just getting back to the format.
A retiree comes to Mexico to spend less than what they would in the United States.
Susan Cura never dreamed she would live in Mexico.
Tenemos una crisis de vivienda muy fuerte en la ciudad y en todo el país. Gente joven de 30, 20 años, 40, no va a poder comprar una casa. Sin embargo, hay una persona que vino como expat a comprar varias viviendas, vive de ellas y vive como un parásito.
Slapping fannies and killing granny.
I love that. To buy several homes, live off them, and live like a parasite, because that's what they are. This is literally the same complaint I have about rich assholes.
I love this sign. You are not an expat, you are a colonizer.
That's fucking great. It's these people who come to Australia, buy properties, and just extract the wealth and put it up for a rental property. Parasites.
Yep.
I completely and 100% agree with this characterization of them as parasites. They are. They give nothing to the community. They only offer a house to live while extracting the wealth instead of giving that
but
wealth
also,
to the people
they're
from that
catering to tourists, not Mexicans.
Yeah.
So they are not benefiting the people of Mexico. They are benefiting Americans who don't even fucking live there.
Yeah. It's very, very intriguing how similar this is to my complaints about our housing costs. It is interesting because Melbourne's not really touristy either. Like it's not...
well, like that's the thing is like the whole like migrant thing. Like these are like not people coming in destroying the economy. They're being exploited by the people who destroy the economy.
Yeah, and my friend in Japan, she's going through this at the moment because Japan is facing this resurgence of fascist rhetoric and like blaming migrants just like the US. And it makes sense because Japan is so dependent and beholden to the US. But like, she has been telling me about how the sentiments have been going in Japan and the rhetoric and what's been happening, and I'm just like, this is literally the same anti-migrant rhetoric as is coming out of Europe and America and Australia. It's exactly the same. Exactly the same. They're blaming people who come to the country, learn the language and assimilate, for the
This is
for the
why
issues. That
this
are
is why
caused
I
by
want to
tourists.
just start talking to depressed Ginger, and just be nice to him and appeal to his sense of superiority by trying to tell him, like, man, you're like so intelligent, but like, why limit yourself? Like, you clearly have this potential for a lot greater thinking and analysis, and you're pigeonholing yourself, I think that's a disservice to yourself.
Try and get him to radicalize himself out of it.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Because, like, this dude, that's why I'm so fascinated. I want to interview him more than anyone else. But he won't reply to anyone except Nazis.
Of course.
Because he's a Nazi.
Keep
But,
fostering that base.
the Taliban supporter, right? And you remember one of our supporters was really angry about making that video. Yes. And she goes, all these people are, never been to Afghanistan, live in madrasa, and they're like, no, you're exactly right.
Yes,
that's the point. Like, that's the video we made. We literally showed exactly what the average Taliban supporter is.
Yeah. I was really disappointed that she was so I want to use the word reactionary when it came to that video, because I did ask whether she had watched it, and she had not.
Yeah, that's what she said.
Yeah.
Well, and my reply when she said no, I was like the points that you're making are in this video.
Yeah. It's actually probably one of our better interviews, honestly.
Also,
it's so fascinating listening to this guy justify.
The thumbnail is a woman
literal
being
execution.
executed.
Yes, yeah, and we did a lot of work to make sure that thumbnail would work. We are not shy about what the Taliban is in that video. We are talking to him like a normal person, because that is how you get these people to talk. They will tell you everything.
I'm telling you, bro. The MAGA people are on a whole different level than jihadist,
Unlike extreme.
Just the cognitive dissonance, I think there's a lot of things that happen with different struggles, and by that I mean jihad, literally, different struggles within Mujahideen factions and things like that do help support some of these ideas that people have. Mainly a outside world, almost anti-capitalist type of thing, talking about this conservatism to go back to a time before there was influences besides Islam. And and like I've said before, when the Taliban first came to power, the conditions in Afghanistan improved. The conditions in Syria are currently improving. So that doesn't mean that they aren't responsible for the Taliban literally did a genocide.
Which one?
I don't know if it was they did a Hazara genocide.
Okay, yeah.
It has to do with Dustum.
Yeah, okay.
He's part of it too. He was also doing a genocide against them. But basically there was Hazara Mujahideen who were part of the Northern Alliance. And because that faction was Hazara and operated in the where the Buddhas are, right? So they operated in that region, and that's partially why Mullah Omar blows up the Buddhas. And that's something that a lot of jihadists and jihad supporters, they love that Omar did that, because like the idolatry and stuff, and they think that he did it in protest. Because he says like, you care more about these Buddhas than the people who are starving.
Yeah.
He does some like altruistic type of excuse for it, but he did it to inflict suffering on the Hazara people.
Yeah.
Like, this is one of the poorest regions in Afghanistan that they started slaughtering people in.
I mean, people don't really talk about that, do they?
What?
The Taliban doing this kind of shit. They're just kind of like, oh, Taliban. Ooh, America no longer there. Taliban.
Well, this
Did you see the Americans running propaganda out of the Taliban? Fucking Jesus Christ. They're running.
This is
Afghan
like
tourism
way
propaganda.
back, 96, you know?
Oh, old. Before
When he blew up the Buddhas.
invasion. Ah, okay. I thought this was like.
This is under Mullah Omar, is what I'm saying. And, like, I'm, like, because, like, I constantly, basically, defend him. But it's like, it's easy to see as what I'm doing is defense there. But what I'm saying is that there's a deeper understanding that, to understand jihadism, there's so much deeper, and it's far more rational than Western fascism. They're not as delusional.
Don't need as much romanticism.
Yeah, well, because I think because they're technically active revolutionary.
True.
Which gives them more of a revolutionary mindset than this, like, ultra-conservative mindset.
True, it's kind of interesting.
Varias viviendas, vive de ellas y vive
Beautiful.
como un parásito, porque
Okay,
es...
I can play and pause the video. I'm gonna be right back. But I can, if you talk, I can pause the video. So just talk and I'll pause the video.
Eso es lo que son parásitos que vienen y toman y no retribuyen absolutamente nada al lugar de donde vinieron a vivir y a compartir cultura.
¿Qué es necesario? ¿Qué tenemos que tomar? ¿Qué medidas como comunidad y como sistema gubernal?
Primeramente tiene que haber una regulación a Airbnb, al sistema de rentas cortas.
Airbnb. Con las leyes, con las legislaciones, con el Airbnb, con todas esas cosas para pues intentar mitigar toda esta problemática.
Me encanta. Muchísimas
The
gracias.
thing is we're covering subtitles on some of these.
En 18,000, 25,000 pesos, cuando el mexicano promedio no gana eso, o sea...
Toda la ciudad, no creo que sea el único aquí que ha sido desplazado de su colonia, de su casa, porque pues, las rentas, todos los precios por zona por estos hijos de la chingada se han encarecido.
¡Váyanse a su puta casa!
Hola chicos, están viendo Canal 5 Latinoamérica.
El mejor canal de noticias en todo el mundo.
What you're currently watching is a video filmed in Mexico City on the 4th of July, wherein hundreds of locals gathered to protest the American-led gentrification of prominent central neighborhoods like Roma Norte, Roma Sur, and Condesa, which have seen over a 45.3% rent increase over the past 5 years.
Additionally, over 50% of respondents in a recent survey reported facing problems paying their rent or mortgage in the city.
Vamos a ir a los establecimientos de los estadounidenses que están utilizando estos espacios básicamente porque son las únicas personas que tienen el poder adquisitivo para obtener estos espacios.
In the wake of these protests, they were called ironic by mostly conservative commentators in the U.S. who feel that Mexico's critique of our so-called inhumane border policy toward their migrants was clearly at stark odds with how they act when Americans show up.
So wait, these
Look, it's
agitators
Gutfeld.
are sick of foreigners coming, taking advantage of their system, and refusing to assimilate? The irony levels are off the charts.
This narrative would paint Mexicans as an entitled, protected class, incapable of taking in what they dish out. And to be fair, this would make sense if you thought this was some kind of close-the-border protest, but it's not. To clarify, the protests in Mexico City are about upper-income people, mostly from the U.S., arriving in droves to live like kings in a significantly poorer place. Not impoverished people from around the world, risking life and limb to work below minimum wage in a significantly richer place. But I can see how if you're just looking at the signs, it might look like it's kind of the same thing. Anyways, if you want to learn a lot about this situation, we actually produced a full documentary about it about 6 months ago, which you can find on our channel. But here is the short form. So back during the pandemic of 2020, when the world shut down, billion-dollar tech companies like Google, Amazon, and Twitter moved their operations to remote work to comply with COVID protocols, which meant that employees could continue to earn six-figure salaries from their bedrooms in places like San Francisco, New York, and LA. While initially it was supposed to last for a few weeks or maybe a month or two, it ended up lasting over a year. And some tech companies, especially after seeing the productivity metrics, decided to move huge fractions of their staff to full-time remote work. Data released by the US Bureau of Labor showed that in many industries beyond tech, like finance and insurance, the rates of employees working remote jumped from 11 to 44% by mid-2021, and the country reopening after COVID really didn't make a meaningful dent in this trend. This, unfortunately, turned places like Civic Center San Francisco and downtown Seattle into basically ghost towns, full of empty office buildings and decrepit businesses, whispering distant memories of a bygone Silicon boom. But employees were happier and the companies had decided. Zoom is the move. Microsoft Teams is the dream. Google Meet is heat. And so employees were faced with a simple question. Should I continue to live paying $2,000 a month for an overpriced studio apartment in a place that I'm not even from, which I moved to be closer to an office that doesn't exist anymore? Or should I take my inflated California paycheck that I'm continuously earning and go live large somewhere else on the cheap? I'd pick option 2 every day. And so they did, descending upon places like Austin, Nashville, Arizona, Idaho, and Montana like an army of software engineers. Now, what do landlords, merchants, business owners, developers, and just everyday hustlers do when they hear and see that a bunch of rich people are coming to town? They jack up the prices, see what they can get away with, and adjust the cost of services based upon the incomes of the transplants. But gradually, as transplants become a majority, everything becomes more expensive, which brings about issues such as cultural erosion and local displacement. In some cases, displacement can be prevented by implementing a mass-scale rent freeze for people below a certain income level, which Mamdani's trying to do in New York City. But most of the time, the interests of city politicians are tied in with the interests of developers. So they do nothing, they actually sponsor and promote it, and allow outside investors to tear down their cities at the cost of the community and rebuild new infrastructure to support the interests of tourists and transplants. Which brings us to Mexico City, where they're experiencing an even more magnified version than what was faced by affordable American cities who were sacked by remote workers after COVID. They're referred to down in the city as digital nomads, and they've anchored themselves, as I mentioned, mainly in the Roma Norte area, where they can be seen packing nearly every English-signed coffee shop with laptops, presumably at work.
Ahorita ya no es lo que era antes. Ahorita ya está todo lleno de gente, pues, del extranjero.
Regrésense a su puto país, hijos de perra. América es un continente, no es un puto país.
It's important to note, as we did in our first episode, that many digital nomads have a genuine respect and appreciation for Mexican society and want to be a part of it. But with their sudden, jarring arrival came the unintended consequence of massive rent hikes, a budding industry of poorly maintained, overpriced, foreign-owned Airbnbs, and of course, many of the restaurants and shops in the area changing their signage from Spanish to English. These changes have made these traditionally hip neighborhoods unaffordable for local Mexicans and led to the protests that you're seeing today. Hope you guys enjoy.
Cuando la gente empieza a ser desplazadas por cuestiones monetarias y de intereses mobiliarios, se empieza a crear estas burbujas. Este parque es uno de esos ejemplos. Aquí se reúnen muchos de la comunidad norteamericana para hablar entre ellos en su idioma, sentirse entre ellos y despreciar inclusive el lugar en donde viven.
Hacen este parque como si fuera una playa privada, o sea, vienen y se broncean como, hola, ¿es un parque? Y ahorita que se vienen a asomar, pienso como literalmente ni siquiera se esfuerzan por entender lo que está pasando, ¿no?
¿Sabes qué está pasando aquí?
No.
¿No? ¿No sabes qué está pasando? You speak English? Spanish?
English, yes.
Spanish nada?
No. Un poquito.
¿Poquito?
Sí.
What's up, everybody? Just want to take a quick break and tell you guys about a service that helps us stay connected no matter what country that we're in, helping us bring you on-the-ground international coverage of events like the gentrification protests in Mexico City. It's an eSIM app that allows you to score an easy-to-use virtual SIM card with a single download, no matter where you're headed or where you're at. On a real tip, you guys, I honestly wish I'd known about Saily earlier, specifically when I visited Ukraine after the war began in 2021. When I got there, naturally, I did what most non-Saily users do when they go to a new place. I got off the plane, stumbled my way through immigration, and then stood in a 45-minute line to rent a Wi-Fi box that connected me with 3G internet that somehow couldn't send photos or videos. After that, I bought a sketchy SIM card from a kiosk with zero English language customer support, and it ran out of data in just 2 days. Finally, I just decided to go to my settings and turn on roaming for the rest of the trip, and I came home to a $3,000 T-Mobile phone bill for a single week of data. It sucked ass. But if I'd have had Saily, that never would have happened. And it's so easy to use. Just download the app, pick a country, any country, Madagascar, Indonesia, virtually install your eSIM, and boom, eSIM, here's what, and 5 when you check out.
Entrelazado, ¿no? Al final de cuentas, la gentrificación solo es un paso más a la conquista y pues lo podemos ver porque ya ha pasado en otros lugares como por ejemplo la India, Medio Oriente, que de repente se volvieron zonas turísticas y ahora ya los bombardean y pues al final de cuentas es por recursos y nuestro país está lleno de ellos. El agua se le están acabando, es para empresas, la presa que nos abastece a todo nuestro país no está ni a la mitad y seguimos aquí peleando y exigiendo y no nos hacen caso.
Como yo resido por ahí cerca del Estadio Azteca, pues nos estamos quedando sin agua porque ya están haciendo una construcción cerca del Estadio Azteca en donde van a ver como un hotel para estos extranjeros.
Racing against time to be ready for the 2026 FIFA World Cup, an extremely tight timeline for a project of this magnitude.
La gentrificación prácticamente es algo que a los pueblos nos disgusta desde sus inicios porque prácticamente estás vendiendo nuestro propio país a extranjeros y gente que prácticamente no te da nada, no apoya nada, ahora sí que la economía del país. Todo nuestro dinero de la gente trabajadora se va prácticamente en restaurar zonas para la gente de ahí.
Simplemente acabo de vivir un pedo de que el edificio en donde vivo me corrieron porque lo van a hacer Airbnb. Entonces me tuve que ir hasta las putas afueras de la ciudad.
Por calles de la capital mexicana se han expandido, expulsando a su paso a miles de vecinos. Se trata del modelo de estancias cortas, tal como el que maneja la plataforma Airbnb, que además de desterrar a pobladores con arraigo y encarecer zonas, continúa creciendo sin ninguna regulación.
Ustedes ven, todos los puntos rojos son los Airbnb. Esto que ven aquí es el Parque México, este es el Parque España y este es la Roma Sur, este es el multifamiliar Juárez. Y como pueden ver, toda nuestra área es la concentración de los Airbnb. Aproximadamente más del 50% de los Airbnb de la ciudad están en esta área.
Lo que comenzara como una oportunidad para negocio familiar se ha convertido en monopolio de unos cuantos y tan solo en los últimos 2 años la capital pasó de tener 24.224 espacios de corta estancia a 25.501 espacios entre departamentos completos, habitaciones privadas, cuartos de hotel.
Ahorita hay complejos de Airbnb cerquita de Hipódromo y Condesa que los expulsa la inmobiliaria por los precios y les llegan al costo y se tienen que retirar porque una renta de 65,000 pesos es imposible para un mexa promedio, ¿no?
Digamos europeos o cualquier persona que sí pueda justificar el precio más allá de los dólares, digamos unos 10,000 pesos para arriba, pues nos desplaza a las personas que sí lo necesitamos y queremos salir adelante en México.
El Airbnb, este viaje es muy barato, 15,000 o 5,000 pesos, entonces es barato por estadounidenses.
Se elevaron las rentas en estos lugares, conlleva una onda expansiva que todo se encarece. Tomar un refresco aquí no es lo mismo que un refresco allá en Álvaro Obregón, ¿no? Todo es muy caro por acá.
Gente está siendo despojada de su hogar, de donde ha vivido toda su vida, nuestra comida, nuestra cultura, estamos cediendo nuestras viviendas.
Entonces, ¿quién es el culpable? ¿El que paga la renta que le están cobrando una cantidad estratosférica o el que está cobrando?
Pues puede haber muchos culpables, ¿no?
No, es que nada más hay uno. Hay muchos que culpan a los americanos por la situación de housing de las casas o de los departamentos. Este problema no son los extranjeros.
We need to kill Airbnb, yeah.
Que no tienen leyes, que no...
I understood those words. I understood house.
Not loud enough.
Loud? Louder? It's max volume.
Why would Zapata be freaking out?
Guys did not sound like a native Spanish speaker unless he was trying to talk really slow on purpose.
Well, like Andrew started learning Spanish specifically for...
I mean, hey, if we were making this kind of content, I'd learn Spanish too.
Because you were yelling?
No, nada está regulado. Muchas de las...
He's eating. Biji seems like he woke up from it because one ear is up and one ear is down, which means he is half asleep.
But you know what I did find? I dug up my Japanese textbook, so I'm gonna actually restart learning Japanese in preparation to move. Because I think Japan is a better place to base myself out of rather than Australia. It's only like 9 hours from America and like 9 hours to Europe.
Gentrifier.
Well, no. I kind of want to buy a decrepit old property, fix it up, restore it, sell it, and buy a different one. Because like there's a lot, and they're super fucking cheap, like super cheap. It's probably also because I'm not talking into my microphone. But yeah, like these, I think they're called Akia, I think is how you say it. They're abandoned rural properties. Akia.
It's IKEA. Bro, somebody said, and we were laughing because when they deployed the Gripen, some post said flying IKEA.
Oh my god.
And so now people are starting to call the Gripen the flying IKEA.
Yeah, so Akia is just, it means abandoned or vacant houses in rural areas of Japan.
Yeah, Akira, he does the motorcycle.
So I'm gonna try and get one of these eventually, hopefully, and fix it up and live there. But I need to wait for Japan's immigration laws to change, and I don't know if that's gonna happen now. We'll see. We'll see how impactful these anti-immigration movements are.
Desgracias, claro, vienen y pagan más, pero ellos no son los culpables.
¿Cuál es la solución real que tú verías?
Ok, pues mira, no quiero sonar extremista y decir que los corran a todos, porque creo que al final no sería una solución y sería algo muy neonazi de mi parte, pero creo que empezar por una regulación a estos hijos de la chingada estaría muy bien, por pedir papeles, por pedir impuestos, ver así como ellos en otros países, o simplemente ya generalizando Estados Unidos, pero también otros países, nos piden visa, nos piden pasaporte, nos piden antecedentes, nos piden todos también hacer lo mismo.
Que los propietarios, o sea, los que rentan, que estuvieran sujetos a una cláusula o algo así que dieran la preferencia al mexicano a un precio pues normal, establecido, homologado, no cosas de disparates de miles de pesos.
Many protesters find it important to note that gringos are definitely still welcome in some capacity if they do it the right way.
Eres bienvenido mientras respetes el lugar y lo dejes mejor. Un yankee que es, no sé, que trabaja a distancia y eso no tiene nada que ver con el gobierno. O sea, ve ese cabrón que está ahí pintando ahí arriba, no se está perjudicando el lugar y te apuesto que ni siquiera es de la zona. O sea, la verdad, esas son mamadas, güey. Son mamadas. Y nada más aprovechan para infiltrarse y para hacer cosas que ni al caso, güey. Ni al caso. Te apuesto que ese güey ni siquiera vive aquí. Lo más probable es que sea del Estado de México. De la Ciudad de México ha de ser el cabrón. La verdad.
Soy del Edomex. Soy del Edomex, jefe.
Bueno, pues tú sí te comportas re.
¡El que lo brinque es gringo!
La gente de allá, porque están allá todos, viene principalmente aquí a joder a todo, al mexicano, a sentirse, porque ellos saben cómo se maneja aquí. Y dice, pues tu país está bien culero, me voy a ir y voy a ver, nada más voy a andar para joderte a ti.
Lo que queremos hacer con esta marcha es hacer quedar en claro que a nuestra ciudadanía, a nuestro pueblo, no les simpatiza que se lucre con nuestra soberanía, que se lucre directamente con lo que es nuestra tierra, nuestra casa, nuestro pueblo, nuestro barrio, nuestra cultura misma. Es venir a incomodar a los gringos a su propia casa. No sé ustedes, pero a mí me emputa de sobremanera todos los días que yo estoy caminando por algún lugar del centro y escucho gringos atrás de mí. Hay que reclamar cosas primero como el congelamiento de las rentas. Hay que reclamar que los inmuebles ociosos sean expropiados, que todos los inmuebles de más de 6 meses sin uso se conviertan en bien público de la nación. Necesitamos hacer que todos los inmigrantes ilegales digitales que hay en esta puta
I love
cuadra...
how Spanish is so similar to English. It's like, it really. I don't think it would be that hard to learn.
I've been just looking at the active retardation around the shooting in New York City.
Yeah, okay.
Not a mass shooting, unless we use qualifications on people shot.
Yeah, well, that's my big thing about Gun Violence Archive is that
The only person who died was a cop responding to the scene.
Yeah, doesn't count.
And this also, so from what I've actually looked, there's a lot of retard posting. People were like saying, this is some people are throwing in here that he was saying free Palestine or something.
Yeah,
I've seen no verification of that.
Yep.
So then I saw comments like, Zoran Mandani better not condemn this obvious false flag.
Very cool.
Like, are you seriously that stupid that you think a politician isn't going to condemn a fucking act of violence in their city that they're running for mayor
no
for?
shit.
Do you people actually want to win? Like, so my current theory, okay, and I have enough evidence to say this, okay? This was a targeted killing over football.
Like soccer or
American football.
Oh.
He supposedly is a Canadian football player, and the office that he shot up was where the NFL was hosted. It's their office.
Okay.
So something to do with the NFL not picking him up or something, who knows. Doesn't seem to be a pro-Palestine thing.
No.
Seems to be about football, and it seems to not be a mass shooting, but a targeted killing where multiple people were hit, and the only people who died was a cop and the shooter.
It was a black shooter?
I'm not going to say...
Super young,
like,
if
because,
this is
like,
the
I'm going to
guy.
wait to make sure, because, like, people are posting the ID in background, but
Yeah.
you really don't know until shit actually gets developed.
No, because that Lulu girl was posting and commented on a random account called Khaleesi, which has an anonymous picture and is just a picture of Khaleesi from Game of Thrones. Says alternative media and news. Right? And it says breaking, shooter is dead. The shooting was at 345 Park Avenue, Blackstone headquarters, armed with AR-15, bulletproof vest, injures police officer and civilian in lobby. Reports of suspect shouting free Palestine. Lulu responds with no reports.
The
of him
suspect
saying
did
that.
not shout that.
Yep, I said anonymous, alternative media and news. Of course there's no source. They're a disinfo account. Like, it's 100% this is a disinformation account. There is absolutely no reason for me to expect anything else. Anonymous also posts a lot of free Palestine stuff. Seems like...
It seems like it had nothing to do with Palestine. It was about sports.
Yeah. So it just seems like they're trying to inject this political aspect onto this shooting. So just be very, very careful.
O se vayan o paguen sus putos impuestos. Tenemos que hacer que este país vuelva a ser nuestro.
Something you want to say about gentrification?
Yeah, I mean, I think with the cheaps, I think it's really insensitive of Americans or anybody who would come here and say that and then, like, while displacing locals.
Favorite tacos?
El pastor.
Canal 5 en vivo en todo el mundo, Hollywood
Maldita autoridad. Canal 5 Noticias.
Canal 5.
Okay. Let's
Earlier
see.
today, Thailand and Cambodia agreed to
Because Preston had a really good video last time, so let's see what he says.
a ceasefire after 5 days of a deadly border fight, which is great news and hopefully leads to a longer-term peace. But while the fighting has stopped, the dispute
I just
between
learned
those
about something. When I was looking up the Hazara massacre, some stuff was updated on Wiki, and now look at there's a Hezbollah Afghanistan. 2005 registered as a legal party in Afghanistan.
Oh.
So they were part of the U.S. government.
Oh my
completely part of the IRGC, Khomeini backed.
Mhm.
Right, so like this page used to like literally have nothing on it. The Tehran 8.
Yeah.
They're really irrelevant, but they are IRGC backed. And I was looking at this one as well. This one is, see, like you can see by their logos, right? It's clearly the same. Like even this one is literally the IRGC style. But this one, Afghan Revolutionary Guard Corps. I looked at this guy. I'm like, that guy's Iranian. You can tell by looking at him. You know? But it's IRGAC. Is that interesting? Totally an Afghan group. Definitely wasn't. But yeah, these guys basically irrelevant.
Fair enough.
I mean, they do all the thing is they all unite into this party here, and this party was mostly, because they're mostly Hazara in both factions, the Turani and these guys, and so these guys were part of the war against the Taliban. So I was looking at these guys because that's when the Hazara massacre happens. It's because they're trying to wipe out this faction, the Taliban.
Oh, okay.
And so they basically just slaughter everyone after taking a city.
Yeah. Okay.
Or a village or something. But they killed a lot of people. Funny enough, this one was dissolved in 2002. Funny that all the Tehran 8 merged into this party, but then Hezbollah Afghanistan was a registered political party. So they somehow merged in this party, but then continued existing, and then had more political legitimacy when the U.S. government was formed in Afghanistan. Jaroa, I should say. Well, considering that he only injured people, probably didn't have, pretty good eyesight or something. Watch this is all about, like, he lost a bunch of money sports betting, Like, it could be anything. But
yeah, literally.
The connections that is not Palestine related, he apparently, if it's the guy we think it is, that people have shown, if you just look up New York on Twitter, you'll be able to see it. So if it is this guy who was a football player, I believe I was also reading he was not a resident of New York. He's from Las Vegas.
Okay.
Or something like that. I didn't look too deep into it on that aspect, but I think he might have commuted just to do this attack. So
he even be traveling by train thinking I'm gonna do this and still did it. He must
had a vest on. I mean, do you see the video of him walking into the building with the AR-15?
Yeah.
Gotta say, goes hard.
It kind of does.
It definitely is aura farming.
John, is this true? Trans people only use Google Pixels?
If that is true, that's faced. It's like, honestly,
talk about almost every trans woman you know has a fucking Pixel phone.
Look, man, I'm just saying, like, you have to have a smartphone. There's a few options out there that are practical, and like, I certainly would not buy a new Pixel because they're garbage.
Yeah,
they're plastic garbage, but like they're easily refurbishable. They don't throw them in the trash, right? They're able to take the boards out, and like the case may be like cheap plastic, but I do drop it a lot.
Yeah.
And, like, it's completely serviceable and repairable. So, you can find all these, like, really cheap older Pixels refurbished for, like, $100.
Yes, that's true.
So, like, that's why from the start, when I was talking about smartphone incentives, it was like something like Pixels, because it's the only smartphone besides Huawei that would be practical to do a mass application for.
True.
And considering that we want security,
that's fair point.
I think when you go Huawei or Google, you kind of got to go with the lesser of two evils.
That is true.
So,
I would much rather have a Google phone than a Huawei phone.
Yeah, so it's the most sustainable, least genocide supporting phone that you can get.
Yep.
So
there really
it
is
wouldn't
no
surprise
option.
me that trans people have it
Yeah.
because you
it's
tend to be more politically awakened and aware.
That is true. There is no. I looked this up actually. There is no phone that you can buy that is a smartphone that does not have conflict minerals within it.
Yep.
Literally none. Right? Every single phone, every single one, is related to slavery.
And
every single
but the thing is, see, I'm buying a refurbished phone, right? So it's just like
minimizing
when it's just like vintage fur. Like if you're buying vintage fur from the 70s, technically
not as much of an issue.
Technically it's ethical because
it's recycled.
You're not supporting the fur industry. Right?
Yeah. I can see that.
So I think you should buy refurbished phones, and you should not buy
brand new.
You know, like if somebody is in a dying to put that chip in the phone. I mean, I still have my other Pixel that's broken. You know, like maybe I'll be able to repair it.
I usually sell my phones, but I will not give it back to that company because they'd be putting new battery in there and shit. No way.
They just throw them in the trash. When you go to have your iPhone service, they just throw it in the trash.
Really?
Yeah.
They just copy over the data.
Bro, you can't even like change the camera on an iPhone.
It was pretty crazy.
It's the protection in it is insane. The Google Pixel is like a Lego. Like it's like you could technically customize everything in there if you wanted to.
Yeah, I think when I mean, I have my Motorola thing here, which let's not talk about fucking Motorola because they're like helping Israel and shit.
Technically,
not as much of an issue. Look.
Technically, it's ethical. Because I had tabs open to make tweets.
Like I have my Motorola here, and it's like I found out about Motorola in Israel after I bought it.
I bought this Tesla before he went crazy.
And it's like, hey, that's an interesting format.
You like that?
Yeah, that's interesting. So it's like, I don't know, but the more that I look into Linux, I'm thinking a Linux phone would probably be a good idea as well. Just having that complete customization. And I'm pretty sure Linux phones have like pretty decent plug and play capacity as well. So I might look at buying an old Pixel and side loading it with Linux and just learning. Because I do also want to learn about it for my computer as well. But coding, I don't know how to code. Wrong video. This one.
Those two nations remains and could reignite at a moment's notice. So I thought it'd be worthwhile to chat with an expert on the situation to dig into some of the underreported nuances, like a Game of Thrones style family dynamic, which is absolutely wild, and what to keep an eye out for going forward. Today we're joined by Lindsay Ford. Lindsay is a senior fellow at ORF America, where she leads the program on foreign policy and security. She's a leading expert on Indo-Pacific security issues with 2 decades of experience serving inside and outside of government, including at the White House and Department of Defense. You can follow Lindsay's work at ORF and LinkedIn, both of which will be in the description below. And with that, let's get to the conversation. All right, Lindsay, thank you so much for taking the time today. Really interested to get some of your takes on the Thailand-Cambodia stuff that's been transpiring last couple days here.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we did get good news overnight that the two sides have agreed to an immediate ceasefire. They had both made some inclinations that they might be open to that, but it was not at all sure that they would land on one so quickly. So I think that's definitely welcome, though the implementation will be very important going forward. They've both said that they're going to have their military commanders and their defense attachés meeting in the coming days. And what we've seen is repeated disputes and flare-ups of tension around their 500-mile disputed border over the last several months. So there very well could be more, conflict in the days to come. I very much hope that this ceasefire will hold.
Now, technically, they've agreed to a ceasefire that will go into effect tomorrow, I believe. So there's still the process of having to get the word out to their military forces, and it's a scattered border, a lot of individual small units scattered across, so hopefully they get the word out there. But one question I had for you is, it seemed like as soon as this started, Cambodia was asking for international involvement. They went straight to the UN Security Council. Thailand actually came out with statements saying, no, we want to do this one-on-one. Can you break that down? Why? Why they both choose those directions?
So I think we've seen this in various instances where the stronger party...
Unfortunately, Wonhua has been sick and has not seen any confirmation of that 100 deaths in Thailand. Where that link? That one? That one. Copy. Paste. Alright.
Never try to trim your cuticle.
You're a cuticle. Ignore what I just sent you on Twitter. That's just because I don't have the 5th gen account logged in.
in a dispute prefers a bilaterally negotiated approach. For obvious reasons, they think that they have more leverage if they negotiate bilaterally. So Thailand has an economy that's about 10 times the size of Cambodia's. They've got 4 times as many people, and they outpace the Cambodians militarily on all fronts. Cambodia is unequivocally the weaker party here, but Cambodia has the upper hand when it comes to international law, because Cambodia has taken some of these disputed areas, and in particular a temple that has been the site of numerous flare-ups of tensions over the past couple of decades. They've taken it to international court and they've won. So Cambodia believes that they have the upper hand internationally, but that is really
Okay, I have a question. Have you ever seen someone mislabel videos of China as Japan?
Did you know Chinese and Japanese are different countries?
Like, have you ever seen that happen? Because I have not once in my entire time tracking Chinese disinformation and Chinese propaganda have I ever seen one of the videos of China and their stupid fucking lights on their cities with a person going, "Isn't Japan advanced?" Japan doesn't do that. Why would Japan release propaganda videos of their cities and their skies and their trains? They don't need to. Japan has overwhelming soft power. Japan can literally do nothing and win. So if if Japan is being mistaken for China, I don't think that that's necessarily a bad thing for China, but they're positioning it as Japan is falling, China is rising, and like this nationalist sentiment behind it. And I'm just like, this is stupid. You guys are dumb. This is silly. Silly people.
Kind of the only leverage they have, because if they're in just a bilateral negotiation, Thailand absolutely has more political and economic leverage that it can wield over Thailand. And so Thailand would prefer to pull in other parties, believing that that will put them on a more equal standing.
Gotcha. Okay. I did see a lot talking about how, just given the size discrepancy and technological advantage difference in the militaries, that any sort of protracted fight would no doubt favor Thailand. But
his initial reporting on this was not great, and now he's like one of the better guys reporting on it.
I know. We were laughing at it yesterday when we were looking at it.
It's like now he's got an expert on to talk and everything.
It's good.
But it sounds like that's a little bit different on the diplomatic front. Is that a fair assessment?
It is a fair assessment. I think the Thais have been frustrated for many years that the source of this dispute, again, is, as it often is, colonial maps that someone feels were drawn unfairly. And that is Thailand's stance. They believe in particular that some of the temples that now are considered to be part of Cambodia and not part of Thailand should be part of Thailand. And so they have disputed these maps for many years. But I think the two sides have over the years made efforts to figure out ways to handle this bilaterally. So they have a bilateral MOU that has to do with boundary conversations. But they haven't actually been able to ever move that to the point of demarcating a lot of disputed points along the border. That, unfortunately, is likely to be harder right now, because what we're also seeing play out is you are looking at two governments that are in a very weakened spot domestically.
Yes.
And so right now, neither side feels like they have a ton of room to make hard political concessions. So they may have a ceasefire, but that doesn't mean you're necessarily going to see them move towards something that would be a longer term resolution of the problem.
There was a lot of speculation early on, and I think I don't know that it's been clarified yet as to who fired the first shot, quote unquote, right? Because it seems like one of those conflicts where if you point to Saturday, somebody else will point to Friday, and then last week, and then last month, and then what are we even doing? Would you be able to talk about, like, what would the incentive be for either one of these two sides to initiate some sort of conflict along the border? What would they be trying to accomplish? Again, not trying to say that either one did or didn't, because I still, for the life of me, can't figure that out. But what would the incentive be to initiate some sort of conflict?
I think we have to think about the incentives differently. So in some cases, what you're often looking at is the commander on the ground. And the incentives that they have in a situation where they may be facing off along the border, where neither side wants to look like they're backing down. And so I think you can see tactical escalation that may be taking place by the folks who are on the ground, but that's quite different from perhaps the political incentives that national level leaders have.
That's a good
point.
point.
I don't think either Thailand or Cambodia at a national level has an incentive to initiate firing along the border. However, once it starts, both of them have a real incentive to not look like they're backing down. And that, of course, is the problem in so many of these situations. For Thailand, it's particularly acute right now, because what we saw is after months of sort of flare-ups along the border over the spring, there was a phone call between the Thai Prime Minister and the former Prime Minister of Cambodia, in which it appeared that the Thai Prime Minister was essentially criticizing her own military and acquiescing to Cambodia's preferences. It created such a scandal in Thailand that it actually ended up with the Constitutional Court temporarily removing the Thai prime minister.
Wait, so the hot prime minister is only temporarily removed?
And the Thai military
I'm pretty sure she's gone.
She said temporarily.
I don't know about that.
Let's get her back.
I'm pretty sure she insulted the military. She's not coming back.
She just said temporary. Are you paying attention?
Yeah. I'm telling you, I don't think it's temporary. She can say that all she wants.
It's temporary.
We're gonna
Stop doomering. We're gonna get the hot politician back. Shut up, Jack.
More evidence.
Shut up.
Yeah, and Cambodia laid landmines that they bought.
That's my wife.
From Russia.
in particular, after that incident, cannot look like in any way they are being weak in the face of aggression along the border.
That makes a lot of sense. That connects a lot of the dots here. Now, a little more concerning when you said that it may not be, I don't know, I'm glad that it's not top-down, nationally driven to initiate some sort of conflict, but it's not all that calming to hear that it might be smaller elements, company commanders, battalion commanders, or the like, along the border deciding we're going to start an international incident. Is that, there's genuinely forces there that, it makes it seem like they may not...
Is it too far to just tell a furry to sit? Sorry?
Why are you talking to furries right now?
Well, look. Okay.
I thought you were writing and taking notes.
Okay, look.
I don't care about Twitter.
I was posting on the 5th gen.
I don't care about Twitter.
Hold on.
Don't tell me a story about Twitter.
And it's related to work.
Uh-huh. That's what you always say.
It was the quartering posting about the shooting.
Uh-huh.
Also quoting that the person yelled "Free Palestine" while retweeting Mamdani, right? So I said there's literal zero corroboration for the guy yelling "Free Palestine." Find the source. Right? That's what I said, and then I retweeted it with 5th Gen saying basically the same thing. Zero corroboration for this claim. Unless you can provide any actual proof of the claim, anyone saying this should be considered a disinformation agent. It hits your emotions, your politics, and your rage for this to be true. Don't be fooled by fascists. And then somebody screenshot my profile, underlined the part where I said, I will cyberbully fascists and TERFs until you leave people alone. Firstly, what the fuck does that have to do with anything? Secondly, you're a fucking furry. Is it too far to just tell them to sit? Sit.
I think you should just ignore him.
Well, it's too funny. It's too funny. You can't not roast the furries.
I think you should ignore them and
might not have
take
control
notes
of their entire
writing.
military.
Well, you're just
Well,
starting
I
a video
think in
game,
the
so
last
are we writing or are we playing?
I'm literally,
What
I literally
happened
have a Google
appears to
Doc
have
open on
been,
my computer.
In May, there was an incident where you saw a Cambodian soldier get killed. In the most recent incident, what you saw was it looks like a Thai soldier stepped on a landmine. And then after that, it gets real murky about what exactly happened. So in this particular situation, if you have someone who stepped on a landmine, it may not have been an intentional decision on that day by a commander. Today's going to be the day when we're going to spark something on the ground. But these are tense areas with a lot of history behind them. And I think we have to be realistic that not all militaries are necessarily trained in exactly the same way as the U.S. military, and it can be easier oftentimes for units on the ground to make decisions that then can have national level repercussions.
Well, shifting more to the geopolitical side of this, my understanding at a high level, Thailand more closely aligned with the United States, whereas Cambodia more closely aligned maybe with China. How have those two powers kind of viewed this at this point? It doesn't seem like we've been all too involved, other than the please stop fighting. That'd be great.
Well, you do have...
Please stop
the
bleeding.
Chinese have called
That
and
would be
engaged
great.
with the Thais and the Cambodians. President Trump obviously talked to the leaders of
My
both
finger's
sides.
been bleeding for like an hour.
You are right. Thailand has an alliance with the United States. I think that is probably maybe less known because it doesn't get the same attention as, say, our alliance with NATO, with Japan. And the United States has, for the past maybe decade, had a much tenser relationship with Cambodia than we used to. And a lot of that has centered around Cambodia's decision to construct a Ream naval base in partnership with the Chinese, which has given the Chinese essentially enhanced access in Southeast Asia in a way that really worries the United States government, in a way that obviously worries a lot of Southeast Asian neighbors. However, it gets a little murky, as things often do in Southeast Asia. It's not always so cut and dry. The U.S.-Thai alliance has, floundered a little, to be honest, in recent years. That is largely because Thailand has had a few different
from the Little
coups,
Mermaid,
starting in 2006, then again in 2014, that have made it harder for the United States to engage as closely with Thailand as we have in the past. The result of that is Thailand has built up a relationship with China, including on the security front, that it didn't used to have. Thailand and China now have bilateral exercises together. That didn't used to be a thing. And what we've seen in the last year in particular is the United States and Cambodia make an effort to begin to restore their relationship.
1% completion fencer has no idea that
but
I'm
the US
probably
Secretary
not
of
starting this
Defense
game
in
anytime soon.
2024 did go out, meet with the new head of the Cambodian government, and we did reestablish in the last year bilateral defense level dialogues. So these are baby steps, but I think what you've seen is Cambodia, under its new leader, Hun Manet, making a little bit of an effort to try to keep international ties and not be wholly dependent on the Chinese. And the flip side of that is you've seen the Thais a little worried about their relationship with the US and trying to think about how they can shore up their relationship with China too.
It feels like that's the story in the Pacific, whereas in Europe, the lines seem to be much more cleanly drawn. Like you're either more closely aligned with Russia or you're not, and you're looking west. It seems like everything that pops up in the Pacific is a little bit of this. Like, well, good relationship with the U.S., but also China. And
no news videos.
It's complicated.
On the
that's the
Iran-Iraq.
At all?
Not yet.
Damn.
At least not on YouTube.
That's the simple version. But the reality is, for countries in the Pacific, and you would definitely hear this anywhere you went in Southeast Asia, is that while they very much want a close relationship with the United States, China is a geographic reality that they cannot get away from. And they have to deal with China.
So fingers crossed that this ceasefire holds and turns into some sort of stable peace. What would it take, if this were to go the other direction, what would it take for this to turn into a larger conflict than just kind of these continuous border skirmishes? Is that in the cards at all?
Skeptical that that's in the cards, to be honest with you. I don't think either Thailand or Cambodia has a desire, and Cambodia, frankly, just doesn't have the military for this to move into a broader conflict. So I think it's entirely possible, because they are not going to solve this border dispute right now, that you could see more flare-ups akin to what we just saw happen again. But it's hard for me to imagine that moving to a broader war. I would say, just to give you a comparison, we saw the flare-up with India and Pakistan in May. The risk there of a broader conflict is orders of magnitude greater than what we're talking about with Thailand and Cambodia.
That does help. I want to go back to something you mentioned a second ago. I don't know if you used the word nationalism or if I read that somewhere else, but I feel like I've heard of a rising sense of nationalism.
What's this?
And part
3
of it might be tied to this conflict.
3 injured.
There's a lot of internal
in a casino
right now,
shooting.
Displaced people along the border.
Funny how nobody
are those
cares.
Things that are kind of fueling each other.
Hey, an actual mass shooting.
Mm-hmm.
Crazy. But let's focus on the one where the guy apparently yelled "Free Palestine," huh? You definitely no connections or issues with that whatsoever. Yeah.
Another boat accident. What is happening? Do you see they fucking
Each
hit
other,
the fucking
something
historical battleship?
No, that's funny.
Yeah, some fucking idiot in a boat crashed into a fucking museum.
Oh, good.
worth keeping an eye on here?
So I actually think that to understand kind of how nationalism is fueling this dispute, you have to understand a little bit of what I was saying about the weakened domestic political situation that both Thailand and Cambodia are in. And that is not just political, it is personal in this instance. You know, there's
oh my God.
little bit of this story is almost Southeast Asian Game of Thrones is how you need to kind of understand it.
So the guy who did this was actually arrested for a hit and run. Not because he hit a museum. Like, how do you hit a museum? Like, what are you doing, bruv?
Video captures the moment a boat collided with the USS Midway Museum. Harbor police say the incident happened Friday morning around 11:45. They arrested the operator of the 50-foot power boat on suspicion of boating while intoxicated. Police say no injuries were reported and no major damage was reported to the Midway. Museum officials say there were no disruptions to museum operations and the incident is under
I'm just saying, who says you can't be shit-faced while driving a boat?
True. You should be able to.
Nazi country. Where are my rights?
Yeah.
What's the point of being on a boat if you're sober?
Exactly. You know, it's water, international waters. Right? Drink it up.
Anything from this that we want to put in the notes?
I think,
Did they give conditions for ceasefire?
No, I think it was unconditional.
Okay.
I'm gonna look it up. I'm looking at stories now, so I'll get that, but I'm pretty sure it's unconditional. Yep, unconditional ceasefire. According to Straight Arrow News, which I think are the guys behind Jubilee's thing. 28th, unconditional ceasefire to end 5-day border clash, Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim announced. The conflict killed dozens of people, displaced more than 200,000. Why the fuck? Shit. Whatever. We're done with that video anyway. I lost my train of thought. Hold on. Unconditional, dozens, hundreds. Like, why is nobody saying 100? Like, did everybody miss this report? Are we the only ones that have seen this? What the fuck is happening?
The hundreds?
This is why I'm leaning on it didn't happen. Because nobody else is talking about it. The numbers are 35 plus. Dozens is what people keep saying.
Sporadic shelling and gunfire have erupted across 12 locations along the Thai-Cambodian border. The clash began near the disputed Tamontom temple complex, where Thai officials claim to have detected a Cambodian surveillance drone followed by Cambodian troops advancing to set up logistics positions. According to Thailand, after issuing verbal warnings, their forces came under fire, which set off a wider confrontation along the frontier. Cambodian rockets and artillery then struck Thailand's Surin and Sisaket provinces, reportedly hitting civilian homes, a gas station, a hospital, and public roads. In response, the Royal Thai Air Force launched airstrikes with F-16 fighter jets, targeting what they said were 2 Cambodian military positions responsible for the attacks. Thai officials insisted the strikes were precise and proportionate, but Cambodia rejected that claim, accusing Thailand of bombing a public road near a Buddhist shrine and endangering civilians. So far, over a dozen people have been killed and tens of thousands displaced, while the acting Thai Prime Minister has warned that the border fighting could develop into war. For years, poorly demarcated borders and nationalist claims have kept tensions simmering between Thailand and Cambodia. But this latest round of fighting is the worst in over a decade, pushing both nations into a new and more dangerous phase of the conflict. The periphery holds its
just
breath,
a phase,
knowing
Mom.
that no line on a map stays silent forever. Making this more complicated is the belief inside Thailand that this border clash is part of a deeper power struggle. Prime Minister Paetongtarn comes from the Shinawatra family, which has long opposed the military royalist elite, and many suspect the crisis is being used as a pretext to remove her from office. This is not as far-fetched as it sounds. Thailand has had 13 successful military coups since 1932, plus at least 9 failed attempts, making it one of the most coup-prone countries in the world. Power struggles between elected leaders and the military are almost a stereotype. Paetongtarn has been suspended from office, but she can still make a comeback, which may explain why Thailand isn't keen to de-escalate just yet. I use ground news to connect the dots because it allows me to check out local and regional sources. I truly believe that is the best way to understand this tricky region. I can't stress enough how important this is.
Hey.
Hello.
I'm using ground news at the moment. You should use ours instead. Hold on. Where's the QR code? There it is. Use ours. Right there. Right on my face. Scan my face. Scan it. Do it now. Use ours. Much better.
Thailand and Cambodia have disputed their border for well over a century. At its core are strategic heights and ancient temples claimed by both sides. Key contested areas include Tamon Tom, Takwai, Chongchom, Chongan Ma, and Chongbok. But the prime disputed area is the Preah Vihear Temple, a Hindu complex built during the height of the Khmer Empire. Renowned for its vast power and reach, the Khmer Empire left a legacy that continues to shape the region's identity to this day. Both Cambodia and Thailand consider themselves the rightful heirs, making the temple a point of national pride and ongoing contention. The modern dispute, however, traces back to the colonial era when France controlled Cambodia, Laos, and Vietnam, collectively known as French Indochina.
I don't think we're going to get
Thailand,
new information.
on the other hand, was never colonized. It
I think we
remained the
have
only
everything we're
country in
going to have.
Southeast Asia to
And
preserve
that's
its
kind of what I'm leaning on as well, which is
Like
why I
we've,
wanted to watch
like
this
I'm,
one.
like this is not going to give us anything. We've already spent like 3 days watching the exact same video now.
Yeah. I agree. All right, let's move to Mali then.
Yeah, check that source playlist. There's some stuff in there.
A month ago. Here's a Warfront one. Just ran from Mali. Let's watch this one.
On the edge of the Sahara, Russian mercenaries have fought a bitter war against jihadist operatives for years, trading their guns, their expertise, and at times their lives in exchange for critical resources and cash from the Sahel region's trio of military regimes. Wagner have been locked into battle with a violent terrorist organization known as JNIM. Those battles have been at their most intense in the nation of Mali, a vast expanse that's home to uranium, gold, and about 22 million people. In early June, the Wagner Group declared victory in Mali and announced that its fighters would withdraw from the nation triumphant. But on the ground, the reality is far from what Wagner would have the world believe. Jihadist forces now number in the thousands, overrunning one major military base after another and targeting both the military governments of the region and Russian mercenary forces themselves. By all credible accounts, Wagner is fleeing Mali with its tail between its legs, running from a fight with the most dangerous terrorist insurgency in the world today. By the end of May, warning lights were already flashing across the three military-led nations of the African Sahel. Those countries, Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso, have been locked into a conflict with the terror group JNIM for over half a decade. Their organization, known in full as Jama'at Nasser al-Islam wal-Muslimin, has been widely recognized as the world's fastest-growing terror organization since 2022, with its strength currently estimated to be anywhere from 5,000 fighters today to well over 10,000 and growing. Allied to Al-Qaeda and present everywhere from Libya to Mauritania to Chad to Benin, JNIM has notched major victories in the last year, from an attack in Mali last September that killed over 100 people to attacks on Benin military bases that killed 70 soldiers in April. By the end of this May, however, the warning signs seem to show that JNIM was beginning a surge, with over 400 soldiers killed by the insurgents since the start of the month alone. Those soldiers hailed from the same three military regimes where JNIM has always been aggressive, but now carries out its attacks with impunity. And if the month of May was difficult for the Sahel...
Which one?
Hailed
disconnected from the session
since the start of the month alone. The warning signs seem to show that JNIM was beginning a surge, with over 400 soldiers killed by the insurgents since the start of the month alone.
And it's from a Reuters article. He showed the source there, too. I can look up the article for you.
Yeah,
unless you're already on it.
Mali says 2 more army posts attacked. Just type that in Reuters. It should pop up. Just send it in the private chat. Let me just add it as an unconditional ceasefire, and I think... Conditional ceasefire. Confirmation. Information on 100 dead. Cambodian. To be determined.
Because the story that we're going to focus on in Mali, like the stuff from the month ago that's the jihadist attacks, is just background.
Yeah.
Because the real story is the Tuareg.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm trying to find. There doesn't seem to be anything on it.
Yeah. That's why I wanted to it. Also, like, there's a lot of context involving it, too. Like, the Tuareg militia actually won the war against the Mali government. They actually took over most of the country, not all, declared their state a sovereign state, which was unrecognized by anyone else. But at the same time, ISIS was rising. And then because ISIS was rising, France intervened and ousted these rebels as well as ISIS. And so they, like, that's the thing is a lot of these guys joined up with Al-Qaeda and ISIS because they had the resources to fight their war.
Yeah.
So that's why I was saying the other day, it's like, if you're fucking, like, a jihadist, like, you're not going to get any backing now. It might be better to stop being a jihadi and then get Ukraine backing, which seems like is exactly what happened. Because Ukraine was involved with it.
They actually were?
Yeah, we watched this. They slaughtered like 400 Russian troops. They sieged them for 3 days.
Oh, this one specifically, yeah. This was Ukraine.
Yeah. So that's the thing, is the most recent attack being by these ethnic militias instead of jihadists is important. It signals that, because like Africa is the only like refuge left for Al Qaeda and ISIS now, basically. I mean, there's Afghanistan as well, but you know, seems like Ukraine might be the solution. Getting rid of Al-Qaeda in there.
Maybe. Are you sure that this attack happened recently?
Yeah, it happened the other day. Like a week ago.
Mali gold mine, yes? Mali gold mine attack Tuareg militia.
It's in there.
May 2025, mining convoy transporting equipment in Mali was attacked with 2 trucks. Okay. Sources.
But there's been more recent attacks since then by the ethnic militias. That was the big one. And then last week there was another one.
In May, so a month ago. So all the stuff that we're talking about here.
No. So 3 weeks ago was the big one, but now there's been more.
Yeah, there's literally no reporting on it. Are you sure it happened?
Yes.
Okay, find reporting on it, because I can't find anything. Literally nothing.
Hit play, dead air.
Is anybody watching? Not really.
There was.
Seemed to show that JNIM was beginning a surge, with over 400 soldiers killed by the insurgents since the start of the month alone. Those soldiers hailed from the same 3 military regimes where JNIM has always been aggressive, but now carries out its attacks with impunity. And if the month of May was difficult for the Sahel's military regimes, then it took almost no time for JNIM to prove that the month of June would be far worse. Now, on the first of the month, JNIM fighters carried out a coordinated series of attacks on 3 military bases. 2 of them in Burkina Faso, 1 over in Mali. Riding on vast swarms of motorcycles and using assault rifles and explosives, the JNIM fighters used overflying drones to help coordinate their attacks. They proved to be practically unstoppable for the soldiers they were attacking, relying on their high mobility tactics and their intense pace of attack.
What the fuck is going on?
It's because I'm opening tabs. They're auto-playing.
Okay. Post new tweets. Here's the title. I sent it in private chat. Just because we changed subject.
To sow chaos and then to exploit it. On each of the 2 military bases in Burkina Faso, dozens of soldiers were reported dead or wounded, while on the military base in Mali, at the border town of Bouakessi, the situation was even worse. An early death toll in the low dozens has only kept climbing, and local reports suggest that JNIM may have slaughtered 300 Malian soldiers in that attack alone. For most terror organizations, that sort of assault would have been a landmark achievement, a clear demonstration of their power and a blow to national confidence in each country's military regime. But JNIM hasn't been a normal terror organization for some time. Instead, it's a group with the size, strength, and tactical competence to morph into a full-blown insurgency capable of launching complex military offensives against regional governments. And as JNIM very quickly made clear, its series of attacks on June the 1st were part of a broader ongoing offensive. The next day, JNIM fighters showed up in the city of Timbuktu in Mali's heartland and stormed another military base, first hitting it with a large truck bomb and then surging in with fighters on foot and motorcycle who had worn captured uniforms of Malian soldiers. Again, the main thrust of the attack was accompanied by assaults elsewhere, this time on a trio of military checkpoints across the city. And not only that, but they also hit a military airfield where none other than the Wagner Group based its local operations. Now, it's not known whether Wagner mercenaries were killed in the attack, but by targeting Timbuktu directly, JNIM demonstrated an ability to disrupt a critical regional supply hub that enables military operations all across the country. From that point onward, the mayhem only continued. JNIM hit several convoys with roadside bombs over the following days, at least 2 of which also had Russian mercenaries riding along, and 1 of which was just barely outside Mali's capital city of Bamako. Around the same time, JNIM hit yet another military barracks, more outposts, local police stations, and compounds where ethnic militias base their fighters in an attempt to fight against the jihadists. Several targets were hit in Burkina Faso and Niger, but the violence was increasingly centered on Mali. Other insurgent groups took advantage of the chaos, with the Sahel's local branch of the Islamic State launching an attack on a Malian base that it says killed at least 40 more soldiers. Under such relentless pressure, Mali's military has started to withdraw from exposed forward
the gold mine thing was
in hopes that their
like the
remaining
stories
soldiers
are
can be
coming out
protected.
10 days
It's
ago.
against this very same backdrop.
Like, that's still, like, a recent thing. And then the government also responded with ethnic cleansings and stuff. But also, if the thing is, Warnor has posted so much, you'd have to scroll back so long to get to, like, the specific Mali footage. But they did that convoy attack. It was small, but there has been more. More than just jihadi violence, which is what the story is.
The story, yeah, that's why I was confused, because that was never the story that we were covering.
The story is that it's more than just the jihadi violence now.
Yeah, the story is the ethnic group attack.
These nationalist Tuareg militias killed a bunch of Russians and are backed by Ukraine, and virtually nobody has known that this has happened. When it doesn't matter that it's happened 2 weeks ago, when nobody knows about the story, and it's always progressing.
Okay,
and like
we need to do more.
Even if we don't do Mali this week, it's something else is going to happen where it's going to fucking be relevant again.
A wider story on it then, because.
Okay, please let me talk. So the story is that when Gaddafi fell, the Tuareg began an uprising in Mali. They won, and at the same time, ISIS and Al-Qaeda rose and hijacked their revolution. France intervened and ousted these Tuareg ethnic militias, and then the leader of Al-Qaeda is literally Tuareg himself, right? And now we see these actions that are these Tuareg groups rising up again very recently, like in the last few months. And there's connections to Ukraine with these specific groups. So these groups, basically have to consist of ex-jihadists now. Because all the Tuareg militias went into the jihadist groups.
Yeah.
So, there's a multi-level story here, that you could also, potentially have Ukraine backing ISIS now, how connected are these groups to these jihadis? And then they also they also have been hitting convoys. So the fact that they don't just have an Islamic insurgency now, but the Tuareg militia are back, which again won their war against the Malian government when they uprose a decade ago.
Okay.
If it wasn't for ISIS and Al-Qaeda fucking it up, who knows what would happen?
backdrop that the Wagner Group declared it was leaving Mali at what appeared to be a very strange moment to declare victory. That, of course, didn't stop the mercenary outfit. Quoting from their statement on Telegram, "Mission accomplished. Private military company Wagner returns home." By the story that Wagner told, the organization had seized control of all of Mali's regional capital cities, handed them over to the Malian military, and killed all of JNIM's senior commanders. Unfortunately, however, that version of events bore precious little resemblance to the reality on the ground. Today's sponsor, Raycon, make incredible earbuds. These are the everyday...
Speaking about reality...
Continue today. Let me put a quick plug in for our newsletter because I'm on this YouTube channel. So, if you'd like to check it out. Alright, now it clearly isn't lost on us here at Warfronts that the JNIM insurgency in the Sahel is only minimally covered in global news, if it's even discussed at all. So, although we won't be delving into a full explanation of the history of this conflict in today's episode, we've got to take at least just a few moments to put some things in context for you. First up, there's the question of what the Wagner Group is even doing in Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso, to which the simple answer is regime protection. The Wagner Group and other Russian mercenary elements are deployed all across the globe, although primarily to Africa, on missions just like this one. Operating in numbers of a few hundred on the low end to a few thousand on the high end, these mercenaries basically offer local ruling governments a deal. Wagner gets to oversee and profit off of lucrative mining operations, send oil or critical minerals to Moscow, otherwise get themselves paid and do whatever the hell they'd like in dealing with locals, while in return, the local regime gets direct protection and military assistance in dealing with domestic or transnational insurgencies. It is an arrangement that has upsides for everyone, although really it's Wagner and Russia that get the best parts of the deal. Wagner operatives manage vast networks of shell corporations and money laundering enterprises, and in most cases, they typically don't end up in the line of fire. In Mali, as well as Burkina Faso and Niger, Wagner has played an increasingly important role after a series of military coups in the early 2020s when all three nations' militaries overthrew their respective elected governments and kicked out French and American troops who had managed counterinsurgent efforts for years. It was Wagner that took the opportunity to jump into the gap, especially in Mali, where the group has maintained a strong presence for several years now. But although most Wagner Group deployments in Africa have generally been far less strenuous than, say, a deployment to Ukraine, Mali has recently proved to be the exception to that rule. Wagner troops have been killed en masse in Mali on multiple occasions, most notably in
Oh my god.
in the open deserts on the edge of the day, JNIM fighters and Niger, but the violence was increasingly centered on David's. These mercenaries basically offer local ruling governments generally to Africa on missions just like this one, operating in...
I accidentally clicked the text box, and then trying to click
numbers of a few hundred.
Just muted
On
yourself.
the low end to a
you were
few thousand
doing.
on the high end, these mercenaries...
I just heard trying to click, and then you muted.
Strange.
See,
It's still fucking disconnected.
It's your other mic.
It's
now.
It's not. It's literally like there's no
No,
fucking reason that it
I
should
just
be.
clicked to unmute you, and it's your other mic, is what I'm saying.
I don't know why it fucking keeps doing this.
Who knows?
It keeps auto switching to the AirPods, and I don't know why. And if it loses connection, it mutes me.
basically offer local ruling governments a deal. Wagner gets to oversee and profit off of lucrative mining operations, send oil to the deal. Wagner operatives manage vast networks of shell corporations and money laundering enterprises, and in most cases, they typically don't end up in the line of fire. In Mali, as well as Burkina Faso and Niger, Wagner has played an increasingly important role after a series of military coups in the early 2020s when all three nations' militaries overthrew their respective elected governments and kicked out French and American troops who had managed counterinsurgent efforts for years. It was Wagner that took the opportunity to jump into the gap, especially in Mali, where the group has maintained a strong presence for several years now. But although most Wagner Group deployments in Africa have generally been far less strenuous than, say, a deployment to Ukraine, Mali has recently proved to be the exception to that rule. Wagner troops have been killed en masse in Mali on multiple occasions, most notably in an ambush during a sandstorm in the high desert in July of 2024. The Wagner death toll from that battle varies wildly, but the numbers are believed to be anywhere between 25 Russians killed to more than 80, along with dozens of soldiers from Mali. In that battle, Wagner forces were ambushed by two separate organizations. First, by ethnic...
Yeah, anytime I hear about Wagner dying, all I see is this guy celebrates in room. This guy. Back down. That's all I hear. Anytime I hear Wagner dead, that's all I picture.
Ethnic Tuareg rebels, and then by JNIM when Tuareg snipers pushed.
By the way, I'm pretty sure he does that every single time he gets a kill on COD. He will stop and do that as a celebration.
The Wagner supported forces into retreat and drove them into more of a second ambush organized by JNIM. With Russia's backing, the three military regimes of the Sahel have worked to take their security into their own hands, withdrawing from a regional bloc called ECOWAS that now comprises a total of 12 West African nations. Instead, the trio formed the Alliance of Sahel States, and in January of this year, they announced a joint military force of 5,000 troops with the intent of fighting JNIM and other Islamist groups across their shared region. Those troops were said to already have begun their deployments when the three governments announced their combined...
About the Tuareg component in these recent violent clashes. I mean, he just mentioned that Tuareg were involved.
Yeah.
But when you try to look it up, it gives you news from 13 years ago.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I couldn't fucking find shit.
That's what I'm saying. Is like, this is why it's important. Is because this is a slowly rising thing people aren't picking up on yet.
Okay, well, I'm thinking we write an actual article on this.
It'll never get done. Just keep, like I said, anything that we don't do in the weekly news stream can just stay on there, and you can continue adding to it, and maybe it'll become an article over time.
Operation, meaning that they should have been well into their mission by now, but all indications are that they've been unable to stop JNIM from carrying out attacks. In fact, although it's not clear how many of the recently killed soldiers were a part of that force, the dozens or hundreds killed in border area military bases may well have represented that deployment. Regardless, the fact that JNIM is now conducting mass casualty assaults at such high rates is a glaring indicator that the efforts of the regional bloc have failed. All right, so as we look ahead to the immediate future of this conflict, we've really got to emphasize that there are no guarantees about
Another
what's
part
going to
of
happen
it is that, as we've seen, like, Russian affiliates and stuff are just claiming that it was a huge success. They liberated the gold from France.
That's true.
Right? Like, almost nobody is reporting that it was in fact not.
Yeah.
Right? Because it doesn't benefit... It doesn't benefit Russia for people to know it, doesn't benefit Mali for people to know it, and it doesn't benefit Ukraine for people to know it.
Which is strange. You would think that Wagner getting fucked would benefit Ukraine.
No, Ukraine doesn't want people to know that. They don't want people to know that they're operating in all these different African zones, killing Russians.
Yeah, even though I don't think people would really give a fuck. Like, Russia is invading their country. I don't think Ukraine making efforts to make sure Russia can't do anything anywhere.
It's just the fact that, like, the Tuareg rebellion was dead. And then we see a major, like, Tuareg push in the last few weeks, and especially with this gold mine hit, and then Ukraine being directly involved, potentially Ukrainians on the ground, which there's no evidence of. I'm just saying it's a possibility.
Yeah. Because we have seen Ukrainians on the ground in other places in Africa.
Yeah, yeah.
Primarily drone pilots, I think.
And by that I mean like Ukrainian operators are there, but taking part in the clash is what I specifically mean. Is likely. Well, not likely. It's possible. It's plausible.
Yes.
I don't want to make any accusations or anything. And
next, The
like I
JNIM
said, the fact
insurgency
that
is
the JNIM is basically a Tuareg militia to begin with, and then that's really why the nationalist movement of the Tuaregs fell out, is because Al-Qaeda fell in. And now all of a sudden Ukraine's involved and there's another nationalist militia.
Nationalism is so back, baby.
I'm just saying, these guys are obviously Al-Qaeda.
is highly asymmetric.
Love that they're selling this as Wagner left Mali.
Yeah.
No, they didn't.
They rebranded.
No, they didn't. Like, it's just like saying that, like, the fucking Al-Qaeda guys are totally not the Tuareg militia.
23. US officials suggest that around 2,000 Russian mercenaries are in Mali altogether, although it's less clear how many of those troops were from Wagner versus the Africa Corps. It's important to note here that there is a world in which Mali is simply switching over to the Africa Corps in full, especially considering that Wagner have perpetrated all manner of summary executions of civilians, forced disappearances, torture,
it's so
and
funny.
more. In fact, their
Bro, they
consistent
literally
willingness
just
to carry
did
out
this.
atrocity.
They literally, like, yeah, they're switching over to Africa Corps because Wagner did too many massacres. We literally have, that's part of this story, is the Human Rights Report. That they also fucking slaughtered people over this shit. Yeah. They're no different. It's literally just Wagner. Don't kid yourself.
And train the Malian military to do the same are a big part of why JNIM has had such success. In rural parts of the country, where Wagner and its Malian counterparts can operate with impunity, they sometimes even have a worse reputation than the jihadists, thus driving locals into the ranks of JNIM directly. But even if Wagner really is being ushered out by Russia instead of the more likely reality that they've abandoned Mali as the going has gotten tough, it's an open question whether the Africa Corps can produce any better results than Wagner did. They are, after all, advisors to Mali's military, capable of fighting alongside them, but not doing their jobs for them. In fact, judging by prior deployments, the Africa Corps appears to be much less focused on frontline fighting than remaining Wagner elements and instead serve in more of a dedicated support role. Mali has announced that its military will begin a mass counter-offensive with targets all across the nation, but it's far from clear that those troops will actually be able to achieve much. JNIM operates in a highly asymmetric fashion, as we mentioned, and it's in its element while waging guerrilla warfare in remote regions, and between its swarms of motorbikes, its captured mortars, and its military trucks and its highly mobile fighting style, it may be entirely capable of engaging the expeditionary forces that Mali will send. Those troops will face an even steeper challenge by fighting in more places and in fewer numbers, inherently evening the odds with local insurgents that they may be encountering, instead of massing their forces to hit a smaller list of specific targets. In a broader sense, it's not clear that Mali's military can gather the required intelligence to carry out those operations or counter the jihadists in direct combat. Quite frankly, Mali has been unable to stop JNIM from attacking whatever it wants, whenever it wants, including concentrations of hundreds of Mali's own troops in a given location, where the military's deterrent value should be at its strongest. If JNIM simply believes it has nothing to fear from the Malian military, then Mali can suppose that every battle will be an uphill battle. And as JNIM continues to notch victories against Mali, it only grows more powerful. Right now, JNIM is the most potent insurgency in the nation, with the Islamic State certainly able to make its own gains, but nowhere near as definitively as JNIM, nor across such a vast span of territory. JNIM lays claim to a political mandate, fighting back against the military government in defense of the ethnic Fulani people, and its claim has only been validated by the frequent atrocities of Malian and Russian fighters in this conflict. Whenever it takes over territory, even briefly, JNIM makes a point of occupying administrative buildings and key infrastructure locations as if to raise a middle finger toward the region's governments and say, look, we could be in charge too, can't we? According to analysts via the Sufan Center, JNIM may even have the strength to take over the capital city of Bamako outright, while in Burkina Faso, a stronger capital city could conceivably hold out. But the countryside is largely in jihadist hands. While Niger is in a relatively better position than its neighbors, it could very well find itself even more isolated, forced to cope all by itself once JNIM turns its attention eastward. And with Wagner now abandoning its support for the government in Mali, there's another possibility to consider, that the military regime may be facing yet another internal coup. If it happens, it wouldn't be the first time. In Burkina Faso, military elements attempted coups against their own leadership on 3 separate occasions in 2021, 2022, and 2024. Each time, those coup attempts came in the wake of massive JNIM victories. Now Burkina Faso's in a similar position, and the military regime in Mali, previously far more resilient against those sorts of uprisings, could be in a situation where junior officers see the departure of Wagner and the defeats of their superiors and choose their moment to strike. No matter what happens now, it is abundantly clear that JNIM has seized the initiative in the Sahel, and that the 3 military regimes of the region, especially the nation of Mali, are in a lot of trouble. In a situation like this, we really couldn't blame the Wagner group for getting the hell out while they can. But if that is indeed what Wagner hopes to achieve, then their departure sends a very clear signal about where this...
Let's find out about this group, shall we?
What group?
Fulani.
They are striking, proud, cultured, and African. Their women are drop-dead gorgeous and elegant, and their men are brave and handsome. Meet the Fulani, the largest nomadic group in the world, with an estimated 20 to 25 million people.
This weird as fuck.
Hello and welcome to our Fortista Films. Today we're going to be talking about the Fulani people of Africa.
Is this a voice to text?
Yeah, it sounds like it. All this is
Fulani,
weird.
also known as
Africa History Channel?
Hi everyone, Tundilea here, and welcome back to the Africa History Channel, where we bring to you snippets of African history from the perspective of Africans themselves. Today, we start a new series where we will explore the history of one of the transnational peoples of Africa, the Fulani, their jihads, and the states they created across West Africa. Now let's get started. Different Fulani states rose and lasted from the late 1400s to the early 1900s, when the biggest of them fell to the Europeans as they colonized Africa. The series will take us on an epic journey all over West Africa, and even touch on how a certain Fulani slave cost a US president his re-election. While they are called different names depending on where in West Africa they are, Fulo, Pew, Pula, Pola, Hapula, Takalos, Fulbe, Fula, Felata. I've chosen to stick with how they mostly self-identify, Fulbe, and how they are identified by the Hausa in my native Nigeria, Fulani, in this series. For most people, when we talk about the Fulani jihads and the states that they formed, it is the most successful of these states, the Sokoto Caliphate, that spanned parts of northern Nigeria, southern Niger Republic, and northern Cameroon, founded by Uthman Danfodio in 1804, and which lasted for about 99 years until it fell to the British in 1903. That comes to the minds of most people. But Sokoto was only one of the Fulani Islamic states founded in West Africa. It was neither the first nor was it the last. There were at least 6 Fulani Islamic states, as well as one that was non-Islamic, over a nearly 400-year period that lasted from late 1400s into the early 1900s in the area from the western coast of modern-day Senegambia all the way to what is today Cameroon. This area is what roughly coincides with the Sahel today. The first Fulani state recorded was known as the Empire of the Great Fulu, a befitting name, established by a warrior known as Tengela in 1490. It was non-Muslim Fulani, and the ruling dynasty, which was also non-Muslim Fulani, was known as the Dayanki, and their state lasted all the way into 1776, when the Dayanki rulers would be overthrown by their increasingly Muslim Fula subjects under the influence of the Islamic scholarly Fulani clan known as the Torode, to establish the third
monsters are coming!
third of the Fulani jihadi states in the Futatoro area. In the area of West Africa, where the Fulani would come to hold sway, prior to the 1500s, they lived under a series of great empires. These empires grew rich from controlling the key southern reaches of the trans-Saharan trade in gold, salts, slaves, and other items, as well as control of gold and salt mines in the West Africa area. These empires were founded by Mande groups such as the Sonike, Mandinka, Soso, and Bambara. Traders brought Islam to these empires, and in some of them, the ruling elite also became Muslims. Each time these empires became very rich, the Arab Berber states to the north would eventually come down in multiple raids that ended up fragmenting the states. But the economic and geopolitical fundamentals of the flat, fertile plain of the area, drained by one of the biggest rivers in the world, the Great Niger River, was such that in no time a new empire would emerge, rising from one of the subject states of the previous empire after an intense struggle among these fragments. Many of the biggest cities followed the banks of the Niger. Timbuktu, the ancient seat of trade and learning, called the crown jewel of the Sahel, was at the northern bend of the Niger River. And Gao, which became the capital of the largest of these Sahelian empires, the Songhai, also started as a fishing village on the banks of the Niger. The first empire with extensive records in the area was the Great Ghana Empire, or as they call themselves, the Ouagadougou Empire, founded by the Sonike people, with their capital in the twin city of Kumbi Saleh. It was located primarily in present-day Mauritania and Western Mali, and not in the modern country of Ghana that inherited its name. It lasted from around the year 300 until the year 1077, when it was sacked by the Almoravids of Morocco under Abubakar ibn Umar. A key piece of information with regards to this episode from the Ghana period is the record of the languages they spoke in the empire. These included Sonike, the language of the ruling dynasty, Arabic, which was the language of trade in the period, Malinke, Mande, and of course Fulfude, as recorded by Ibn Khaldun, the Arab historian and adventurer who visited the area in the 1300s just after the collapse of Ghana. Fulfude, as we know, is the language of the Fulani. We can therefore conclude that as early as in the days of the Ghana Empire, the Fulani were already a significant ethnic group in the area. In addition, around the same time Ghana flourished, the relatively small state of Takro lay to its west. The leaders were Fulani. It was contemporary to Ghana, but it would outlast the Ghana Empire. Takro was the origin of people in the area calling some branches of Fulani Takolo. After the fall of the Ghana Empire, the Almoravids did not stay long. Immediately, the empire's constituents began a struggle to occupy the vacuum its collapse had left. Another Mande group, the Soso, led by Sumaro Kante, came to dominate the area, occupying the Ghanaian capital of
Film the Police LA was like, just for clarification, the New York Police Department did not stop this shooting. Because people are like, New York.
Oh, it's Mandani wants to defund the police.
Defund the police, that's exactly right. And he's just like, by the way, massive funding of the New York Police Department didn't stop this shooting. So, you know, new argument, please. I really like that argument. That's great.
Kumbi Saleh and ruling from there. But their dominance will not last for long.
But watch,
in 1245,
Fox News will say that this happened because they defunded the police already.
Who were not ready to accept the
anytime it's a Democrat city,
and so
which is all cities,
their exiled prince.
It's that they defunded the police
to lead them to freedom.
Now things that happened before still happen.
Entering into a
so
with the warlords
technically their argument would be that the police do nothing then. Because if nothing has changed,
that would break them though.
Yeah, well, their viewers are stupid.
That's true. That is very true.
So they're not going to make logical connections.
That is true. They do blame, you know, problems that have existed forever, like rising property prices. You know, you can blame migrants, or you can realize that it's actually the government.
The Jews?
That's been in the country for literally the entire fucking time that could have stopped this. Specifically, if we're talking about the United States, Ronald Reagan is the single reason why your country is so fucked. Ronald Reagan is pretty much the sole reason.
But that's my hero.
On top of that, you've got the compounding bullshit from all the other people that came in and decided, you know what, we're not going to roll back the privatization and complete fucking over of the American people enacted and started under Ronald Reagan. We're going to continue it. And you know what else we'll do? Patriot Act. Why? Because fuck it. Because terrorism, I guess. And then on top of that, what else? Oh, well now
no, don't jizz on me.
Social media, complete
fuck off, Queen.
Monitoring of your speech. Free speech is dying. Capitalism is literally making it more expensive to live than it is to die, which is great. You know, I love that it literally, you know, actually, no, that's not even true. That's not even true. Dying literally could send you bankrupt. You know, your family has no money. Are you allowed to bury somebody? I don't think so. What's the bet?
Just throw me in the trash.
Legislation that stops you from just being like thrown in the bin. What's the bet? What's the bet that literally under a capitalist system you can't even die freely? I don't know, but I guarantee that that's actually a thing. Like, for Americans to claim that they're like the smartest people on earth and then not be able to figure out that Reagan is literally the reason that your country is as fucked
oh
as
no
it is so unfathomably fucking dumb that like I just have no time, no patience for people who blame migrants. Like, it's been building for 50 years and Donald Trump is the final culmination of Reagan-era politics, and it's going to destroy your fucking country. But I'm just an Australian. What the fuck do I know?
Scotland in the plain of Sibi to take on the Soso. Sunjata's Mandinka coalition met with Somaro in the Battle of Kirina in the same year, 1235, and the Mandinka won, establishing the now famous Mali Empire.
I dropped my APC literally next to pods that dropped
still sung by girls,
so I just said nope and just ran away.
In its imperial
like
form from this
not worth it
until the
Fair enough.
early 1500s, when other rising states began to chip away at its territory.
Okay, this is a lot of very early history. Let's go to the...
Hi everyone, Tunilea here, and welcome to the Africa History Channel, where we bring to you snippets of African history from the perspective of Africans themselves. Last episode, we discussed how the Fulani had been in West Africa as early as the days of the Great Sahelian Empire of Ghana, Mali, Caliphate, with a different title.
Okay, 1800s.
For herding cattle.
We're getting
Buy from anyone that met their demands. the Quran and fluent in Arabic, in addition to his native Fulfulde. He was the grandson of Malik C and therefore part of the royal family of Bandi. By the mid-1720s, Ayuba had married 2 wives and had children of his own, and he was an accomplished trader. In 1730, at 29, he was on a trip to the coast, accompanied by his servant and interpreter, Lamin Ndiaye, to purchase supplies such as paper and cloth, and to sell 2 slaves. On the journey, Ayuba and his party were captured by their enemies, the Mandinka, and he was stripped of his rich robes and his
not the Dinka
before they were sold to the Royal African Company merchants at the coast.
It's always the Dinks.
This story illustrates that
the Mandinka.
Yeah, the Dinka. I don't know if it's the same as the Dinka.
Are they the ones that sold people?
Well, the Dinka is South Sudan, I believe.
Oh my god, it literally is.
What?
The Mandinka grew rich by raiding neighboring kingdoms and taking captives to be sold as slaves to Europeans. So this group here literally enslaved their own people and sold them to Europeans.
Oh, they were other people.
Likely ending up in the United States. So there are likely people of this ethnic group, descendants in the United States.
Yeah.
That
I mean,
slave trading was not the exclusive preserve of
they're
the
a
Buddhists
diaspora
at this time. In fact, the Muslims who had the advantage of being able to find other Muslim communities they could easily integrate with on the basis of religion as they moved around were the itinerant traders and healers in this period. And both Fulani and Mande Muslims took advantage of this to become the primary slave traders in the region as well. The Europeans were only too happy to buy.
Okay, so I think we should keep it to 2 news stories, just Mali, Mali and Thailand,
Yep.
and we'll release the video tomorrow. Does that work?
It depends what I'm doing, because I have a lot of shit tomorrow.
Okay. I'll try and do as much of the recording. I'll script it while we're watching this. Hopefully I can, even if we don't do a heap on Mali.
Well, I figured we'd
do it as a
record
precursor.
maybe in the morning after you do the gym and stuff.
Not happening. Tomorrow is
okay.
Wednesday. Like, Wednesday is an absolute no, cannot do day.
Oh, well, I'm talking about today.
Oh, yeah.
Like after you get back from the gym, the morning for me.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's fine. I was gonna plan on doing that.
Yeah.
Okay, that works, because I'm not gonna go out and do deliveries tonight, so I'm literally gonna go to the gym and come back. So I should be back by about 6 p.m, which is relatively early, so we could even, depending on how, we'll see. Filming shouldn't take that long.
Like I said, what else do you need for the Mali story?
Yeah, like it's just scripting it. It's just scripting it at this point. Nice. I saw that. You drifted.
Yeah.
It's just scripting it, and once that's done, and I think that these 2 stories are good to have on the front of this episode as well. Also, if people aren't aware, we recorded another LTEC, so I don't know if we're going to market it as an LTEC, a second season, different show. Probably just keep it as LTEC and just do a second season.
Just another LTEC. I said that when there's LTEC's worth, it's the effort. It's only because, like, it's just tedious half the time, and it's podcasts. They're supposed to be easy. You know what I mean?
Well, it's not a podcast. Yeah, podcasts are easy because they don't give a fuck about the information they're giving. So of course it's going to be high effort, and it's content that will sit there until people find it, and then once they find it, that's when it starts to pop off.
I just don't think
it's not stuff you post.
I
to
don't
get
think
big
that
views
it
initially.
really retained an audience for us.
I don't know.
I think streaming is better for retaining audiences.
Sure. But it's just another content stream. And we have all this content that we can be like, hey, we've got all this content that we've produced. That's another big benefit of doing it regardless. So
Look, I'm not even getting things from the farm now.
Buy from anyone that met their demands, as we will see in the rise of Futajalon and Futatoro, the reversal of the wealth patterns brought by this growth in trade, which concentrated more wealth in the hands of the Muslim Fulani at the expense of the mainly non-Muslim peoples like the Soso Jalonke, who initially controlled some of these areas, did much to aid the rise of the Fulani. It is ironic that trade with the Christian infidels, as the Muslim Fulani saw them, would be a significant contributor to the rise of the jihadi states in the region in this period. Ayuba would convince one of the RAC agents called Pike of his high social status and that they would fetch more money by ransoming him to his father. But word did not return quickly enough from Bundu, and so Ayuba and Ndiaye were shipped to America, where he would work first in cotton farming and then in cattle herding, which he excelled at naturally since it was a skill he possessed being Fulani. Ultimately, Ayuba will get a letter out which would reach a director of the Royal African Company, James Oglethorpe. Oglethorpe would purchase Ayuba for £45 in 1733 and arrange for Ayuba to return to the Gambia the next year. Ayuba would arrange for the return of Ndiaye sometime later as well, choosing not to forget his faithful servant in America. Ayuba was an extremely rare exception in the slave trade. Due to his...
Wow. That is something. Of how many slaves were returned to Africa? Probably not a lot.
Well, there's the whole Liberia thing.
Sure, but that's a repatriation kind of thing after the fact. This is peak slavery. Couple years after they were sent, this guy got sent back.
Well, also...
When does that happen?
I'm not sure about... Like, once it gets into America, they outlaw importing slaves, right? So, like, maybe before that happened, it might have been a more common thing.
Maybe? Oh, so
not that it was incredibly common,
hold on.
Just that it was more, like, the possibility was there. Because
So you're
America
saying-
outlawing the importing of slaves meant that
when
they wouldn't
when
deport
they
them.
banned the import, did that increase the value of slaves?
I don't know specifically off the top of my head. But
I have a feeling that them banning import may have inadvertently made slaves worth more and made it more brutal. Making the breeding of slaves more...
Cal says yes, incredibly.
Yeah, like making the breeding of slaves far more lucrative.
Yeah,
And
so
that's when
it's
you get the
actually...
breeding plantations.
This is a big thing that people get wrong about the American slave network, you know? Like, the triangle slave trade is, like, pre-America history.
Yeah.
And after America's founded and slavery's importation is banned, that's when it gets really, really atrocious in this country. Like, obviously it was already bad, and, like, people died on these slave ships and stuff, you know? But, like, they're two separate instances of atrocities back to back.
Okay. Very interesting. Very interesting. I'm very glad that I took this tangent to learn about who these people are. This is so interesting.
Education and monetary prowess, he was able to
Oh, sorry, I
legally
forgot you were
escape
in the lobby.
hardships of...
Honestly,
I was thinking about this cannon.
No, you're all good. I'm not really interested in
How
playing
big is
right now.
because it says attack radius 30, right? And the thing is, in the other games, this whole first category of weapons was dog shit except the howitzer.
Yeah.
Damn it, I always click the wrong
of
thing.
slavery and returned home to Africa. The
Was that
Bundu
your
that Ayuba
housekeeping?
returned to in the short 4 years he had been away was moving towards disaster. Fractures began to appear in the royal Sisibe clan not long after Malik Sy passed, and from the mid-1750s, two factions emerged. The first of these factions was based in the capital at Bulibani, while the second had its power base in another town called Kusan. By the time Ayuba passed in 1773, these factions had thrown Bundu into multiple civil wars over succession. The wealth from trade and the European guns made the fighting more deadly. Another famous Bundu man was a victim of these wars. Richard Pierpont was captured at 16 in 1780 and sold into the transatlantic slave trade, this time not by Mandinka enemies but by Bundu on the opposing side of a civil war. He would go on to fight in the American Revolution on the British side and in the War of 1812, and then settle in Canada. He would never return to Bundu like Ayuba did. Scottish explorer Mungo Park would pass through Bundu capital in 1795, and he offered a first-hand account of the country at this time. By his record, the capital had large defensive walls and housed nearly 5,000 families. By 1818, when British officer William Grey visited the capital, the Bulibani faction had asserted control temporarily over the Kusan faction and ended the civil war. This period in the early 1800s saw a difference in the approach of Europeans in the region. Trade with Europeans was centuries old, and the Bundu did not have a problem with them as long as they were in small numbers and remained on the coast, mainly at their port posts in St. Louis on the Senegal River. But from this period, the French expanded into the Senegal Valley and the British along the Gambia River, two areas that were at the core of Bundu trade. In 1820, the French established a permanent post in Bakel,
Is that the
far
voiceover
inland
smoke
on the
alarm
present-day
beeping?
border of Senegal and Mauritania.
Come on, man.
The Bundu Fulbe skillfully played the French against the British in the region until 1845, when the French established a new post in Senu-Debu. From here, the French intervened more actively in Bundu internal politics. And when the Almami, who had been able to manage playing the Europeans against each other, Sada Amadi Aissata Si died in 1851, the French intervened in the succession crisis. Bundu devolved to a civil war that was more deadly than those of the 1700s. This state of affairs provided the charismatic El Haj Umar Tal, a Torodbe who had been born in Futatoro, to intervene. Tal declared jihad against pagans, lapsed Muslims, European intruders, and the backsliding rulers of the Futadalon and Futatoro area in 1852, with a 50,000 strong army behind him. In his eyes, Bundu had never been serious about following the tenets of being an Islamic theocracy, tending to ally with non-Muslims and even Christians. El Haj Tal was determined to right what he considered grievous wrongs in Bundu. It was perhaps poetic that it was the last of the Fulani jihadist states of West Africa, the Turkolo Empire under El Haj Tal, that will bring an end to the first of these Islamic states, the Bundu Imamate. In a cycle that will continue to repeat itself, the Fulani jihadist states will first be founded by a strong clerical core who will be committed to the ideals of an Islamic theocracy, but they would quickly be succeeded by a more warrior or bureaucratic class who would, in the process of state building, have to make compromises that were pragmatic, but which more hardline clerical cores would consider to be a departure from the founders' Islamic ideals. ultimately, a new Fulani faction would emerge that would bring jihad to their predecessors, restarting the cycle. In the next episode, we move to the second Fulani Islamic State and the first to be established through successful jihadi war in West Africa, the Imamites of Futajalon. Thank you and see you next time. Don't forget to like, to share, and to subscribe.
Combat frame. Oh, I got something. Hang on. I was just looking at settings, so I wasn't ready.
Big conversation even outside of these bubbles that I'm tapped into, because even people that know nothing about guns can recognize that there's something wrong with this little puppy here. It's the SIG P320. This puppy's got a real nasty reputation developing. It's got the cheese touch, people talking about it being stinkier than Sir Strumming. I was going to lore dump on you, and I had even made this video setting all of the groundwork and the foundation for everything that had been happening with the P320.
Mouse wheel button was jumped this whole time? I'm so glad I looked at these controls.
Today that I want to talk about, and it's got a lot of people talking.
Through the firing sequence, through
that makes so much sense.
Movement of
I was like,
the sear down.
What one of these Vagaltas has jumped?
And we're gonna see if it'll set the cartridge.
Does anyone?
I don't know.
Bro, this video he's sourcing. Has anyone seen this video? Does anyone know what's about to happen? Because it is wild. I'm surprised this video is allowed on YouTube.
Times it might not. This safety might be working, but the other safeties might not have been. So let's see.
Bro is
and
like
if you touch
an inch away from shooting his own forearm off.
To go off. We have it staged at 1 millimeter or less as measured on the table. So this is just a guesstimate. And if we put some input into the slide somewhere, will it go off again? Will it release? Let's see.
Now, without knowing any of the context for why he's doing this experiment in the first place, there's been a lot of confusion from people that don't know anything about the P320, wondering why he put a screw there. Why did he fucking MacGyver this handgun and make it fire by, you know, fondling the slide? There's a lot of people that clearly didn't watch the full video where he explains that, and they do not know about the P320's history and everything going on with that handgun in particular. So now they're just passing this off as like worthless or a useless experiment that demonstrates nothing and proves nothing, saying like, the trigger is fully engaged, so of course he's up there cranking on the slide like I jerk my dick, it's gonna go off, it makes sense. And yeah, I guess that thought does make sense if you're a resident of Stupidville. This shouldn't happen, and it doesn't happen for most guns, but the P320 has been in some serious hot water for alleged uncommanded discharges and a lot of incidents around this gun firing like while in its holster.
Oh, here we go.
Including
see,
I knew
if I put this is SIG P3 the gun video. I knew if I put this on, someone in chat would start popping off. Okay? I don't know what you're talking about. Okay? I don't know what a gun is.
A 21-year-old airman where it is reported that this firearm discharged, and according to leaked reports, now again these are unconfirmed reports, but according to the leaked reports, the handgun was holstered on a desk and then went off, killing him. It is a problem that has been reported for a long time.
That's wild if that's
and this
true.
YouTuber, Wyoming Gun Project, just did a video kind of breaking down, can this gun fire without the trigger being pulled? And I think he did a beautiful job at demonstrating that, and we'll get into the screw and the millimeter that he's talking about there in a moment, but I want you to understand that this is a big problem. And the company themselves said under no circumstances can this gun fire without a trigger pull, yet it is provable and repeatable that it indeed can. There's even been a push to stop using this weapon in an official capacity due to how dangerous it could be. It's a widely reported problem, apparently linked to more than 100 incidents since 2016 with at least 80 injuries. Even in my neck of the woods here in Tampa, an officer in 2020 had the weapon fire while in his jacket while he was adjusting it. So dude up here just like fucking popping his collar on the jacket or something, fires the handgun, which reportedly shattered his ankle. There are tons of cases that have been reported, and SIG has actually filed a lawsuit trying to like reverse the ban on this weapon from law enforcement, which I think is a horrible look from SIG, by the way. This is just a big safety concern across the board, and it's something that's been talked about quite a bit for a while now. But yesterday, this video came out from Wyoming Gun Project, and now I just really want to talk about it today because I think it is so interesting and pretty scary.
Basically, we were able to input a millimeter or less of downward movement on the sear and get this slide. By manipulating the slide, we were able to get it to go off and actually fire a primed case 5 times in a row.
That's the whole experiment here in a nutshell. Inputting a millimeter or less of downward movement on the trigger past the pre-travel, and then manipulating the slide in any way. It didn't have to be like hands, by the way. Like the real-world application would be if, for some reason, that trigger was engaged a millimeter or less past the pre-travel, and then you put it in your holster, it would go off. That is answering the question that people have wanted an answer to for a while. How could the P320 fire uncommanded? And his experiment aimed to try and solve that, to figure out how it could happen. Now, this isn't some like really wacky specific set of circumstances that are just astronomical odds of happening. Like, this isn't unfathomable. A millimeter? That's nothing. That's like the size of Ant-Man's erect nipples when he shrinks himself down to an atomic size. A millimeter or less of movement past the pre-travel, that is something that can very realistically happen over time, like build-up in there. There are so many things that could contribute to that happening, which is probably why there are so many reported incidents of this discharging uncommanded.
But that's
I
impossible.
I've seen some other videos where people have taken their SIG, they've engaged the trigger just a tiny bit and touched the slide, and it's gone off. Now, I just did that for me right there.
This was the experiment people were doing prior to Wyoming Gun Project, where they would lightly pull the trigger, not fully engaging it, but lightly pulling it and then tapping the slide, and it would go off. But that's an experiment that obviously isn't the, most reliable, because you never really know. Maybe you put more pressure than you thought, and it was a little too up for interpretation whether or not it was a trigger pull and such. So it wasn't the most reliable demonstration, and instead Wyoming Gun Project went the extra step of showcasing how it can fire without your finger even being near the trigger, if there is just that millimeter or less worth of movement past the pre-travel.
So I tried to figure out a way, like, how can we come up with a way where we can gradually increase the pressure on the trigger to the point where this play in this slide makes a difference? Because this is, none of my other guns do this. And for control, let me just show you another handgun that does not do this. This is a Taurus G3. Look how much play is in this slide. Like, literally none.
I found that to be pretty weird with how much the slide moves when you slightly manipulate it, like fucking doing sock puppets on the slide, has it bouncing up and down like it's getting hit with raging wind gusts during a hurricane. I don't know if that's normal for the wobbliness to be set to wumbo or what.
It's just crazy. The crazy thing about this is, like, the U.S. Army putting out this, like, we need a modular handgun system, and then Glock already existing, and they don't go with Glock.
Horse cum.
Like, why would you, like, I don't know who in the Army decided this handgun was going to be a good idea, but from the start, when the Army started adopting this, everyone was saying, wow, a gun known for going off is going to be in the hands of people who barely know how to shoot. Like, that's the point. It's like, if you look at Army pistol drills, it's all the people who don't use their guns.
Yeah.
So they literally don't know how to use a gun, and they're going to be carrying around a gun prone to going off Great idea, Army.
Go the horse cum factory. Glock has premium stallion cum and pistols that are already modular. Yes, you know you can put like I think it's a 17 slide on a 34 frame, and have a 17 magazine, and that perfectly works.
Like the Beretta is
34,
obviously a great fucking pistol and a great fucking military pistol. But if they wanted something that was a modular system, like, and then they also commissioned so they would have 2 different sizes of the gun, when Glock already does that. Like, the tax dollars that were wasted when they could have just taken a fucking Glock and made it tan.
Make it 10? What are you talking about? Here's the Glock 17X. It's an already existing product.
I'm aware of it. But I'm saying the entire product line, that's all they would do is just make Glocks tan. And that's where the money would go to.
Yeah.
Is getting previous lines that aren't running in tan and run them in tan.
Also, I think it was that guy's smoke alarm popping off in his video.
The stereotype, bro. Come on, you can't be doing African history with the, you know? You gotta be challenging those stereotypes, man.
It was so subtle, too.
I heard it and I immediately... Because Ghazi did an interview with us, right, he had... His smoke alarm was beeping in the background, and someone in the comments goes, "Who's black?"
Fucking hell. Fuck's sake. Was that like on a stream? Or was that a recorded interview?
Yeah, it was on the stream.
Okay.
Bro, check this out. So I was just making sure, I was checking on the controls and stuff. So, for people that don't know, you can complain about controls in video games all you want, throw up as many examples as you want. There is 2 things that are the hardest things to control in all of video games. Both are in EDF. Number 1, Wild Wacky Action Bike. Number 2, helicopters. So I said, oh, I wonder if I can adjust some of the helicopter controls. Because, like, people don't even know. Like, it never explains anything about the helicopter controls.
Yeah.
And how you actually have to manipulate the mouse and stuff. So I said, okay, since I'm changing all these controls, let's go into helicopter controls. Right?
Yep.
That's all it says.
Hold on. Great.
Doesn't even have to pitch, the yaw. Only fly. Fly. Okay, what else do I do with it? Right?
There has to be a better way.
To design a helicopter control system? I love how everyone says that, including me, says that, no, it's like that for balance. The helicopter would be too OP if you could control it. I'm bringing a helicopter, actually. I talked myself up. I have a perfect Aeros Vulture now.
Oh my god.
You learn about a secret control?
No, it won't let me...
So, like, for example, this is just a Springfield XD...
It won't let me assign the bumper.
Oh, it's probably... Well, what are you trying to assign for? Wing diver, specifically?
Oh, I literally just can't do the rescue for the bumper. The fuck?
Well, it might be something that's in general controls that's on the bumper already. So that's the thing, is there's general control and then the wing diver control. Both are different. Why? Why not?
It's alright.
Anyway, did you read chat?
Nope. Hold on.
I was able to throw it and deal damage. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. That's the joke. Is you could literally hammer in stakes into the ground
We didn't. No, you didn't.
with the
miss
Beretta.
Yeah, yeah. Found a source 1864 billion industry. Oh, okay. That's a lot. It was a huge deal. Experiment was fucking stupid. The P320 thing is a big deal. So they just took the rifle. So is the one with the rifle they took out of military rotation.
Yeah. Also, the rifle is not doing well.
No.
The SIG one, no.
Interesting. You are
Too
they
heavy.
should've gone to HK.
No, well, it's multiple things, but fundamentally, the ability to put rounds on target is diminished, which is the most important thing.
Really?
Right? So you can hit the target more times accurately with the M4 platform than you can with the new one. And it's because of this intermediate upgraded cartridge for starters. And also the casing where because like when I first heard what they were doing with the bullet casing, I was like, what?
What are they doing?
Where they're like using a hair clip to hold the case together to make it lighter. Because it's only brass at the bottom where the primer is.
Are you serious?
And then it clips into a steel case, and it's to lighten the ammo.
That's fucking stupid.
Well, this was a demand from the army. So the other gun had, I think the other one had telescoping ammunition. And caseless. So they went with this one, because it's the most like the M4. And everyone said it was the worst design when they went with it.
Yep.
And I want to know, because it's happened so many times in the past, there's got to be someone tight with Army brass and SIG that's favoring them on the contracts. Because they also, I believe, got the submachine gun. By the way, Ukraine just put out a new submachine gun that they designed. Did you see that yet?
No, I haven't. Hey, you know what would have been cool for the army to just do? Go to a company that already makes a very, very good gun, like this. And if they wanted an intermediate cartridge, instead of creating one, use a 6mm, you fucking idiots. It already exists. The ballistics are already fucking incredible. Just use
I think they were just like, well, we have money, what should we spend it on?
Oh, it's so stupid. Like, just contract HK to convert their 416 into a 6mm.
But also,
and bam,
they are trying to
you've got a
replace the
reliable
squad support weapon as well. So now, it's means that even that platform is getting less ammo on target, which means that you have less suppression.
Yep.
Which is the most important thing. So, I don't know what the fuck they're doing.
Like, I understand the want to move towards more of a intermediate battle rifle.
So you think you know what...
But making a new cartridge...
Wix, do you really?
And then, if what you're saying is true,
We've got shape video maps.
and they are
use different shapes.
mixing...
It's literally a
steel and
clip
brass
that holds
clipped together.
the cartridge together.
They know that bullets explode, right?
Yeah.
And they know that this is going to jam the guns, yes? And that, like, the cartridges won't contain the pressure. You're going to get dropping and diminishing ballistics. You're going to have shit projectile speed. Like...
Yeah, apparently every now and then it just shoots a round off to the side.
Epic. I bet you there's probably a few that hit the ground, like, real early, too. Like, this is so stupid.
They were like, oh, well, we can't do a bullpup.
Oh, yeah. No,
how will our surgers learn to reload again?
Hold on.
But the General Dynamics bullpup was, I think, superior.
F90, that's the... Like, oh, wow, oh, well, okay, hi, US government, bullpup, oh no, bullpup, what do you mean, bullpup? It's not like one of your fucking allies already domestically makes one, you fucking idiots. It's not like this gun has existed forever. You know, you don't
also,
have to go to the
Sega's not an
British.
American company.
No,
I don't know
it's
why
not.
it was so special to go with them.
Like, Remington, you're probably not going to go with. American small arms manufacturers.
But also, like, you know, the Marine Corps, they adopted a new rifle. You know what the standard rifle of the Marine Corps is?
Probably the HK.
416.
Yeah, the HK. Exactly.
So
where was I looking? Hold on. Here. Okay. Okay, so prominent arms manufacturers: Ruger, Smith & Wesson, Remington, Sturm, and Colt. You also have like domestic ones like Springfield. You have like Palmetto State Armory. Like, you could literally.
You think
give
if Browning
a contract,
was still alive, he would literally choke the person who designed this gun to death?
Possibly. Like, it's actually so stupid
By
that the US has
1960.
fucked this up so hard. There's so many options, companies that you can
Jingle.
go with. that
Since the
could
start
make this
of 2025,
shit.
these
Like,
compact personal defense weapons have
unfucking
been seen
real.
more and more frequently in Ukraine. The Fort 230 was developed by RPC Fort for military and law enforcement use, with development beginning long before Russia's February 2022 invasion of Ukraine. The Fort 230 first emerged in 2021 when it was showcased at the Arms
Quiet.
and Security Exposition in Kyiv. Fort, or the Science Industrial Association of the Ministry of Internal Affairs of Ukraine, is Ukraine's state-owned small arms manufacturer. According to data...
Anyway, I don't want to get too into that. I just wanted to show you what it looked like.
And if you go to, like, move the slide,
But also,
there's not even...
HK also
Oh
has
no, I
the
just
MP7.
exited the page.
MP7. There, you've also got a submachine gun. Look, oh wow.
This is the
Then
wrong...
you can also help your NATO ally Germany make more guns, get more money, and become more capable. You know, let's go to SIG though.
Also, like, the other
Dodgy
gun
shit.
was caseless ammo, right? And the army was like, whoa, that's too weird for us. We're going to take the Frankenstein ammo.
Much smarter.
I think it was... the other one is... It might have been caseless polymer. It was plastic, though. It was literally plastic ammo. Great. It's not showing me the video I literally just had open.
I love
I
plastic
love that.
ammo when instead of having metals which degrade, have plastics which don't. You know what we need more of? Plastic pollution.
Mm-hmm.
And
Well, it was
unreusable casings. Very cool.
And then the other one was caseless or something. I don't know. I'd have to look it up.
It's just so stupid. Like, when I had my rifle, it was a 6.5 millimeter, and it was hitting targets at 500 meters easily. And I'm pretty sure that's the engagement range that they want. Something around that, 500 to 600 meters, if I recall correctly.
There's not even, like, the
6
slightest
millimeter is
give
better.
in it at all. But again, maybe that's
I love that Charlie's
common
just
in
whipping
some
out his
way,
guns,
but
too.
I'm certainly pretty unfamiliar with a slide moving like that.
Now, why is that important? That is important because The striker mechanism is in the slide, and the sear and FCU is in the frame. So any up and down movement affects the engagement of the sear and the striker hook. In case somebody doesn't know, this is pre-travel on a trigger or free play. Nothing is happening here. No firing process is starting at all. When it hits that wall, that's when it will start.
I really like bullpups. It could be because I'm a little bit biased because when I was in the Air Force Cadets, we like got to fuck around with the F-88s and like shoot them and shit, and they like.
You were in the
let us
Hitler
play
Youth?
with them. Yeah. So I could be a little bit biased. But even the one downside is the spongy trigger. I don't know if you can fix that. People who shoot more than me will have to tell me if you can actually fix the spongy trigger problem. But like the F-2000, people fucking hate that gun. I fucking love that gun. I want one. They're cool. They're fucking
That's the Splinter Cell gun.
Sure. It was in the early CODs and then they took it away. But FN is just a really cool fucking company. They do the 5.7 too.
That's the Splinter Cell gun.
And then the P90 also comes from FN Herstal. Cool as fuck guns. Like, yeah, of course there are a number of downsides, but like, they look fucking cool. Like in an actual scenario where I'm not just getting it for aesthetics, I'm never using a bullpup. But when that doesn't matter, that's all I'm getting.
Their sci-fi gun. Press ready.
There's a tech.
Just press ready. There's a whole intro sequence.
This one. Yes, I am 18. I really like this rifle.
I'm not.
This one. I really like this one.
Gross.
But I also really like their other rifles. Like this one. When I was looking at a rifle to buy, I almost bought one. Because you can actually get them here. It's not actually loading. I don't know why. There we go. Little shorty bullpup sniper. I fucking want one. They're also very expensive. But this is mostly where my bullpup. I like the bullpups from is like these rifles. But it is what it is. You can play. I think the bullpup also has a shitter recoil.
Lowering the
pattern.
sear.
A super solid explanation on why the movement of that slide is so odd. And then he explains the pre-travel.
Hard.
Then he measures the pre-travel, and then he puts in the screw being his way of fine-tuning the amount of movement that he could get past the trigger wall. And in this case, it would go off with as little as less than a millimeter worth.
Let's see if we can get it off by just touching, or let it, if we can release the striker by just touching the slide. Now I'm not touching it with my finger. How about that? So this was less than a millimeter, so we'll assume the one that is at 1 millimeter will go off. Okay? So let's try it. That time it didn't. And there it did. So that's kind of simulating of it's rolling around in a cop's holster.
Not a whole lot of movement required to have this go off by just having the slide be bumped or moved or in some way jostled around. That's a big concern. And then he addresses people that inevitably ended up talking about like the screw being there. Like, oh, it's just a full trigger pull with the screw. This doesn't really prove anything. I think he gives a good explanation on why the screw doesn't matter. It's there just to simulate what could happen should a millimeter worth of movement happen to the trigger.
A millimeter
which, again,
is crazy.
something that can very easily happen.
I'm going to get some jerk off that comes in these comments and go, well, just don't stick a screw in your trigger. This is a tool to simulate, to take the human factor out, so that you sane people that will come into my comments and say this aren't going, you pulled the trigger with your finger, bro. I didn't. The FBI report said there was a ledge on, it was either the sear or the striker hook. I don't remember. And you pulled the trigger a little bit, less than a millimeter, less than 1 millimeter. And it caught on that ledge. And then you holstered your gun. Okay, this is a G-code holster. Then you holstered your gun. And it just went off.
I think that right there really showcases it extremely well. Also, there are some holsters that do have like a reported issue where when you holster it, like depending on the angle, sometimes it can actually depress the trigger slightly. So if you happen to have one of those holsters and happen to put it in at that angle, and the SIG P320, the trigger gets depressed a little bit, a millimeter past the pre-travel, it could just go off in your holster. Like, that is an issue.
Let me see if I can set this on the desk and bang the desk and see if it'll. Now the camera's gonna shake, so. Whoa! Let's see what we got here. Did it go off? Sure did. Look at that.
Wow.
So how could he set it on the desk and it go off? I just showed you right there. Again, this is simulating what the FBI found as a shelf on either the sear
production
or the striker hook, and it getting caught up on that.
How?
Or maybe you're putting input on the trigger and you've only gone less than a millimeter through the firing sequence, through the actual movement of the sear down is less than 1 millimeter. And we're gonna see if it'll set the cartridge off. I don't know, we'll try it a couple times. It might not, this safety might be working, but the other safeties might not have been, so let's see.
It is pretty crazy to see the desk demonstration there with just how little has to be exerted on it for it to discharge once there is that teensy tiny tiddlywink of movement past the trigger wall. Now, of course, I don't think this is going to happen all the time to every P320 out there, but the fact that it can happen at all is concerning.
Yeah.
It is clearly an issue based on the numerous reported incidents, all of these alleged incidents with this weapon. It proves that there are a lot of circumstances that lead to that little amount of movement there, and it's causing it to discharge uncommanded. And it is something that needs some big looking into and maybe a little sprucing up, because it is seemingly responsible for numerous injuries and, at least in one case, a death. So,
damn.
I just found this to just be an interesting topic and a really great video from Wyoming Gun Project. Again, I recommend you check out the full thing. That's really about it. See ya.
Guys in the infantry, they say some pretty messed up things. I was not used to the hikes. My NCOs just almost were insulted that I was there. Our hips are just not meant to hold weight like that. We are literally designed to birth children.
All right, what we got, my friends, here is
Okay.
Claudia Murphy, Corporal Claudia Murphy, now out. We got Anthony Glenn, retired devil dog. This Claudia Murphy, she was the first woman mortarman in the Marine Corps. It's like having a man become a labor and delivery nurse. There's a different culture among that group of nurses, right? I would suspect that'd be very tricky, and it was.
Male Marines again. What do
I
you hear?
think there's all types of reasons, but number one, again, it's like they're treated like crap. You know?
Okay, I'm gonna blow myself up now.
The culture that the Marine Corps has, again, like, doesn't really, the Marine
Just
Corps
a
doesn't
heads up, I
care
will beat that
about
shortly.
you as an individual. There are some people within the Marine Corps that do care about you.
Does anybody think the Marine Corps cares about you? Did they ever think that in a big picture? Institutional organizations, do they care about you? Does Walmart care
I
about
survived
you? I don't
somehow
think
still.
they do. To Claudia's point, yeah, I don't think the Marine Corps cares about you. Maybe your platoon sergeant
how
or
do you
squad
know?
leader. I don't expect an
Aren't you a
organization,
stolen valor guy?
in particular the Marine Corps, to care about me.
Oh
That's
my
where
God.
there's like a big gap difference, I guess.
I
in age.
basically
Doing
killed
their
them
part in
all.
the Marine Corps, but after a while, it's
I'm gonna
like,
get
you're not going to change the whole Marine Corps. It's just not going to happen as one
Pick
person,
me up.
right? And especially if you're already in the Marine Corps trying to change it, it's really tough. And so guys are just tired of doing a thankless job, breaking their backs.
Do you want to change the Marine Corps? What they do, the effectiveness. It's
Oh
changed a
no,
lot.
you're gonna miss your
Obviously, I'm
opportunity.
I talk to guys
They're about
that
to
are
drop
in,
pods
their sons
on
are
me.
in. It has changed radically. I mean, every generation. So it is changing, but when you, again, back to my example, when you throw her in to a platoon that's all
Calm
men
down.
and a battalion that's all men, again, it's like throwing me as a labor and delivery nurse on a night shift. It's going to
You
be
were a labor and delivery
issue.
nurse?
So I expect when she comes in, there's going to be a lot of issues, which there were.
The majority of guys, I think they're just tired of it and they want some real purpose or meaning in their life than, what they're
Ouchie.
given. And yeah, I think it's just like not a good environment to be in right now. And like war,
The helicopter's
war is a huge
impossible in that match.
Most guys that go into the infantry
Because,
sign up well, that's just the fact of it. That's what they're there to do. I actually
It's just
got an
an
NJP out of the schoolhouse.
open area where everything can target
yeah,
you.
Because there was a rumor started about me that I was sleeping with one of the other students. One written statement given to the first sergeant, and all of the instructors jumped on that. All of my instructors jumped on that. Then I was just NJP'd for it. Nothing happened to me.
All right, so she was NJP'd when she was in infantry training battalion for alleged.
Maybe talking to the mic so I can hear you.
This is peak content. I'm not sure how much you can actually see of him moving.
Oh, you could see his lips flapping and everything. You woke him up. Gotta do at least one farm run successfully before we go further.
I've been trying to get that on camera for a minute.
I mean, we've had it on before.
Yeah, but I mean like him doing his little sleeping thing. More specific.
Having a relation with a male. I would just expect that would happen naturally at anywhere. What she's saying, what I'm hearing is the organization was kind of against her. She's not really terribly critical about the Marine Corps as she could have been. I mean, you could run lots of places with this, but I would expect when you just thrust one person into something that historically is a machismo, macho, an alpha male organization, is going to be problematic.
So when that happened, they didn't do anything except give me the NJP. I didn't get rank reduction. I didn't get cut in pay. I actually picked up the next day as.
I cleaned my pipe, so now everything is falling through.
Infantry units without shields, stay behind the Titans.
Starting air raid.
Oh no, they're gonna mortar me.
Stop its war in Ukraine.
Speaking to reporters in Scotland, Trump said today he's giving President Vladimir Putin
I saw
10 to
something.
12
I don't
more
know
days
where it
to
was,
reach a deal to end the
or
fighting.
if it was true,
Otherwise,
but
Russia could
he
face
got
new
caught
sanctions
cheating in
and
golf in
secondary tariffs
Scotland.
targeting its trading partners. That shortens
It might have been a
50-day
joke.
deadline Trump gave Moscow 2 weeks ago. In a video addressed today, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky praised Trump's firmness with Putin.
It is true. It's Russia that's doing everything to derail peace efforts and prolong this war. Ukraine is ready to work productively with the U.S., to work with President Trump to end this war with dignity and secure lasting peace.
Meanwhile, in Russia, former President Dmitry Medvedev said online that Trump is playing, quote, a game of ultimatums that could draw the U.S. into war. A federal judge
I believe
blocked
him.
the Trump administration effort to defund
He's definitely the
Planned
guy to
Parenthood
believe
today,
online.
ruling that all clinics must continue to receive
Never
Medicaid
talking just out his
reimbursements.
ass.
A provision in the president's recently passed
Another
One Big Beautiful
drunk
bill banned
Russian
Medicaid payments
politician.
to providers that perform abortions
it?
and make more than
Dmitry.
$800,000 in a given year.
Yeah.
The judge ruled that could amount to what's called legislative
The same guy it
punishment,
always
which is
is.
unconstitutional, since Planned Parenthood is one of the only providers that meets that threshold. In Nevada, a suspect is in custody after at least 2 people were killed outside a casino in Reno. Officials say the gunman opened fire in the valet area of the Grand Sierra Resort this morning.
They're reporting on that
At least 3
Reno
other
shooting.
People were injured. They were taken to a nearby hospital, as was the suspected shooter. Their conditions have not been made public. Reno officials say investigation is underway and that there's no ongoing threat to the public. Federal aviation authorities are investigating an incident this weekend in which passengers had to evacuate a burning plane at Denver International Airport.
Cray.
People on board the American Airlines flight bound for Miami slid down the plane's emergency chute as smoke poured from the jet. Authorities say a fire started in the aircraft's brake system just before takeoff. 5 people were checked by medics on site, and 1 was taken to a hospital with a minor injury. There were 173 passengers and 6 crew members on board the Boeing 737 MAX 8 when the fire broke out. Scorching summer temperatures
I sprite-falled
sweltering
myself.
the eastern half
I'm
of the
glad
United
Boeing
States.
got that
Well over
military contract.
200 million Americans are under heat alerts.
Aren't they
and
building the new
warnings
Air Force
from the
One?
Dakotas all the way to Florida and
No,
up the
that was a
East
gift
Coast.
from Qatar. Don't
Hotter
you
than
remember?
normal.
No,
it's
no.
Super muggy. Maybe it's just me getting older.
No, Trump was saying the reason why he should have
It's
the plane
always
now
hot for
is
places
because
like
the
southeastern
other Air
US,
Force One
but
is still being
meteorologists
built.
warn that this week's temperatures are dangerous even by summer standards. Combined with humidity, heat indices could hit 120 degrees in places like Mississippi and Louisiana. The National Weather Service expects the heat wave to peak around midweek before cooler air sweeps through by the weekend. In southern Europe and the Balkans, searing heat,
Not a
dry
real
conditions,
country.
and strong winds are fueling deadly fires and prompting evacuations in places like Greece, Bulgaria, and Turkey. Wildfires there have threatened Turkey's 4th largest city of Bursa, forcing more than 3,000 people to flee. The Forestry Ministry says 3 firefighters were killed this weekend. All told, at least 17 rescue workers and volunteers have now died battling the blazes since late June. Thailand and Cambodia have agreed to an immediate and unconditional ceasefire after 5 days of fighting.
This is a vital first step towards de-escalation and the restoration of peace.
Leaders from the 2 countries shook hands at the conclusion of talks hosted by Malaysia's prime minister. The latest violence between the 2 neighbors
must
killed
kill
at
the
least
Malaysian Prime
35 and
Minister.
displaced more than 260,000 people. Both countries blamed the other for starting the clashes, which began after a landmine explosion last week that wounded 5 Thai soldiers. The ceasefire went into effect at midnight local time. Military commanders are set to meet tomorrow for talks aimed at further easing tensions. On Wall Street today, a quiet start to the trading week. The Dow Jones Industrial Average slipped about 60 points on the day. The Nasdaq added 70 points, or 1/3%. The S&P 500 ended virtually unchanged. And musical satirist and mathematician Tom Lehrer has died.
All the world seems in tune on a spring
Copyright.
afternoon when we're poisoning.
That's your problem.
Tonight, one of the men who authorities say helped take down a suspect who stabbed 11 people at a Michigan Walmart,
We got multiple victims.
describing how he sprung into action.
I could see the knife in his hand. It's like we locked eyes, me and him did. And I was like, I just took off running after him.
Retired
That was
Marine
when I
Matthew
come around.
Kolakowski says he saw the suspect stab a woman in the back.
Just as far as he could get the knife into her. And then she went right down. He shuffled the knife from hand to hand, and he like spun and stopped like he was gonna come back and get her again. I hit him right in the rear, just as hard as I could with the grocery cart.
Oh, well, he didn't
And
shoot
others,
him.
The sheriff confirms held down 42-year-old Bradford James Gilly
He
until
just,
a deputy
I
arrived.
assumed
I'm a
intervening
soldier,
meant he
and that
shot him.
Everybody in
No,
Walmart
he literally
were
ran
bad
into him
people
with a
that
shopping
they pretty
cart.
much
That's
need to die.
fucking great.
And I was like, well, I'm a mother effing Marine. And then his eyes got big, and then that's when he stopped talking.
His brother-in-law, Chris O'Brien, the one filming.
I seen a mother and two children crying because their father was stabbed. Dad got rolled out on a stretcher, and then yeah, that's hard.
Gilly today pleading not guilty to assault and terrorism charges. Court documents show he has a long criminal record and history of mental health issues, including being involuntarily committed in 2017. The sheriff in another county 2 hours away revealing on Friday they received a court order to arrest Gilly, deeming him a substantial risk to himself or others in the near future. But deputies couldn't find Gilly, who was
He
listed
had
as
an
homeless.
active warrant.
Less than 24 hours later, investigators say
They were literally
he carried
saying,
out
this
the
guy's
violent
about to kill
stabbing spree.
somebody.
Maggie Vespa joins us tonight live outside that Michigan Walmart. And Maggie, the suspect's first court appearance was a bit unusual.
Ow.
Yeah, Tom, it was. He told the judge at one point, I don't want to talk to you, and later brought up psychedelic drug use. We're out to his attorney for comment. So far, no response. Meanwhile, new court documents detailing victims' injuries, including stab wounds to their sides, lungs, and eye. All 11 are expected to survive. Tom.
Maggie Vespa for us. Maggie, thank you. We thank you for watching. And remember, stay updated on breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or watch live on our YouTube channel.
China is spending more than $40 billion on this railway through the Himalayas. Once complete, it will connect Chengdu, a major city in southwestern China, to Lhasa, the capital of the Tibet Autonomous Region, lowering the travel time from 34 hours to 13 hours. This is just one part of a massive construction spree along
Tibet
China's
even
roughly
quicker now.
2,000-mile land border.
Now the PLA's
Both countries
response
have
will be
disputed
4
the
times
exact
faster.
border for decades. But the dynamic has shifted drastically over the last several years.
You know what's also
as
cool?
China has
Building the
invested
world's
in
largest
extensive
dam in
roads,
Tibet.
heliports and airports.
That's definitely
and it's
got
building
no
or expanding
larger
hundreds of
consequences
border
downstream at all.
China has generally argued
You know,
the
building
build-up is focused
building a
on
dam in the
economic development.
Himalayas.
But the potential military applications
sounds
of this
smart.
infrastructure has some Indian officials concerned.
Did you know
and
that
experts say China's
humans
extreme
have
efforts
literally
to dominate the
moved
region are
the
creating an
poles
increasingly flammable
because of how
situation
many
between
dams
two
we've
major
built?
world powers.
Did you know that?
The Chinese military's Western Theater Command is massive, about 2.6 million square miles, more than 80%
Isn't that
of the
fucking
area
crazy?
of the contiguous United States. Much of this region has long been remote, inaccessible, and poor.
This is
Where's
very
my
punishing
APC,
terrain
goddammit?
we're talking about.
Since the 90s, China has built thousands of miles of roads through Tibet, especially in recent years. Many of these go parallel to or extremely close to the border, which has made these areas much more accessible. Because many of these roads could also be used for military purposes, what experts call dual use, it's also
yeah.
controversial. In 2020, for instance, India's construction of a road near the border was cited as a contributing factor to a deadly clash between Chinese and Indian troops.
Skirmish.
Wow, you mean China
India has
building shit
continued
is
building
creating
some roads
imperial
by the border,
tensions in
including
areas
It was a
that they
skirmish,
want
not
to
a clash.
expand
like a
to?
tunnel across the Sela Pass, and a more than 1,000-mile Arunachal frontier highway is currently in progress.
Is this the Arunachal
But India's
Pradesh?
border roads are more limited overall, and most of its projects are smaller. In addition to roads, China has also invested heavily in trains along the corridor.
The primary purpose of these high-speed railway lines is connectivity. But the fact of the matter is, once you have a high-speed rail, it takes only an order to make sure that instead of tourists, you have soldiers being transported on those railway lines, and that's where the challenge comes.
The concern is that this infrastructure network could enable a small dispute in a remote territory to quickly spiral into a large conflict.
Well, that's what
ability
China
to mobilize
wants.
its forces on the Indian border has changed dramatically over time. In the late 90s, early 2000s, people were talking about a month that Chinese forces would need to mobilize and then actually go for war with India. Now we hear about a time period of 5 to 7 days.
In 2006, China completed the first major train line in Tibet, the Qinghai-Tibet Railroad. The government spent more than $4 billion to connect the western Chinese city of Xining to Lhasa. Now it's working on something even more ambitious, the Sichuan-Tibet Railway, which would speed up the journey through the Himalayas, directly connecting the headquarters of the PLA's Western Theatre Command to the capital of the Tibet
Wow,
Autonomous
no
Region.
way.
For China, this is important to make Tibet more accessible. For India, though, it means easier
Accessible?
Chinese access to the
You
disputed
mean make
border.
it easier to
India has
subjugate
plans to
Tibet?
increase trains on its side of the border, but its overall system is much more limited.
But I guess
As
you're
far as the
reporting the
lines are
news,
concerned, Indian
so I'll
infrastructure is
forgive it.
non-existent.
Another area of Indian concern is China's increasing air power along the corridor.
India has a much larger numerical air force advantage against China.
You know what this game
Firstly,
needs?
It has a lot more air bases, and they
After
are
action
also
reports
located
that
a
show
lot
you
closer
the kills,
to the
damage,
front
and
line
crates
than the Chinese ones are.
for each
But
player.
Another element of this is that
That
China
would
has
really make
the
it
most
more arcadey.
missile-centric
it would.
concept of warfare anywhere in the world.
China is estimated to have more than 600 nuclear warheads, many of which could reach India. India is estimated to have only 180 nuclear warheads. While
Got
both
the green.
countries have sophisticated aircraft in their arsenal,
I'm gonna
this
get
is
nothing
another
from
area
this,
where
I
China
guarantee
has
you.
made significant strides.
It is an interesting
I got
time to
one
actually
Magnum
look at
copter.
air power and the air picture along China-India border, particularly
And a guard
given
post.
India-Pakistan conflict.
Oh,
in
I
which
got a
the
perfect
Pakistan
grape.
side used
Same
China-manufactured
grape.
aircraft in actual combat. It's definitely quite a sobering moment, I think, for the Indian
All right, pause it for a
military.
second.
Another significant part of China.
So I was like barely paying attention to this video, but I already knew that it was in the Indian area that they were building these roads, right? Because of course it is. Because as I said when we were talking about this the other month, China's the reason the PLA controls Tibet and why it's a PLA occupation of Tibet is because they use it as a staging ground to push the borders out in this area. Like there's multiple disputes where they're like putting villages down just over the border, then moving the border and being like, what do you mean? It's always been this way. Like it's the Arunachal Pradesh or whatever the fuck it's called. I'm Arendelle. Let's go with Disney. It's the place that Elsa is from. But like they want this area, and I'll bring up the map just for comparison's sake here. Alright. It is here. Right here. Alright. See this massive river here? Down into Bangladesh, into the ocean. Right? Guarantee they're going to dam that up. They'll probably dam this up. They're going to use this the same way that they've been damming up Southeast Asia and have left basically an entire valley that is now no longer being filled with fresh water, is being backfilled with salt water and is destroying Southeast Asian crop production, right? This is just one aspect of Chinese actions within the country that are pressuring other countries through water rights, exactly like India-Pakistan. Their water treaty instantly went up in flames after their little clash there, right? What do you think happens if any of these countries in ASEAN, in the actual chunk of Southeast Asia here, decide to not do what China says? Do you think that they're gonna just allow water to flow down? Of course they're not. And then you've got this, and you've also got all of Tibet, which is occupied, and then you will also have Ladakh, or the right part here, which is also occupied by China. Like, this is not a small thing, and people need to stop treating this as small moves. They're not small moves. Like, this is America edging their border into Mexico. This is America edging their border into Canada, and then saying, we're not doing anything wrong. It's America damming up the river systems that feed Mexican farms. Right? It's that kind of shit. It's got... I got no proof for this, but China is not creating dams for hydroelectric power. That is not why they're doing it. They might claim that's why they're doing it. That's not why they're fucking doing it. And we have to view China in a different light to truly not let them get away with this shit, because there's a blind spot that they're operating in. And the only people talking about it is the US State Department. And that's a problem. And I think India is also talking about it. And obviously Southeast Asia has issues with it, but then they're bringing it into like the international community. That's like Philippines going to the UN over the Scarborough Shoal and shit like that. It's international adjudications, kind of like Cambodia wanted. Because it's the same situation as these countries are smaller than China. China can use economic and military pressure to get what they want. Same way America does. Right? Like, it's crazy that we can even... that this discussion needs to be had, that I need to make this distinction, that I can't just talk about it like it's imperialism, like it is. It always has to come with these fucking qualifiers. Okay, you can play.
China's border development effort has been moving citizens closer to the Indian state of Arunachal Pradesh. China claims this is actually part of its own territory. Between 2018 and 2023, China's registered population in border areas increased by 10.5%, according to government work reports.
I wonder
India
why.
has started a similar initiative, what it's calling the Vibrant Villages program, but it's not as advanced. Some China watchers worry border villages could be used by China as military staging posts in a potential conflict. Or at the very least, they're a way for China to strengthen its claim to the land where they sit.
To some degree, the Chinese government's calculation is really about creating political bargaining chips and facts on the ground, potentially for political negotiations.
China uses so-called active defense on many of its borders. It's also known for pressing neighbors into difficult positions by using what experts refer to as salami slicing tactics, where it gets away with major power grabs by cutting them into many incremental moves that are too small to meet much resistance. While China and India have made some steps recently to improve their relationship over the border, experts say the situation remains tense. For instance, China recently issued new Chinese names for dozens of places in the Indian-controlled territory of Arunachal Pradesh, which it also claims.
As of today, the relationship is really at an inflection point because both countries really need each other, and India has the capacity to absorb a lot of China's overcapacity in many ways. And India obviously is in need of China's investment. But that all being said, what they're doing is essentially building up infrastructure, dual-use facilities, and trying to better position themselves or in the event of a conflict. Despite both sides may not want wars, but miscalculation and misperceptions may eventually
I just don't have good
be a big problem.
Anti-air stuff on me.
Well, I'm struggling to judge the distance, but I take them out in 2 shots.
Yeah, they're kind of far. They're farther than you think.
I take them down in 2 shots though, so it's not too much of a problem. I also have my my thunder crossbow as well. But I think the thunder crossbow is outranged. Yeah, judging their distance is very difficult.
They're very far. If you look on the radar, you can tell that they're farther.
I see, yeah.
That's why the wing diver also needs a fucking laser pointer. Like I have.
2 weeks of sectarian violence in Syria, along with Israel bombings to protect the Druze minority, suggests Syria is on the brink of a breakup. The promised national unity by interim President al-Shara remains elusive. Now he's turning to Turkey's President Erdogan for help. Al-Shara's HTS, the brink of a breakup. The promised national unity by interim President al-Shara remains elusive. Now he's turning to Turkey's President Erdogan for help. Al-Shara's HTS government has requested Turkish assistance to enhance his army's capabilities. However, Erdogan and Turkey are not the solution to Syria's division. They will not bring stability, only more division. Make no mistake about this, folks. Al-Shara came to power unelected thanks to Turkey. Erdogan aims for a unified Syria to exert control over its leader and government. He views Syria as Turkey light, another acquisition in his grand strategy to restore the Ottoman Empire and create a Turkish-led caliphate. However, minority groups, the Druze in the south, Kurds in the north, and Alawites along the coast.
This is the Christian nationalist news, right?
Okay,
so it's like I was like, whoa, they're correct about Erdogan here, and then they put in the caliphate thing.
Amazing.
The angle here is that Israel is going to bring peace to Syria.
Oh, is it?
That's the angle they're taking.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's these people.
Yeah, because Israel is a real peacemaker. You know, real dedicated to peace. Bombing kids and shit. Great.
Hey, they reject Erdogan's influence and the leadership of his puppet president, al-Shara. Al-Shara claims he wants to restore unity to Syria, but this is unlikely to happen. The former al-Qaeda member and al-Nusra leader is actually sowing seeds of division. He and Erdogan seek a Syria free of minority influence, a Syria belonging exclusively to Sunni Muslims.
Oh yeah,
a Druze activist reported
is this
that the recent...
you listen to how he says Muslim.
You fuck.
He and Erdogan seek a Syria free of minority influence, a Syria belonging exclusively to Sunni Muslims. A Druze activist reported that the recent sectarian violence between Druze and Bedouin militias, which resulted in at least 300 deaths, was caused by Syrian government forces supporting the Bedouins.
That's so right for parody. Literally making a cow with an Islamic garb on and being like Muslim.
And cannot execute. The promises it made to European countries and America are contradicted by what is happening on the ground.
Additionally, the committee investigating the slaughter of Alawites along the Syria coast last March has completed its inquiry. The committee did not hold government forces responsible, asserting that the murder of 1,400 people, many of whom were pro-Assad regime Alawites, was a result of sectarian motives, mostly based on revenge, not ideology. Folks, let's remember to pray for Syria. The people have endured great hardship from war and violence for more than 14 years. They need international assistance and divine intervention to end their suffering.
They need Jesus, bro said.
Global Lane. Until next time, be blessed.
Be blessed.
Stay blessed.
Today, we know about the woke insanity on college campuses, but I didn't realize how stupid it was until some academics pulled off a hoax.
We rewrote a section of Mein Kampf as intersectional feminism, and this journal has accepted it.
James Lindsay and these two others submitted fake research to academic journals. To their surprise, the journals published the papers.
And one that dog humping incidents can be taken as evidence of rape culture has been officially honored as excellent scholarship.
Thinking, oh my God, we got a paper in, and it's probably the craziest thing we wrote.
I've posted 2 short videos with Lindsay, one on the woke left, more recently, one on what he calls the woke right. But Lindsay has much more to say about why capitalism is hated and how normal people
Come on, get out of the
sometimes fall
sewer.
for dumb and dangerous ideas. Here's our full interview.
You're
Scanning
stuck.
the journals. Why did you do that?
We saw the problem. We were reading the academic journals. My friend Peter Bogosian and I were reading them. We were keeping track of them. There was an account on social media that was showing the crazy papers that were being published for real. And eventually they published a paper about feminism in the science of studying glaciers, glaciology for feminists. It was the most preposterous and kind of horrifying thing I'd ever read. You know, it suggested feminist
Bro
art
needs to
projects to
toughen
part of
the
the
fuck
glacier
up.
science, or else it's sexist, and it sounds like
I got a
I'm making
good
that up.
jump in finally.
But I'm not. And
I'm out of the sewer.
Peter Bogosian and I decided, why don't we hoax them if they'll publish this? And that had $500,000 of National Science Foundation money behind it. By the way, that's taxpayer money for science. If they'll publish that, what else will they publish? So we decided to write one as a trial balloon. We called it the conceptual penis as a social construct. We said penises are socially constructed. They cause all of our problems, especially climate change. And that led us to develop the project to expose by publishing as many papers as we could over the course of 2017 and 18, which turned out we submitted 20, 7 remained under peer review, 6 had been rejected, but 7 had been accepted for publication. One of them won an award for excellence in scholarship. Several of them made it out into the wild.
Excellent nonsense. Excellence in
nonsense.
scholarship.
Yeah, that paper was about analyzing rape culture by examining dog sex at the dog park. I have now closely considered the revisions of your manuscript, Dog Park, and will recommend its publication in Gender, Flesh, and Culture.
Now it's years later. I assume they have
Yeah, isn't
crawled
it
away
great?
in shame. But no, they're still in business.
Yeah, they're still doing exactly the same thing, and if anything, I think they're doing more
Oh,
of it.
you're dead
They
too?
pretended it didn't happen. The academics, except for the one guy that you interviewed, more or less pretended it didn't
I got
happen.
this guy up and he
There's
died
almost
straight
no
away, so I
commentary
just
about
didn't
it,
get him up
and they
again.
just continued with business as usual ever since.
And the editor
Yeah, I couldn't really hear you over
was
my
very
nightmare
open and
demon.
honest. Good for him.
What is the test, right?
You're
What
my-
is the
you're not
idea?
really
The test is to show
loud.
that you people are ridiculous. But you're deceiving people without much of a reason.
He wasn't embarrassed. He should have been embarrassed.
No,
should
they're
be
very
fine.
proud of it. They
Like,
think
there's
that
no-
they have cracked the
Yeah, I'm
secret
coming.
code of society.
No,
and
no,
that
I
they're
mean
telling
me.
us
Like,
the
I should
forgotten
volume
truth
should be fine.
about
Like,
how
I've,
the world really
I'm
works,
not
that everything's
having it
socially
all
constructed,
No,
and
the
built
video was
around
just louder
dynamics
than
of-
you in my
and
headphones,
systems
so
of
I just turned it
oppression
down.
and power that allow a privileged group to hold itself in a position and exclude all of the marginalized people from the center of society, from its benefits.
It may
from
not
the
be
access
fine.
to power to shape it. They're very proud of what they're doing. They think that they're changing the world for the better.
The paper Raffinetti's journal accepted, titled "Going In for the Back Door," claimed you could reduce
Straight male homohysteria and transphobia through receptive, penetrative sex toy use.
What is the problem with that? I don't see a problem. It's a statement that could be correct.
That paper still cracks me up to this day. They actually, one of the peer reviewers, actually not the editor, but actually called it an important contribution to knowledge. These guys, he couldn't see it, like the editor couldn't see the problem because they're totally captured. They actually think that they're uncovering secret truths about humanity, right? So this paper, which we literally called "Going In Through the Back Door," like they liked the joke, I guess. I don't know. They don't even have the capacity.
We
to tell
unironically
the
we
methodology
did
of
research
which was random
that got
interviews
peer reviewed
with a
and
very small number of
accepted.
people.
Bro, my drones are taking me. Look at me. Look at me right now.
Could not possibly support the conclusion.
You
It
see
was
on this on the
desperate
screen?
to get that
They're
conclusion.
literally flying away
They
with
cared that the
me.
methodology wasn't real.
They're literally
The paper
flying
was
away
this
with me.
Complete farce going into the back
you
door.
are
I
on
mean,
the
come
ground.
on.
I don't
Elon
understand.
Musk calls it a woke mind virus.
An information technology weapon to propagate.
Bro, I'm
what
literally
essentially
being
mind
dragged by a
virus
drone.
to
What are you
us.
talking about?
It's kind of like that. It spreads among young people.
No, John, they call it a
Yeah,
virus
your
themselves.
body
There's actually a
is
paper that
exactly
came
where
from
you
Arizona State
died.
University called Women's Studies
Interesting.
Against the Virus. And they explain that the
I'm
virus
over
is
here.
their ideal metaphor for what they do. They compare themselves favorably to, and I'm not joking, HIV, Ebola, SARS, and then any virus that causes cancer, because cancer represents true transformational change.
So they're happy with it because it's transformational change?
That's the idea, to completely transform our society, which is classically liberal and capitalist and to transform it into something that's socialist.
We've achieved the most incredible...
Oh, so it's trans stuff now, huh?
It always was.
Trump got elected. Kamala didn't. The people have pushed back. I assume this is over.
You would think so, but yet again, the universities have fought Trump at every turn.
Harvard has refused to comply.
Wow,
with
you mean
demands
education places don't want Donald Trump fucking with their education?
They have no
Crazy.
intention of stopping. Again, these are almost like religious zealots. They feel like they found
Yeah,
the
you guys
secret
aren't
truth of the
like
universe,
religious zealots at all.
and everybody's going to find out about it, and they have almost like a mandate from heaven to push it. So they haven't stopped even
These
against Trump.
fucking... The projection is so funny.
To pointing out a woke right?
Well, it's
I'm being eaten by an ant.
Between 2018 and now, when we talked last, I spent the last, I guess, 6 or 7 years studying what in the world was this woke. How are these papers constructed? Why are they writing this? And I dove as deep into the literature as I could. I read thousands of papers. I read hundreds of books.
I don't believe you.
Including, you know, kind of the very fundamental texts from Karl Marx and all
Oh my
of the
God.
rest. Really diving into trying to figure out what woke is. And then I noticed that there is a radical segment embedded within MAGA on the right wing, ostensibly, that acts the same way. That uses
Hey,
the same
James,
tactics, that has the same
in all that
mentality
study of the
oppressor
word
versus
woke, you
oppressed,
never came
and has a
across
whole
the actual
system
meaning of it?
power That wants a
That's
kind of
that's really
family-friendly
impressive.
Socialism to replace capitalism. And I
Like,
became
to
alarmed,
be
so
a
I spoke up about
researcher
it.
Why is
and
it
not
called
be able
woke?
to
I just
find
think
the
of them
fact
as
that woke
right-wing
comes from
crazy.
black
Woke and
anti-consumerism
those are kind
is
of
very
two
impressive.
species of the same
On the left,
Well,
Like,
I just
that-
fucked those ants up.
That is almost more impressive
Right, so the right does it the other way.
than
just in
how
parallel
dumb
to what
you
we
are.
saw with the fascists
I
awakening to fight
am
communism in the
genuinely
1920s
fucking
and
impressed at
1930s.
how stupid
The
this guy
communists
is.
came along and said, well, there's
Come over
privileged
here and help us
classes in
take out this
society,
shit. Where are
bourgeoisie.
you?
You need to wake
I
up
was taking
and
out a
fight
big head.
against them as the proletariat, the working class. And then the fascists said, hold on, everything's going bad. So we need to wake up that the liberal society, the free society, actually enables
pretty
the
much
communists.
establishing
and
a
we have to fight
front
back the other way instead of
right
a
here.
different
It's
kind
pretty
of
much
energy.
over for them.
So it's the same energy but the other direction. A lot of people ask me, you know, what is woke right? And it's really funny. It's simple, and everybody who's not kind of part of it understands it immediately. It's people on the right who act like the woke left, who think like the woke left. They've adopted critical theory.
You don't
Marxist
know what
analysis,
that
they
word
engage in
means.
the same behavior. It's, the victimhood mentality, the cancel culture, struggle sessions. They bully people online with swarms. They
This is
rewrite
communism.
I honestly think that Hitler was a
Like,
good guy
this
based on my
is-
own research, not my public education indoctrination.
Like-
he was trying to encourage community, encourage family values.
That's not
This entire
woke.
kind of litany of things that
That's
we've come to
socialism.
expect from abusive left-wing behavior,
Or at
over the
least
last 5
vanguard
years.
socialism.
What they're saying is
Or allegedly
these
right-wing
people
causes
who like
can
are
be more or less
Nazis
guided.
about Israel are woke right.
The Communist Manifesto and submitted
They
it.
showed
Is that
Dan
really-
Bilzerian
that's,
and
that's
shit.
the people
And they
that they're claiming?
Yeah,
are
they
woke?
literally were like, "This is the woke
Not
right,"
yes,
and it's
but
like,
right.
Wow.
literal
These guys were
Nazis.
leaning into critical theory and Marxist analysis. So I took 6 pages of the Communist Manifesto and I just swapped out everywhere it says, you know, the proletariat class. I took out proletariat class and put in New Christian Right, which is one of the things they call themselves. And then I took everywhere he talks about the bourgeoisie and I threw it out and I put classical liberalism. And I mentioned global trade and all this. Actually, Marx mentioned global trade and I just kept it in there and worked around it. And then I fiddled. If he talked about economics, I changed it to culture and faith and all of this. But it's so close to the original Communist Manifesto that when they accepted and published it, that before I even became aware that it had been published, a commenter that reads their magazine left a comment that said, "You guys know you published the Communist Manifesto, right?" It's so identical. It's much more identical than the fake papers we wrote for academia, 7 years ago. I was very lazy about how I did it. I just copy-pasted and changed some of the words. I left the very iconic preface.
You're so smart, James. James, you're the smartest guy in the world. You really are the smartest guy in the room. At all times as well, you are the smartest guy in the room.
Last year and said, "Here's what I've
Dude,
done."
The air is
This is like
this guy.
This guy is literally just a pranker.
This guy needs to have his head flopped. This guy deserves to get wedgied.
We are postmodernist. And then on the American Reformer magazine itself, rather than taking the article down.
There should be a
shame or
coordinated
whatever
effort
they
to cyberbully
should have
this
done
guy off the
responsibly.
internet.
They switched the author's name to mine because I used a fake name.
And not
Marcus
like
Carlson.
making fun of him for how
So now
retarded
I know
his
it's
politics
Mark.
are,
Yeah,
but just
Tucker
like
Carlson. No,
mocking
Marcus
him for the
Carlson
way
was the closest name I
he
could think of
talks,
that
the
was
way
Karl
he
Marx.
looks. Just bully him off the
Just
internet.
is the closest thing no, Tucker didn't cross my mind. So they took that name off, put my name on, and put a note that said, well, we were tricked into publishing this, but this is a reasonable aggregation of some of New Right thought. So they stand by it. They say, yes, we are using communist logic.
They posted it on Twitter saying this is a powerful article that details how the liberal consensus is failing and the new Christian right is ascendant.
That's how they see themselves. That they are rising in the culture, especially with
Yep,
the
they're
youth.
fascists.
Has a very strong bent to attract
Stalinists
They
even.
talk about how the young people are getting it, and the boomers have boomer mentality and aren't.
Well,
getting
they're
it.
not
Just
wrong.
Like in 2015 or thereabouts, when Bernie Sanders and Hillary Clinton was the big story.
Okay, boomer.
You had that girl come out dancing on her video she made wearing a Bernie shirt, and
I
she's like,
fucking
okay,
saw that
boomer.
coming so
Okay,
hard.
boomer. It's just that dismissiveness of the older generation, which, by the way, is the tactical structure that Malian used in the Cultural Revolution.
Bro
to
is
awaken the
mad.
Red Guard against
Hold
the
on,
old
pause it,
culture
pause
of
it, pause
China,
it,
their
pause it,
parents,
pause
their
it.
teachers, and so on, to create that
Bro
generational
is
split. So
mad
this group is doing
because the younger generations.
I'm having
want
an exorcism.
Like,
Bro, my head is gone.
This guy is mad because people are angry at the old generation for gatekeeping progress. Literally, we cannot progress as humanity, as a society, because the boomer capitalists are fucking it all for everybody. Like, we all need to acknowledge that the boomer capitalists currently withholding power from the rest of us are the root problem of all the issues in the world. We need to acknowledge this. Because at the end of the day, every single fucking world leader is on the same mindset because they all grew up in the Cold War, post-World War II baby boom fucking era.
Okay, but
Please
you're coming over
die
here, right?
faster. Please, die
I'm
faster.
trying. Look at my body, bro.
I'm not talking to you.
Where is my head? Oh my god, my head is coming out my ass.
Amazing. Like, literally.
But you're coming over here, right?
All politicians, all people currently sitting in politics. I'm dead. All people sitting in politics right now. Die faster. Exactly how I did just there. Die faster.
But you are coming over here, right? Yes.
Yeah.
I'm dead.
Literally, die faster. We need you in the ground so we can move past your literally, figuratively, practically retarded mindsets. You are withholding the world. You are creating conflict. You are the problem.
I'm sorry, Zapata. He's so offended by my laugh. Jekyll has left the room. Good. Fuck that guy. He sucked.
Fucking clip that. Boomers, die faster. Fuck these people.
What do you say, Boomer?
Okay, Boomer. Fucking fuck these people. Don't you agree, Archie? Yes. No, you're 100% correct. Lead poison syndrome. We should just call them lead poisoned.
Hey. How long... Does it give you a range on your weapons? Does it say what the range is?
Yes.
What? It doesn't even...
Thunder crossbow 250. Plasma big cannon...
250 is nothing, by the way.
Yeah, 1800 meters is the big cannon. 250, yeah, it's mid-range, the thing. You know what's funny? The shotgun has a range of 500 meters.
The medium range gun?
Yeah, the Stardust cannon has a range of 500 meters. The Thunder crossbow, 250.
Yeah, well, the Thunder crossbow is
Precision.
that's its downside.
Yeah.
Is its short range.
But then the
But it
Spark
also
Whip is super short range too.
the
60
Thunder
meters.
crossbow, it's also like it does affect things around it. It does small CC as well.
Yeah. But the Spark Whip is honestly the best. Super low range, but it will fuck people's day up. Okay.
Because I'm thinking there's this. It's a long range howitzer, but it doesn't it doesn't actually say the range on it. You know?
Yeah.
Might be an issue.
This reverse core is going to be crazy. Its boost consumption is 20, and it's only at 160 at level 1.
Okay. What were you having the most trouble with there? What enemies were killing you?
Oh, I just wasn't paying attention.
Oh, okay. What enemies were killing you, though?
Honestly, I wasn't really having an issue.
Okay.
I'm taking the Plasma Cannon C instead of the Big Cannon 2, though. And the Spark Whip, so I've got a bit of range and... Actually, I wonder what the range is on the cannon. Plenty, 1,500 meters. Oh, look. It changed again because somebody else joined. Great game. I actually
It's
love
just
how many
a
people play this game.
Yeah. Why not? It's gonna change again. I don't know why he got up.
Doing the same generational split.
Wingdiver's got heels on.
Their goal is to destroy the Republican Party so that they can create a power vacuum and fill it with radical right-wing revolutionaries. So woke right is kind of like the woke left is this kind of litany of bad ideas, right? You have on the woke left, you have the queer theory, the critical race theory, this race obsession, identity obsession. On the woke right, you have identity obsession. Again, it's all facing the other direction. So now instead of gay, it's straight. Instead of racial minority, it's white. So you have white. What are the worst ideas? You have anti-Semitism and outright Jew hate.
The Jews had better start being nice to people like us.
We can separate those. Anti-Semitism is a conspiracy theory about how society works. Jew hatred is just hating Jews. It's in a lot of ways worse. You have outright, racism that even culminates up into white nationalism and white supremacy showing up.
You know what I want? Total Aryan victory. That's all I want.
You have a weird kind of patriarchal, whether it's traditionalist patriarchal imagery from kind of the religious side of this, or whether it's this weird, literally they call themselves perverts, so perverted masculinity of what used to get called the manosphere.
I will state right now that I am absolutely sexist and I'm absolutely a misogynist.
That's very, masculinist, Andrew Tate, men should be in charge, knock the women down or whatever else. So you've got these really kind of suite of toxic ideas that fall way outside of the kind of ideas that support a healthy mainstream society. It's not just countering the excesses of the left. The left said we either can be racist or anti-racist, and there is no middle. There's no not racist, right? Ibram Kendi explicitly said we're either racist or anti-racist, and there's no such thing as not racist.
We're either being racist or anti-racist.
And the woke right says, yeah, that's right. That's absolutely right. You can either be racist or anti-racist, and anti-racist is what the left did, so we're going to be racist.
And who are the bad guys? It's
global trade. Yep. Jews. They call this thing the post-war liberal consensus, that following World War II, whether it's in trade or whether it's in political ideology, we set up a agreement, both internationally and within each free nation, that we will not go too far to the right, as they call it. We will not allow fascism or hyper-nationalism or ultra-nationalism, these kind of extremes that we saw in Italy and Spain and, of course, Nazi Germany. And
They
that
have anti-free speech laws. We're not allowed to say things about the Holocaust.
Right, which is actually troubling. I think free speech is absolutely necessary and a cornerstone, and we should allow people to make arguments and then allow people to refute arguments. This is fundamentally my premise. But they believe there's this
fucking Rolly guy.
Purpose was to craft a false conservatism that excludes whether it's racial nationalists or ethno-nationalists, whether it's hyper or ultra-nationalists, whether it's outright fascists, from the right-wing mode of thought. Some of them are more palatable. They can call themselves paleo-conservatives or the Buchanan right, following after Pat Buchanan's paleo-conservative movement from
Wasn't
some
he a
decades
Nazi?
ago. Some of them are wildly radical and have come up with elaborate conspiracy theories that it's not
Wasn't
just
Pat Buchanan
the post-war
the
consensus, but that was
New
all
Democrat guy?
constructed
Yeah.
around the Jews, probably
What are they
by
called?
the Jews, and that the Jews control
The Southern
world.
Democrats?
Where are
Yeah, those
the
guys.
executives that are Jewish at these companies?
That's kind of what I'm talking about.
Wasn't he the
This is
Reform
this
Party with Donald Trump?
invitation into extremism that is predicating itself
Somebody-
off of
Cal will
the
know,
excesses
Cal.
of the left. The left came around and called everybody a Nazi, so the logic
Am I
behind
right?
this
Am I
is
nailing
the
that? Is
maximum
that Pat
amount of
Buchanan?
charity.
He's like the
logic
racist
behind
Southern
this
guy that
is
did
that
the
if you're
Reform Party?
actually fighting for the restoration of America, then the left will think you're a Nazi or a racist and will call you those things.
If you are not being called a Nazi, then you are not pushing against the post-war consensus hard enough.
But the fact is, that's at the very least an
Oh my God, it's
extraordinarily
literally just
irresponsible way to
Nazism.
think about
It's
or talk
third
about
wayism.
this issue. But at the worst end of the spectrum, it's just an invitation to step into those identities, to embrace those identities, which is what we know people do psychologically.
James Lindsay,
One of
low-key
the
arguing
positions
against
that the
fascism?
people that I
What?
think are holding woke right
Yes, that's what this whole video has
is
been
that
about.
Hilarious.
Much of the reason why our society has gone off the rails is because we
He's
have
calling
been
them dark
tolerant
woke.
and accepting
What a fucking
of
idiot.
the LGB, not necessarily the T and the Q. In fact, they get very upset if you try to separate those. They need the unit together, just like the left does. And so, again,
It's
we have this guy saying, you need to
Bro,
step into
pause
a
it.
space where you're saying things, you're transgressing
I
the
can't right
boundaries,
now.
so that you will get
You just
called
gotta talk.
to be legitimately
Like the fucking...
a bigot.
The
against
problem is the removal of the T. The Q was added later. The original acronym is LGBT. Trans people have always been a part of it. The Q was just added for anybody who was not included in that instant, like, the four-letter acronym, to show that it wasn't just exclusive to that. Adopting, as the movement went on, new acronyms, whether you support them or agree with them or not, I'm not making a judgment on them. I kind of think everything past the Q is kind of redundant, but I'm not a gay, so I don't really, whatever, that's just my opinion, who gives a shit, right? But
I mean, like,
removing them
whatever
is stupid.
makes you feel special, you know?
Exactly, that's the whole point of it, right? It's meant to be your thing, make it your thing however you want. I don't give a fuck. I think it's kind of redundant after the Q because Q is queer and
Well,
queer
the
is
joke
kind of
is that
everything.
it becomes more exclusive than inclusive,
Yeah, and it's like, whatever.
which is funny.
It is kind of funny.
Do not die.
But
make sure you're paying attention because we are fucking getting really hit,
yeah.
right?
I ran away. But like the Q is there for people who weren't necessarily, this is how I see it anyway, that it's for people who weren't necessarily included in the original LGBT, which is not necessarily like the most inclusive, but also not exclusive at the same time. Like, you could probably, if you wanted to, fall into one of those four categories.
See, like, I see Q and the plus both being whatever. whatever. This means whatever else.
Yeah, exactly. And that's kind of how I saw it as well. And this is like, you know, whatever. It just becomes. I see it as a little. It's like the progress flag. I've talked about this before. I just see it as like kind of redundant. The rainbow flag is supposed to represent everything. I understand the Philadelphia flag, I think, is the one that added black and brown. Whatever. If you want that, sure, whatever. And then the chevrons, I think you explained it a little bit as like the chevrons are displaying that trans stuff needs to be spoken about a little more, and it needs to, or this might have been a way that was like argued against it. I can't remember exactly which way it was. But we were talking about how the chevron is like edging into the flag and representing that it's like these need to be spoken about as well. But I'm just like, well, isn't the rainbow supposed to represent everything, including black and brown? Like, I don't know. Need to talk to the gays, I think.
Were you not paying attention?
No, I was. I just got clipped. Hey, that's interesting. Gender and sexual minorities. That's interesting. Yeah, well, exactly right. And this is why I'm always like, oh, need to talk to the gays, because I'm just like, I'm theorizing. I'm just sort of having my stream of consciousness. Because it's like, I really don't care. Go
on. Because I was editing that interview, so I was just thinking, like, because, like, we talk about, like, he's like, you can engage with media and begin to understand people. Like, if you're racist, you can still just not engage with people and learn it. Right? And basically is what he's saying. And I'm just thinking, like, these people exist to tell you what to feel about those people instead of letting you experience them for themselves.
Yeah.
That's literally what these people exist for.
Well, people like James Lindsay.
Yeah. Fucking rubble, bro. I'm a fucking tank, and the rubble sent me airborne.
Yeah, the progress flag, I think the thing that gets me with it is it's like, it is that whole aspect with what I was saying, where it's like, it feels...
Sprite following us.
It feels like it's just super highlighting the trans people thing, and an argument could be made that may be a necessary thing. Maybe they should be hyper focused on, but it's also the addition.
If you could take care of the rollies, I can get the glip glops.
Okay. It's also like the addition of race, I feel, is a bit not necessarily controversial, but provocative, which might have been the entire point. Maybe like having a black only pride flag could have worked maybe too. I don't know. Again, I'm not black, but it's just like there's something about taking something that was used for so long for such important things, like
fuck ants,
gay rights, and taking that and changing it and being like, well, this other one is not as good anymore because it's not inclusive. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, and I understand the arguments from like the intersectional feminists and gay rights, where they're like, well, it was always white feminism, it was always white rights. I see that argument, I get it, but at the same time, you can progress the flag along with the movement and get rid of that and be like, okay, this flag might have represented this in the past, but it still represents the movement, it still represents everybody. It's now inclusive of other people. I don't know. I'm just like, what do you guys think? I'm really like interested in this discussion. Also, Yeah, okay. Yeah, and that's why the Q is like a whatever, right? Or LGBT plus, LGBTQ plus. What? Who cares? I'm just gonna say LGBT, and if you want to get butt blasted because I didn't say Q or plus, that's your problem. Like, like that's just. I don't know. I'm not gonna sit here and virtue signal because I know the 30 acronym update for the LGBT acronym. You know what I mean? Like, give me a break. There's more important things out there. Stories and narratives have power, is what. And intersectional, yeah. Front and center on being it. Yeah. I have friends who make personalized pride flags. That's cool. Personalized pride flags are cool. You do whatever represents you. You know, I like the one for each sexuality. I think is kind of neat because it gives people a vibe. It gives people an aesthetic, if you will. I don't mind that. I think just to avoid as much controversy as humanly possible.
About to be overrun.
Where from which
got
side?
the tower down.
Okay. Just for like civility's sake, even just having the pride flag anywhere, not really using any of the variations, might be a good idea. Unless specifically asked for by whichever use case is there. Like if a school puts up a bi flag because there's more bi people than gay people, or only bi people at this particular school for whatever fucking reason, right? Maybe that's fine, and at that point it's like, well, maybe instead of overreacting, you just ask, hey, why do you have the bi flag at the front of the school as opposed to the traditional pride flag or the progress flag, something like that. You know, just taking a minute, because not everything is that fucking serious, might really solve a lot of our problems. But who the fuck am I? I'm an actor. I'm Australian. The guy who designed it loves that the corporate-friendly standard that replaced his isn't a monolith anymore. Are we talking the original? The original or the progress flag? Local flags and group flags and all. Yeah, okay, that's cool. Like just let people. Yeah.
Fuck you,
exactly.
Glarp.
Let people be gay. Like fuck off. Like the flags are gay. Yeah, they're fucking gay. Get over it. Who gives a shit? Let them have their fucking flags, and you can have your fucking straight pride blue line flag as well.
Fuck you, Glarp.
Get the fuck over it. Oh my god. Oh my god.
What?
Hold on. Don't pick me up yet. That's how I died.
I'm busy fighting Glarp.
This is how I died. I'm so glad I got that on camera.
Fuck you, Glarp.
Amazing.
You're fucked. You're fucked. You're fucked. You're fucked. You're nailed him. Oh, big ants. Big ant swarm. They're coming right for us.
I had to pause my rant discussion to show how I died. That's how I died.
enough speaking about the horrors and the abomination of sodomy.
That's always the message. You are not, if you're not taking a sufficient stand against the poison that they believe has corrupted our society. That there's this kind of infiltrated, corrupting force that has to be purged out of society, and everybody needs to be a radical. And the test to see if you're a radical or not is if you're being called bad names, which of course adds in that if somebody calls you a bad name,
up, my
you're doing
Nazi?
the right thing. not necessarily you've misstepped or done something wrong. And it is true that the left abuse these terms, but it's also true that there are real limits. There is false racism, like when the left said that going on a hike is racist. That was ridiculous. But on the other
Some
hand,
white people shit.
there are true accusations of racism. If you hold hostile intent toward a person of a different race because of their race, you are racist. That is a real thing. And so we all know that there's a distinction there, but not in the radicalizing speech. You are to be a bigot, and if somebody calls you for it, that means you're doing the right thing.
I'm bothered by them in that now
yeah,
it was
retard
just the
is
woke
so
left
bad.
that hated capitalism.
Damn
which
it,
is
the
what
sprite
gives
file
people
launched
better
on me
lives.
instead of the
I
big
know, I
eye.
saw
Now
that.
these so-called right-wingers.
And it was the laser was
don't
on him
want
too.
people to buy and
Yeah,
sell freely.
it happens.
No, not at all. They make the exact same arguments that we've heard for decades, that capitalism has actually, made everything about the dollar. Everything's about
It literally
GDP,
has you fucking
and so
doofus.
You lose everything that really matters.
Just
like
look at
kinship,
how everything
nation,
runs.
and identity. They're
Absolute
openly saying
moron.
that they are a socialist on the right wing, but here's their argument. The Marxist socialism didn't work because it didn't incorporate the ideas of identity and nationalism. So
Oh
they
my
are
God, it's
in their
literally
own words,
Nazbol
I'm not
shit, bro.
exaggerating,
How
I'm
do you not
being
see
salacious,
this?
National Socialist movement.
So they're fringe. They're no real threat.
I wish that were the case.
John
I've
Stossel,
been
without
watching
fail,
them since
the most
2021,
triggering
when I
programming.
attended a conference to speak, and somebody in the crowd, not somebody on the stage, said to me, your work, James,
Oh,
is very useful
Glorp-
to us
Glorp's
for now,
brother,
so
Glop,
we
is
will
over
use
there.
you for the time being, but when the time comes, we will force convert you or kill you. And I thought, well, I should watch these people. I didn't take him too seriously, but we should watch what these people are doing. And I watched them build infrastructure. I watched them, so for example, the American Reformer, which is not very big. It's somewhat fringe. It's Christian nationalist, has a lot of money behind it. It's very well connected. It's connected
Christian
directly to an
nationalist.
organization called the Center
Kill.
for Baptist Leadership, which has its
Kill.
executive director in the White House on the regular. So it is not actually that fringe. And it's all connected also to the national conservatism movement, which is also not that fringe, especially in the White House, although they have slightly different ideologies.
Explain how national conservatism is different from regular conservatism.
They're bent on this idea that
Damn,
makes
Glorp.
them woke, that there is a
The sensor blew him up, and then I
lost
had a
and
sprite
forgotten
fall coming down on his
because we
corpse.
decided that being too nationalist is bad. Therefore, what we're going to do.
He dropped no credits. What a cunt.
Let's go. Attack the remaining forces in the escort unit and approach the mobile base.
That was a good mission. That was a really textbook, not too hard, not too soft.
It was good.
Is redefine conservatism in terms of national identity, which includes a religious identity, and I don't think they tend to go into an ethnic identity as much, but they're a very religious identity. So America
Gotta
should
watch
be
for
a
them
Christian
ethnics.
nation. Israel should be a Jewish
Green
nation.
ants.
Quite
Gotta watch out for
explicitly.
them
For example,
ethnics,
those are
mate.
two things that they actually talk about. National conservatism is actually run by an Israeli, so they're not particularly anti-Jewish. So their idea is that there's an identity politics around national identity located in the cultural mores of who a people are, and that has been pushed out of conservative politics by an illegitimate hegemony that has to be overthrown, which is woke.
But this boomer doesn't quite get it, and I don't see them as a threat. They've been banned from public debate for a long time, so now there's a fringe.
I wish that was the case. I believe that they are making a realistic bid to insinuate themselves deeply into the MAGA movement. What will happen as this ascends, to use their word, as the woke right ascends, what will happen? The first thing what we're going to see is we're going to see a bleeding off this broad coalition of people who voted for Trump for the first time in 2024. That includes Democrats, it includes lots of racial minorities, sexual minorities who weren't sure if they should vote for Trump. And these people who voted for Trump for the first time in 2024 are already starting to bleed off. I get messages literally every day now from people saying they regret voting for Trump, not because of anything Trump is doing, but because of how this crowd of radicals on the right is acting now that they have access to power. So we're going to see a bleeding off of the coalition that built Trump. We're going to see a splitting of MAGA on these fractious issues. Do we support Israel or are we against Israel? We're going to see a splitting of MAGA across that issue. These
What'd you
people won't
say?
see eye to eye. And as the MAGA movement fragments around...
What now?
This song. I wasn't sure if it was on the Apple Music or not, but I think it is. Let me see.
They're fast, but that's it. Shoot them and they'll go down.
They're the primary target. Get them!
The building is going down. Monsters! It's devouring the building.
All misses.
Not mine.
I didn't really bring shit because I didn't think it was going to be just green ants. So I was like, I'll bring a few things.
The rapier was the correct choice.
Yeah, because I have 2 wing divers with me. It's like not a problem.
Monster that eats buildings. Things aren't looking good for us.
around these polarizing issues. And as the woke right literally becomes all the caricatures that the woke left said conservatives are. You're racists, you're sexists, you're homophobes. And then the woke right say, yes, we are those things. The left is going to be able to point. You have a fractured coalition, and the left is going to point and say, they're all terrible. Hillary Clinton was right to call them deplorable.
I should have brought the melt tank.
And this isn't American politics, and they're going to be able to sweep back in and dominate and undermine Trump's agenda in 26 and 28 and then beyond.
As happened to the Democrats.
That's my point. In 2015, if we'd been talking about the woke kids on college campuses, that's what everybody was saying. Oh, it's just some kids on college campuses.
They're following their heart rather than their brain. It'll come to them. Same thing will happen to the misguided millennials once they start writing the checks.
Once they get out in the real world, it'll all stop. That's not what happened.
How long were you up for?
Transform the real
About
world.
half a
These
second.
guys are bent on taking power. They are deeply insinuated into the elite strata of MAGA outside of President Trump. I don't think President Trump agrees with them to the degree that he's even aware of it. But deeply embedded in their media ecosystem, their
I should probably not
conference ecosystem, and
I found the song
also,
though.
like I said, into the White House.
You say they're not fringe on Twitter.
They're definitely not fringe on Twitter. They control Twitter. And the MAGA media ecosystem, the alt media, is significantly controlled by
my God, cool.
radicals.
But they don't control Twitter. I mean, I see them on my feed sometimes and roll my eyes, but
Fuck
the
yeah.
previous Twitter controlled it from the left, and they wouldn't allow people like you or me on.
Yeah, they literally threw me off for 5 months.
But current Twitter has some of these people, and if you're seeing a lot of it, maybe it's because you're interested in the algorithms feeding it to you.
Some friends of mine did some experiments with this to find out. They made completely novel accounts that have interacted with nothing. They liked nothing, reposted nothing, posted themselves nothing, 0 followers. They have 1 follow. They followed 1 person because you have to.
Look how many
your
healing
account.
bands
And
there
the
are.
top recommendation is Elon Musk, so they followed Elon Musk, which is completely benign, whatever. And their feed, their algorithm from an account that does nothing is mostly this radical right-wing stuff. And if you step out of line, you will get swarmed.
This video is so
The same way
good.
that the left used to swarm you. You will get your account attacked. I know conservative Christians who have spoken out against this, who have had their identities revealed. They've been doxxed. I've been doxxed. Who've had their employers harassed over this. Who have had their family members exposed over this. The same kinds of behaviors we saw from the left.
Is that over? I think that's game.
Bangers.
It's doing this shit where it fucking opens my mic. Turn off. It's so annoying. I don't know why it does that.
Sick. Subwoofer. Well, here we go. Damn. Damn. Let's give that one a shot, huh? Sick, mate. Sick. Subwoofer. Sick, mate. Sick. Subwoofer.
Do you hear the mic in the game? Because it's just being annoying lighting
It
up.
does tell me that it's going on and off.
I mean, it's showing that. There's literally, I don't know what causes it. Like, I have the...
Sick, mate. Sick. Subwoofer. Sick, mate. Sick. Subwoofer. Sick, mate. Sick. Subwoofer.
I think I got it off. Nope, still fucking... There's literally no way to turn it off unless I remake the whole thing.
That's right.
So that's what I'm doing, so don't walk away. Can I deny permissions to specific apps? Let me do that.
Of course you can.
I bet. Okay. Down. Where do I do it? Additional device properties? In here? I cannot. It just says default. Okay, anyway. You... Same guy's doing too, so they must have heard me say it. Even though I have the volume to 0, I don't know.
But they also can attack your account using the various mechanisms within the Twitter reporting system still, just like the radical left did several years ago to get people like me kicked off. And they have shut down some of these people's accounts by getting them accused of being a false or impersonation account or whatever else. And there are mechanisms by which these are happening, and it happens in very coordinated.
Hang on, I care more about what this NPC says than James Lindsay. Ouch!
I'm sorry that I got you all involved.
Yo! It's juggling me.
Won't go down easily. Let's go out with a bang. Stick to the plan! We're going to sneak under the mobile base fortifications. It's dangerous, but it's the only way. It's all or nothing. Your plans are insane, Chief!
There appear to be multiple cannons on the underside of the base.
Look for a weak spot in their fortifications. There should be an area that's not shielded by the gold armor. The cannons are preventing us from getting in
Coordinated fashions, and if you talk about that it's happening in a coordinated fashion, a coordinated attack is virtually certain to land on you. So if you talk about anything within the realm of right-wing politics regularly at all, maybe that does prime your algorithm, but there's nobody else left. The left all left Twitter for the most part.
Well, not all of them. I get leftist stuff.
It's not like it was. They've got their blue sky, and I don't know what's going on over there.
Are you?
There's nobody on Blue
Yes.
Sky. What the fuck? Are you
After
talking
Elon
about?
bought.
So they didn't get you banned. You criticized them.
No, they have not got my account shut down yet. They have done other things. I can't look at my notifications whatsoever, so I can't use Twitter interactively. It's what Joe Rogan refers to as post and ghost, is about all I can do. So you post things and you just don't look at what happens. If I post anything on social media, or on Twitter right now, it is an absolute guarantee that an avalanche of abuse will come underneath, some of which is quite graphic, a lot of which is just calling me Jewish, which I'm not Jewish, because somehow Jew has become an insult for these people, and it's again a veritable avalanche of this every time. My experience is so toxic.
That's what you mean by you can't check your notification?
Well, I can if I want to read, 1,000 comments an hour about how fat and ugly and Jewish and sexually dysfunctional and whatever else. But it's not,
It sounds like it really
it's not
hurts
a really
your
productive
feelings.
use of my time to try to find thoughtful comments back to things that I've said, to whether or not I want to interact with those or share those, to have to wade through, literally a sewer. It's not all angry people out there. There are kind of a couple of phenomena that go beyond, James said something stupid online, therefore let's get him, right? One of those phenomena is that there are dedicated servers. I mean, the Groypers, as Nick Fuentes calls his group, have what they call Groyper chats. which are humongous Discord servers, back channel servers, where they coordinate.
This
how they're gonna
seems
attack
like
people. So you say something.
him being
you
really
fall
mad
foul
that
of
Nick
them,
Fuentes
and
stole
there are
his
thousands
entire
of people
audience.
who spend time in
Yeah,
these
well,
chat
maybe you should have
servers
cultivated
whose job it is to
Nazis.
go attack whatever they don't like, or like and retweet and
I
bolster.
guess you get what you fucking
congratulate
you
whatever
reap
they
what
do
you sow,
like,
huh?
in order to create a false impression of how things are liked and disliked on social media, and then also to harass people, and then to give people a lot of support when they take the radical positions, right? If you put out a post and say something very radical, and you get 40,000 likes, but it happened to come from that, you don't know it came from that. You just think you said something popular, so you get lured into pushing more radicalism. A second phenomenon is not just these back channel group chats, which can be thousands of people, by the way. It's also bot networks. Some of those are going to be run by domestic actors, but they're also being run by foreign actors. So why wouldn't a foreign government do this? China dedicates $16
The way that mech broke was so funny.
to attacking with information warfare into the United
What?
States. So there are huge bot networks. So what's going to happen? Or 16. The second phenomenon is not just these back channel group chats, which can be thousands of people, by the way. It's also bot networks. Some of those are going to be run by domestic actors, but they're also being run by foreign actors. Why wouldn't a foreign government do this? China dedicates $16 billion a year of a military budget to attacking with information warfare into the United States. So
true.
There are huge bot networks. So what's going to happen for talking to me? You know, I was surprised you guys even wanted to talk to me, not just because I'm broadly canceled with conservatives, and I know you guys are, you know, staunchly American libertarian, but you're going to get attacked on social media for this. You're going to get swarmed. They're going to make clips of it. They're going to try to take it out of context. They're going to try to make you look bad. They're going to call you.
Wow, you
all
mean
kinds of
Nazis are
names
dishonest?
because you've associated.
Wowee.
Guilt by association is
Bro,
another one of
it's
those
almost
woke
like you
left
should have listened.
on the woke right tactics.
Maybe you should have been cultivating
And,
the
you'll be
Nazis,
attacked
bruv.
Most likely on the stuff you put out by bot networks and these group swarms.
Yeah, you know what they say.
And I hope that doesn't happen to you. It's unpleasant, but weather the storm the best you can.
And I want to think of this as a small fringe movement, but some of them are now in Congress.
We should be Christian nationalists. We have a sickness in America. We really do have a war of good versus evil, or evil versus good.
She's been saying
It's
some
funny
really
because,
radical
like,
things, lately,
the fucking
in those lines.
he's like a
embracing
legitimately
the term
principled
Christian nationalist
libertarian.
Is
James Lindsay.
a
And
little
it's
complex.
no,
and
fucking
dangerous
Stossel and
because
shit.
It means a variety of things. It could just mean
And
that
it's
you
so
believe in
funny
Christian and civic
that,
renewal,
like,
and that you believe in your country, America. You know,
someone on the
cross
right
and
wing
flag.
actually
But it can also
stands
mean
on
some
their
very
principles.
extreme things. For example, that we have a theocracy. There's a book called The Case for Christian Nationalism, written by a man named Stephen Wolfe. It makes that case unambiguously that we should have a Christian prince who is the highest office in the land, above president, above Congress, above the judiciary, who is going to be chosen, not elected, and is going to be the embodiment of Jesus on earth that's now going to direct the American
stupid
public.
spider.
Blasphemers, idolaters, people of the wrong religions, atheists will all be punished, so that the broad civic
punish me,
religion
Christian
of
daddy.
whatever denomination of Christianity, I guess, is in the White House, or the Christian Prince, I guess, that denomination is going to be upheld, and it's not going to be spoiled, and if you don't, you're going to be punished. He explicitly writes all of this. Now, the interesting part about this book, The Case for Christian Nationalism, is that it is endorsed on its cover by the Israeli Jewish creator of national conservatism, Yoram Hazony, which this book would have him punished for being a practicing Orthodox Jew, but he's endorsed the book on its cover. There's a very mysterious phenomenon that is very hard to parse unless you see it through a lens of operationalizing and
Open that belly,
power
bitch.
for the movement through some kind of a radical politic. And there are others, I mean, that are close of this same line of thinking. William Wolfe, who's not related to Stephen Wolfe, is a political operator. He works a lot in D.C. He's the executive director of something called the Center for Baptist Leadership, which is directly tied to the American Reformer that I hoaxed. And he pushes similar views, although he's a little shiftier in terms of what he'll commit to. He signals that he agrees with these things when people put them on social media, and then later deletes the posts. This is a pretty typical behavior of his. But Marjorie has been pushing a lot of these ideas lately.
Lauren Boebert.
maybe we need to have some sort of legislation that requires constitutional lives and biblical citizenship training.
Right, so a direct violation of the First Amendment and the intention of the founders that freedom of conscience would not be violated. As a Tennessean, which is a great opportunity, it is fair, the Tennessee State Constitution does prohibit atheists from holding public office, which later had to be nullified by the First Amendment requirements of the country, but it also explicitly, Article 1, Section 3 of the Tennessee State Constitution explicitly says there will be total freedom of religion and nothing that violates freedom of conscience will be permitted. And therefore, that we can say, that was a 1796 ratification, we can say at the time, at the end of the 18th century, when the United States was figuring out
hey, wouldn't all this, like,
the mood of liberty,
kowtowing for Israel be a breach of the First Amendment?
By the end of the Civil War or thereabouts, this mood toward
considering that they're trying to tie Jewish and Israel together, that would inherently breach the Constitution
of the American experiment.
This is a Christian nation, and the Christians in this country demand that we have Christian leaders governing this country.
This is a very common line that they support, that what has been excluded unfairly by the evil machinations of religious liberty, which they call secularism, and conflate with the individual being non-religious, is the actual cultural rot that their guidance is going to have to step in and correct by compelling us to hold religious belief, or in the words, for example, of another guy, Charles Haywood, at least to pretend.
When we contacted you to talk about this stuff, you said you're surprised we're talking to you.
I'm surprised anybody's talking to me right now. I've been like how the
I
left
just killed
threw me
myself
out
so hard.
very unceremoniously after the papers. Much more, actually. You think the papers would have really ended me with the left?
Instead of
But
moving
no, it was
laterally,
when I said I was going to
moved
vote for Donald
forward
Trump
and
in
threw my laser
2020. It's
first.
when they really kicked me out. They flipped out. I was labeled crazy. I was labeled, I don't even know if you can say this word, but they called me openly retarded. They went all out, and I wasn't allowed to talk to anybody on the left anymore. That was the end of that. I'm voting for Trump.
All right. Tim Pool, a podcaster who I've praised for going there and seeing what's going on, says
James Lindsay's become so pathetic and desperate that he's destroyed what brand he had. Because I think he's trying desperately to get back in with the left. At some point, he decided Trump is going to lose, and he doesn't want to be on the wrong side of history.
That's exactly the opposite of all of my intentions. I have no desire to be back on the left. I'm willing to talk to anyone who will talk to me in good faith, but my goal is not to build a new sandcastle on the left. I was never to build a sandcastle on the right either. My goal was to speak the truth about what I see happening in the world with the greatest amount of clarity that I can, and let the chips fall where they may. And that's always been my goal. I actually do not think Trump is going to lose, and I'm trying to get away from it. I think that, as we just heard from Mr. Fuentes, wanting to destroy the GOP, he famously opposed Trump before the 2024 election, controversially. We see that, if anything, in my opposition to these people, that I actually support President Trump, which I do. I voted for President Trump in 2020. I voted for him again in 2024. I've been very enthusiastic about supporting him here and abroad. And I don't think he's going to lose unless he's undermined on his own side by a radicalism that he can't contain.
So you get trashed by
Bro, he is the radicalism,
right,
you
and
fucking
by the
doofus.
left, the Southern Poverty Law Center. Lindsay promotes conspiracy theory, alleging a communist plot to create totalitarian world government. He's repeatedly attacked the World Economic Forum.
Jews run the world, don't you get it?
Just go to their website.
He's a
No,
Nazi.
that's
He's
what
just
he's saying. That's
United
bad
Nations. It
to
sounds
say
like
that it's the
No,
communist, not the Jew.
But you know, pretty much everything. the
He
United
just
Nations
doesn't
has
like
is
how
completely
open
dressed
they
up
are
in
about it,
Agenda
you know?
2030.
No,
He's
he says it's actually communist.
All the schools.
Yeah,
There's
we
outright
would
curriculum that has been produced.
You see,
for
it's
sustainable
the same
development
thing, except it's
agenda.
old school
Okay, so that's fine.
anti-Semitism
So what is the World Economic
versus
Forum?
neo-Nazism.
What's the 2030
You know,
agenda?
neo-Nazis
What's wrong
aren't
with it?
cool
It's
because they're not
17
like
goals that
the
they have.
old school
The 17th
fascists,
goal is greater global
where it's like,
cooperation.
there's
It is to
a
centralize power
communist
around
plot to
whether it's
undermine the
environmental
government.
action,
Communist
or whether
means
it's kind of more friendly sounding things like ending poverty and
Open your mouth, bitch.
You know, it's like saying urban.
I got lasers for you.
You know, the urban.
Concentrate
Oh, sorry,
more and more
my
and more
Nazis.
power in a global international organization. When we talk about the attempt last year, for example, with the World Health Organization, which is subsidiary to the United Nations, as part
There's
of the
no way that just flew
where
into it, I
Tedros
was gonna
Ghebreyesus
say.
had come out and was explicitly trying to put forth a pandemic report that was going to hand over in any public health emergency all power to dictate its response to the World Health Organization, so the United Nations, for example. This kind of move is all to concentrate power in a centralized global location to strip national sovereignty and to strip individual sovereignty.
Oh, you
for
have
how
a
we're gonna
laser?
deal with
I have a
whether
laser
it's
too,
pandemics,
bitch,
or
die.
whether it's going to be pollution or whatever they choose to declare to be a problem.
Bro,
if we're too rich in the West,
I
and
fucked
someone
Glorp
in
and
Africa
Glop
is
up
starving,
just
we
now.
have to end hunger.
They
Well,
like
going to have
literally
to do something
dropped
about that.
to where I
And
was
it's
too
easy to
close to where they couldn't
assets.
use
So
their
I
shield.
completely believe
Oh, that's
that.
funny.
And my thought with this is that that's the engine, probably in partnership or at least side by side with the CCP and its agenda for global power holding, and they're communist.
True.
It's in the name. It's one of the C's.
They're not
And
communists, though. They're
they
also
work like
fascist.
the engine, if you imagine a car, and the World Economic Forum is the transmission.
Oh
If
my
you need
God.
the power out to the wheels and make something
What a
happen in the
doofus.
world, you have to have a transmission in your car. And the transmission works at the World Economic Forum by bringing world leaders, NGOs, and business leaders, many of the largest corporations, corporate leaders, into the same room and binding them around an agreement, it's an informal agreement as far as I know.
Oh, damn.
to uphold this
Glorp, where'd your
stakeholder
hands go?
economy model.
They're gone.
And the stakeholder economy model is going to be meant to serve this United Nations agenda. So that's the transmission. That's how you get policymakers, nonprofits, and corporate entities exercising their power
nonprofits,
within the market
Russian.
to operate as a single entity or as a cartel, if you want more colorful, flat language.
And I would think that the nationalist
Cartel?
right, who you're criticizing,
Stop
would agree
fucking
with you
stealing our
about
shit,
that.
bro.
Well, that's because they want to control the power themselves. They do somewhat agree, but they also
Open up,
hold the
bitch.
same stakeholder model. So they want to implement the stakeholder model piecemeal rather than in a single global block. So the stakeholder model is, in fact, the thing that Tucker Carlson and J.D. Vance were arguing against Ben Shapiro for. The start of that argument in 2019.
Look at him, he's holding his shield way up there because that's when he first got hit, you idiot, Glorp. Glorp, you fucking moron.
We have all the cool stuff we have, right? I mean, yeah, well, look, I'm for capitalism.
The start of that argument was that Tucker Carlson did a weird monologue where he said that he would support Elizabeth Warren for president over Trump if she dropped the identity politics because he really liked her economic.
We killed the mobile oppression palace.
Prescriptions make obvious sense.
Her economic program had come out the previous year. Yeah, it's pretty astonishing. And
Bro, I can't believe it. We did it. Hey, there's
Fade
still
to
things to
black.
kill. Don't fade to black. No!
The fade to black.
Destroyed the mobile base. Badly preventing enemy major offensive.
Oh, barely.
3 years later. Oh, shit.
Time skips. Hell yeah. What's up, doggo? You were the star earlier. Spine blaster. Handy saver. M2 Raper. Less energy. Nice.
Bro, they gave me a Phobos Plan 3 and when I can't use it.
Amazing.
That's just dirty.
And you can go back to the previous year. Elizabeth Warren had put forth something called the Accountable Capitalism Act, which was going to restrain capitalism and restrain the way that corporations are able to behave under the brand name of accountability. And this was the thing that he favored, and Ben Shapiro opposed. And J.D. Vance said, no, we actually do need a more accountable capitalism. We can't have free capitalism.
I think that what we have to recognize is that at some level, the American government is going to be doing something in the American economy, and we should have a discrete view about what we want that to be, and we should be pushing back against the excesses of the left, which it's hard to do if your view is, well, the government shouldn't be doing anything vis-a-vis the economy, which I'm not saying, of course, is your view. I don't want to caricature it. But I think
That's
that
pretty
if
close,
we-
actually. I think you're caricaturing it.
Well,
Pretty close.
And so this is the stakeholder model. There will be stakeholder representatives who decide what we can and cannot do in business, how big our businesses can be, what actions they can engage in the name of the stakeholders. And this is the model that they are actually proposing. Now, if I tell you, it's going to be very shocking if you find out where the first place this model was ever implemented. The first place the stakeholder model was ever legally implemented was in 1937 in Germany, and it was called the Nazi Shareholder Act. And you can go read the bill yourself if you can find it in English. It's hard, it's in German. But the Nazi Shareholder Act said that the corporate power had to serve the folk, the people. And therefore, the party was going to act as stakeholder representatives so that the corporations would have to roll.
Shut up, James. Nerd is
Sounds like
talking.
China.
You just got here, huh? Well, you made it just in time.
Why am I so thick?
Let's go.
This wing diver's going to sleep.
Brave and strong. Our muscles will protect you all from any harm.
What is happening?
Everyone was convinced that the primer had come from space, but that's not it. They came from the future. It's why they suddenly appeared above
Look,
orbit.
I can sleep too.
breaking the barrier
Bro.
of time.
Sleepy time.
Well, you hear what he just said?
It was in Japanese. I didn't understand.
He said the primers didn't come from space. They came from the future. They've been coming from the future the entire time.
So how did they get here?
They were already here.
The whole time?
Yeah.
It's some, what was that movie that did that bullshit? Oh, they were here the whole time.
Planet of the Apes.
Sure.
You made it out alive.
I look great.
Do you have any idea how relieved I am?
Why is she caked up like that?
I don't know.
And you were on the front lines the whole time? I can't believe you survived.
Is this the third time we've done this?
Yeah.
That's horrific. Those
But they've
bastards
said
have no mercy.
different things. He just the time travel thing is what he didn't
I
say
evacuated
before.
with my family, but we were attacked by monsters. I alone survived, and I'm back here again. Don't worry. I've made up my mind. The captain has arrived. Let's talk later. We'll have time.
Gather round, scum. Line up.
Hi, Daddy.
It's a big mistake to assume that you're a new recruit.
It's only with our sacrifice that mankind can still exist down here in paradise.
Here
Let yours be a real bright. It's time for us to bring the light.
Right now it seems all dark and grim. Bring your courage, shine your light for the world, our gem.
Invaders have breached the base. Arm yourselves. Invaders!
I can't believe it.
The base is under attack. Come with me if you want to live.
Okay, Rick.
Fight. Commencing counterattack.
Rely less on shareholder primacy and deflect at least some of their shareholder responsibility into party, into the Nazi party. And so the corporate environment was now going to serve the Nazi regime. And of course, we're not talking about Nazis now.
Oh my God.
It's just the same
I can't get through the door because
that we're going
the
to now
guys
take
keep
out
fucking
shareholder
blocking
primacy
me.
and replace it with
Now I'm on a
stakeholder
shelf.
primacy, where the stakeholders are the people, so everybody, but everybody can't actually vote in a shareholder or stakeholder meeting. So you're going to have unelected, unaccountable expert representatives who are going to decide what is in the interests of, if you want, on the woke left, they say what's in the interest of sustainability and inclusion. And if you want it on the woke right, they call it the common good conservatism. In my opinion of that is, who are you to tell me what the common good is?
And Ben Shapiro is woke right?
No, definitely not. Ben Shapiro is certainly not. The woke right are the same kind of radicals.
It's all right.
Ben Shapiro
It took
is
3
a
years to
conservative
recover,
outside of
but
kind
it's
of
all
the
right now.
what we would consider the the establishment
Can't hear
or
you.
whatever in his Daily Wire role.
Ah!
He still believes in a fundamentally
Glorp!
liberal society. Ben Shapiro is in no way woke right. The woke right is a much more radical segment that does not want to continue with the mainstream American project and conservative values. They have, in fact, they openly say that they're not conservative, that they are radical right-wing revolutionaries, is a quote I hear from them a lot.
You say that Vice President Vance is in this cult?
Vice President Vance is close to many of the people who are, especially the thinkers behind this. So philosophers like Gladden Papin and Patrick Deneen, who most people haven't heard of, but who have been pushing the post-liberty philosophy of Leo Strauss particularly, but other thinkers. James Burnham is another name that they're very frequently citing. We don't have to get into the philosophical weeds. And like I said, in 2019, he very clearly argued against Ben Shapiro, saying that the point of Hillbilly Elegy was that our capitalism had abandoned the national interest.
While the government shouldn't be controlling the American economy, we should have as a policy consensus a view about what we want the economy to be and to put a little bit of a thumb on the scale to make that possible. That's sort of more where I wish we would go. Maybe protect its nascent industries from foreign competition.
They had abandoned the people of America, people like his family, which is what the book was ultimately about. And so that we need to think about a different kind of economic system. And Tucker Carlson agreed with him. So there is this element. I don't think that he's obviously, dipping into anti-Semitism or white nationalism or any of that. I doubt that he's a fascist. I think he describes himself in a technical term as a distributist, which is just another way of saying your company got too big, so we need to take some of your property and distribute it further down the chain. The means of production have to be distributed more widely. And so he's very against large multinational corporations and the things that they do, and wants to limit them specifically around the concept of a national, not just interest, but a national identity as well, rooted in both American, whatever heritage identity refers to, that's a word that they use, but also in terms of a religious identity.
But reading
Social
Hillbilly
nationalism?
Elegy, which I thought was a terrific book,
Sounds familiar.
and insightful, he does praise Toyota for creating jobs for people in West Virginia. International trade.
Very complicated. That he explicitly says in 2019 that to answer Ben Shapiro, that the reason that what the book is about is that our big multinational corporations are selling out the American national interest, and that we need something different.
And some people do lose jobs because of global trade.
Certainly, yeah. It's one of the consequences of it, and these are actually real issues, and I think that the Trump administration, with either wisely or unwisely, is attempting to tackle them. The tariffs experiment is certainly an attempt to tackle that issue. Trying to figure out what do we do with the fact that China has become our primary supplier of virtually everything, that Mexico is a major manufacturer of almost everything, that even allied nations like Taiwan are overwhelmingly producing almost all of our semiconductors that we use for chips. These are real difficult questions that it is actually in the American national interest
Why
to
is it
answer.
a difficult question? I think of people in Mexico
James
and
Lindsay,
Taiwan as our
pro-Biden?
friends. They will sell us stuff.
Do you think of people in China as our friends?
Well, the government is not.
The people, of course, and the government is not. And so the government can, if you have most of your manufacturing located in a foreign country that decides to become a hostile interest, you've got a major problem on your hands. If you, whether it's a trade war or whatever it happens to be, if they decide to turn off the tap to something you need, like prescription drugs, you're in a very vulnerable position.
And it puzzles me in that now we know what works. We can look at different countries, see the United States and Hong Kong and Singapore. And
Fucking doofuses.
free markets make people's lives better off. And as they continue to lift people out of poverty, they keep
I'm
getting
just laughing at
attacked.
the android
Because
cartwheeling
it
through the
works,
air
and
because I
when you have
attached
free
a drone
people
to him.
who can engage freely with one another and trade or other ways, you actually have literally a rising of all ships, because what you have is a people who are free to do with their things as they will.
These guys love the
and
smell
they
of their own
therefore can
farts.
implement their stuff, their money, their resources, their talents, whatever they happen to be, to solve problems for other people. And when you solve a problem for other people, even if it's a kind of flimsy, silly thing like entertaining them with a silly game on their phone, when you solve a problem for other people, they'll give you money for it in exchange. And what happens is you actually generate value because you have two parties, one who's exercising their property and their talent
because they
to
launch
produce
from
something
you
that they have in excess,
instead of the
that's
sky.
a surplus, and they're willing to sell some of that surplus to somebody else who's willing to part with their financial
doing the
resources
surplus
in order
talk?
to obtain it. So both parties receive more value in a
Surplus what?
fair and free exchange, which means you've
We're doing the
created
surplus
wealth.
talk.
That's what wealth is. And that's why capitalism raises us out of poverty, and that's why it raises people's standard of living, and it's why it actually leads to greater prosperity for everybody who gets to participate in it. But the problem is, it requires people to be free, John. They have to be free. And you can't control people who are free, and they might do the wrong things. They might make a silly game on their phone, or they might produce illicit materials that, pornography or whatever else that they don't want sold. And those are questions that every society has to decide. Where's the line between
no, wrong one.
favorable and illicit materials. But you can't trust people to just do the right thing, so we need to have a government system to tell them to do the right thing in the name of the common good.
Exactly.
That's the mentality. Well, who's going to decide that?
You
Well,
point a
only
gun
the
at them,
enlightened thinkers
and you say, do it,
who
or you
understand
die.
the stakes and that are the true representatives of the stakeholders. Your poor people can't make good
And if you
decisions for
don't
themselves.
listen,
They need
slavery.
the elite who will tell them what to do, and then they will solve the problem. This is what the woke right subscribes to. It's elite theory from the Italian school, if you want, or on down. There are cultural elites. who have
Italian
to set the
school?
tone
Which
because
Italian
the
school?
Plebs and the
He's talking about
proles and
fascism.
the
He's
hoi
saying
polloi
woke
aren't
right are
capable of
fascist.
managing their own affairs.
But
And
he
if you
won't
need
say
proof that they're not,
fascist
just look
because
what freedom has got us so
people will
far.
be like,
That's
"Oh,
the
I
thing.
love
Tucker
fascism."
Carlson, you mentioned. Is he woke right?
I think he is, yeah.
Why?
First of all, just to
Absolutely.
say he's in this Pat Buchanan mode. That I think that is his objective, is to bring Buchanan-style paleo-conservative, they called it, politics to be the mainstream current of the American right wing and the Republican Party. So that's, I think, where he starts. But if you listen to what he does, he's got a very consistent pattern. It's that which we
Watch
are
out,
not
it's Glop.
supposed to know is
Glorp's
more
brother.
likely to be true.
He
Glop is
interviews
fucked.
these conspiracy theorists. But
Sometimes.
he doesn't totally buy what they say.
But he gives them softball interviews where he asks them no challenging questions and lets them speak.
Oh, watch
which
out,
is
it's
fine.
Gleep.
This is free speech, and it's
Their
his
cousin.
platform. He's more than welcome to do that. But
Come here, Gleep.
his justification for why we should believe these things is other things have been withheld from us. We were lied to about a lot during COVID, for example. Therefore, whatever they don't want us to know, you're not allowed to talk about, is more likely to be true than not. But it's the woke way of knowing. And the centerpiece, as we've all heard for years now, what's the centerpiece of woke knowledge, right? It's other ways of knowing, indigenous ways of knowing, feminist ways of knowing, right? We've heard those terms again and again, and we see this in country after country. There's a major struggle in New Zealand right now where something called
No way.
Matarunga Maori.
No way.
I don't care about your life wherever you are, guy who's supposed to be talking to me.
Which is Maori ways of knowing, is being considered by the government to be treated as equal to science. We saw the science and roads must fall movements in South Africa that have had disastrous effects. Other ways of knowing, indigenous knowledges, that's what was in the feminist Glacier paper that I objected to, feminist ways of knowing and indigenous ways of knowing. So Tucker has a presentation that there are other ways of knowing outside
yes,
of what
only
they will let us
white
talk
knowledge
about
is
or
valid
know.
knowledge. Good
And
job,
that if
James.
It's another way of
You
knowing.
fucking
It's
mongoloid.
more likely to be true, and that's what I say is woke thinking.
So that includes Winston Churchill was actually evil, not a
Correct.
hero.
How would you assess Winston Churchill? I thought Churchill was the chief villain of the Second World War.
The winners of World War II so to speak, wrote the history of World War II so that we would believe that Hitler was objectively evil and that Churchill and to a degree FDR were objectively good, and that there was no crooked dealing with Stalin or some kind of an alliance that went beyond the war alliance, and so that this was all the belief is this was all a huge lie. So we need to start looking at alternative histories of World War II, very much like how the New York Times 1619 Project said we had to look at alternative histories of how the American Republic was founded in 1619 with slavery,
Right, he's
or how
fucked.
Howard Zinn wrote the People's History of the United States and did a complete hatchet job to explain that from Christopher Columbus on forward, it's always been a means of putting the moneyed elite in control of everybody else. It's just a revisionist history that tells the completely opposite story on the basis that the
They do be
official
making glip-glop
narrative
noises.
is very likely or must be corrupt.
And Howard Zinn's People's History is still what most of the kids learn. And
I hear it standard.
I think by itself is more powerful than all these woke right people put together.
I don't know how many podcasts you listen
Woke
to, but
right.
the average young conservative...
Bro, Mussolini was
while
woke
they
before woke.
studied Howard Zinn in the classroom.
I know, right?
Spends a lot of time listening to podcasts.
Mussolini,
from
the origin of
alt-media
woke.
Space. So we see statistics like
Why
that
am I
the
coming back
younger
to booty
generation,
ass
the
on
younger you
screen?
go,
Oh, that was
the
when
more
I died.
conservative they are. But my point is that after a certain point, they're not getting more conservative. They're getting more radical.
Oh, look,
Like I
this
said,
has got
radical
help.
right-wing
Help!
revolutionaries.
Gleep's tentacle is fucking trapping me.
Is the descriptor
Well, look,
that they
look
use.
at
In a
they
sense,
redesigned this. It's got
great
like
that
colorful
we're having
front.
a conservative revival, and I think it's
The depth
a
crawler.
necessary corrective in the United
Yeah,
States
it's a
in
little
lot of
bit-
ways, including the
a little bit
religious
nicer.
revival
bit
that we're
more
seeing. People
anime.
getting back into church, trying to get civically engaged, trying to think about what it means to have been an American and to conserve that, you know, for future generations and their families and to prioritize. But there's
What
also
future
called falling
generations
off
of
the
what
cliff,
families?
right? And going
Maybe
completely
preserving
bonkers, which
the
I think
future
right,
for the
you said crazy, I say
white
woke,
children,
but I think that
maybe?
woke is the mechanism of falling off of that.
Man, that
cliff.
sounds very familiar. I wonder where that comes from.
Title.
I bet
time
it's
to
nowhere
finally tell the
controversial or
truth
anything.
No, no,
about
no.
9/11.
There are
You don't
likely
understand.
unanswered questions that the public doesn't know about
That's
that
the woke
situation,
right.
so that's a grain of truth, right? And there are a lot of people who speculate, which is a very fertile field. But the conspiracy
Hey, my
theory
history.
in general serves as a kind of gateway. One conspiracy theory leads to another, leads to another, leads to another. The flat Earth conspiracy actually has this function. You will buy into that, and you think, wow, they lied to me about all of these things. You're more likely to believe they've lied to you about this next thing. So if you're a propagandist, I'm not calling Tucker
Dude,
Carlson
bro is
propagandist
explaining
in
information
general.
warfare.
If you are a propagandist, you can say,
I
look
told
at
you.
A,
This is
lied to
crazy.
you
They
about
literally-
look at B, they lied
Ben
to you about
Shapiro's
B.
also
Now
doing
look
this.
At C, which is something
They
this is
literally
what you
have to.
believe that's not
They,
true.
their fucking
And they
audience
don't
has
want
gotten
to
so brain
That's
broken.
right.
They
So
literally
there
have to
is
reprogram them.
there's
That's
a
so
mechanism
fucking funny.
by which you can lead people into miseducation about the world that they're in by using grains of truth of things that they've been lied to about in the past.
Wow,
One of the
this is
things
like shit
woke
I've
does,
been
it doesn't
saying
matter
for
if it's left
fucking
or right,
months.
Or if it were in service to some other kind of position, religion or whatever else, is that it marries
And
the
now-
Who
truth
killed
with the
you?
lie.
And
Was it
now-
Glorp or
What that means
Gleep?
is They tell a
I'm
little
not
bit
sure.
of truth,
And now,
and then they
now,
wrap it in a lie.
what's going to
Or
happen
the
is
other way
because
around.
we've
They
been
tell a
talking
little
about
bit
this
of
for
truth. It's like
fucking
the-
years, and now
it's like they wanna tell
dumbass
a
and
lie. It's
fuckwit
like
over
the
here
pill
are
inside of a
now
piece of
talking
cheese you
about
give
it.
to your dog,
We're
right?
going to get
So the-
accused
the
of being
truth is
conservative
the
again,
cheese around
even
the
though
pill.
we've been
And so
talking
they
about
marry a
this
truth
for
to a lie.
fucking ages.
So the left said there are all these racial disparities. Look, equity means that there should be equal. If all the races are really being treated equally, if we're actually all equal as races, then what we should see is proportionally the same number of people from different races achieving at the same rate, and that's called equity. And we don't see that, so therefore, it's called disparate impact analysis. We must have discrimination hidden somewhere, so we're going to start fudging the access points in order to overcome the inequity. That's the leftist view, right? But it is true that there are differences
guy
in
just be
outcomes.
saying
It's not
shit.
true that there's a hidden discrimination.
I know,
that's
Glorp.
causing it.
He's
There
always
are
like,
other
"Block, block, 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 block,
forces
block, 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 block."
Google for talking about that with why.
And I'm like,
women
I don't
are
care about
less
your
prone to
family,
show up
Glorp.
in tech.
You gotta
brought
die.
Data to the table, and you got in trouble for that. So the woke right does the same thing. It is true, in my opinion, at least, I think it's just true, that there is a global effort to drag the world into a socialist or communist structure.
Oh my God, you are so fucking dumb.
Right-wing speech. We all experience
Yeah, I
it.
know,
It is trying to
right? Fuck
control the
Glorp.
population. There are lots of grains of truth from which they can launch. It is true that the left has been excessive with calling everything in the world racist and sexist and homophobic.
Not really.
And it goes on and on. Those are all true. But it doesn't mean that it's also true that the correct solution to this is a radical nationalism, is throwing out the Constitution as a failed document.
Didn't you just say you
or
support
that
Trump?
We should lean into actual racism, sexism, and abuse and bigotry as some kind of a defiant stand. So
You've already
they've
done that.
wrapped
It's over.
that
You've
little
done
bit of
this
truth
already.
with a lie in order to be able to get
Oh,
people
here
to
comes
go
the-
radical. And this is exactly what the
They're
woke
gonna
left
do the
Back
pod
to
babies.
attacking you from the left. This one more from the Southern Poverty Law Center. You're the leading voice in reactionary anti-student inclusion, anti-LGBTQ.
Yeah, I hear these things a lot, and this is obviously so.
Bro, you already hear them glorping before they even get
I
dropped?
have no problem.
No, there's one right here.
Let's be correct.
Oh.
LGB.
Oh, here
yes.
comes more.
T, very complicated, mostly no. Q, absolutely not. Q is a political stance designed
look.
in its own definition.
He's talking about what we were talking about before.
Defined by David Halperin, you can look it up. It is defined as whatever is at odds or opposed to the normal, the legitimate, and the dominant. I am not okay with a permanent transgressive political philosophy. So the Q, that one's out. But this is the trick, John, and this is how it works. I don't want the Q. I think the T is trans is completely misunderstood, and it's a tragedy what's happening. I'm completely fine with LGBT. I don't care. That's fine. Live
James
your life.
Lindsay is actually
separate
dark woke.
adult versus child, separate public versus private, and be happy with whatever your cards are. That if you can do that, be responsible with it, and it's fine. Who cares? So I have no problem with it. But they say James is anti-LGBTQ, as though I'm against all 5 of those things, where I want a clearer understanding. I'm fine with 3 of them. I want a clearer understanding of the T, and I am opposed to the political project of the Q.
I thought the Q, queer, just meant different, not the normal hetero, homosexual, just different.
No, it's actually defined very explicitly by David Halperin. The book is called Saint Foucault. It's on page 62 if anybody wants to look it up.
On
It's
page
very
62.
explicitly defined as being
I love
unlike
this.
Gay identity.
So he's saying that, like,
a positional,
somehow-
not- he says it is not positive.
Like,
in other
do
words, it's
people
not
who
real.
identify as queer
It's positional, in other words, it's political.
believe this, whatever you're spouting?
I know, right? It's like, oh,
Like,
I guess
I'm
this is
telling
the
you
god
what
of the
you
gays.
are.
This is the god of the gays, everyone. This is exactly how you all.
I read it on
believe.
page 62 of one specific book.
Yep, page 62, God of the gays. Literally the biblical text of the gays. Don't you understand? It is absolutely correct. You have no argument. Page 62. Do you have a source? Well, John, do you? I didn't think so.
Like I said, does he believe that all queer people hold this philosophy?
Yes, all gay people have no agency.
No, queer.
Sorry, the queers
it's
have
only
no
the Q.
agency. Agency is gone. They're communists, don't you understand? They're a hive mind. You know, they have zero agency. So you can dismiss them and dehumanize them all you want because they aren't humans. They're robots. They're NPCs. They are unthinking tools of the queer agenda, you see. The gays are going to take over the world. It's not the Jews you have to worry about. It's the gays.
They're just birds.
Okay, I've done my funny. You can go.
They're an enemy that can't be taken down with missiles. Impossible for us to deal with.
Man, I'm dealing with Glorp over here real quick.
Oh, dragon.
Man, I gotta get Glorp.
He does not like my Stardust cannon.
You can't pierce their armor.
Glorp, would you die already? I want to see the dragon. Hey, there it is. I got him now.
Yeah, because I am here.
No, once his legs are off, I can stick him. What the fuck just killed me?
Probably the dragon.
We know where the enemy is.
It was definitely the dragon.
The enemy's near. Stay alert. I got it.
Stop shaking. It's dark. You'll miss your shots. The captain's hurt.
We could be attacked at any moment.
Legitimate and the dominant. And then he goes on to say it is queer is anybody who is or feels marginalized as a result of their sexual practices.
If they feel marginalized, I'm sympathetic.
I see nothing.
I'm sympathetic to a point.
I see no issue with this.
I'm not sympathetic to somebody who feels marginalized because they can't walk down the middle of the street in daylight with a child dressed in fetish gear. They are not marginalized. They are imagining.
Yeah, that sounds like
so them
a
feeling
hyper-specific
marginalized
example.
Yeah, because that's what the author was talking about, Jay.
That's definitely what happened.
Woke mind virus.
Yeah, so the way that this kind of way of thinking about the world, woke way of thinking, spreads,
he's like, oh, these
is it is
bees
sort of
follow
viral.
me and
It's not a
keep
virus
stinging
that you
me.
go out in the world and catch it from somebody else coughing or whatever. There's no viral particles. It spreads through ideas. It's a mimetic.
My drones are taking forever to come back to me because he flew out of the fucking
and people
map
promoting and
with
pushing
him.
the ideology. So people put out these distorted and purposed ideas.
I'm
That's
losing
what
my
the
fucking
ideology is about how
shit with this fucking video. Like, literally everything we've ever spoken about, this fucking idiot is just spouting off like he's come up with it. Like, shut the fuck up. You absolute stupid cunt. You are part of the reason this happened. You don't get to come back and be like, oh, you should actually pay attention to this stuff. It actually is information warfare, and they're fascists, and they're using literal Italian fascism, nationalism mixed with socialism, and
but he's calling it woke,
and like
instead of fascism.
Fuck you. Like, actually, go fuck yourself. You deserve to linger in the trash pile of politics because you have made your bed. Lie in it, you piece of shit. You don't get to come bitch and whinge now after you've come to realize that you did this. Fuck you. Go fucking suck Tim Pool's little dick on his fucking dumb show. Go tell him. Go tell the audience directly. Don't go to fucking John Stossel. Why don't you actually put yourself out there and tell these people to their fucking face like they need to be told? But you're not going to do that because you're a coward. Just like every other fucking fascist loser. Unfucking real.
How the world really works, and they try to convince people to see the world in a new light or to wake up. That's why I call it woke. And so we know that there are lots of cases where things that people are seeing online lead to them, for whatever reasons, to pick them up. So one example that's almost a little silly but is very frightening, honestly, is when, especially I think young girls were watching TikTok videos of somebody with Tourette's having their tics and whatever else, and they started to develop these tics even though they don't themselves have Tourette's. And then we saw
they weren't just making fun of them?
Or? No. It's the phenomenon of social contagion, but that wasn't ideological in this case. This was mimicry. And so we saw this also with the woke left with the trans phenomenon, where we saw this rapid onset gender dysphoria, as Lisa Lippman called it, where you have this rapid explosion, thousands of percentage points raising of young women in particular, but young men to a degree, picking up transgender identity, And so quickly that
young women feeling I'm really a man born in the wrong
young
body.
women feeling I'm actually a boy, and the discomfort that I have in my body.
Well,
whether
he's
it's
saying
due
that
to, you know,
it's the
going through
women who
puberty,
upticked.
whether it's having been
He's the first guy who's not being like, it's the trans coming for your bathroom. They're coming for your daughter in a different way. They're going to make her want a cock, and not the way you think.
And that has exploded, as every parent in the country unfortunately knows, since just 2015. So this is a social contagion phenomenon. And how did it spread? Well, this ideology was being spread in fringe places, I'll add, on Tumblr and then later TikTok and across social media. And eventually it started to work its way into the school curriculum with the so-called gender-bred person and
That's
gender
where the goths come
unicorn,
from as
and
well.
there's 200 genders and which one are you? Let's all explore it. There's not everybody's the same kind of lesson plans that fall under so again, United Nations, it comes from a program called Comprehensive Sexuality Education, which was developed at the United Nations in 2003 in partnership with the International Planned Parenthood Federation, and has been deployed explicitly in our curriculum across not just the United States, but across the world in UN member states.
How dare they?
So we saw that there. Not to get diverted, and we see it again with the woke right and their
why
media.
Why would the UN want
posturing
to
very
teach
radical ideas.
sexual
You see them
education to people
displaying,
around the world? Oh
they
my
call
God!
it being based, but what they mean is being transgressive of social norms. Some of which came from the radical left, some of which come from actually being a responsible norm, like not using racial slurs, not blaming everything on the Jews, or engaging in anti-Semitic conspiracy theories, and so on. And to step into those is socially rewarded in this especially youth-skewed media ecosystem that's kind of flourishing, kind of under the surface, where boomers like us, even though I'm not a boomer, I'm a boomer according to these people,
You are.
see it.
Die faster.
And so they're catching the same idea. Rather than deciding there are 200 genders and maybe I can be, you know, a tree in my spare time, now instead that they're deciding, you know, maybe racism is what actually held society together and we should be a little bit more racist. Maybe we really have
demonic.
Hey, James.
Are they demons now?
Hold on.
Evil demons, I'm gonna kick your ass.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
Hey, James.
Brave men are crying
Time for
in
bed.
fear because of how those things look.
They're not fighting.
Time for bed, Boomer. Time for bed.
Can't win this fight.
Go home. Go away. Time to go home.
Crew sighted!
You can go. Is this video almost over?
Yeah.
I don't fucking claw my eyes
superior
out.
race in white people, these kinds of things. And they edge further and further into it. They transgress further and further into it. And this is the way that the mind virus spreads.
Glorp is very confused where the mortars are coming from. He's like looking around at his own hands and shit.
Give them thumbs up when they make a video with it. And then on the other end, somebody says something, you know,
Fuck you,
more and more
Glorp.
casually racist, and their friends give them a thumbs up, and it goes viral on social media eventually. And they say, well, I should do more of this.
He fucking bros.
Cool parties.
Just staring at his hands and gets a fucking missile to the
Just
face.
backing up to a part about the kids changing gender. In some cases, it's true.
What is?
That the woman feels she's in the wrong body.
It is actually true that there are people who have a persistent feeling that their sex identity does not match their sex. That is true. The baseline rate of that before this explosion in the past 10 years, the baseline rate of that was some very small fraction, 3 out of 10,000 or less, suffer it primarily in puberty. 80-some-odd% grow out of it. In other words, puberty is the cure. You go through puberty, you realize who you are.
Or maybe
hormones
the
calm
lack
down
of
in your brain,
acceptance made
and
people
you know, deal with
rather
growing up,
than
and the
transition
vast majority
fully
of them desist from
opt
that,
to
but
just
it does
deal
turn out
with
to be
it,
stable and persistent
resulting
in
in
a small
suicide at a
segment of the
higher rate than
population
probably
that
any
may
other
merit
community. I'm not sure though.
Yeah, I love it. It's like, maybe you'll figure it out. Maybe you'll kill yourself. Who gives a shit?
A psychiatric
Yeah, it
diagnosis,
doesn't matter to me.
but it's very rare.
Yeah, let's not
It is
understand
actually
this at
very
all.
rare.
Let's just
And
like.
so what you actually
Is
have
Evangelion
a
shit
larger
happening?
body of people who,
Yeah.
for social reasons or for reasons that overlap with
see
other
it.
psychological comorbidities, borderline personality disorder,
Oh, there it is.
autism spectrum disorder are very highly correlated with adopting a trans identity, for example, in young people. And then you have a ideological and social environment
'Cause it's an
in which
angel.
it's been encouraged. and
It's
been
Evangelion,
rewarded.
assholes. Come on.
And it actually is discouraged and punished to speak against that. You're not being inclusive. You're transphobic. You get called these shameful names. And so the same dynamic plays out there.
Thank you, James Lindsay.
Thank you, John Stossel.
Thanks for watching this longer conversation. If you want to help us produce
Thanks,
more
it was shit.
extended interviews, click that button.
What the hell?
Well, we won't let them.
Today we know about the woke.
It restarted the video. Sometimes it'd be doing that. Just wait till the next one. You're gonna love the
This is the
next.
next episode of my new series, tentatively titled Gloating About Australia's 3 Decades of Unprecedented Economic Growth and Prosperity. Look, it's not that tasteless. The 3 decades of growth did end. But hopefully
Hang
it's
on.
back.
1 second. Okay, we need to do something. We need to go in here. Playback speed 75. Okay, turn that down a little.
We've done why Australia's doing better than the UK. Now it's time to explain why Australia's doing better than the big boys, Pakistan and Bangladesh. Reason number one. Unlike Bangladesh, we've received the blessings.
See, I actually laughed at the joke there because it wasn't a rushed timing. like you're trying to get it out before you have to take a breath in or something.
It is a bit like that.
The world's most special man, Modi. That's my pivot. I'm shifting solely from being a Labor Party shill YouTuber to also being a BJP sycophant. I mean, from the amount of Indians I see pop up in the comments whenever something is even remotely related to the subcontinent, I'm guessing there's some money in it. So, if you love Modi as much as I do, subscribe to my Patreon. But if you don't love Modi and want Pakistan to have all of Kashmir, don't subscribe to my Patreon. Also, if you don't, I'm gonna kill this cow. I've got one in the other room. All right, now it's time for some commentary on the USA's Modi, Trump. Again, if you love Trump, don't buy Trump coins, subscribe to my Patreon. Like all respectable media outlets, funneling money back into him is the name of the game. But as much as I love Trump here on MAGA Geordies, this video will actually be about the decline or perceived decline of the United States of America and the rise, not of India, but the line of the Tasman Sea, Australia. We will be the new superpower by 2030. And I'll explain exactly
Whoever
why.
said that is clinically retarded. Like that is
American
an
declinism has
absurdly
always
fucking
been
stupid
part of the
thing.
American psyche. I mean, just take a look at this historical cartoon.
Haha! You'll never get me in here.
I tell ya, they don't make them like that anymore. Clear decline, especially now that you're importing Australian slop. The point is that I still haven't backed up or illustrated in any substantive way. American declinism is about as old as the United States itself. There you go, this article a bit. But I honestly think now there is something to it. The declinists in the 19th century were
I got
pessimistic, but that was before the US had trank and fent zombies lining the streets of major US cities. I mean, back then they were confined to the classy as hell opium dens. Come on. Surely the fact that there is an entire industry of YouTubers making good money by walking through drugged up parts of American cities is the sign
Hey,
that
look.
the American century of humiliation has begun. And
Jordan
guess
Shanks
what?
is falling for
now
Chinese
the inverse
propaganda.
is true for China.
Oh
I mean,
my god,
check
I
this
called it before
out.
he even said it.
I think these markers of despair can, in a sense, say more than the standard economic markers of line go up. Because if we just go off GDP or GDP per capita or the stock market, you'd think it's never been better in America. Yet any other indicator that isn't about how successful the US is at financialization and militarization, quite poor. To illustrate this, I'm going to be using the ostensibly poorer country, yet rising tiger, Australia, as a foil. In the USA, overdose deaths per 100,000 sit at around 30. That's up over 200% in 20 years, from around 9 per 100,000 in 2003. Now compare that to Australia. We had 6.6 deaths per 100,000 in the same year. Same disparity with alcohol, 14.3 deaths per 100,000 in the USA, with a large increase in the past 20 years. 5.6 per 100,000 in Australia. The US also has a higher suicide rate, homicide rate, violent crime rate, higher wealth inequality, higher poverty, and I really don't have any stats to back this up, but it's just shittier and dirtier. Basically everything other than the ability to leverage debt and own and produce weapons is worse in the USA than it is in Australia. Which is funny because the two things the USA is good at, financialization and militarization, are primarily the two reasons it's a superpower and why it easily has the material means to beat Australia in all of these categories that I just listed. These are all problems that are indicative of an empire in decline. As Chris Hedges points out,
there are physical manifestations of the decline of empire.
You got Blinky up there,
and we are dying in the same
He's got
way
Blinky
that
on the
empires
screen,
throughout
Jack.
history have died. Assault against urban centers. That's actually a characteristic of dying empires. The decrepit infrastructure, the abandonment of whole sectors.
Are you on the 5th gen account or the games account? Please tell me you're on the 5th gen. Fuck. Okay, leave a comment that says stick to comedy podcasts or exposing Australian politicians. This ain't your lane.
No. Anyway, also the platforming of black voices and black radical ideas is because when you get to that point and you're literally woke enough that you understand like black radicalism.
Yeah.
Right? Why would they platform you? That means they can't control you. Right? They need more of this idiot.
That's
right?
true. That's a really
like
good
if you're
point,
an opposition party, they don't want opposition away from their fucking agenda.
No, they want you to help feed
you're
their
still
agenda.
a victim of the fucking power structure.
Yep. That's a really good point.
Yeah, man. Just been listening to that
while editing.
Recording.
Making you think. It's good. I'm keen to hear it, to listen to it. So is it uploaded? Because I'll listen to it while I'm at the gym.
Yeah, it's up there.
Okay. Well, I'll listen to it while I'm at the gym because I'm actually keen to listen to it because the fucking conversation was great.
Find and destroy them. They're hiding around the city. Be careful.
Some call me naturally brilliant, but they couldn't be more wrong. I've just spent countless times more hours thinking than they have.
I saw an alien.
I'll show them who's boss.
Humanity's not gonna give up.
Looks like a battle.
Captain's hurt. You won't shoot when you see the signal. Roger. I'm ready to fire. This isn't like...
Humanity has grown weak. I don't know if we can go any further.
Of course we're weak. We're facing demonic forces.
Demonic forces.
But we're gonna survive. We will.
Of the population, the hollowing out of institutions that are unable to deal with the stresses that are put on a country. So the foundations rot away, the facade remains.
These problems that he's talking about, by the way, still easily solvable with like middle-of-the-road social democratic policies. So yeah, I guess the video's done. The USA is fucked. They're not going to do that. I mean, even middle-of-the-road Singaporean policies. All these markers of spiritual, social, and economic collapse for the ordinary American, I can barely claim a markers of the USA's inevitable decline because...
Huh?
He sounds drunk because you slowed it down. It's funny.
Well, he's actually understandable. Come here and glip glop. I brought a beam laser.
I have a pulsar spear.
Why would you do this to me? I was waiting to deploy it for you. Could have had it on this whole time.
Actually, I wonder whether you can direct the pulsar spear or it's a one shot, one way. See if you can direct it. No.
The country still has more means than any other country on Earth to address them. In fact, I'll go further, any other country in history. The problem is the political system of the United States makes it borderline impossible for any president or party to fulfill their mandate or objectives. It prevents long...
Does bro not understand what's happening in this country?
Elaborate?
He's basically saying they can't fix anything because the president doesn't have enough power and the systems are too locked.
That's fucking amazing. What a fucking idiot.
A base for their attacks on Earth.
Is that seriously the argument he's trying to make?
Bro, I think so. You tell me.
Go back.
Them. In fact, I'll go further. Any other country in history. The problem is the political system of the United States makes it borderline impossible for any president or party to fulfill their mandate or objectives. It prevents long-term planning and affords very little latitude to the majority or plurality in power and grants outsized influence to
I want the Vigalpa
There's
truck.
just too many cooks,
like
man.
the nerve they had
Hold on.
adding this and not letting us access this.
The technical.
Yeah.
We're taking back this planet.
Yes, that is the argument he's making, by the way. That's fucking insane. It's like, has he not been watching the news? Is he not aware?
They must have some unknown weapon.
He's not aware, period. I think it doesn't matter if he watches the news.
That's right.
That's
the
fucking
US
crazy.
Constitution. The separation of powers. Checks and balances. I'm on Trump, Dick Cheney, and Curtis Yarvin's train. Except don't use your newfound executive powers to deport citizens, plunge America into another forever war, or start a new US monarchy. Just use it for nice, flowery Singaporean things like building a rail network and putting Fed dealers to death by tying them to the rails of your new beautiful metro line. You'll get a whole new generation of different MAGA influencers worshipping you for your brave urbanist approach to drug dealers. But even then you're gonna have trouble because you really still need the legislative branch to do anything, and in a way, imitating the society of the United States, the legislative branch of the United States government has been in a state for years where the will of the overwhelming plurality or even majority of elected officials can be derailed by one representative, and one representative can be easily bought by anyone. This is unlike Australia, where our executive branch, the Prime Minister and Cabinet, has legislative power, sitting in upper and lower houses. And if you're in a party, you're pretty much compelled to vote with the party line, which creates consensus and means shit can actually get done in our country. For better or worse, at least the government can move and function. And if the populace doesn't like what they do, in Australia you can actually vote them out. It's
I
not
can't right now. I have to pick you up. I'm fighting an
None of
android.
the electoral college or
cannot right now.
gerrymandering tricks, which
I need to
means
pick
it's
you
not
up
always
first.
the party or candidate with the most votes that wins in the USA.
Okay. What he's arguing for is the very thing that got Fatima Payman ejected from the party. She did not agree with the party line. She did not want to sit there and placate Israel while they were committing genocide. Okay? This was not in line with what the Labour Party wanted, and she was ejected from the party for it. This is what he's arguing for. He is arguing for the what's the word? Doing what they want just to make them happy. Capitulation. He is arguing for capitulation to fascists. That is what he is arguing for. He is arguing for capitulation, for coherence, for stability. He wants to. He's pro-genocide as long as it keeps things stable, right? That's essentially. It's a bit extreme and a bit sensationalist, if you want to, but at the end of the day, that is the conclusion of the argument. That
Bro, I'm being attacked by an entire army of aliens.
So am I.
Gold armor aliens.
I'm just not impressed with what he just said. Because, like, the consensus thing is, like, one of the biggest issues here. It's the reason shit like the gun laws that are some of the dumbest legislation ever written by humans, in my opinion, passed in 12 fucking days. 12 days. That is not enough time to pass a national gun ban that takes everything into account. And as a result, it is one of the worst pieces of legislation with the least amount of sense. Right?
No!
That kind of shit cannot happen. And sure, this might be a criticism, but like it's democracy is slow. Suck a dick. I don't know what else to say. Like, you know what I mean?
Uh-oh, my arm's being stretched.
Like, if you're fucking having a whinge because things are slow and things take time, then go fuck off and live in China where they literally instruct you what to do and where to go. With, like, obviously limited fucking freedoms, but at the end of the day,
Okay, here come the
that's what they're
special
doing.
forces for
I'm
you.
aware.
This guy's hiding by me.
It's just like, it's such a shit argument. Like, you're literally arguing for the executive to have even more power. You're arguing in favor of what Donald Trump is doing at the end of the day. Right? Because he has, in fact, drawn consensus from the Republican Party for the most part. They are pretty much in line with what he wants. Like, it is total bitch made. And that is not a good thing, as we are literally seeing happen in real time in the United States. It is not a good thing. And if you aren't aware of that, well, I question your ability as a journalist to fact check and actually
Not
do
a
research.
journalist.
I'm aware. I said that ironically.
No way you did!
But yeah, rant fucking over.
Does this mean I'm going to be picked up?
Yes, I've literally been coming for you the whole time. These
I brought a beam laser.
Gotcha.
And you didn't bring a glip glop.
Sorry.
I can't believe you. I'm out of here.
Go for it. I am out of jetpack. Oh no. Oh no. Jetpack, thank you. Fuck me.
I'm gonna go fight health packs.
Yep, go for it.
I'll see you later.
I'm good, don't worry. I have a geist, I forgot.
And then in the USA, there's no party discipline. That means anyone in the United States Congress has the ability to be as annoying as Max Chandler Mather, except maybe even worse, because unlike Max, they're not being annoying to opportunistically virtue signal. It's usually to demand something awful. Yeah. At this point, it's just a given that one person will hold up every single piece of legislation that isn't Israel wants sharks with frickin' laser beams to put in the river to the sea.
No.
If you don't vote for that, you're going to get millions spent against you in primary elections. And I haven't even gone on about the pernicious influence of money in politics in the USA because it's such a cliche, but it's obviously a giant problem that Australia doesn't have on nearly the scale of the US. In fact, Labor's banned political donations outright in South Australia. Avant-garde shit, but the virtually unlimited influence of money in politics is enhanced even further in the US's broken legislative system, where even when a majority is only good enough for reconciliation bills, you still need a supermajority of 60 votes in the Senate for any normal bill. So again, special interests only need to buy up a few representatives to kill or modify any reform. So just on an administrative level, this is an insane way to run a superpower that is attempting to arrest its decline. But you know, ancient Rome didn't have universal health care. And the US government is at least able to get some sort of national security consensus to keep its defense spending at record highs. And on another note, a happy populace isn't necessarily indicative of an empire's might. In fact, sometimes the inverse is true.
We're already
Trump's
in an unwinnable
time,
state.
The Gilded Age, was
There's
a time
no
of
way to recover
extreme
enough
wealth
health.
inequality and imperial expansion. And with a benevolent government, the best time to be a normal person can be in the times of imperial or economic decline. I mean, if you were going to be a Japanese salaryman, was the 90s really that bad? Yet the strategic rationale behind many of the wars the USA
if only I didn't bring a worthless
doesn't
gun.
fully add up, especially
because
if you are
I thought
meant to be
somebody would
primarily
flip-flop
concerned
with
with
me.
the rise of China. That's kind of where the America First faction of the Republicans arose from. Now,
oh my god.
I got it. I totally know what to do.
Oh my god, did you just hear what he said? Did you just hear what he said?
That he likes to sleep with men, yeah.
Go back.
I need a second here. I need to think about my guns.
No.
Okay?
He just claimed an origin for America First, and it was not correct.
We'll get to it in a second. I need to look at these guns real quick. Is there music somewhere? You hear music? Is that you?
I don't hear shit.
I think I'm just going crazy and I hear people singing in my own head now. I think this might be a side effect of the PTSD. I was thinking about bringing gas. You think it will?
Cool.
Well, no, you know what? It's the heavy armor, right? do fire bombers. No, I already have the assault aircraft. I'll do... What do I have that actually is good for area in this saga? Can't trust the bombing plan. I'll definitely blow myself up. We're bringing it. Just... I gotta get used to... I'll stop blowing myself up if I use it enough, right? Just gotta retrain my muscle memory.
The rationale behind many of the wars the USA is backing right now. Trump's favorite time, the Gilded Age, was a time of extreme wealth inequality and imperial expansion. And with a benevolent government, the best time to be a normal person can be in the times of imperial or economic decline. I mean, if you were going to be a Japanese salaryman, was the 90s really that bad? Yet the strategic rationale behind many of the wars the USA is backing right now, it doesn't fully add up, especially if you are meant to be primarily concerned with the rise of China. That's kind of where the America First faction of the Republicans arose from. Now, for the Drew
China?
The 90s really that
He's
bad?
claiming
Yet the
China
strategic
is?
rationale behind many of the wars the USA is backing right now, it doesn't fully add up, especially if you are meant to be primarily concerned with the rise of China. That's kind of where the America First faction of the Republicans arose from. Now, for the Drew Pavlou stance on having an aneurysm.
Oh my
All
God.
two of them. The next point I make is not pro-Russia or pro-Ukraine.
Oh, here
It's
we
just an assessment of the virtues of the US funding the Ukraine war in a time of great power competition. Plus, I just really fucking love Putin, huh? Backing Ukraine in a never-ending war in order to kill a generation of Russian men and stop Germans from getting Russian gas makes sense if you still think it's the 20th century and the US foreign policy should be keep the Soviet Union out, the Americans in, and the Germans down. Doesn't it feel like half the US deep state is still stuck in the 1950s and the other half is stuck on October 2001 specifically?
Not even like...
The more sensible America First imperialists and foreign policy realists like Tucker Carlson. That's not really a joke. That is astonishingly sort of a fact. Undersecretary of Defense for Policy, Elbridge Colby, are far more concerned with China and are pretty pissed off that there is a proxy war going on that has pushed Russia closer to China. A reverse of the tactical success of Nixon going to China and, in a way, a foolish rejection of Obama's pivot to Asia. And I'm not even a China hawk. But a large deal of the elite of the USA who are cheering on the war in Ukraine are. It's the main reason for the US's relative decline. There's a massive country with an unprecedented level of increasing power relative to the US, but many of the foreign policy establishment appear to be more concerned with the main travel destination of YouTubers filming poverty porn. Realist political scientist John Mearsheimer has gone on about the short of the US policy towards Russia. There is no reason to fear that Russia is going to be a regional hegemony in Europe. Russia is not a serious threat to the United States. We do face a serious threat in the international system. We face a peer competitor, and that's China. Our policy in Eastern Europe is undermining our ability to deal with the most dangerous threat that we face today. And then you've got the USA backing whatever Israel does in the Middle East, which is not only undermining broader US strategic interests, I guess, everywhere, it's also hurting the US's ability to project soft power all over the planet. In my lifetime, never been weaker. Case in point, I just spent a few minutes shitbagging the US Constitution. I don't think that's going to result in any downgrades. How can a country with both a populace and elite seemingly at war with each other over the least consequential areas of policy effectively commit the sophistry required to convince people that their system needs explored? So I guess I'll answer the question, is the USA in decline? Geopolitically, relative to other countries and times in recent history? Yes. Spiritually? Fuck yes. But, like, really? They're still going to be incredibly powerful. They're still going to be a superpower for the rest of our lives. Just maybe not the sole superpower. Because you just wait until 2030.
They haven't been for a while, dude.
The NDIS will propel Australia to great power status when we start upgrading all the wheelies into battle suits. Now, this was just to wet your beak.
Funny.
Do you want access to the full bird bath? Because we've got it.
Get this thing off of me.
Tell us if you
Glorp,
like
get the fuck off of me.
Go further, or tell
get
me
out of
I
here,
got it
Glorp.
wrong. Because obviously you're smarter than I am. Get a Chairman Albo shirt and join the Patreon.
What was that? A spaceship.
What an asshole.
This shit video.
It's huge.
Kill this android stuck in this building.
No, it's like a mobile base. A base for their attacks on Earth. Goddamn primers.
Good.
Why is it shaped like that? Wait. This can't be happening again. So now they're ready to get serious. You gotta be kidding. A military base that floats in the sky? So they're gonna attack again?
We're following breaking news here in New York City tonight, where officials say a suspected shooter inside a Manhattan office building has been, quote, neutralized. A law enforcement official tells CNN tonight that 4 people
let's run
are
the
dead,
other direction.
including an NYPD officer on the scene. Police believe that a man with a long rifle walked into a Park Avenue skyscraper just north of Grand Central Station this evening, with law enforcement sharing this photo of the person believed to be the gunman entering the building. You can see there.
Don't go that way.
Broad daylight with a massive gun in his hand.
It's
that building that houses the corporate
Don't go
offices
that
of
way.
the National Football League, Blackstone, and the accounting firm KPMG. Multiple law enforcement officers tell CNN the shooter was found dead inside the building from what officials believe to be a self-inflicted injury. Right now, the New York Police Department says they believe the shooter acted alone, and this hour, the mayor, Eric Adams, says police are searching the 634-foot building floor by floor. The FBI is on the scene right in the middle of the country's
androids literally can't come at us because I have the shotgun that just any pellet that hits them, they just go bye-bye.
In Midtown
Later.
And Shimon, you've been there for
Just
hours
fling
watching
'em.
as this developed. Obviously, we can still see behind you there is a massive police presence still on the ground. What is the latest so far that you're learning?
Yeah, Caitlin, the scene out here remains active, almost as active as when I got here around 7 p.m., just 20 minutes after all of this unfolded. And when I first got here, I mean, the scene was just harrowing. I saw officers with long guns and tactical gear racing up Park Avenue, going into that building, going into a nearby building.
Just burning the last of the rounds in here.
For people, making sure they could get people who may be in harm's way out safely. They went into all of these buildings, searching floor by floor, and as you said, the search still ongoing. As you can see behind me, I'm going to step out of the camera so Rod can show you. Many of the officers are still here. There are fire department officials. There are several ambulances, as you said. The number of dead has grown. The police and emergency officials still very much searching the building, still here in the area. This has turned into a crime scene. Also significantly, a off-duty police officer who was working a paid detail here, which we see all across the country, really, and really in New York City, where there are off-duty officers who are allowed to wear their uniforms, and they work to make extra money. It's essentially a way for them to make extra cash. And that's what this officer was doing, standing outside this building when the gunman shot him. And luckily, perhaps in some ways, this may have prevented a much larger tragedy, this interaction between this off-duty officer and the gunman. So we are now waiting for the NYPD and for the mayor and other New York officials to hold a press conference. Things are somewhat slowed now because of the death of this officer. The NYPD needs to gather this officer's family members, bring them to the hospital, inform them of what happened, and certainly they want to do that, Caitlin, before they have any kind of press conference. Make sure the family is aware and make sure they notify the other victims. One of the eerie things, and I can't get this out of my head, is when I got to this scene, watching people in the building, and the building is just over my left shoulder here, watching the people in the windows who were in that building where the gunman was believed to be, standing there trying to figure out
here comes the
what was
special
going
forces
on,
drop.
and the NYPD just flowing in, running towards the building. It was such a chaotic scene in some ways, but also such a frightening scene, because even for those officers who are arriving here, if they weren't wearing tactical gear, they were being told to stay off Park Avenue, to go down the side streets, just in case the gunman started firing out of that building and this became a sniper situation. So that was the scene that was unfolding. Obviously much different now.
They're annihilating me and I'm stuck on rubble.
And now, sadly, notifying
Don't drift
family
too far
members,
away.
gathering those family members before they release any more information.
I'm just heading back.
They know
I'm heading
a lot
away
about
from them.
the gunman at this point. They are working through that information, Caitlin. So we're waiting to hear more from officials. But certainly some frightening moment out here, Caitlin.
It's gut-wrenching to think about what one family is going to get that phone call tonight, and just devastating. I was talking to some other police officers here in New York earlier when they learned that this officer had been killed. And Shimon, I think you make an interesting point about just the unknowns here and the confusion.
Oh, we are so fucked.
People in this office building. I mean, can you just put in perspective for people who don't live in New York?
I've got a big gun.
What part of town this is in? What this looks like? I mean, it is a very busy area at that hour as we were learning about this happening and just trying to figure out what was going on.
So this is Park Avenue, Midtown. I would call it Midtown, the east side of Midtown. Actually, people will know this. We're just blocks across the street from the Waldorf Astoria. This is the famous Waldorf Astoria hotel that is just reopened. We're not far from the St. Patrick's Cathedral. There are a lot of financial institutions on this street. JP Morgan Chase just opened their new building here. So there are a lot of banks, a lot of financial institutions, a lot of law firms on this street. We are about now 7 blocks from Grand Central. So this is really a part of New York City with a lot of corporate space, with a lot of office building.
Need different guns. All right, one more try, then I'm going.
The portable bomber was shitty.
I'm gonna try something. That'll do.
high-powered individuals. You're talking about, in this building, Blackstone, you're talking about the NFL. So when the NYPD got that call, I mean, this is something they train for. But I have lived in the city my whole life. I have worked in the city.
Valuable
cannot
human beings.
recall a situation like this
These
before.
people, they have money.
And to see the NYPD
protect
respond
the money.
in this way,
they're literally telling you what the police
was
actually do.
quite gut-wrenching to see them running towards where they believed this gunman was.
Especially as we've learned tonight, one of their colleagues has been killed, and as we are still learning more, Shimon Proki, what are the immediate questions that you're asking your
individuals? You're talking about, in this building, Blackstone, you're talking about the NFL. So when the NYPD got that call, I mean, this is something they train for. But I have lived in the city my whole life. I have worked in the city. I cannot recall a situation like this before. And to see the NYPD respond in this way was quite gut-wrenching, to see them running towards where they believed this gunman was.
Especially as we've learned tonight, one of their colleagues has been killed.
Okay, that's enough.
We are still learning more. Shimon Prokupez, we'll check back in with you as we get more news throughout the hour. I also want to bring in CNN's chief intelligence analyst, John Miller. And John, I know you've been speaking with sources and learning more about the profile of the suspected shooter. What more do we know about him at this hour right now?
He's a 27-year-old man. He apparently drove to that location by car, although we don't know from where he drove. He starts off life in Hawaii, where he was born, went to, looks like high school, then shifts to Las Vegas. In Las Vegas, we are told by sources who are developing the background on this individual that he obtains a private investigator's license. Don't know at this point whether that was with a larger firm with more experienced people, or if this is something that he did to start his own business. It does require some experience to get the license. Then we also are told that he has a concealed carry permit to carry concealed weapons, handguns, in Las Vegas from the Las Vegas Sheriff's
look
Department.
at this guy's
there.
armor.
They are on the way to his residence and are there now, where they are locking that down to determine who does he live with, what family members are there, what information can they glean from them, and if he lives alone. To
he doesn't have the
100%
so completion rate, though.
Warrant, they can first make sure that that is safe, looking with the bomb squad for any booby traps or anything else, and then conduct a search, very much like what we have seen in other similar cases, whether it was the attack in New Orleans on New Year's Day or the attack on Las Vegas.
I don't think there's a maximum armor.
That same day. This is a thing where you're putting together that profile of the suspect, because what they want to know is
the completionist doesn't actually show you who's the most hardcore.
What they want to know is, was he acting alone? From all appearances, so far that's the case. But what brought him to that building? What was the target, which would tell us what was the motive? We know that in his younger days, his life was all about football. And we know that the NFL headquarters is in that building, but it's not on the floor where he was found or where he targeted additional people, which was far above that. So they're really putting together the pieces.
Well, and John, when they're putting together those pieces, I mean, two things. When you say that he had a private investigator's license and also a concealed carry permit, I mean, as you're putting this together and you're looking at this image, I mean, just alone, that image is beyond striking to see someone just in broad daylight in the middle of Manhattan with a massive gun in his hand, walking into this office building. Obviously, there's tons of people in the streets of New York. He could have targeted any of them. He's going into this building. I mean, if you are law enforcement and you're digging into his background, knowing those three things, what are the immediate questions that you're asking yourself tonight?
Well, the first immediate question is, let's make sure he was not acting in concert with someone else. That's been going on since the first minute. But the second question, and that can be asked at a much slower pace, is what connection does he have to that building? What connection does he have to anything or anyone in that building? What can we glean from his social media which I've been looking at, and doesn't tell us very much at first glance about what was going on in his life. Did he have some cause? Did he have some grievance? Was there some theme that we can connect with someone who is headquartered at that building? Because going from Las Vegas to 345 Park Avenue at 51st Street, in the heart of what is probably the most elite set of buildings in corporate America, means you had to have a reason for doing it.
Is this a new Luigi?
Right off the top, we continue to follow the tragic breaking news of the day.
Has anybody looked at that as a serious suggestion?
We're doing bug stuff right now.
After a barge crashed into a small
Yeah, but has anybody actually suggested that? Is
Look,
this
I'm having a cute moment with Dahlia over here.
Miami Yacht Club.
The map right here shows where that fatal collision happened. It's between Hibiscus and Monument Island in Miami Beach. This is around 11:30 this morning. It's hard to see in this grainy video, but this is the moment of impact when the sailboat and barge collided.
In total, there were 6 people on the sailboat, and all of them were thrown into the water upon impact.
Kids died because they crashed into a barge.
A barge! Were taken to Jackson Memorial Hospital around noon today.
Was it a cruise or was it just their personal?
No, it was like a personal sailor.
He spoke with kids who witnessed that crash, and our Steve Majuri is at Jackson Memorial Hospital. He has an update on the living kid's condition.
But first, let's go to Miami Beach, where CBS News Miami's Yvonne Taylor is right now with the very latest on the accident. Yvonne?
Elliot and Nasha, and we did, CBS News Miami, obtain that grainy video that shows the accident that happened before 12 noon. And we moved to this location so that you can get a closer look of the barge that, according to authorities, crashed against the vessel with kids ages 8 to 12 on board.
Damn.
This is new video. Shows a large barge hits the sailboat with 1 adult and 5 children on board. It happened near Hibiscus Island off Miami Beach around 11:15 a.m. You can hear the City of Miami Fire Rescue responding.
Pediatric victim has been retrieved. Two more missing, possibly underneath the barge.
When Miami Beach arrived, they called for Miami Fire and Miami-Dade County Fire for mutual aid.
Wait, so who was at fault?
We had a dive operation where a vessel was struck somehow that had 5 children on board.
What were those kids doing on that barge?
Fatal collision happened. It's between Hibiscus and Monument Island in Miami Beach. This is around 11:30 this morning. It's hard to see in this grainy video, but this is the moment of impact when the sailboat and barge collided.
In total, there were 6 people on the sailboat, and all of them were thrown into the water upon impact. Among the 6 were 5 children and 1 adult.
4 kids were taken to Jackson Memorial Hospital around noon today. Our Ted Scouten is standing by from the Miami Yacht Club. He spoke with kids who witnessed that crash, and our Steve Majuri is at Jackson Memorial Hospital. He has an update on the living kid's condition.
But first, let's go to
living
Miami
kid's
Beach,
condition.
Miami's Yvonne Taylor right now with the very latest on the accident.
That's so morbid.
Elliot and Nasha, and we did, CBS News Miami, obtain that grainy video that shows the accident that happened before 12 noon. And we moved to this location so that you can get a closer look of the barge that, according to authorities, crashed against the vessel with kids ages 8
And they really
to
do
12
be special
on board.
forces, huh? They be doing
This
like
is new
cliff
video.
shit.
Shows a large barge hits the sailboat with 1 adult and 5 children on board. It happened near Hibiscus Island off Miami Beach around 11:15 a.m.
That's just going to be something that I'm going to continually say now. Just like how I keep saying, they do be making blip-blop noises.
When Miami Beach arrived, they called for Miami Fire and Miami-Dade County Fire for mutual aid to assist because we had a dive operation where a vessel was struck somehow that had 5 children on board and a camp counselor.
Damn it, I missed it again to see who was actually at fault. Because the special forces dropped on my ass.
On the ground, we caught the moment when several ambulances left Hibiscus Island, taking the victims to the hospital.
Goodbye,
U.S.
brother.
Coast Guard confirmed this afternoon 2 of the children died.
It was a pleasure
and 1
fighting you.
was unresponsive.
You
Amelia Gonzalez has lived in the island for 28 years. She told me she sees from her house when boats leave.
It's a summer camp. They do it every year. I mean, they're always supervised by one adult, but there are a bunch of, little sailboats. Every day they do this.
They worked very swiftly to get these individuals out of the water. The ages were ranging from 8 to 12 years old.
That's for all children?
Yes.
Even the ones who were not taken to the hospital?
Correct. There was one adult, which was a camp counselor.
Neither of the victims has been identified. We know they were part of the Miami
That
Youth
camp
Sailing
counselor
Foundation.
is fucked for life now. He's going to be thinking he killed these kids for the rest of his life or some
in
shit.
this operation. Right now, the U.S. Coast Guard is
Maybe
leading
he
the
did it on
investigation,
purpose because they
including
deserved it.
the
Maybe they're
cause of
shitty
the fatal
kids.
collision.
Maybe
We
they
are following the
suck.
story. We'll have more for you tonight at 11, live in Miami Beach.
Yeah, these
Ivan
fucking
Taylor, CBS News.
kids.
Yo,
Miami.
we all say that we would go back in time to kill Hitler, but only Jeb Bush
CBS News Miami
crashed the boat into a barge and kills Hitler.
Kids who actually saw the crash. Ted?
No, I'm upside down.
Yeah,
Get me out of here.
Those kids were here for their last week of their sailing summer camp, which has been going on all summer long. And as you said, those two kids that I spoke to, they actually saw the moment when this crash happened. Tonight, I'm also hearing from the Miami Yacht Club telling me in an email that it's devastated.
Do they just drop more
A
special
devastating
forces?
day in the water with
I
kids
hope not.
taking part
I only
in the
just got
Miami
away
Youth
with
Sailing
from
Foundation
them with
sailing
like
camp.
25.
Oh, I
The
was
Miami Yacht
fucking
Club.
crushing him this time.
9-year-old Enzo Pifferetti.
I did pretty
with his
well.
I just took down a squad of
It was
4
a
by
massive boat,
myself.
and
I have 25
It hit one of the small sail boats, and all the kids went flying off. 2 were found really quickly, and 3 of them, they had to go to the hospital.
We also spoke to an 8-year-old. With the permission of her father, they did not want to be identified. She saw the crash while sailing nearby on what she calls a wave sailboat.
The crane just completely destroyed the boat. The boat just went under, and I heard one girl shouting help from under the crane, and 2 girls jumped off the wave, and the crane barely missed them.
On this map, you can see where the yacht club is in comparison to the crash scene between Hibiscus and Monument Islands.
It was super sad, and it was super scary. I'm just glad I wasn't on the boat, but I felt so sorry.
Meanwhile, FWC and police sent investigators to the yacht club this afternoon. The Miami Yacht Club putting out a statement saying in part, at this time details are still emerging and we are actively gathering all available facts. Our priority is the safety and well-being of everyone involved.
Well, they're
And
dead.
the Commodore here at the Miami Yacht Club told me that they are working very closely with authorities trying to figure out how this all happened. Live on Watson Island, Ted Scallon, CBS News Miami.
I'm dead, by the way.
Tragic situation.
I'm coming.
Thank you. First responders from
You died on the
several
other side of the map,
agencies
brother.
all rushed to get these children to the hospital.
I've literally been fighting my way to you this whole time.
Coverage from Jackson Memorial Hospital. Steve, you have
Inch by inch. Glorp by glorp.
That's right. I just got an update from the Coast Guard about 20 minutes ago that 2 of the children are still in critical condition here at JMH. And we were here when everyone was arriving. It was a really hectic scene as paramedics from Miami Beach, the city of Miami, and county officials were all helping to get these children into the hospital. This is the video that our cameras captured from earlier today here. There were several ambulances all trying to get people into the hospital at once for this incident. And this was on top of all of the other units arriving for unrelated calls. The hospital had to use more than one entrance bay to handle all the volume, and it took just about an hour before everything cleared up.
Hey, someone got you.
Miami Beach Police, the Sheriff's Office, and a number of Miami police cars were here as well as the patients were being sent inside. And after everything cleared up, we saw an FWC truck waiting outside the main entrance. Now, the FWC vehicles did leave around 3 p.m., but they were here for a good chunk of the day here. And as of now, we have not run into any family or friends of the victims here. But again, we have gotten the update from the Coast Guard that 2 of them are still in critical condition. Live outside of JMH, Steve Madeira, CBS News, Miami.
The Trump administration now plans to deport illegal U.S. residents who allegedly support a Haitian gang. They say they'll deport anyone connected to the foreign terrorist organization Vive Ensemble. According to the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, the Department of Homeland Security can deport them based off of the Immigration and Nationality Act. But he didn't say how many people allegedly collaborated with the group or how they reached this decision.
You can stand between both and you'll heal faster. You'll heal twice as fast.
As Haitian officials struggle to defeat gangs who've taken over the capital, the government enlists controversial foreign military contractors to fight their war.
Yeah.
But can the likes of Eric Prince and former Blackwater operators bring stability to Haiti?
No.
Or more trauma to
Spoiler alert, no.
I'm Andrea Santian's
spoiler
Haiti
alert,
Newsmaker.
more death.
Is Haiti.
They sacrificed their own ship. And they lost their minds. Enemy ship gone! Where did it go?
Ship gone. Where ship gone? Miss ship. Think of ship.
Think about ship. Regret.
They sent the ship to the past. They're changing history, sending additional forces to the past, and the ship has intel too.
They're gonna send it back to the past to play the shitty games that sucked ass.
As my pinned tweet says, I'm hilarious.
There's no way humanity can win now. They know what cards we're gonna play, so they're changing their hand to win. The odds are stacked in their favor.
Leave me alone.
We lost the majority of our nuclear weapons in the surprise attack when the war started. It was very odd. The location of our missiles is classified information. They attacked underground bunkers I didn't even know existed. There's only one explanation. Their first attack led to nuclear war, so they adapted. They sent the missile locations to the past so they could destroy them at the outset of the war. That ship must have drastically changed the war. That's how they fight. They just keep changing history until it goes the way they want.
That's
until they
fucking
achieve
funny.
complete and utter victory.
That's.
It's just so funny that they
travel.
like
My legs are
made
heavy.
it so they
I'm nearly at my
retcons
limit.
so the entire series is actually in universe, you know? Like it's all
yeah.
canon.
That is pretty cool. Hell
And
yeah.
it's like the way they did it in such a shitposty way is also really funny.
That's a good one to end on, honestly.
Yeah, the next one is probably going to be the attack the time ship to go back to the training day or whatever it's called.
Yeah. Well, if we get the writing done by the time I get back, maybe we can play some after. Because I think I'll do the same thing where I film on my phone.
No, we'll just do it right here. Because we're
I want to.
We're doing it just like how we did intros in the news before.
I know, but do you remember how good the fucking video looked for the voting video? Because I filmed it on my phone with the cinematic mode. It fucking looked fantastic. It looks so good. Oh, I also have this massive fucking red spot on my head. That's great. Epic.
Put a bow on it.
I'll put a band-aid on it.
No, we're just going to do it the same. We're not doing anything fancy because we have to do it every week. So we're just doing simple, the same shit we did before.
Well, I think I can use my phone as a camera, so maybe I can manipulate that way. Let's see if it works.
If you're a chinchilla... No, don't look at my background. Spoiler alert. I do want to... Because we might write more about Haiti in the... So...
Well, for millions of Haitians, the violence and instability in their country continues to hit new lows. A fragile, unelected government is the only body
But I'm
with
not that
authority to
fragile.
fight the armed groups who've taken over the capital almost entirely. It was hoped police forces brought in from Kenya could curb some of the violence, but instead, gangs
the Kenyan
increased
forces
their
didn't work, so who was going to go in
allowed
now?
the government
Eric
to
Prince.
employ more controversial options. And those include foreign mercenaries and weaponized drones organized by private U.S.
You know what?
military
Fuck it.
contractors
Send
with a
Wagner.
controversial past. So will it work? Here's a look.
In Haiti's capital,
Will it-
Port-au-Prince, the battle for control is no longer just on the ground.
Are you going to keep
The
streaming? What are
skies
you
now
doing?
hum
Yeah.
with drones sent to strike gangs that have overrun the city.
Damn.
Since March, the government has used
my God.
explosive drones to target gang strongholds.
Amazing.
In a bid to escalate its firepower, Haiti has also turned to Eric Prince, the founder of the notorious Blackwater firm, to lead covert drone operations and
This is a
recruit
mistake.
foreign mercenaries. Prince's operatives have been flying drones since March, but while the technology has added reach,
Where?
the human cost is mounting. Reports that around 300 gang members have been killed by the drones, as well as potentially hundreds more injured. A success in the eyes of the government. But amid the wider violence that's cast its net across Haiti are constant civilian reminders that this drone war is not without devastating consequences.
Caught in the middle of this unending horror story are the Haitian people, who are at the mercy of horrific violence by gangs and exposed to human rights violations from the security forces,
Damn.
as well as abuses by the
Goof-ass
so-called
language.
self-defense groups.
For civilians, the toll
What?
is crushing. 1 in 10 Haitians
What are you talking
is
about?
now displaced.
The Prime Minister said there were 3
Thai.
priorities: public safety, the election,
Goofy-ass
and the referendum.
language.
What I can see is that crime has replaced these 3 priorities with levels of suffering that we could not imagine.
And while the government escalates its offensive, gangs are evolving. First to use drones
Evolving?
for
Like
surveillance,
Pokemon?
they now deploy them for propaganda, and possibly for attack. This drone war, largely unregulated and waged in urban slums, has turned Port-au-Prince into a high-tech frontline, where lines between aggressor and defender blur. On the streets, anger simmers.
Blurred lines?
As gangs advance,
The date rape
locals
song?
have taken up arms.
This is the only Haiti we have. This flag is our flag. They will not cast us out.
Foreign boots are back on the ground. Kenyan officers assist Haitian police as part of a UN-backed mission. But even with international support, 85% of the capital remains under gang control. For diplomats, the solution lies in rebuilding state institutions, not in drone strikes.
We cannot dismiss the need to strengthen Haiti's institutions and the need to make progress in order to hold elections when conditions allow. The mandate of the UN Integrated Office in Haiti continues to be crucial in supporting the Haitian authorities along this path, strengthening the promotion of human rights, the rule of law, and political dialogue.
Haiti's war has taken to the skies. But for those still trapped below, survival is fought on foot.
So can the use of weaponized drones and mercenaries bring armed gangs to heel in Haiti?
Nope.
Or could they increase civilian suffering? Well, joining me now to debate that and much more are
That's a
from
no.
Port-au-Prince, Chief of Staff for the Presidential Council of Haiti, Mathias Pierre. From London, specialist
Whoa.
in drone warfare and PhD candidate in war studies at King's College London, Zachary Callenborn.
That's not
And
a guy
from
in a
Washington,
disguise?
Founder and executive director of Haiti Policy House,
Bro.
Wolf Pamphile.
Did you
Thank
see him?
so much for being with me.
No,
You
I
know,
missed him. Hold on.
and
Oh my
PhD
god.
candidate in war studies at King's College London,
Incredible.
Zachary Callenborn. And from Washington,
That's
founder
exactly
and
who I would
executive
expect to go
director
to
of
King's
Haiti
College
Policy
London.
House, Wolf Pamphile. Thanks all so much for being with
Bro
me.
had a disguise
You know,
on.
names like Eric Prince and Blackwater, right or wrong, they immediately tend to evoke images of innocents being killed, whether in Iraq or elsewhere, as well as, you know, human rights abuses on behalf of mercenaries who won't be held accountable. Yet, Wolf, we're hearing many Haitians are welcoming this new strategy really out of total desperation. So, is this
That's
the
fucked.
only way that they actually have to fight fire with fire, as it said?
It's a tough decision. I think if you take the name Eric Prince out of the equation, and I don't think any the reaction from the population of the international world is as provocative, I would say. But I think when we're thinking about Haiti, especially today, we have to find solutions, 21st century solutions for 21st century problems. Because in Haiti, you have complete territories where the police can't enter, the police can't do anything about, can't even drop through. And yesterday I was watching a video where the police were on a patrol with the Kenyan soldiers, Kenyan police, and the whole patrol ended because they had a flat tire. And how is this supposed to be, if a flat tire can stop a whole patrol, then how are you supposed to be able to penetrate these territories, spend hours in action trying to dismantle a gang-held territory? I think the drones are a new way of handling the gang issue. I think, unfortunately, I believe Eric Prince comes in with his own baggage of political baggage and a dog past when it comes to these kinds of
he's also evil.
But I think at the same time, Haiti stand to gain from at least the battle against the gangs tend to move forward in terms of hindering them effectively.
Right. It's interesting you say, 21st century solutions for 21st century problems, 21st century warfare. I mean, Zachary, is that fair? And is it legal to be doing this? What are the real risks here? Will they ultimately kill innocent people that otherwise would have been safe? Or are these people that
honestly at this
just
point
the same
it's
amount of danger
in
anyway,
Haiti, throw whatever at the wall and see what sticks?
Potential upside of
It
eliminating
is pretty
the
much at
gangs
that
here.
situation, isn't it?
There are absolutely real risks, especially when we're talking about urban warfare in general. When civilians are all over the place, having very precise control is always going to be difficult, whether you're using drones, police, military, other types of forces. Now, that said, drones can add, I think, some actually real benefit, as you saw in the video, where you had direct cameras showing here's what's going on the ground so that operators can make adjustments and address. Ultimately, though, it's about the operators, what their decision making is, what their training is, what their intelligence looks like about what's happening on the ground. And that's just as true if we're talking about drones as if we're talking about any type of armed operation.
But when you talk about the operators, explain that. I mean, do you mean Eric Prince, former Blackwater? Because let's be honest, there aren't many experts in this field of fighting in unconventional warfare, of fighting gangs that have infiltrated, taken over an entire capital city. So where does that leave your option for operators if you're the government of Haiti, for example?
If you mean armed, you mean on the ground operators?
Yeah.
Is that correct? Yeah. So in terms of on the ground operators, your options are going to potentially be fairly limited. So, when we're talking about the use here, to a large extent, we are talking about Blackwater and the folks under their command. I assume that Eric Prince probably doesn't do much personal fighting himself, but certainly that would be the challenge, and to what degree the folks that they employ and that use are trained to engage with this. That said, when it comes to drones, we've certainly seen rapid development and proliferation understanding of how exactly those operate in many different theaters of warfare, from Ukraine to Armenia, Azerbaijan, to what's going on in North Africa. And to some degree, the issues that we're talking about here are not necessarily unique to drones. That is, it's a question of, you're in an area and you recognize, that person who's wearing a suit and a jacket and a shirt. That's probably not a military adversary. By contrast, someone, armed who's carrying maybe in camouflage, maybe less so. The challenge in this particular case is if we're talking about gangs, they don't necessarily wear that sort of clear identification. And that's a fundamental problem no matter who's doing the fighting.
Okay, Matthias, let's get the government's view from you then, because, and correct me if I'm wrong, you have said the use of drones and mercenaries is actually mostly symbolic. How so?
But I think it's, talking about drone, I'm not an expert in drone and warfare, but what you can understand is one element into the fight. And most importantly, what is missing is inside of the government. Actually, I'm working with one of the presidents. Remember, we have 9 presidents and a prime minister. We need to have the whole government head aligned in a strategy to fight the gangs. And to understand one thing, you have the police, you have the MMS, which is the International Kenyan Force, and we have the army.
Whoa!
And 3 different entities equipped, and some of them, like the National Police and the Army, are not well equipped you need to have a strategy coordination between those three, and the warfare should be an element inside of that strategy. To say, okay, those are the territories that has been captured by the gangs, and how we're gonna go one after another to get some success, and based on this success,
Bro,
we
all the
move
double
and
heat sinks were
conquer
lost?
back
This is
the
worthless
territories
now.
that been occupied by the gangs. I think that's what is that's where the problem is for now, and I think there's time, because remember, we are in a transitional government. We need to move and organize election. While we're doing that, while we're fighting the gangs, we need to show clearly how we're going to get into the elections. And one of the aspects of it, that is very important. Gangs leaders are recruiting people and young people from the population because there's lack of jobs. Because there is economic situation, because some of them, they are being paid. Imagine a young guy accept the fact of being recruited by a gang leaders and knows in any moment he can die just because to make some money. So the government need on the other side to create some economic incentives for these
I used that mech for one mission, and that guy blew it up.
And then discourage them from getting into gangs. I think that's what needs to
with 3 double heat sinks in it.
On the top of the government, so
you can't get those back, bruv.
So we can move forward.
They're lost technology.
Let me come back to Wolf at this point. I mean, of course, effective government is always desperately needed, but right now, especially in the capital, Haiti is in no condition to be holding an organized election. So when will there be an elected government in place that can properly coordinate between all the parties and interests involved? And I mean, are Haitians even interested in having an opportunity to vote at this point, or do they just want the chaos to end in whatever way possible?
I mean, if you ask Haitians to choose between elections and security right now, they'll probably choose security. And elections supposed to be, we're supposed to have an election next year in 2026. And I'm not sure if the government, the country, or even the civilians in their mind to think about a candidate that they would vote for at the moment. Because technically personally, I don't know anyone who is saying, hey, they want to run for office or are actually campaigning to become president in Haiti, and let alone have an election in a couple of months. Now, again, I'm gonna go back to my previous statement where I said 21st century solution for 21st century problems, because to think that Port-au-Prince will be fully open to have an election in a few months is, it's kind of impossible to think about, right? Unless there's like some major move, some major operation that comes out to push the gangs out. But at the pace that we are going at the moment, I don't think it's feasible. But what are the technologies, again, that can allow us to have an election? Whether it is like remote voting, whether it is using voting by phone or different technologies. And again, how do you set up a space within Port-au-Prince where voting can happen, where you have 1.3 million people who are displaced? How do they vote? Where do they go to vote? These are all questions that the government needs to figure out. And I think having someone or a team that is like technologically focused about solutions like that would pay dividends to the strategic planning of the country moving forward.
Quickly, Matthias, having said that, you're talking about the lack of coordination between the leadership that is in place right now and the various interests involved. And then we know the police have also been accused, and that's the main security force in Haiti right now, of so much corruption and even complicity in the killing of civilians. So how do you even begin to coordinate security at the government and the forces that are there? I mean, even before you can even begin talking about elections, don't you have to get that structure in place to coordinate with what you have to work with? And then campaigning would have to be held? Where does this even start?
I I like to say that election is not or, it's security and election. Because what happened, you just mentioned corruption, you just mentioned weak police. All these are linked to the fact that we don't have a legitimate government. And a legitimate government can be in place by the only means in election. Remember, we have 10 departments, and Port-au-Prince is one city inside of one department, certainly which is the biggest one, but one. Certainly, we are part of another region, the Artibonite region, who is occupied by gangs, but also technology is available, so we could organize elections by electronic voting in some areas where this is impossible for people to go to vote. But again, I don't disagree that we need to work on security. We need to reinforce, restructure the police force. We need to structure the army and certainly see what is the best way for the MMS who is on the Kenyans who are actually here, how they can collaborate within the police and the army to have effective solution to the problem of security that we're having now.
It's just
and we need to work it out.
Yeah, it's such a tremendous amount to tackle. Let me come back to Zachary and how it's being fought right now. You know, we're hearing that foreign troops have failed, so could foreign mercenaries and drones actually help succeed? I mean, part of the mercenary force is meant to be Haitian American fighters. So would they have more of an interest in succeeding here? Would they be more dedicated to the cause because it is their own country? Or are mercenaries always just risky and the lack of accountability makes civilians particularly vulnerable?
I don't see anything inherently risky with mercenaries itself. You know, it really depends on sort of who they are, their training, how they operate. You know, you could have a bad mercenary set that came from a particular country and has strong canais, but they have bad training, they don't have considerations for human rights, or other types of factors which might be awful. In other cases, it really depends on the particular type of context. I do think, you know, having that connection to the country absolutely can help in terms of just understanding sort of the geopolitical or in the social and economic sort of context of what's happening. But it doesn't necessarily preclude. Obviously, we've had plenty of military and police forces that have also, unfortunately, had made various human rights abuses over the years throughout the world.
Quickly, Zachary, explain, though, from the military perspective or the armed group's perspective and versus the police, the government's forces, if we can call them that. Explain really who's at the foundation of this, supplying the ammunition to the gangs. Could these gangs also then get their hands on the very drones that the government is trying to use against them? They've, for example, said that they can, but then what we've seen them use drones for is more for the purpose of making social media videos. It doesn't seem they've been able to get a hold of weapons. We know 3 people as well were arrested in the Dominican Republic trying to get military-grade drones into Haiti, and that failed. Still, is the risk there that these drones will fall into the wrong hands along with the ammunition that they're apparently buying on the black market, all seemingly funded by a lot of narco trafficking as well?
Absolutely, that's a risk. I'm not super familiar with the actual arms dynamics of the gangs in this particular case, but in general, a number of organized crime groups have been able to access large amounts of weapons, ammunition, including some fairly advanced weapons off various black markets. We certainly see that in the cartels in Mexico, where they have near military-grade equipment. And that's true as well for drones. In the United States, you know, you can go down the street and get a simple DJI Mavic, a little quadcopter for less than $1,000 or so, which can be useful for collecting intelligence information, spreading propaganda. It could also be modified to have drop a bomb or have a gun. That modification now does require a little bit of technical skill, but we've seen that the Islamic State and other terrorist groups with relatively limited resources have been able to do those modifications and occasionally build drones themselves. So armed gangs using drones against police and military forces absolutely should be a concern.
Wolf, are you concerned?
Yes. I mean, as soon as I saw the first use of the drones, I knew that it kind of opened a Pandora's box. It's a delicate balance because you want to address an issue, but at the same time, it's kind of like a pendulum swing. When it goes one way, it's going to come back to you, and it's just a matter of time before one modified drone slips through the crack into Haiti, and then the gangs have, even if they have one, and it's used once or twice, it's already a big issue. And I think the government itself, I mean, if you were planning these kinds of operations, you have to think about the countermeasures. If the gangs decide to use that, how do you set up counter drone operations? How do you set up the technology? I mean, the technology exists to have these things. There's technology throughout the U.S., throughout the world, that prevents certain drones from entering certain areas, and also calibrate safeguards where a drone with a specific serial number can only enter this zone here. Or they do it a lot around airports. And for the Haitian government to go along with this plan, this strategy to bomb the gangs, I think it will be beneficial for them to invest also to protect communities, especially the people who've been displaced or living in schools at the moment or churches, to protect them and set up safeguards around those areas where even if the gangs end up having drones, they can't send the drone in there because there are measures in place that protect those specific areas. I think there needs to be some no-fly drone zones in Port-au-Prince where it doesn't matter if it's a kid with a drone or a gang with a drone, you should not be able to fly a drone in there for safety reasons. And it's just the safe way to go about things.
Very quickly, because I want to get to you and Matthias before we leave about this. Is there anything that you feel right now, Wolf, is on the right track that gives you hope that perhaps Port-au-Prince can get to the status that maybe Cap-Haitien, the second biggest city in Haiti, is at right now? Considerably safer, it's not run by gangs. Is there anything that's making you feel that those two cities can be on equal footing at any point soon?
So two things. One, I do think the drones, I monitor the gangs extensively, and I did see their reaction when the drones operation first started. And I did see potential for that if the government were to ramp it up or become more effective around it, because it's the one thing that's been able to touch the gangs at their heart at the moment. And that's the one thing that I've seen that put fear in their eyes. And the second thing is, from the regional perspective, is countries treating the folks who funded this whole gang, this whole fiasco right now, and they've fled to either the Dominican Republic, the U.S., Panama, and recently we saw the U.S. government arrest the Haitian elite, Reginald Boulos, who funded these gangs or created these gangs at some point.
Okay. Matthias, final question for you. The most notorious gang leader, Barbecue, of course, has said actually that he wants to talk. He somehow wants to negotiate. But help us understand from the government's perspective what parties, what individuals should even be sitting at a table if they're considering negotiations. Is that at all possible to solve Haiti's problems right now?
I think it's possible with leadership. I think it's possible if the different parts of the elites, economic, social, and certainly politics, sit together and create a strategy aligned with the actual problem that we have with the security and elections. But I don't think today it would be any productive to work with any gang leaders who's causing terrors in the population.
Okay.
It will not welcome, and I don't think any government leader will take the responsibility to act in such a manner.
Matthias Pierre, that will have to be the final word for this edition of the Newsmakers. I'd like to thank all three of my panelists sincerely so much for being with us. Our viewers, of course, for joining us as well. Remember, you can follow us on social media, and do be sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel. I'm Andrea Sankey. We'll see you next time.
You don't need arms. It's okay. Don't lose another one, asshole. Fucking losing arms over here.
So Trump did actually make comments about Epstein.
Well, I haven't been overly interested in it. You know, it's a hoax that's been built up way beyond proportion. I can say this, those files were run
you're welcome for
by
that.
the worst scum on earth. The whole thing is a hoax. They can put things in the file that are fake. Those files were run by bad, sick people. But they were run by my enemy. If there was anything in there, they would have used them for the election.
I just don't know why. If you thought they were being run by the enemy and you thought they had altered the files, then why would you bring on multiple people into your staff as cabinet members that advocated for releasing the files? It just doesn't make sense. And especially, like, he's alluded to, like, you know, Prince Andrew and Bill Clinton being involved. Like, that's the issue, right?
I don't do drawings. I'm not a drawing person. I don't do drawings. Sometimes people say, would you draw a building? And I'll draw 4 lines and a little roof, you know, for a charity stuff. But I'm not a drawing person. I don't do drawings of women. They say there's a drawing of a woman. Do you know that my poll numbers are up 4.5 points since this ridiculous Epstein stuff? Because people don't buy it. And
I just feel like they'd be up by 10 points if you just posted it and it implicated people that you thought were implicated, like Bill Clinton.
Bill Clinton. Got a lot of problems coming up, in my opinion, with the famous island with Jeffrey Epstein.
This is, but I don't like this. I think it's
gone, and we want to focus on trade deals. And by the way, I never went to the island, and Bill Clinton went there supposedly 28 times. I never had the privilege of going to his island, and I did turn it down. But a lot of people in Palm Beach were invited to his island. In one of my very good moments, I turned it down. I didn't want to go to his island.
Trump's 100% hiding shit. At this point, so much of this doesn't make sense to me at all. I think one of Trump's biggest strengths is his ability to read a room and effectively figure out what people are thinking. What's weird about this situation with Epstein is that it's like he's totally off base with it in a way that I would have never expected.
Well, recharging in more ways than one, Tesla's first diner, drive-in theater, and supercharger station is now open for business. Fox Business correspondent Max Gordon live there in Hollywood, California. Max, what's the scene exactly?
Well, it kind of looks like a spaceship touchdown here in West Hollywood, and it's garnering quite the reaction. You can see the line stretching out the door. Lots of folks lining up to get their burgers and fries and all sorts of other things. Now, we talked to one Tesla influencer who drove all the way here from Austin, Texas, in, well, his Tesla, of course, and here's what he had to say.
When was the last time you saw a diner being discussed on global news across the world? They're talking about this building right here. They're talking about it in Shanghai, China. I don't know. I just haven't heard of a burger joint or even a place to go to refuel or a gas station, for
this
example.
This is exactly the guy who would be the
globally.
Tesla fanboy to drive
According to
Austin.
Tesla, the diner seats around 250 people and has 80 supercharging stalls. There are also 2 66-foot LED screens playing movies and shows for people to watch from their cars as they charge, or from the diner's SkyPad, which also features views of Hollywood. Still, it's been a bumpy ride for Tesla lately. Elon Musk said on a recent earnings call that cuts in federal subsidies for electric vehicles could lead to a few rough quarters. Tesla posted the worst quarterly sales decline in more than a decade and profits that missed Wall Street earnings targets. Now, over the weekend, there were some protests here, but as you can see, just good vibes today. And so what does the food look like? Well, if you get it to go, it'll come in one of these Cybertruck boxes, pretty cute. And look at that, there's the burger. I tried it earlier, and I can confirm that it's pretty tasty. This might not also be the only Tesla diner that you see popping up across the nation. The head of design for Tesla says that each one will be individualized to whatever city it pops up in. Guys?
Max Gordon live for us at the Tesla.
But was it delivered by a robot?
It might have been. Max is gone.
It better be delivered by a robot.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not get it anywhere else.
I saw something super interesting today that I want to yap about.
it's become somewhat of a big conversation even outside of these bubbles that I'm tapped into, because even people that know nothing about guns can recognize that there's something wrong with this little puppy here.
Guys, stop. I have to fix... Oh, wait, I can pause. It's not a fucking live game. I love that.
Breaking news! Obama did a treason! Now will you all please stop talking about the Epstein files? On July 18th, Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard, who recently invoked Trump's wrath for disagreeing with his alternative facts about Iran, found a way to wrest control of the media cycle and perhaps prove her loyalty once again. Gabbard held a press conference to announce her office's sudden findings that during the 2016 election, the Obama administration's invested interference was actually treason.
The expressed intent and what followed afterward can only be described as a years-long coup and a treasonous conspiracy.
In the press release that followed, the smoking gun evidence was the fact that the Obama administration acknowledged Russia tried to influence the 2016 presidential election.
In this system, there is to be a peaceful transition of power. So, yes, this is a treasonous conspiracy that subverts the will of the American people.
But MAGA loves a good conspiracy theory. So Tulsi and Trump are swapping out the Epstein conspiracy for the Russia election interference hoax, the Obama connection. After the bizarre press conference, Trump then posted AI slop of Obama getting arrested in the White House, bizarrely set to the Village People's YMCA, which I'm going to replace with whatever I find at the top of North Korea's charts on Spotify. Enjoy. Now, actually charging President Obama with treason would be even more absurd and ridiculous than the press conference or that video, because treason is a very specific, very serious, and very misunderstood crime. No American has been convicted of treason since 1949. But from a lawyer's perspective, absurd and ridiculous is the legal theme of the Trump administration. So Obama needs to lawyer up now. Let's talk about why. And don't worry, we are not going to forget about the pedophile-shaped elephant in the room. In 2016, an age ago, back when most of us thought it was darkly hilarious that someone as ridiculous as Trump was running for president, there were credible reports from intelligence agencies that Vladimir Putin intended to wage a sophisticated cyber warfare campaign against the United States, specifically to hack the 2016 election into the outcome that would most benefit Russia. US intelligence agencies contemplated several dire scenarios, including the possibility of Russia directly hacking into US election infrastructure like polling stations. And these fears were well-founded. At this point, Russia had spent years perfecting their cyber warfare toolkit, including the first confirmed cyber attack on a power grid in 2015, which led to outages for over 230,000 Ukrainians. The intelligence community ultimately determined that direct attacks on US election infrastructure were unlikely to be successful in any meaningful way, but they were blindsided by the other cyber weapon Putin developed during his invasion of Ukraine: social chaos fueled by viral social media. The 2014 invasion, to be clear. Now, Ukrainians were mostly immune to these psychological weapons, as the vast majority of Ukrainians despised anything that tasted of benefiting Russia. But here in America, we don't wash our hands before or after gorging on partisan bullshit. And so in 2016, at Putin's direction, Russia fired their cyber weapons onto the US in a highly coordinated, sophisticated, and well-funded campaign of disinformation and social media outrage. This was done with the explicit documented goal to influence the election in Donald Trump's favor and to spread doubt about the integrity of the US election system. And while the extent of Russia's impact remains uncertain and debated, it's quite plausible that this was the cyber warfare version of the Ebola virus. If you're a fruit bat, Ebola gives you a tummy ache. Primate? It liquefies your insides. Now, at the same time that Russian government-produced outrage media was going viral in the US, one of Putin's elite hacker groups, known in the intelligence community as Fancy Bear, you can't make this up, succeeded in a direct attack on the Democratic National Committee's servers. Fancy Bear, under Putin's command, then released a trove of embarrassing emails to the public via DC Leaks and WikiLeaks. This sent Putin's active cyber warfare weapons on social media into overdrive, reaching new heights of virality and appeal. All the while, Russia operatives and spies like Marina Butina and Alexander Torshin wormed their ways into the highest echelons of the GOP and MAGA movement with the same mission: get Trump elected. But how much did Trump himself participate in, endorse, or collude with Russia in these activities? Well, renowned Russian policy expert Andrew S. Weiss and artist Brian Box Brown made a graphic novel about it that illustrates the most salient facts. Candidate Trump's behavior created a counterintelligence nightmare for Obama's national security team. Trump held secret talks during the campaign about a big real estate deal in Russia and lied about it. He repeated Kremlin talking points on issues like Putin, Ukraine, NATO, and sanctions. According to investigators, Trump's campaign had 272 contacts and 38 meetings with Russian government-tied representatives and cutouts. He reveled in Russian-backed disinformation and hacking operations against the DNC. And despite extensive press reporting on Russian interference in the election, the Kremlin formally denied any involvement. Yet by September 2016, Putin was cracking jokes in public about the hacks. You be the judge. But as former CIA Director Michael Hayden put it, Russia election meddling was the most successful covert operation in history. And these are the facts, as established by Special Counsel Robert Mueller, who was appointed to lead an independent investigation into what happened. These facts were confirmed by a bipartisan Senate committee that even included then-Senator, now Secretary of State and flaccid micropenis, Marco Rubio. Of course, Trump has said he didn't bother reading the Senate's report. When asked about the report, he said, "I don't know anything about it. I didn't read it. It's all a hoax." Over the years, the Russian election interference hoax conspiracy theory has become MAGA doctrine. In 2020, the Republicans in the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence conducted their own investigation, nitpicking the intelligence community's findings. The committee issued a document titled Report on the Manufactured Russia Hoax. Their report largely confirmed the key facts of the Senate report and the Mueller report, but they disagreed on the extent to which Trump was involved and the extent to which Putin was motivated by a Trump victory. The matter was settled. Reasonable minds can disagree. But then, on July 25, 2025, Tulsi Gabbard, the controversial head of the Office of the Department of National Intelligence, or ODNI, released a previously classified version of the Republican House Committee's report and accused President Obama and several members of his administration of engaging in a treasonous conspiracy, claiming that their goal was to subvert the will of the American people and enact what was essentially a years-long coup with the objective of trying to usurp the president from fulfilling the mandate bestowed upon him by the American people. But the classified version of the Republican House Committee's report that she released doesn't support those accusations. The report admits that, quote, the bulk of the intelligence community's judgments on Russia's election operations were sound and employed proper analytic tradecraft. So, off the bat, the House report agrees that the intelligence community's assessments were mostly correct. The House committee agreed that Russia engaged in cyber warfare to influence the 2016 elections, that Russia was responsible for the hack on the DNC emails, and that Russia sought to undermine faith in US elections. What the Republicans took issue with was the idea that Putin did this in order to help Trump. They claimed that the intelligence community's assessment was based on insufficient data, ignored contrary information, and wrongly relied on the largely discredited Steele dossier. So, along with the 2020 House report, Tulsi Gabbard's politically captured ODNI released a brief, haphazard-looking memo and a public statement with 6 claims that build their foundation for their treason accusations against President Obama. Let's break these claims down. First, in the months leading up to the November 2016 election, the intelligence community consistently assessed that Russia is probably not trying to influence the election by using cyber means. This is untrue. What the intelligence community actually said is that Russia was not trying to hack election infrastructure. That's different from saying that the Russians weren't trying to influence US elections at all. Even the Republican House Committee acknowledged that the Russians did try to influence the election by using social media and hacking and the release of stolen DNC emails. Second, ODNI argued that on December 7th, 2016, after the election, talking points were prepared for Director of National Intelligence James Clapper, stating foreign adversaries did not use cyber attacks on election infrastructure to alter the US presidential election outcome. No one disputes this. Neither Obama, nor the bipartisan Senate report, nor the intelligence community assessment, nor the Mueller report ever claimed that Russia hacked election infrastructure. The investigations on this topic focused on whether Russia attempted to influence the election by using social media and by hacking and releasing damaging DNC emails. And all the reputable investigations concluded that Russia did that. So Clapper's talking point about hacking election infrastructure doesn't show that he or Obama were lying when they later claimed that Russia tried to influence the election in other ways. Next, ODNI claimed that on December 9th, 2016, President Obama's White House gathered top National Security Council principals for a meeting that included James Clapper, John Brennan, Susan Rice, John Kerry, Loretta Lynch, Andrew McCabe, and others, to discuss Russia. And after the meeting, DNI Clapper's executive assistant sent an email to IC leaders tasking them with creating a new IC assessment per the president's request that details the tools Moscow used and actions it took to influence the 2016 election. It went on to say ODNI will lead this effort with participation from CIA, FBI, NSA, and DHS. This is also true and undisputed, and this is how government works. The president holds meetings and tasks agencies with conducting investigations and assessments. The president gets to choose priorities, and the executive agencies try to deliver on them. This was a fast turnaround assignment, given in early December and due in early January, but that fast turnaround was necessary because Trump was about to take office, and the Obama administration guessed, accurately, that Trump wasn't exactly going to be impartial about fact-finding. Next, ODNI alleged that Obama officials leaked false statements to media outlets, including the Washington Post, claiming Russia has attempted through cyber means to interfere in, if not actively influence, the outcome of an election. But this isn't a false statement, nor is it a leak. Every credible investigation concluded the same thing. Even the House Republican Committee had to agree that Russia tried, via cyber means, to influence the election. Even they conceded that the bulk of the intelligence community's judgments on Russia's election operations were sound and employed proper analytic tradecraft. Their dispute was not whether Russia tried to influence the election, but whether Russia did that explicitly in order to help Trump win. Finally, ODNI claimed that on January 6, 2017, a new intelligence community assessment was released that directly contradicted the IC assessments that were made throughout the previous 6 months. This is also false because, again, the intelligence community assessment didn't contradict prior statements regarding Russia's intentions to and ability to hack election infrastructure. It addressed a totally different question. Did Russia try to influence the election? And, like the Senate and the independent Mueller investigation, the intelligence community concluded that Russia did try to influence the election using the arsenal of cyber weapons and tactics they developed and honed in their war against Ukraine. So it's pretty disingenuous to claim that just because Russia didn't hack voting machines directly, it didn't do anything to try and influence the 2016 election. Curiously absent from these reports and the House committee findings that attempted to distance Trump from Putin's motivations is the fact that on the day after Trump's election, Russian lawmakers broke out a bunch of champagne. Still, according to Tulsi Gabbard, Obama's actions amount to a treasonous conspiracy, and everyone involved, quote, must be investigated and prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. So she referred the matter to the Department of Justice, which immediately launched a so-called strike force to, quote, assess evidence publicized by ODNI. Pam Bondi promised to leave no stone unturned to deliver justice. I wonder if she'll read the Senate report. In fact, there's a lot of things that Pam Bondi allegedly has on her desk that need addressing. And if Pam Bondi truly wants to leave no stone unturned to deliver justice, she'll read the Senate report. And hopefully do a smidge of legal research, even though what she'll find is really disappointing. That's because treason is an extraordinary charge, by design. It's difficult to prove and rarely prosecuted. America's most prolific treason doers are the founding fathers themselves, at least in the eyes of the British courts, which is what we base our own legal system off, by the way. But central to the American legal experiment was the concept that the government was based on the consent of the governed, not divine rule. So in order to have a democracy, citizens had to be empowered to debate and push back against their own government. As Justice Robert Jackson said in Kramer v. United States, the basic law of treason in this country was framed by men who, as we have seen, were taught by experience and by history to fear abuse of the treason charge almost as much as they feared treason itself. In fact, the founders were so concerned about the over-prosecution of treason that they even included the definition of treason in the Constitution. Quote, treason against the United States shall consist only in levying war against them or in adhering to their enemies, giving them aid and comfort. No person shall be convicted of treason unless on the testimony of 2 witnesses to the same overt act or on confession in open court. If the Trump administration were to actually try to pursue treason charges against Obama and his associates, the first prosecutorial question is, were they trying to levy war against the United States? That would be a very tough argument, because the Supreme Court has made it very difficult to demonstrate that someone has levied war against the United States. The most famous case on this topic relates to America's ambitious, anti-slavery, arguably feminist, act fast, think later, original gangsta Aaron Burr. Yeah, that's not the real Aaron Burr. Not long after he turned Alexander, I think president should rule for life Hamilton into a Facebook post, Burr went on to lead a conspiracy to create an independent nation in the American Southwest. Burr and his comrades assembled a private militia and planned to seize enough land to start a new country. His co-conspirators, Bowman and Swartwout, were first to go to trial on treason charges. In their cases, ex parte Bowman and ex parte Swartwout, ended up before Chief Justice John Marshall in the Supreme Court. And even then, the Supreme Court dismissed the treason charges, holding that the alleged conduct did not constitute levying war against the United States within the meaning of the treason clause of the Constitution. Chief Justice Marshall found that it was not enough to conspire against the country by recruiting troops, procuring maps, and drawing up plans. Conspiring to levy war was distinct from actually levying war. A person could only be convicted of treason for levying war if there was an actual assemblage of men for the purpose of executing a treasonable design. Burr then got his treason charges dismissed under the same theory. So if drawing up maps and recruiting troops isn't sufficient for a treason charge, the allegations ODNI has leveled against the Obama administration definitely wouldn't cut it. The ODNI's public statements and the documents the agency released essentially accuse the Obama administration of misleading the American public about Russia's influence in the 2016 elections. That's not exactly an act of war, and it's definitely not an actual assemblage of men for the purpose of executing a treasonable design. The second potential path to a treason conviction is if anyone in the Obama administration gave aid and comfort to the enemies of the United States. This, again, would be difficult to argue. Not that some poor attorney at DOJ won't be tasked with trying. First, what enemies of the United States did Obama give aid and comfort to? Russians? The intelligence community report actually clearly identifies the Russians as enemies of the United States, and Obama himself told the Russians to cut it out regarding election hacking.
In early September, when I saw President Putin in China and tell him to cut it out, there were going to be some serious consequences if he didn't.
So it's unlikely that anyone could argue that Obama was giving Putin aid or comfort. Or maybe the enemy the Trump administration would be referring to is the Democratic Party itself, since he's previously thrown around the accusation that Democrats are the enemy from within. Either way, this is unlikely to stand up in court. But let's say, for the sake of argument, that the Trump administration could identify an enemy that the Obama administration had assisted. Trump would still have to prove that Obama or his administration gave aid and comfort to that enemy. The standard for that is actually quite high. In the landmark Supreme Court case Kramer v. United States, Kramer was a naturalized American citizen born in Germany and charged with treason for allegedly helping German soldiers sneak into the United States during World War II to launch attacks on behalf of the German government. Once again, the court dismissed the treason charges against Kramer on the grounds that what he did, having some drinks and casual treasonous talk with an acquaintance who was secretly conspiring against the US government, was not legally sufficient to be considered aid and comfort. As Justice Robert Jackson explained, a citizen intellectually or emotionally may favor the enemy and harbor sympathies or convictions disloyal to this country's policy or interest, but so long as he commits no act of aid or comfort to the enemy, there is no treason. On the other hand, a citizen may take actions which do aid and comfort the enemy, making a speech critical of the government or opposing its measures, profiteering, striking in defense plants or essential work, and the 100 other things which impair our cohesion and diminish our strength. But if there is no adherence to the enemy in this, if there is no intent to betray, there is no treason. In summary, the Constitution requires both concrete action and an intent to betray the nation before a citizen can be convicted of treason. Expressing traitorous thoughts or intentions alone isn't enough. So even assuming that by promoting the Russian election influence idea, the Obama administration did somehow aid some enemy of the United States, the Trump administration would still have to prove that Obama and his team promoted that idea with the express intent to help that enemy. That's not supported in any of the documents Tulsi and ODNI released. Even Trump's usual lickspittles know these charges just won't hold up. In a recent conversation between Senator Ted Cruz and Laura Ingraham on Fox News, both admitted that Trump wouldn't actually be able to charge Obama with treason.
He's not going to be prosecuted for treason. But that's not going to happen.
He's not going to be prosecuted in all likelihood for treason.
But come on, we know the point isn't the actual charges. The point here is to shift attention from...
You might have noticed that we're producing way more content than ever before.
No
That's
way,
because
bro.
The law is now seemingly in the news almost every day, and it can make producing videos like this one sign up and get
investigation to get some evidence, and a prosecutor has to take it to a grand jury for indictment. That's kind of how the rule of law works at its most foundational constitutional level.
An explosive whistleblower report claims that the Justice Department is asking government lawyers to lie to the courts.
So I've come forward because the Trump administration has put civil servants in this impossible position of fealty to the president and the agenda, or fealty to uphold the Constitution and to uphold the rule of law. Ultimately, I didn't sign up to lie to a court.
That was whistleblower Erez Ruveni, who alleged that DOJ senior officials, including Emil Bove, who, as Liz Dye recently explained, has been nominated to serve as a federal appellate judge, urged DOJ prosecutors to submit misleading information to courts and defy federal court rulings.
Bove says, and if some court or to issue some order that prevents that from happening, we would have to consider telling that court, quote, fuck you.
The conditions Rouvaney described led to a mass exodus of DOJ lawyers who refused to violate their duties as officers of the court. So using Bondi's new DOJ playbook, let's imagine how the Justice Department could bring a treason case against Obama. The Attorney General could take the conservative route and appoint a special counsel like Robert Mueller or Jack Smith to investigate and issue recommendations. But special counsels move slowly and run exhaustive investigations. And Republicans have claimed that the special counsel statute is unconstitutional anyway, so this may not be Bondi's preferred route. Instead, she could pick a loyal DOJ attorney. Let's call him Ed. And Ed passes the most basic requirements of having a law degree and passing the bar exam. So Ed with a law degree can take this case straight to a grand jury. Before anything hits a courtroom, FBI agents would need to open a formal investigation, gather evidence, and build a legal theory more substantial than I saw it on Truth Social. Ed with the law degree would then take the case to a federal grand jury. A federal grand jury is usually 16 to 23 ordinary citizens chosen at random from voter rolls. Grand juries are sworn to secrecy, and their deliberations are strictly protected. Grand juries don't determine guilt or innocence. Their job is to decide whether there's probable cause to believe a crime was committed. The grand jury process is one-sided by design. The defense can't present evidence, most rules of evidence don't even apply, and the standard is just probable cause instead of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Prosecutors almost always get their indictments, hence the saying that a good prosecutor could indict a ham sandwich. Seriously though, prosecutors usually get indictments because they have evidence that someone committed a crime, and it's deeply professionally embarrassing for a grand jury to say no. But lately, some federal prosecutors aren't even bothering to make the sandwich. According to the Los Angeles Times, U.S. Attorney Bill Asaley, who oversees federal prosecutions in Southern California, has been pushing his office to bring cases that don't meet the DOJ's own standards for prosecution. 3 Justice Department officials say Asaley told a subordinate to ignore the federal government's justice manual, which explicitly instructs prosecutors to only bring charges they believe that they can prove at trial in order to prosecute protesters. Instead, Asaley allegedly demanded that prosecutors press on and secure indictments not based on evidence, but based on orders from Pam Bondi. That's not how the system is supposed to work. But the system can push back. Grand juries have reportedly refused to indict, skeptical of the thin evidence presented in these protest-related cases. Remember, grand juries nearly always indict. When they start saying no, it's a red flag that something is seriously off. And another sign that something is seriously off in the DOJ, court filings show that some prosecutors have refused to sign their names to contentious cases, forcing Asaley and his second-in-command to sign the pleadings themselves. So when your own prosecutors won't touch the case, maybe take the hint. The government's case against Obama would be even more challenging because Washington, D.C. juries tend to be more skeptical of government prosecutions. Add in the fact that many D.C. voters have been laid off or fired by Donald Trump, and Kamala Harris won 92.5% of the district's total vote in 2024. For all these reasons, I think it's pretty unlikely that a D.C. grand jury would ever indict Obama for treason. To actually indict President Obama, Ed with a law degree would probably need to find a district with jurors who are friendlier to Trump. But that would open up a whole other can of jurisdictional worms. It's not like Bondi can just run down to Florida and get a quick indictment against Obama, because the alleged criminal acts happened in Washington, D.C. But let's say Ed and Pam actually managed to find a panel of grand jurors who think that it's likely that Obama committed treason, and they vote to indict. Then what? From there, the legal process unfolds much like it did with Trump's criminal cases. The indictment would be filed under seal, then the prosecutor would seek an arrest warrant or notify the former president to voluntarily appear in court. So once again, we would see the Secret Service detail flanking a former president as he walks into a courtroom. We might even get a mugshot. Obama would probably be wearing a tan suit. But by the rules of executive immunity that the Trump administration fought feverishly to protect and expand, Obama is immune to criminal prosecution for any actions he took while in office. At least, that's the theory of executive power that the Trump administration has been running with all year. Obama's legal team would promptly file a motion to dismiss, and the most powerful tool they've got is the same one Trump used to shield himself from criminal prosecution. As Devin explained last year, Special Counsel Jack Smith accused then former President Trump of conspiring with Justice Department officials to pressure states into overturning the 2020 election. But in Trump v. United States, the Supreme Court ruled that presidents are absolutely immune from prosecution for core constitutional acts and presumptively immune for official acts within the outer perimeter of their duties. The decision gave us a presidential immunity map. It starts with a president's core constitutional acts, which are given absolute immunity. These are things like pardons, commanding the military, and firing cabinet officials. These actions are clearly within the president's constitutional powers. The president also has presumptive immunity for acts within the outer perimeter of presidential duties. This is the fuzzier stuff, like communications with the Justice Department, meetings with advisors, and public speeches. Prosecutors can try to rebut this immunity, but the burden is entirely on them, and they can't use communications from the president or his inner circle. Finally, the president gets no immunity for unofficial acts. These are things like personal business, campaign activities, or criminal acts done outside the context of the presidency. Crucially, the Supreme Court also ruled that evidence from a president's internal communications, including testimony or private records from advisors, cannot be introduced at trial if it would reveal protected official conduct. This places a significant limit on what prosecutors can use in court. Although Justice Roberts said no president is above the law, the constraints placed on prosecutors by Trump v. United States makes prosecution of ex-presidents nearly impossible. So under this framework, any charges against Obama would almost certainly fail. Take Tulsi Gabbard's claims. She alleges Obama weaponized intelligence to launch a coup against Trump. But the 2016 Russian interference reports were produced by intelligence agencies and confirmed by a bipartisan Senate committee. Even if Obama shaped the messaging, national security is a core presidential duty, squarely within the immunity zone. She also accuses him of spying on Trump through the FBI's Crossfire Hurricane probe. As we've already explained, these kinds of national security decisions, whether good, bad, controversial, are likely well within the outer perimeter of presidential duties, meaning they're presumptively immune under Trump v. United States. The wildest claim? That Trump orchestrated a fake elector plot in 2016, an election Trump won. Straight out of the every accusation is a confession playbook. Even if Obama had pushed for alternative slates of electors or meddled in certification, what matters is the nature of his acts. Did he talk to his attorney general about it? Well, that's an official act. The court said such conversations are absolutely immune. That's why Trump couldn't be prosecuted for pressuring DOJ officials. And it's why Obama couldn't be prosecuted for supposedly talking to Eric Holder about helping Hillary Clinton. Even if Obama had gone rogue and, I don't know, offered suitcases of cash to fake electors, prosecutors in the era of the Roberts Court would still face the same impossible burden, proving it was unofficial conduct without using internal communications or testimony from advisors. The bottom line is this. Trump v. United States built a legal fortress around the presidency. If it shields Trump, it should shield Obama too. Unless, of course, the Supreme Court decides immunity only runs in one direction. Even though Trump v. United States established sweeping immunity for a president's official acts, there is little to stop the court's Republican majority from carving out exceptions where it suits them, especially if the target is a Democratic ex-president. The court could narrow the ruling's application by declaring that certain acts fall outside the scope of official conduct. They could also label Obama's actions as personal, politically motivated, or otherwise not tied to core constitutional duties, even if they closely resemble Trump's immunized behavior. In other words, the same court that gave Trump a blank check could turn around and claim that Obama paid with counterfeit. I don't think that's going to happen, but I could have said the same thing about many of the court's decisions during Trump's second term, when SCOTUS has repeatedly made sweeping pro-Trump rulings on its shadow docket. With this court, apparently certain precedents only apply when your name is Donald Trump. As Obama put it in his official response to the allegations of treason levied against him, quote, "Out of respect for the office of the presidency, our office does not normally dignify the constant nonsense and misinformation flowing out of this White House with a response. But these claims are outrageous enough to merit one. These bizarre allegations are ridiculous and a weak attempt at distraction."
Now, all this highlights why it's so important to get a great lawyer when you're dealing with your own case. Now, after I started this channel, every week I'd get hundreds of comments and emails from viewers.
So I have a few rocks that I suspect to be meteorites. The first one I'm going to be cutting is this little one here, and the reason why I suspect these to be meteorites is they're partially magnetic. They're not really magnetic, but they're just a little bit magnetic. So I'm not going to really cut it, I'm just going to grind the surface so I can see the inside and see if it looks like meteors I've seen online before. So the next one I'm going to be grinding is also partially magnetic, and it's got these crystals in it. It's dark black and it looks pretty weird. It's not like your average rock. So this rock didn't seem quite as hard as the other one, and we did manage to get a little bit of a polished surface on this one. So this one actually managed to break in the vise, which is kind of a good thing because now I can see what it looks like inside a little bit better. But there is a pretty good polished spot on this rock and it does look pretty cool inside. So we have a bunch of these rocks that we suspect to be meteorites, And the one thing these all have in common is they're all attracted to a magnet. And one of the cooler ones
Yeah,
is
you
this
mentioned that.
flat-looking one. It looks kind of like a hamburger. And it's completely black, but it also has crystals all over it. And it's pretty cool because it's kind of a weird shape to see in nature. So here's a spot where it broke in the vise. Kind of just looks like a normal rock inside. Once again, excuse the camera quality. It's not doing a very good job of focusing close up. But as you can see, the part that I grinded down is like a mirror. It's pretty much like glass inside.
Actually, we can't
So now,
see.
last of all, the very first one we ever found. This is the one we suspect to be a meteorite more than any of these. Although this is just a regular iron meteorite. And one of the reasons why we suspect this to be a meteorite is obviously it looks like a meteorite. It's solid iron pretty much. It's extremely magnetic. But most of all, it's got that fusion crust that they're always talking about. That like thin layer of metal on the outside. Hope you enjoyed the video. Make sure to like and subscribe
Sucked.
if you want to see future
Shit
content.
video.
Hopefully in the future we're going to be cutting open more of these and definitively
We're
proving
gonna
if they
cut
are
open
or
more
aren't
rocks out of
meteorites.
focus.
And,
Awesome.
let me know in the comments what you actually think. Do you think these are just regular rocks or are they actually meteorites?
Couldn't
what do you
tell.
Think about the big iron?
Wasn't
I'm
in
pretty sure that
focus.
is a meteorite. So I'll see you guys in the next one. Make sure to check out round 2. I'll be cutting up more of these. Peace out, guys.
These leaders that they call leaders, this included comedians, comics. These aren't leaders. These are puppets and clowns that usually say exactly what they know that the white man wants to hear.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we said you're a great father up top. First thing you say is, I've got great kids. You didn't take credit. And then your entire answer, and I thought this was really cool, your entire answer is about how great your kids are. That was a very cool thing.
Thank you. That's very nice. I think I like this interview. I think
If you are just waking up right now, NBC News now officially projecting that Donald Trump has won the presidency.
This group influenced the presidential election of 2024.
Yo, listen.
Ain't that crazy?
Don't even say influence. We decided.
We were the turning point.
Just know he was not up until this pod.
True.
After the pod, he surges what, 3 or 4%?
Yeah, it was a wrap, dude.
Never went back down after that.
Images of MAGA supporters literally burning their red MAGA hats are going viral online. And all of this comes a day after Trump berated Republicans as, quote, stupid and foolish for wanting more information about the disgraced financier who died by suicide while in federal custody.
You know what I'm getting a lot of? You talked to him, you platformed him, as if he was at 0%. And then we talked to him and then he won the election. As if he had no shot of winning.
Hold on.
And you were like, this guy's a monster, he's not a human being. Then we humanize him. That's what he keeps saying.
Since all this drama with the Epstein files, I've noticed that a few of these podcaster comedians have been speaking out against their little buddy Donald Trump. And no one's played the situation worse than this guy.
Like there'll be people that they'll DM me and be like, you see what your boy's doing? You voted for this. I'm like, I voted for none of this. He's doing the exact opposite of everything I voted for.
Yeah.
I want him to stop the wars. He's funding them. I want him to shrink spending, reduce the budget. He's increasing it. It's like everything that he said he's going to do, except sending immigrants back.
And as soon as little Andy posted this genius revelation, to his surprise, his audience wasn't immediately kissing his ass, but instead was calling him out for taking 8 months to figure out the most obvious shit of all time. Saying things like,
not being able to see through Trump's blatant bullshit for 10 years is honestly baffling at this point.
You endorsed him proudly. You wore the red hat, posted the memes, excused the cruelty, justified the lies. You stood by when others were silenced, targeted, dehumanized. And now, after all the damage, you're shocked.
after seeing the dislikes and the negative comments, because Andrew sucks as much ass as he does, instead of acknowledging that he was possibly wrong about anything, he turns the camera on a few days later to say this.
What's up, everybody? Apparently we ruined America. You know, we were trying to hold the person in power, President Trump, accountable for not fulfilling some of his promises, and that was foolish, man.
Nah, you're an idiot,
That
dude.
was
You're
a
a bad
foolish
person.
thing to do. Once you vote for somebody, no matter what they do, even if it's the exact opposite of what they say they're gonna do, you just ride that until the wheels fall off.
Yes. See, this is why Andrew is such a weaselly little bitch to me. No rational person is making the argument that once you vote for Trump, you can never criticize him and you can never change your mind. What people are saying is for you to be shocked by what Trump is doing, And for you to say that this isn't what you voted for, it's bullshit. The signs were there for anybody who was paying any kind of attention, and this little speech just feels like a pathetic way to try and save face. Because instead of trying to take any sort of accountability, you're acting like a victim who was blindsided. Donald Trump was president before. You forget that? And he did 0 things in his first term that would make any sort of rational adult believe that he was capable of ending any wars or decreasing the deficit. When it comes to ending wars, if you really believe that Donald Trump has any sort of respect from any of these foreign leaders, you're delusional. As soon as it was announced that he won, Putin had Russian state TV playing pictures of Donald Trump's naked wife.
Nude photos of Melania Trump have been aired on Russia's most watched state TV channel during a program supposedly dedicated to celebrating Trump's election victory.
You think this is a guy who gives a f about what Donald Trump thinks or feels? Of course not. He has 0 respect for him. Also, Donald Trump is the guy in his first term who increased drone strikes by over 400%. So again, what the f would make you think that this was the guy who was going to end a war, let alone 2? When he was president the first time, he increased the deficit more than almost any other president in American history. And that was after inheriting an economy that was pretty good. So yeah, when you turn the camera on and say, this isn't what I voted for, people are gonna make fun of you, as they should. You look stupid. If he would have decided to take any accountability and was just like, you know what, guys, clearly Trump is a liar. I should have known that. That's my bad. Let's try to move forward. If you would have said anything close to that, people wouldn't have cared as much. But because you're an insufferable asshole, you don't do that and instead decide to double down on why voting for Trump was so smart.
But I don't regret it at all. I don't even regret voting for him at all. Because what you see is all these Democrats that are starting to take up the issues that he was the one campaigning on. Ooh. So essentially what he's done is pull the Democrat Party over to the center. So if they start talking about these issues, Ro Khanna, who we have on later on this podcast, and then we got Ro Khanna, who's pushing up this bill in Congress right now where he wants to release the entire unredacted Epstein files.
Yeah. He doesn't even realize like how much of an out-of-touch privileged asshole he is when he talks like this. And for whichever one of his ethnic ball coddlers was that hit that ooh. Yeah, fuck you too. Trump hasn't even been president 9 months, and we're already at the point where we've sent hundreds of people to a crazy super prison in another country, where I think it was up to 70 to 90% of them have no criminal history. We have ICE arresting people at their own immigration hearings. The tariffs, one of those 2 things that Donald Trump actually ran on, Walmart already said, yeah, we already increased prices in June to prepare for this bullshit. So shit's more expensive now for no fucking reason. And we fired hundreds of thousands of government employees, including people who are, I don't know, in charge of telling us about floods in Texas. And you, the obnoxious, wealthy entertainer, say you don't regret your vote because now the Democrats are talking about releasing the Epstein files. And you wonder why people don't fucking like you. Now, for those of you guys who know me, you know I'm not one to spend money on things. I mean, I've been wearing your little feelings. So why would you let what these people are saying change how you human laugh tracks started to feel the heat after their epiphany that the known liar might have lied? They had on the guys from the pods.
Yes. And then we got Ro Khanna.
Should have known that privileged asshole he is when he talks like of people to a crazy super prison in another country, where I think it was up to 70 to 90% of them have no criminal history. We have ICE arresting people at their own immigration hearings. The tariffs, one of those 2 things that Donald Trump actually ran on, Walmart already said, yeah, we already increased prices in June to prepare for this bullshit. So shit's more expensive now for no fucking reason. And we fired hundreds of thousands of government employees, including people who are, I don't know, in charge of telling us about floods in Texas. And you, the obnoxious, wealthy entertainer, say you don't regret your vote because now the Democrats are talking about releasing the Epstein files. And you wonder why people don't fucking like you. Now, for those of you guys who know me, you know I'm not one to spend videos, but what are you? Wallet Yogible, 32% H Wallet, world's biggest clown. So because Andrew and his group of human laugh tracks started to feel the heat after their epiphany that the known liar might have lied, they had on the guys from the Pod Save America podcast. I guess these guys used to work with Obama back in the day, and now they have a podcast because of course they do. But anyway, listen to what Andrew says here.
There was a bit of a media storm that happened after some criticisms that I had over Trump, and I had him, John, and I was like, John, like, am I off tough on this? Like, what is the best way to handle like somebody that I voted for that is not living up to their promises? I'm criticizing them, and some responses are, well, yeah, you're a fucking idiot. And I was like, I don't know if that's the best way to build a coalition.
First off, bitch, what are you talking about build a coalition? You just said you don't even regret voting for the guy that's causing all this bullshit. Unlike those losers sitting next to you, you don't pay us to kiss your ass and laugh at your dog shit jokes.
You gotta call it heckling. Call it heckling.
So when you say stupid bullshit, we're gonna call you out on it. That's how the internet works. Grow the f up. Also, I'm pretty sure that no one running for president or Congress is in your comment section trying to hurt your little feelings. So why would you let what these people are saying change how you decide to vote or who you decide to support? Does that make sense? This is what's wrong with these comedians in politics. They correlate things that they read on Twitter and in their comment sections with people who work in government. If you want to criticize the Democratic Party, there's plenty of things to choose from, but please don't use your comment section or some college kid on TikTok as a way to do it, because that's fucking stupid. I've seen that little creep Tony Hinchcliffe do a similar thing in that bullshit Twitter video people call a comedy special.
I've never considered myself a very political guy. But about a month before all this happened, we found out from YouTube that there's new words that they want us to censor. New words that you have to bleep out or you don't make money anymore.
What's the logic there? You think Joe Biden's like picking up the phone, calling Susan and being like, no comedians can use these 4 words ever again, okay, Susan? Okay,
Yeah.
like this is a priority. If you want to criticize Joe Biden, but use your head. You sound like a fucking idiot. And to this point,
I was like, I don't know if that's the best way to build a coalition. What do you think? What do you think about that, John?
No, that shit drives me nuts.
Are you talking about
because
Obama?
I think, first of all, Trump lies a lot. He's always lied a lot. And it also assumes that every single person in America was supposed to be paying attention to like every single word that Donald Trump has ever said.
yeah, I guess it's possible for the average person to fall for these lies if they weren't paying any kind of attention. But we're not talking about the average person. We're talking about multimillionaires who have huge audiences and decided to make their podcast a political one. Nobody is putting a gun to their head, forcing them to sit down with politicians and billionaires. That's what they wanted to do. And to Andrew's original point, as much as I'd love to trash on the people that voted for this man and call them stupid, I do realize that if we're gonna make it better, we're gonna need a lot of the people who voted for Trump. And I'm torn on what I'm seeing right now because I do see Trump squirming, and I have to give credit to people like Andrew,
The person who made this video?
See the light. These people have been holding Trump's feet to the fire about this Epstein shit, and it's really just becoming more and more obvious how corrupt he is.
Wait, this guy, the black guy?
And that's a good thing. But also, I can't ignore the side of my brain that thinks, really, this is what made you see the light, Andrew? You really thought that the guy who was best friends with the most famous child sex trafficker of all time
I've
was
never
not
watched
only
one of his
definitely
videos.
not on this Epstein list, but was also going to be the one to drain the swamp and
Hang on, I'll open his channel and look at it. Comedians sold us out.
Expose all these
Comments are just,
corrupt
you sold
billionaire
out to the Chinese government. I'll look at it after.
Really? This guy?
By the way, your daughter, she's beautiful. Can I say this? A piece of ass. Yeah. She looks more voluptuous than ever.
She's actually always been very voluptuous.
The man who's been publicly accused
Gross.
of groping women with Jeffrey Epstein. The guy who bragged about going into women's locker rooms because he owns the pageant to be a creep and look at them when they're naked. That guy?
Well, I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else.
And I
you
put
know,
my
no men
fingers
anywhere.
in her.
And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. You know, I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? You know, they're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women, and so I sort of get away with things like that.
You thought that was going to be the guy who was going to bring down all the sick perverts. Really? Like, what the fuck were you? What? Bro, what? But anyway, unfortunately for all of us, Andrew Schulz is not the only podcast comedian who's coping with this Trump and Epstein shit. Because Andrew and Tim Dillon both believe that it's very possible that the only reason Trump hasn't released all these files is not because he's on the list, but because the FBI or the CIA is threatening Trump's life.
I think Trump knows they'll kill him. I believe he knows that. I believe he knows that the people that killed all of those people would find a way to kill him if this came out.
They could have come up to him and be like, we missed on purpose, right? The guy who had the perfect shot on you from 100 meters away or whatever, like, we missed on purpose. You didn't look at a f***ing sign. Looking at the sign got you closer. But we missed on purpose. And we won't the next time, unless you tell people to look the other way about this Epstein shit. To me, I would not be surprised at all if the CIA and the FBI actually are running the country.
Aren't these people like really politically invested? Don't they pretend to be politically invested? Don't they know that Donald Trump is the one who appointed the head of the FBI and the head of the CIA? Like, I'm confused. To their fans who are watching this, can you guys explain to me, like, do they really think Kash Patel, the guy who wrote a children's book where Donald Trump was the hero, do they really think that that guy's pulling Trump into a dark corner and threatening to kill him if he releases the Epstein files? Or do they think it's Tulsi Gabbard, the other loyalist who's nowhere near qualified to do what she's doing? The one that said that there was no intel, that Iran was making a nuke, but then Trump said that there was, so then she changed her mind and said that there was. Is that the one who's strong-arming Trump? You think they're really calling the shot? Tim, do you believe that, or did somebody tell you to say that? Because I feel like somebody told you to say that.
I'm going to tell you about a dinner I had with a member of the administration. I'm going to tell you everything that I know, and I'm going to say the things that I do not know. And I am also not going to attest to the veracity, Google it, of the information. When Pam Bondi came out and said, I have 10,000 hours of evidence, what has been told to me is that that is Epstein downloaded from the internet. It is not the tapes of powerful people in compromising positions.
I guess it was just Hub, dude. My bad. What were we thinking? All he was just watching the Hub, dude. He just had a hard drive of downloaded internet porn. That's very logical. There's no tapes of anyone powerful. That makes perfect sense. It's so interesting to me that these people that were always saying, the government's not trustworthy, the government's not trustworthy, now they're sitting down and having dinner with the most corrupt government I've seen in America and repeating their talking points to their audiences. Why do you guys think that that's happening? When I think of like the Tim Dillon, Andrew Scholes, the Theo, I think of people who are desperate for validation, attention, and money. And I can't say that I'm shocked that they're handling like politics.
Video getting progressively darker? What is happening?
Power awfully. When I was younger, when I thought of a comedian, I thought of somebody whose job it was to criticize or to point out the aspects of our culture that were nonsensical and that we can improve on. You know, like that's what I felt like a good comedian's job was. I would think of somebody like a George Carlin, Bill Burr in his prime, like they called out the bullshit in our culture. But these comedians are not only that bullshit, but they're literally the mouthpieces for some of the most disgusting people on this planet. And it's gross, but it's not surprising. Thinking about it in hindsight, it makes perfect sense why Donald Trump would want to be on their podcast. It's already been said that he was ducking anybody who was going to ask him real questions.
I'm telling you guys, this did happen. Like, I had multiple Trump interview requests in, and they were basically like, no. And I heard it off the record. Yeah. It's like, bro, you're going to ask him 2 hard questions. Like, this, it was quite literally told to me, right? Yeah. Now, I mean, there's a reason he's going on Theo Vaughn and all, and other places, because they didn't think that was going to happen.
And these people were the perfect marks. They stand for nothing. They're cowards and they're stupid. He knew that they weren't going to press him on anything. You see losers like Akash so worried about this man walking off the set that he's afraid to ask him a genuine question.
I could do the thing that feels really good, where I ask a gotcha question and I dunk on you, and then he gets up and he walks off and he says, go fuck yourself. I know, I've seen enough interviews with this guy to know I have to relate to him on a human level, and then when he feels safe, maybe he'll answer the questions I want to ask.
You are a bitch.
Please stop getting any sort of important or political information from these people. They don't give a fuck. I mean, look how Andrew responds when asked about how he handled the Trump interview.
In your interview with Donald Trump, do you feel like you did sort of the necessary work of asking him difficult questions?
Do you think that's necessary?
Yes. what I'd like to see more is people asking the questions that they are curious about themselves, instead of trying to pander to what their audience is curious about.
Nigga, what? Imagine you watching right now. If you had the opportunity to interview a
It's getting
presidential
darker.
candidate, could you honestly imagine
Is this like a
caring
joke?
that little about what your audience wants to know during a presidential election? To think of that as
send more
pandering,
helicopters.
This is
They'll
how
definitely work
disconnected
next
these
time.
people are. They're broken. I wish I could say that their audience has figured it out and they're not going to talk to politicians anymore, but that would be a lie. My guess is that as Trump becomes more and more like openly corrupt, more people will figure it out that this guy is a psychopath, and these comedians are just going to have on like more left-leaning people. Like clearly the Democratic Party figured out that they fucked up by not going on these podcasts, and I think we're going to see more people like Pete Buttigieg and Bernie and probably around during primaries. So, and if you guys are wondering why I didn't mention Joe in this video, that's because I gave him his own separate video. That's on its way. If you want to watch it, it's actually on my Patreon right now for free. So
Does
you
it
can go
get
watch
progressively
that
darker
before
the
it
whole
comes out.
time?
Uncensored. You're welcome. Since I know I'm late on that. But yeah, let's just stop.
You're
acting
welcome.
Like these people give a
Okay.
or like they're qualified to say anything that's important.
They're paying for it, you know? Stop shooting me. I'm trying to fix my screens. That's rude. Because this is
Hello?
what you sent me. What's this?
Boss? Hello, can you hear me?
Get out of my team, okay? Get out of my team.
What?
你可能逼逼你妈他妈的用国际语言跟你沟通，你沟通不了是不是
Wait, can you repeat it?
I said get out of my team, okay?
You don't like me? You don't like me?
I don't like Trump, you know?
Right? But I'm not Trump.
I don't like American. Yeah?
Because I American, you hate me?
Yep.
Oh shit.
So you are black or white?
Wait, what?
Are you nigger?
Excuse me?
Whoa, 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 bro! You can't be sending shit like this. What the fuck?
This episode is sponsored by Curiosity Stream, smart TV for your smart TV.
I'm like, that's like the last time I click a link in chat. Like, it's not happening again. Privileges are revoked.
I know what you're thinking. We're going to laugh at that monkey, aren't we? And
Yeah.
yes, we certainly are. But you should know the monkeys are laughing right back at you. What with your little floppy, well, we'll get to that. But first, let me tell you about these monkeys. This is the proboscis monkey, which has a very unusual feat. Alright, it has a big nose. Like rest on your chin, you could teabag yourself sort of nose. It is out of proportion, compared to our proportions anyway, and we find that funny. In Nerd, the proboscis monkey is called Nasalis larvatus, which roughly translates to nose like a mask. And the person who named it that probably dressed up as a dick for Halloween. You know, like they had a mask that looked like a... well, you get it. In any case, the proboscis monkey is part of a group of monkeys called the odd-nosed colobines. Another monkey in that group is Rhinopithecus, which roughly translates to nose monkey, a name given to a monkey that barely has a nose at all. This snub-nosed monkey can look a bit like it snorted lots of cocaine through a pair of scissors, but it's not a nut nose, though. From the side, you can see it's just very small and upturned. Sure, I think it's a bit messed up to single out a few related monkeys and call them odd-nosed, but characterizing monkeys by their noses is apparently the hot thing to do for the science hippies. Monkeys are basically divided into two main groups, Platyrrhini and Catarrhini. Platyrrhini means flat-nosed. These are the New World monkeys who often have sideways-facing wide-set nostrils, like squirrel monkeys or tamarins. Catarrhini means down-nosed, and these are the Old World monkeys, including macaques and apes. And the mandrill, which at least deserves a runner-up in the odd-nosed category. I mean, it looks like it rear-ended a unicorn that was stopped at a traffic light. All the way up to the eyes. The proboscis monkey is a down-nosed monkey that took the concept and just ran with it. In males, the external portion of their nose, the part that is outside the skull, can grow so large you can't play gotcha nose with them. You'd have to use your whole fist. They don't have to cup their hands to smell their breath, though. That's a plus. But listen, there's someone else in the down-nosed group with an unusually big external nose. The second biggest. It's us. I know what you're thinking. My nose isn't that big. Of course it is. Look at that fleshy pyramid sticking out like that. I mean, come on, we have to tilt our friggin' head to the side when we want to kiss. Snub-nosed monkey can kiss straight on, no problem. I mean, if one of them sneezes, the other one might toot a little, but that's all right. I'm telling you, we look hilarious. What? No, Jerry, I'm not going to talk about the erections. Yet. Now, the male proboscis monkey's profound nasality is most likely the result of sexual selection, which is the corner of evolution where all the weird shit happens. There are a couple ways it can go down. One way is driven by how females decide which male to get busy with. For example, let's take these beards here. Let's say a female has a gene that makes her attracted to a longer tail. Now she gets out there and gets down with a longer-tailed male. Now the gene for longer-tailed males and the gene for being attracted to longer-tailed males get passed on. And now you've got males with longer tails. But if females are attracted to longer tails, then she's going to choose males with longer tails. Put that on repeat and see what happens. In the case of the Sakabula, you wind up with more tail than bird. Congrats, you're a sexy bird now, but you have the flying style of a floppy trash bag that's been caught in a whirl of wind. These outsized male ornaments can also become linked to other favorable traits, in the sense that a
Get him. He's weak. Bitch. Take that leg out. That's what's up. Nowhere to run, bitch. Guys, these are like the easiest ones to kill. Ah, I hate when I get stuck up in a building. Yeah, I'm the best.
Peacock's tail might give you clues about the peacock's well, if it had one, but you get the point, even if the peahen doesn't. Cloaca jokes. In the case of the proboscis male, a large nose is correlated to a larger body mass and larger testicular size. And that means more sperm and a greater chance of getting pregnant. But listen, monkeys are naked, and it's not that hard to see how big they are and how big their testicles are, especially with the whole erection thing, but it's not time for that. Yet. I know what you're thinking, sweaty nipples. Maybe our unusually large human noses correlate to the size of something else on our bodies. Well, we'll get to that in a minute, but first a message about our sponsor. Curiosity Stream is for people who want to know more about, well, everything. Programs handpicked by experts. Well, let me tell you, just last year there was a study in Japan where the science hippies took a bunch of dead people, pretty sure they were dead already, and what they did was measure their noses and then compared that to their SPL, or stretched penis length, which is apparently some sort of standard way of measuring a penis. News to me, I've been doing it all wrong. And what they found were that the two measurements were highly related. A bigger nose meant a bigger SPL. Now that's not to suggest that our noses are the product of female choice sexual selection. And that might only be part of the story with the proboscis monkey. But female choice isn't the only flavor of sexual selection. Another driver is competition between males. When the bros have to fight each other to gain access to females, adaptations that help them win a fight are selected for. Often this results in the evolution of weaponry, like long canines or tusks, even in animals that only eat leaves or vegetables. The proboscis males have quite a bit of competing to do. Their social system is organized into harems, where one male has access to a number of females. I know what you're thinking, those noses don't look like weapons to me unless you count a good noodle slapping, but they still can be used in combat, sort of. These monkey harems often live close to one another, and females sometimes decide to move between them. So there's plenty of opportunities for fights as males defend their turf. But fighting is a real bummer. They can get hurt, and they haven't invented the Band-Aid yet. Why would they? With all that fur, it'd be a right bitch to take off. So if there's a way a monkey can predict that he's likely to lose a fight before it happens, that would certainly be useful in not getting dead. Now, if you can see the size of your challenger, you can just make good choices. But where they live, the visibility isn't that great, what with all the leaves. And that's where the noises come in. Proboscis monkeys make a lot of noise. It can sound a bit like a donkey swallowed a dial-up modem. I think you know where this is headed. A larger nose helps make a louder, lower sound, and we already know that large noses correlate to large bodies. So a male can listen to another male's call and decide if he wants to rumble. And the females, they're listening in too, because a louder sound means bigger testicles. I'm telling you, it's a whole thing. So the proboscis nose might be a bit of a both-and, starting to evolve as a signal for males and then driven to extremes by female choice. These monkeys have something else that's both used to attract mates and to warn other males. Go ahead, Jerry. Now, humans have more of a right place, right time sort of erection. For the proboscis monkey, the time is always and the place is everywhere. They have a brightly colored and more or less permanent erection.
Well, I'm
It's
glad.
not always
Oh,
turned
come
up
on.
to
No,
11.
cover it again.
There's the sort of everyday walking about erection. This one's measuring his SPL. And here's a more elegant cocktail party sort of erection. But they reserve a more straight-up man-spreading erection as a warning for when they're about to get aggressive. We don't do that. It's a shame. Would make MMA weigh-ins more exciting. Well, Conor McGregor certainly showed up to fight. But no, we can't even use ours to flag down a bus. Trust me, I've tried it. Bus kept going. I know what you're going to say. I read somewhere that the human male genitalia is proportionately larger than what the apes and the monkeys are carrying about. That is like the most human thing to think. It's like how everybody says their hometown has the best drinking water. It's bullshit. The researcher Alan Dixon, son of Dix, so you know he's for real, he looked into it and found that humans are pretty unremarkable and average down there. But what about our big noses? There must be something special there. Well, no surprise, the science hippies can't even agree on it. One idea was that when we moved to colder places, bigger noses were better at warming and moistening the air. That one's refuted. Not just futed, they futed it again. There's another idea that our big noses gave us stereo smell for navigation. Not refuted, yet. And then there's the simple idea that it's just the byproduct of our bigger brains. As our skulls got bigger, our faces flattened, leaving our nose out there like a little flesh island. So just remember, if you want to laugh at a monkey with a big nose and a funny-looking penis, call up a friend and get naked. It's
That's
a hell
not
of a
why
lot
they're
cheaper
funny.
than going to Borneo.
They're funny because they go, eh.
All right, so you want a statue of the monkey, right? How big? Oh, that's big. You want it, like, realistic? Lifelike? Oh, okay. Well...
The New York mayor race is heating up.
Step the Zoran Mamdani has officially won New York City's Democratic mayoral primary.
He's been called the next AOC, except he was never even a bartender. We visited an anti-Zoran Mamdani protest to see what the rage against him is all about.
We are against Sharia law. We are against having a Muslim, radical, communist as our mayor. We want freedom of speech and freedom of movement, and I want to be proud of my country, and I want to be proud of being
What would it do to New York if we got a Muslim?
I'd probably get thrown off a rooftop. Probably get thrown off a rooftop.
My private part slaughtered off because I'm a Jew.
Yeah.
Woman drivers eliminated. Multiple wives totally on the table.
Can you step down?
Yeah.
Can you step down?
Can I talk to people after?
Can you get, of course. And it's over, bro.
How long is it going to be?
Can you get down, bro?
How long is it going to be, though, till it ends?
I'm
getting down.
Just step
Don't
down.
push me on the stairs.
Step the fuck off. We
Well,
fucking told you. We
no,
were
I'm
nice to
down.
you. Step the
No, he
fuck
told
off.
me to-
We've been fucking nice to you, dude. Stop.
Uh-oh.
And I know. Stop.
Who's...
Uh-oh.
I'm being...
When you see that yellow...
Can I stay here?
Institute Sharia law for everyone, and we are going to be oppressed. Women are going to be oppressed. Gays are going to be murdered.
They're from Palm Angels. Do you like
Really? Oh my God, girlfriend, those are so cute.
Thanks, Bill.
This just in, a bombshell BBC report on Eric Adams. It's 8 inches.
Do you think Eric Adams is...
Gay? Yeah, I think he's gay.
Do you think he has a BBC?
Do I think he has a BBC?
Yeah.
What's that?
Like a big black cock?
Oh, probably.
We got a little yelling showdown. What's it like seeing people protest this event, man?
I told you to back the fuck off. Back the fuck off. I'm not playing your fucking game, dude. Get out of my fucking face. I've asked you nicely. Back the fuck off. I'm not playing your fucking game.
Okay.
Leave me alone.
All good.
I'm in a
You're
terrorist
hot, by the way. I like
organization.
you.
I like you too. You're so fun. Thanks for being fun and just having fun.
Do I get a kiss?
On the head.
All right. Give me a kiss. All right.
Zoran Mamdani went viral for eating with his hands. I'm only surprised because he's Ugandan. And you know how they feel about people eating with their hands.
Even poo-poo comes out. The other poo-poo's out, huh? And then they eat the poo-poo.
He'll eat rice with his hands, but will he eat bagels?
It is Emily Ratajkowski and
Zoran Mamdani. Emily Ratajkowski said it's a democratic socialist summer. What does that mean? No maids? What am I going to do without Alishka cleaning my clothes? I actually didn't even know that she was Spanish until I started saying "Como estás" to her daughter. And apparently they don't speak Spanish in Poland.
I'm very spiritual, and I'm trying to manifest money, and...
How's that going for you?
Not great, but I think what brought into my awareness is this character.
How much you want to manifest?
Millions.
What?
I'm a gematria sports gambler. I find like codes in gematria. If Jazz Chisholm or Matt Olson wins a home run derby tonight, then I know my code is on point.
A lot of hardware for Cal Raleigh tonight. Emily Ratajkowski is not the only influencer impacting the election. Eric Adams went viral for his "Get Ready With Me" TikToks. What I want to know is how does he get that bald head so shiny? And most importantly, when does he take a bribe?
I never head out without my New York City tap water.
Our Eric Adams Apple with his $25,000 Liberace suit sitting up in with his cigar in the nightclubs.
Candidates were asked where they'd take their first trip as New York mayor.
I would visit the Holy Land.
I would go to Israel.
Mr. Tilson, where would you go?
Yeah, I'd make my 4th trip to Israel, followed by my 5th trip to Ukraine.
Mr. Mamdani.
I would stay in New York City.
He doesn't want a free vacation? We're really gonna trust someone who's not gonna take a 5-star hotel funded trip to learn facts about history? You know, it reminds me of the communist labor camps we'll all be in when they eliminate vacation for those who want to take it. So say goodbye to going to the Mediterranean and say hello to working at the government grocery store.
You're lucky we're in America. If you wasn't in America, you was in Gaza, what would happen to you? You couldn't even have a microphone. That's right.
Do you condemn that phrase, globalize the Intifada?
That's not language that I use.
Zoran Mondani wants to globalize the enchilada. Whatever happened to being against cultural appropriation?
Andrew Cuomo is a creep, slapping
Danny's
fannies and killing grannies.
Members of the Guardian Angels and supporters of Curtis Sliwa are going to unconventional methods to recruit votes.
We're here at the Chinese Volleyball League to make inroads with some new communities.
I did it! Curtis Sliwa, Guardian Angels. Zoran Mamdani, he hates Asian people. He says he hates Asian people. He said he was African American. I'm just saying on his thing.
If he gets elected, you could say goodbye. They're going to be building a homeless shelter right here.
They could kind of use Yao Ming out there, I'm not going to lie. I'm sorry. Zoran Mamdani, he hates Hispanics. He hates them. He won't even eat tacos. He won't even do it. That's what I'm saying. You know Zoran Mamdani? Yeah.
He hates Jewish people.
And Little Italy used to be able to get the best tortellinis here. Now, you know, if you're lucky, you'll just get some tomato sauce with your Peking duck. So what's your opinion on Curtis Sliwa?
I think he's a piece of shit.
Why?
Why? He'll tell you why.
What'd he do to you, huh?
Keep going. Hey, tell him, it's your former captain, Centurion. Good luck with your
You used to be an angel?
I don't want to be an angel no more.
What'd you do?
Tell him about that. He'll tell you. Go ahead. Watch the
What,
video.
because he wanted to fight you were two into the prostitutes, huh?
That's okay.
You wanted him to cancel the prostitution? Is that what it was? And you were doing the prostitutes every day, huh?
You could go walk. You're supposed to de-escalate, so don't come up here and start something.
Maybe I'm not like, I'm the new age. Maybe I'm an escalator.
Don't put your finger on my face.
Guess what, an escalator?
Don't put your finger on my face.
I'm back here. An escalator can never be broken. It can only become stairs. What are you guys protesting? It's a mass vigilante here.
Calm down. You smell terrible, man. There's a shower, like right over there. Like you go over there, take a shower, come back.
I'm wearing a collared shirt. You're the one that's looking like a homeless guy. Man, you got some beautiful skin, man. Wow. Could I kiss your foot, man, in a sign of solidarity?
My foot?
Yeah.
If you want.
Yeah. Let me do that.
People are complaining about jobs. He just showed you could shine shoes with your own mouth. Opportunity in America and prosperity await you at every turn, if you would seize it. We couldn't find any Eric Adams supporters to interview, and so we went out into the field to see what they thought about the recent BBC report.
How would you rate Big Black Cock on 1 to 10?
This is a topic I'm not talking about it because I don't care.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't care.
Size doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
Size doesn't matter? And you want to have a serious conversation about politics? What are we voting for?
Who's sexier, Eric Adams or Zoran Mamdani?
Eric Adams.
I love a sexy black man, I'm not gonna lie. Is Eric Adams the mayor? Is he attractive?
No.
Why not?
Do you find him attractive?
Yeah, I love black guys, yeah.
Not my type.
Do I get to eat a strawberry then?
Oh yeah, I have strawberry here.
If you want raw, uncut clips of BBCs, subscribe to the Patreon and you just might get lucky.
What kind of guys do you go for?
European. European guys are my favorite.
Under Zoran, the person sweeping can make just as much money as the investment banker. Okay, I did so much cocaine.
Yeah. You?
I had a heart attack, yeah.
Oh my god, really?
Yeah, and I don't even have health care. So then I just had to do poppers and Xanax to balance it out.
Oh.
Yeah. As you can see, there's a future under a revolutionary world in which everyone can just do art and sit around and celebrate, and that to me is probably the most compelling thing of them all.
I'm Ted Tenderson. This has been Frat TV on the No Cap Network.
You're a little bit more than a far-right Republican. Hey,
Bro,
I think you could say
that
I'm a
video was
fascist. Yeah,
fucking amazing. I've never seen this guy's shit before.
The New York mayor race is heating up.
Oh my god, YouTube. Stop fucking my ass.
This episode is sponsored by Curiosity Stream, smart TV for your smart.
The New York mayor race is heating up.
You're a little bit more than a far-right Republican. Hey, what can I say? I think you could say I'm a fascist. Yeah, I am.
There's a video going viral right now of a man in the US openly glorifying fascism. Lost his job and now he's crying about cancel culture. Let's be clear, this isn't about someone expressing a controversial opinion. This is a man praising fascism and defending one of the most violent ideologies in human history. He glorifies Franco, for God's sake. And as a lawyer from Austria, which is where Hitler came from, I needed not only to take a stance against this, I needed to tell you guys, tell the world, that in Austria, my country, he won't just lose his job, he won't be able to do this.
He didn't
will be
actually
criminally
have a job.
Persecuted, and honestly, rightfully so. But let's take a glance into what he said.
How would Connor's America look? What would it look like?
Well, quite frankly, I think we would deport people who shouldn't be here.
No, I didn't ask about deporting. What does the government look like?
What does the government look like?
Yeah.
I would say, quite frankly, it's under a sort of benevolent leader, such as
Where does he
Franco.
come from?
It could be a kind of aristocratic class, could be someone
No, but who picks the autocrat?
Frankly, the people. I mean, we could hold a vote on it. Kings
So
were
isn't
paid.
that democracy?
Well, sure. You can have a vote to get to that state.
And then no more votes afterwards?
Absolutely.
Wow.
100%.
Wow. And if that autocrat kills you and your family, you're fine with that?
Well, I'm not going to be a part of the group that he kills, because
How do you
that's the
know?
whole thing.
How do you know?
Carl Schmitt
Autocrats tend to kill everyone,
Carl
even their own
Schmitt makes
supporters.
this point very well in his work. It's the friend-enemy distinction, right? You
Carl
liberals,
Schmitt, the Nazi theoretician.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't care.
Are you
Who
a fan of
ca-
the Nazis?
I frankly don't care being called a Nazi at
I didn't
all.
say that. I
Doesn't
didn't actually
matter to
say
me.
that. I said, are you a fan of the Nazis?
Well, they persecuted the church a little bit. I'm not a fan of that. But
What about the
you know,
persecution of the Jews?
He doesn't care, and that's the problem. He would have to care if he would be over here.
What about the
Yeah.
persecution of the Jews?
Well, I mean, I certainly don't support anyone's human dignity being assaulted. I'm a Catholic.
But
And
you
so
don't condemn Nazi persecution of the Jews?
I think that there was a little bit of persecution
We
and stuff
may
like
have
that,
to
which is
rename
bad.
this.
For that sentence, a little bit of persecution, he would be in jail. So let's talk about Austrian laws. Austria was annexed by Nazi Germany in 1938. We know what fascism leads to: mass murder, war and genocide. So after World War II, Austria passed one of the strongest anti-fascist laws in the world. The Verbotsgesetz, literally the Prohibition Act. It doesn't just ban the Nazi party, it prohibits any attempt to revive National Socialism through speech, symbols, organizations, or propaganda. Under this law, it is a criminal offense to promote Nazi ideology, deny or downplay Nazi crimes, which is what he did, use Nazi symbols publicly, belong to neo-Nazi organizations. Let's see what else he's saying.
Millions of people are going to be watching you on YouTube and checking out
Yeah,
who the fascists
absolutely.
and the Nazis are.
I'm not ashamed of that
No,
whatsoever.
clearly you're not.
During the
Clearly
pre-war period, prior to World War II, it was only those parties that properly enacted the people's will. That's why they won. The conservatives were fat
Are
cats. They
you
were
in favor
aristocrats.
of,
They didn't care.
of killing people who aren't like you?
Quite frankly, I'm not. If
You mentioned
they-
Franco earlier. Franco killed a lot of innocent people.
Oh, well, he killed communists. He killed people who raped nuns and killed priests.
What about children who he killed and women who he killed?
What are you talking about? He never killed any women or children. He was Catholic.
He only
dude.
killed combatants. Is that what you're
Yeah,
claiming?
he only killed combatants.
Never killed any innocent people.
The White Terror was only punishing those people who did acts of terrorism. And again, are you supporting like raping innocent women? Nuns, dude. Killing priests? I mean, priests don't brandish guns and kill
You
people.
just refuse to condemn the Nazi Holocaust, my friend. I don't think you're in a position to ask anyone any questions.
I quite frankly don't care what you think about me. If I'm a Nazi
And
and
the
being a
feeling
Nazi
is mutual,
if
so-
being a Nazi means upholding human
Canada.
dignity, because I even believe in your dignity. I don't in
I
a state
don't-
that I was
with the
running.
greatest of
I wouldn't
respect,
want to hurt
I
you
don't
or
debate
anything like that. But
What are we
quite
doing
frankly,
here? I don't debate that.
If he would have said that here, he may have gone to jail, but at least he would have been convicted. You might be wondering, this is what this video is about. Doesn't this violate free speech? Here's the thing. Austria protects democracy by setting limits. We draw a hard line between opinion and incitement. You can criticize the government, you can criticize Austrian laws, you can speak your mind. That's totally okay, but you can't glorify a regime responsible for millions of deaths. We learned the hard way that allowing fascist propaganda to spread unchecked is how societies collapse. So that guy doesn't only talk about fascism like it's some edgy political opinion, he praises authoritarianism and he flirts with Nazi aesthetics. In Austria, that's not edgy, that's criminal. And frankly, it should be, in my opinion. When someone knowingly celebrates a genocidal ideology that's not just bad taste or an edgy opinion or a hot take, that's a direct threat to human dignity, to minorities, to democracy itself. So here's my honest question to you guys. Wherever you're watching from, do you think losing a job is enough for this guy?
He didn't
or
have
should
a
there
job.
be legal accountability when someone openly glorifies fascism? In Austria, we believe in never again, and sometimes that means saying, no, you don't get to promote hate and walk away free. So I have this stance because I was raised here in Austria, and maybe you're watching this as an American and maybe you have a total different stance because freedom of speech is super important to you. And I do respect the American Constitution and American laws, but in this case, as an Austrian, I hope you will forgive me that I agree with Austria's laws. Let me know in the comments, which approach do you agree with, Austria's or America's? I usually try to end my videos with a positive note, but I'm a bit angry.
You mad, bro?
What a stupid thing. Oh, hey, guys.
Oh, man, I didn't see there.
Oh, man, I hope you guys had a great weekend. I got a little bit out of control this weekend, and somebody caught it on camera. Play the clip.
Yes! The falling
What a
robot
night.
clip.
I really don't like falling down. Joe Rogan all night! Have a good day!
Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan all night!
Jesus Christ, bro.
Like they were.
Iron Brown, loud as fuck.
What a
What's the
good
guy's
time
name?
to have you in. What a fine time.
Who the
So
hell's
much
that
chaos.
guy?
Oh, it's CIA.
It's
Shit, you know. Let me get a look at these views. Ooh! 736. What? How do you say that?
How do you say that number?
How do you say that number?
Boom.
736.
Boom.
In 2 days.
Okay, if you don't know who this guy is right here.
If you never heard of this guy, his name is Joe Rogan. He's the king of all media. Joe Rogan, the king of all media, he's got an interesting content strategy where he keeps having a guy on who his audience universally, I think literally universally, disapproves of and wants him to stop having on the show, but he keeps doing it.
Take a look at the comments here, man.
What does this snarky little guy right here say? Mike Baker once again changing the batteries for the bugs he puts in Joe Rogan's studio. Shut up, man.
Hey, give that guy a break, man.
Okay, what does this guy say? All right, let's see what the CIA's position on current events is. Hey,
Oh, it's actually touched the checkpoint.
2.6.
I'm sitting here like, are these
2.7
fuckers
likes.
gonna spawn?
This is the 17th
God damn it.
appearance of Mike Baker since 2017.
Too busy watching
It's not
Iron
a
Brown.
joke. Let that sink in. Came straight to the comments. Ooh, I'm hesitant to even look at this one. What the hell does this guy say? What does this goddamn guy right here say? What blackmail does this dude have on Joe? Hey, shut up. Oh, give Joe a break, man. Yeah, man. You know, I spent like way too much time reading through these comments in this experience. And there's a comment that kept coming up where it's like, I don't even listen to this episode. I just read the comments. And people write that a lot, but with this one, I actually believe that. Because if you look through the comments on this episode, there's like jokes within jokes. Like they got their whole own thing about this guest that's like been going on for a long time where there's like inside jokes about this that I had to go read about to understand. They do. Long story short, they do not like this guest, but Joe Rogan keeps doing it.
There's probably a lot of people who just went there. Did I send you that thing where this guy was breaking? Did I say NPR
No, you did
or
not.
PBS earlier? I meant NPR.
Email it to him.
Did I send you that thing, that link where this guy's breaking down all the different tweets that the
I hope
lady
so.
who's the CEO of NPR made? But of course, you found it beautiful because it's so adorable. This pretending that this was an unbiased news source.
Yes. Right.
Directly from her own account.
Maybe I sent it to Dave Smith.
Okay.
We'll find it.
Yeah, but
Keep
again,
looking.
Anybody
Hey,
who at this stage of the game.
Hey, shut up, man. Let Joe keep looking in silence for what was it, like a tweet or something? Joe, don't listen to that guy. Keep going. Keep us scrolling on the phone, Joe. Oh, here's the tweet I was looking for. It says,
generally speaking, Chinese people look Chinese.
Chinese, that's general. Interesting stuff here. The Joe Show is kind of amazing because it's like a satire. It's like a satire show on accident or something. Joe goes on and on. This is like in the first 10 minutes of the show, the Joe program. It's in the early parts of the experience when I was experiencing it. And Joe goes on and on. He's like, NPR, can you believe goddamn NPR? First of all, what the hell do those letters even stand for? When are they going to release that? They're funded by the government, and nonetheless, they have a goddamn agenda. And Joe Rogan gets, like, real pissed off. I was like, Jesus, Joe. Joe Rogan gets real pissed off about this. Meanwhile, the exact same time, his audience is like, get out of there, Joe. Joe, stop having a CIA guy. Joe, I believe this guy who's from the CIA, which is the government. I believe he has some sort of agenda, Joe. That's the Joe Show. It's just like... That's the Joe Show, though. You watch it, and you're like, is Joe doing a satire on our asses or something? It's too on the nose. Also, like, is anybody listening to NPR? I do wonder that. Are there, like, 2 people still listening to NPR? NPR comes on now, and they're like, hey, welcome back to NPR. How are you, Greg? Please don't stop listening.
This is here's another great quote that she said. If you look on the right side, Jamie, where it says the truth is a distraction from getting things done.
It better not be, Joe.
Such a f***ing Orwellian thing to say.
Jesus, Joe.
Click on that.
Check
just
the
so you can
language.
hear her say this.
Hey, clean up that language, Joe. My kids watch this. Joe, spruce up that language. Me and my family watch the JRE together. And you got that mouth out here like a...
Toilets. Because it's so bananas that someone would say this out loud and not think it's...
That for our most tricky disagreements, seeking the truth and seeking to convince others of the truth isn't necessarily the best place to start. In fact, I think our reverence for the truth might have become
What?
a bit of a distraction.
Hey, shut up,
that is
man.
preventing us from finding consensus and getting important things done.
Bananas.
What?
Oh my
What?
God.
How?
That's fantastic.
Calm down, Joe.
How wild is that?
Yeah.
And you want government money. That is such a wild thing to say.
You know,
Joe, easy. You
going
took
for
too
the
much.
truth.
Hey, shut up, man. Joe, you took too much alpha brain, man. You're doing one of these.
No.
It's not important.
No, it's not
it's
important.
It's a distraction. The truth is a distraction.
You know,
Hey,
I hate that.
I don't know why Joe hasn't done this. Like, Joe misses so many opportunities on his show. This would absolutely take the experience to another level. Anytime Joe gets really pissed off, there's like a heavy bag hanging nearby, like right next to the desk. He goes over, he starts just pounding it. He just absolutely, for a couple minutes.
Boom, boom, boom.
There's like a heavy bag cam, and then we're like, whoa, Joe's really pissed off about this one. But anyway, that was important. Anyway, this whole NPR thing... And this clip is from, what's the lady's name? Catherine Marr. Catherine Marr, she's doing a terrible TED Talk. When she was the CEO of, like, the non-profit, you know, what would you call it? Like, funding source for Wikipedia? If this is just, like, a funny little Joeism here, because you go listen to this, let's just say, as listenable as NPR TED Talk. Joe's like, look at what I've exposed of what this woman said. And if you go listen to this full thing, she's really not saying anything. No offense. She's really not saying anything. She's up in front of this TED Talk thing. Do they still do those? And she's like, look, people want to get to the truth, but maybe the truth is not what's important. And Joe's like, God damn it. How is she walking free? Here's like the next, because they do this and then Joe watches it and he gets really worked up. Here's like the next part. Just like if you didn't clip, here's the next part.
That perhaps for our most tricky disagreements, seeking the truth,
I do not,
and seeking to convince others of the truth,
I didn't do any
might
of that.
not be the right place to start.
Take it back.
In fact, our reverence for the truth
shit.
might be a distraction that's getting in the way of finding common ground and getting things done.
Oh my God.
Now, that is not to say that the truth doesn't exist. Nor is it to say that the truth
Clips
isn't
right
important.
before that.
Clearly, the search for the truth has led us to do great things, to learn great things. But I think if I were to really ask you to think about this,
Okay, I won't.
one of the things that we could all acknowledge is that part of the reason we have such glorious chronicles
Speed
to the
it up,
human
lady.
experience in all forms
Okay.
of culture.
So this is kind of, no offense, but this is kind of so boring. This is kind of so boring that you could probably predict what she says in here, which is like, look, different people, they have different experiences, so, they have their own spin on the truth. Okay? All right? Good. Also, I was thinking, like, this lady is now the CEO of NPR. What do you do there? She goes into, like, whatever boardroom or whatever. Okay, here's what we gotta do, guys. We're gonna put this crap on YouTube and Twitch. And then, like, Terry Gross or whoever the hell's like, wait, hold on. They don't let you put your mouth real close to the mic on there. Or, no, they go, wait, wouldn't we just be Twitch streamers or YouTubers then? And then this lady goes, no, it's NPR. But anyway, this is the comedy, the satire, hilarity of the Joe Show, is that he brings up this clip where this lady is honestly saying nothing, and Joe's like, I am going to shit my pants.
Literally.
Out of anger. At this, like, meaningless Wikipedia TED Talk crap. Meanwhile, everybody in Joe's comments is like, Joe, that guy's doing the influence.
Today, I'm fully on
Calm
board
down,
with this
Joe.
shit.
Don't do that laugh, Joe.
No, but they're actually doing right as we speak. And I find this fascinating, is that the Assistant Attorney General Todd Blanche is down in Florida for an interview with Ghislaine Maxwell. But
right.
My surprise was nobody from DOJ has ever, according to her legal team, nobody has ever interviewed her from DOJ, right?
Right.
Department of Justice. So this is the first time the Department of Justice, you're telling me, and meanwhile, up on Capitol Hill, you got Democrats like Adam Schiff and others going, we have got to release these files.
This is Joe, he's really going off. He's going off like the king he is. Joe is a member of the king community. Not a lot of people know this, but kings go off all the time, and he's doing that. And Joe goes off, he's like, what the hell is this, man? I had a guy on my show from the government, he was like, it's gonna be something. We're gonna get some stuff, and we're doing it. Like, he keeps getting these guys on, these weirdos, like that guy Cash. But Joe's just like, what the hell's going on around here? I had a guy from the government on, and I don't like to throw around this kind of language lightly, but I think that guy was fibbing. So then Joe's like, I know what I'll do. I'll get a guy from the CIA to ask him what's what here. And what this guy says is, well, they got a guy looking into it. He's gonna go talk to Ghislaine. I guess he's kind of implying like, okay, there's some movement on this. I think we're getting to the bottom of this. But again, if you go back to the comments, I believe from reading Joe's comments, I think that they think this is a cover-up involving the government. And what this guy is saying, oh, that same government, they're gonna look into it. Okay. Ship shape, I guess. Do you want to go kick the heavy bag now? With the heavy bag cam now. Ooh, you do?
Crushed
No,
him.
I was lying. That's
What a
why
bitch.
Joe's entire audience is like, what the hell is this, Joe? Hey, Joe, look, we all love you. You're eating vitamins all the time, or whatever the hell it is you do.
Well, they're delicious.
But what is exactly this? This is weird. Hi, my name is Joe. I think there's a government cover-up going on. Highest levels version. What do you think about that, guy? Oh, hey. On the positive side, that very government is looking into it.
What do you think, from your perspective, what do you think that was all about? Who do you think was involved in that? Do you think it was the Mossad? Do you think it was
It's a good
some
question, Joe.
rogue intelligence agency in America? Was it a coordinated effort?
As an example, if I'm Chinese intel, right, and I just read goddamn entertainment news, and
Yes.
there's these rumors and allegations of high-level people.
Joe's like, exactly. Well, let me ask you this. Do you believe that...
Generally speaking, Chinese people look Chinese.
That's an interesting question, Joe. Well, from a looking at people perspective, I would say...
Maybe I'll start picking up some pretty interesting leverageable information on people that maybe I want.
Incredibly weird video, because Joe's kind of talking as the audience here. He's like, hey, what about the Israeli intelligence thing? What's your hey, you're an insider to all this crap, which my audience loves. What's your take, man? You know, this has been going on for what, 6, 7, 8, 100 years, where people have, there's all this public information that people are just know about, you know? Oh, this guy had this very public, obvious connection to Robert Maxwell. That's just, no, you can't not know that if you've been on internet. If you've been on the internet one time, it's like, you know that. So there's all these obvious connections that Joe Rogan is just like, what's up with that? And this guy's like, China. Oh, okay, interesting. That's it? That's more than it. What does that mean? Everything. That's kind of the vibe from a lot of the Joe Rogan commenters. They're like, what the hell? What the hell even am I watching here? Because, like, the vast majority of Joe Rogan's audience, like all of them, this is just like discrediting to Joe, you know? They're all just like, oh, Joe, this guy's here to change the batteries. This guy's here to change the batteries, Joe. Good job, Joe. You know, that's like most people. What percentage of the audience is like, oh, yeah, maybe China? I've never heard of this case. What's the guy's name? Jeff. Okay. What did he do? Sorry, I'm new to online. I'm a charming kind of guy. I'm a charming kind of guy who doesn't keep up with this kind of stuff. I have a garden. You know, what are you guys talking about? Oh, it's some guy who did something with China. Whoa, wow. Well, whatever he does, I hope he's having a good time. Oh, he's dead. Oh, well, that's like the baffling part of this is like, I think Joe's audience has kind of made up their mind on this one. Who are we trying to fool here? Okay, check this out right here. I kind of liked this part right here. I kind of felt for Joe on this one. Check this out.
The possibility of alien life, of course. Mm-hmm. Yeah, of course. There's so many planets, so many stars, and the idea that we're alone seems crazy. That seems more unlikely. But I don't know what's real when people describe things and talk about things, and things are moving underwater at 500 knots. Okay, show me.
Yeah.
Show me. Like, I can't anymore. I can't respond. I can't get excited.
No, I agree. You know.
That is, to me, one of the top funniest Joe Rogan moments. You know, he's got, like, alien UFO fatigue. People email me that, oh, Joe, what about a UFO? Or did they do the pyramids? I just can't goddamn do this anymore. What am I doing? I'm up all night responding to these pyramid questions. Is there an alien up in the tip of that thing? Enough's enough. Enough's enough with this crap.
Can't do it anymore.
You know, to answer that question, I think they're more
okay
focused on or interested in or, you know, looking at this issue of, you know, and it's surfaced again right at the same time as the Epstein files, right? Now it's like sucking all the oxygen out of the room for the past couple of days. Tulsi Gabbard comes out and says, I'm releasing these documents. He releases these documents.
What do you think about all that? Like, so this is the accusation. They're throwing around the word treason.
Yeah.
They're saying that Obama knew that Russia did not meddle in the election, did not have any impact in the election.
Yeah, it's interesting, you know? It's fascinating, you know? I guess it's fascinating, like, the distance between the show and, like, what the audience is saying here, you know? Because all the audience is like, what the hell is wrong with you, Joe, you know? You know, because in this very interview, like, moments ago, Joe was like, this is, like, a government cover-up, you know? I had government guys on the show. It seems like they're covering it up, you know? And then this guy's like, interesting. Well, check this out. Seems like they're more interested in looking into a different thing. That's kind of interesting, right? You know, just different priorities or something. Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, so let me ask you this. You know, I'm saying here, and my audience is saying that it seems like a government cover-up. Yeah, well, to address that, I think they're focusing on a different thing that's not this, you know? So that's my answer to that. No, okay. Okay, anything else to say? Oh, yeah, I wanted to add that.
Right? I mean, so opening up your borders and say, come on in and we're going to provide you with, you know, whatever Mamdani in New York is providing. New free grocery stores and free bus and free childcare and everything's going to be free.
Yeah.
And they're going to tax businesses.
That's how they're going to pay for it. That's what he said. He said, and if you're wondering how I'm going to pay for this, I'm going to tax the rich. Right? You think like, oh my God, how, you know, Stalin. You know, you've been going all the way back to, you know, communists have been talking that way for years, feeding the same bullshit lines to gormless sheep. We're just now, Mamdani's just talking to a new generation of sheep.
Don't talk about sheep like that.
And you know, he could I'll end
thing
up
is,
as the
like,
mayor. Yeah.
Utopian perspectives are really attractive to young people because you see the way these older rich people.
So I get the frustration in a sense, and so I think Mamdani is doing again what a lot of slick socialists or communists in the past have done. Right? He's speaking to the masses, and he's using all these platitudes, and there will be an element that buys into it.
I think I figured out the Joe Rogan format. He's like every episode is a totally contained story. You can't watch it as all like, oh, that's all Joe. It's all different Joes every episode. Because he'll have like Bernard Sanders.
Yeah.
And be like, sounds pretty good. Then he'll have like
Joe Rogan
Spider-Man on
multiverse.
It's pretty good. Then he'll have like a iguana dressed up like a guy on it. He'll be like, got some ideas. I think I agree with all this. Like it's each its own thing. That's what you guys don't understand. Because I imagine if Joe
send more
had
helicopters next time, I'm sure they'll work.
Mamdani on, just like with the Bernard Sanders thing, he'll be like, oh, it makes sense. You're putting some grocery stores in some places. It sounds pretty good, I guess. Yeah, who am I to say? Then you flip to the next episode. He's like, this is going to destroy civilization at its core. Next episode, he's like, this sounds pretty good, actually. That's the Joe show. But that is funny. It's a funny contrast. It's like, the government, they're going to focus on a different thing. It's, this is a issue of priorities. Even though, the Joe audience, and even like Vinny from PVD is like, oh, interesting timing. Seems like a distraction from the Epstein thing. Oh, I meant comically ridiculous distraction, sorry. So there's not too much mention of trying to fool people. Trickery and treachery. No mention of that. A handful of city-run grocery stores in a giant city where there's not enough grocery stores. Oh my god. This guy thinks he's goddamn David Blaine with this crap. It's a classic post office to throwing people in cages move.
Want to do? They want to reclaim the White House, right? And they want to reclaim the Senate. They want to. They're not going to do it.
I didn't do anything.
Riding the backs of a avowed socialist, right? Who wants to
more than
reclaim
a socialist, essentially a communist.
Yeah, that's the worst one. That's the worst one.
And he's again, God bless the ideology of the youth, but people should do a little bit more research into his ideas and how they've worked elsewhere. Right, and maybe
turns out
there's only one way
the policies he has
ideas
works elsewhere.
Guns.
Fascinating.
That's how you.
That did happen to me at the post office the other day. I was like, I want to ship a different way, and then they gave me one of these.
Boom, boom, boom.
And then they gave me, I believe, 4 of these. And then this is the worst part. They gave me about 18 of these. It's kind of interesting, who am I to say?
Nobody.
Shut up. But it's kind of interesting. They're like, the NPR is disgusting, man. NPR is biased and disgusting. Now, I would like to clarify, no one listens to that. And 4 bazillion people listen to this. But it's disgusting, the bias. You look at the transcript of this. Did they mention the name Donald Trump once? I don't think so. They talked about this thing, this Epstein thing for like, an hour. Weird, that name didn't get mentioned. The presumed winner of mayor of New York. They're like, well, this is a sicko, right? This is an absolute sicko. What are you gonna do? Some crap with a grocery store? Yeah, that's over, man. That's over, man. Interesting. It's an interesting show, That's true. Yeah, I don't really want to talk about the very public, well-known details of what's going on with this, absolutely insane scandal that's reaching the highest levels of government and all this crap and wealth and all this crap. But there's a guy there who wants to make it so that bus drivers don't collect payment anymore. The buses, we're in serious trouble, man. Let's talk about this for a while. In great detail. I don't want to be extreme, and I don't think I am, but that mayor guy, I think he should be sent out into the woods, and he has to live in the woods. Oh, wow. Interesting. What about the people who are like the face of one of the craziest, what would we call this, scandals of recent history? What about that? Now, what is that? I don't remember what that is. Actually, I don't have time. I gotta go to the bathroom, actually.
Okay, great. So I know what you're thinking. You're like, shut up, Joe.
We and Joe's audience, we've been giving him a little bit of this. Poor old Joe's been getting a bit of the... I feel a little sorry for Joe, though, because he's kind of getting it from every side, His audience is telling him to shut the hell up. He's sick of aliens. He doesn't get excited about the pyramids anymore. And jumping on the pile, jumping on this unfair pile up is another guy. Who's this dumb guy? Okay, what is this from? This is the New York Post, a paper that I read because I like the logo design.
You know?
That logo out here looking like a
crystal flute.
Haven't used that one in a while. Hold on, what is this goddamn thing right here say? Netanyahu's son claims Joe Rogan refused to have father on his show. Whoa, Joe! Okay, what is this weird tweet right here say?
I'm pro Joe Rogan
Great
again.
wake-up call for conservatives to remember Joe Rogan is not a conservative. Oh, hey, shut up, man. You don't tell Joe what to do. You don't tell Joe what he is or not is. You don't tell Joe what he is or is not is. But he refused to have my father on the show because he knows that he doesn't stand a chance against him. Oh, shit. I mean, you know, aside from the obvious stuff there, that's a weird... It's always weird to... My dad needs to get, you know...
Why would you have my dad on your show? Yeah, that's kind of weird.
It's weird if that was anybody, you know. Very weird move from Joe because it went really well for those Nelk men. It went really well for those boys that are in their 30s. I don't... Why would Joe not, you know...
Get my dad on, you know...
So good on Joe for that. Positive note for Joe there. Anyway, guys, it is Monday. Sorry, I got nothing to do with it, but I hope you have a great week. Talk to you next time. Bye-bye.
Oh, hello there. I didn't see you there. What the hell were you doing over there? Hey, quick note here, man. Please subscribe on Patreon if you'd like to. You're missing episodes every single week, and the only way to solve that terrible tragedy is by clicking the link in the description to subscribe on Patreon, as I mentioned earlier. You can do it for as little as $2 per month. Wow! Amazing! I mean, besides the episodes, there's all kind of stuff in there you wouldn't believe. You won't believe. So, see you there. Bye.
Earth Defense Force 2017. You know when that game came out? 2006.
So, Don Jr., Matt just saw this, has weighed in on the Epstein stuff. He's defending his dad.
My father has a very specific way of speaking. People all over the world have mimicked it for decades. The insanity written in the Wall Street Journal ain't it. I love that.
Wow.
This ain't it. And everyone knows it. Also, in 47 years, I've never seen him doodle once. Give me a break with the fake journalism meme. Now, that's kind of a sad thing to say when he says, I've never seen him doodle once, because it turns out that he's a doodle machine.
Yeah.
Dude, I love this. I like.
Oh my God. He loves doodling.
Those are actually
He really
pretty good.
loves
That's
it.
amazing.
Yes, and he loves to doodle the two things he knows: big building and women's tits.
All you got to do is turn those skylines to the side, and then all of a sudden he's got basically his drawing of a woman's body. I mean, what the amazing thing is like if the argument is this is a fake, like it's so if it's so obvious what Donald Trump sounds like and it's a fake, why wouldn't they have made it more like this is a big beautiful card or something, like, you know, like what?
I think, like, yeah, Don Jr., it needed to be like, in 47 years, I haven't seen my father. That's, I think, the proper way to express what he's saying. It doesn't matter whether he's doodling or not. You just haven't really seen him much. But I just think it's so on brand and so funny. And this is what's annoying about how comical Trump is. Because, of course, he would draw the New York fucking skyline so horribly, so third grade, learning how to like shade and do like draw cubes over and over and over again. It's so corny.
Yeah, it's impossibly corny, and I like there. Why would you fake things like, okay, so in this article from the Wall Street Journal, they also have a letter from Alan Dershowitz in it, where it had a mock-up. So clearly, Ghislaine was saying, get creative, people. Dershowitz's letter included a mock-up of a Vanity Unfair magazine cover with mock headlines such as, who was Jack the Ripper? Was it Jeffrey Epstein? By the way, Jack the Ripper murdered sex workers.
Wait, this is in 2003? He's making jokes like that? Okay.
he joked that he had convinced the magazine to change the focus of an article from Epstein to Bill Clinton. Dershowitz, who represented Epstein after his first arrest, said, "It's been a long time and I don't recall the content of what I may have written." He kept his underwear on.
But it was just a massage, and she was definitely 18.
Yep. I mean, what do you think of, like, I'm obsessing a little bit about the sloppiness of the cover-up, and maybe other people don't care about it, but I think, like, this is a way to really hit at Trump's credibility, and I know it sounds insane because we know he's such a liar, but like does this break some sort of trust with the new MAGA people? I mean, what's your assessment?
Yeah, I think it absolutely does. I mean, super anecdotal. Like, I know someone whose mom is like stalwart MAGA and is having just a crisis of faith. I think there's a lot of crisis of faith. I mean, true believers, like, you know, Democrats release weather bombs and, you know, cloud clustering or whatever, seeding and whatever, like true believers in that stuff, obviously anti-vax. And of course, like, what I think they really should have nipped this in the bud before. Like, someone should have brought the line down and said, okay, you can be good on the anti-vax stuff, but don't make too big of a deal of the Epstein thing in case we win. But they did. They really hung their hat on that. And it is absolutely blowing up in his face. I think it will lead to broader mistrust. I mean, it's only the biggest sex trafficking crime, maybe of our lifetime, that mysteriously ended when he mysteriously committed suicide. And they were BFFs. They shared girlfriends. And again, this is the thing we don't like talk about, but like, not really, but there have been women interviewed about this. Like, a former Sports Illustrated model spoke to, I think it was CBS last year, and she was like, yeah, I was Epstein's girlfriend for like a couple months, and he introduced me to Donald Trump, and Donald Trump immediately started groping me and trying to kiss me, and it was really weird, and it felt like a game between the two of them. There was a beauty queen who came over from Scandinavia, I forgot where. Same thing. She was like, and then Epstein, after I met Trump, really tried to set me up with like going to his his Palm Beach home, and they were sending me all these letters, and that Trump really wants to meet me, and it just skeeved me out. It weirded me out. So she like left it there. She went to the beauty pageant contest, I think, you know, in Manhattan, and then that was it. That was all last year.
Right.
So there's just, it's endless.
Right. Yeah.
That's why I still think like the timing of this stuff. I mean, I guess Pam Bondi did that folder thing, and I don't know what they thought they were doing with that. You know, that was, I guess, 2 or 3 months ago. I don't know what they thought they were. I guess they just sort of the train car got away from them in some way.
I think they thought they could get away with that stuff, but I think Elon blowing up and saying this stuff will never come out because Trump's implicated in it, I think that's what sort of reset the dominoes falling.
Yeah.
Although it's interesting that Elon's defending him now and saying the letter's not real because it doesn't sound like him. I mean, he's a dumb guy too, but you wonder why there's that flip there.
Maybe he's walking back. Maybe there's like there's a EV subsidy or something floating around out there that he's looking for.
Yep.
I mean, I don't think Pam's going anywhere. So to your earlier conversation, I don't think they're getting rid of Bondi. Bondi knows way too much. Bondi is right-hand woman on all of this. She's Bongino and Patel's boss. They're not in on it at all. They have nothing to do with it. They're just being told. And yeah, he would never fire Bondi.
And she's eating shit for him. She's eating shit.
Yeah,
like it's his cover up, and it's just
Pam's
amazing.
She's gonna be the new ambassador to Italy. That's gonna be the announcement, or like, to the Caribbean. She's gonna
she would jump at
a
that.
new Caribbean ambassador
Then
job.
mysteriously meet her demise.
Exactly.
Balls in their hands.
Francesca, folks can see you most, I guess, in the soonest in Seattle at the
Yes.
yeah.
August 1st at Laughs Comedy, August 2nd at Rainier Arts Center. I'll also be in Houston, Texas at the Punchline on August 28th with Matt. And then moving forward, October 13th in Brooklyn.
Where do people get tickets in advance if they want? Is there
Go to
a link?
FrancescaFiorentini.com. Good luck with my name. No.
I was gonna
yeah,
say.
there's a QR code. You can also go to bit.ly TBR Seattle. Bit.ly
Well,
/TBR
can't you do
Seattle.
something like a Fran F or something?
Fran F.
I don't know. Just as a website, franf.com or something.
Let's turn to events in Haiti now, where the capital, Port-au-Prince, their gangs now control 90% of the city. The police are outnumbered and outgunned. Government authority has all but collapsed, and ordinary Haitians are trapped in a daily struggle for survival. In the past 6 months, more than 4,000 people have been killed. That's compared to 5,600 fatalities recorded in total last year. Cuts to US aid are compounding the crisis, leaving already vulnerable communities without food, healthcare or protection. Over 1 million people have been forced to flee their homes as violence and insecurity spread. But it's women and children who are suffering the most. 1 in 5 victims of sexual violence is a child, and some victims of rape are as young as 6. With rare access to the streets of Port-au-Prince, this report from Noel Al-Magafi, producer Jasmine Dyer and cameraman Phil Pendlebury includes upsetting content.
We're back in Haiti. 6 months on, and the gangs here now control nearly all the capital, Port-au-Prince. The violence and horror here is relentless.
We're not gonna let them come here and kill us. Steal everything we have, burn cars, burn houses, kill kids. They don't care, they kill anything.
A complete breakdown of society, where women and children suffer most.
They raped me. I had my 6-year-old with me. They raped her too.
A country where 1 in 5 victims of sexual abuse are under the age of 18.
Port-au-Prince is the worst place in the world to be a woman.
Haiti is on the brink of collapse.
We've just been shot at by one of the gangs, and they've shot our front tire, which has gone flat.
And the fight is intensifying.
When we're fighting, we are possessed. We are no longer human. We become the devil.
This is the front line of a growing war against the gangs. This is Delmas 30, the scene of a recent gang attack. Women were raped, families murdered, an entire neighborhood now in ruins. Rodrigue is going back for the first time and is taking us with him.
The gangs are stationed about 2 blocks away, and we're going into Rodrigue's neighborhood, which is still contested territory. We're being escorted by vigilantes. They are basically civilians who are trying to keep the neighborhood safe. They're filling in the security vacuum. All right, they're ready for us to go in. Let's go.
The vigilantes signal to snipers on the roof of a nearby bank. They're protecting the area to keep the gangs from returning, and they are close. The neighborhood is a maze of alleyways. At every open space, we have to run to avoid being spotted by the gangs. Finally, we reach the ruins of Rodrigue's home.
I'm gonna follow him up there.
This is my bedroom. This is the kids' room. This is where I cooked. The bathroom is at the back. We had a good life here.
Yeah.
We were sleeping. It was 5:30 in the morning, and we had the ambush, shooting and fire. We had no choice but to flee. There were so many victims, people killed. They carried them out in wheelbarrows. People were hacked to death. So many victims.
The atmosphere is tense, and suddenly our visit is cut short.
All right. We don't know who shot. Do we know for sure? So we've just heard some shooting, and we've been told that it's probably the snipers from the bank, but we're worried that the gangs may retaliate at any moment, so we're going to leave.
The battle against the gangs is intensifying. And it's not just the bullets people fear. Rape is being used as a weapon. We're at a safe house in suburbs of Port-au-Prince. It's home to dozens of young women and girls. They're victims of the most heinous crimes, exposed far too early to the cruelty of mankind. This girl is a survivor of rape.
We've come here to interview women who are victims of sexual violence, but I'm blown away by how young they are. Young girls holding on to babies. The youngest victim of rape is 12 years old, and the eldest is only 19.
Helen was 17 when she was captured. She's now 19 years old and a single mother.
The gangs took over our neighborhood, and as we fled, they caught me.
She was held captive for over 2 months.
They raped and beat me. Sometimes I think about ending it all. They made me do things and said they'd kill me if I didn't agree. But then I fell pregnant and they told me to abort the pregnancy, but I said no. This baby could be the only one I ever have.
While the gang was fighting, she managed to escape.
I always dreamt of going to school, to learn, and to make something of myself. I always knew I'd have children, just not this young.
In Haiti, rape has been used to terrorize and subjugate entire communities.
The statistics of how the violence is impacting women in Haiti are staggering. Tell me more about what you're seeing.
Port-au-Prince is the worst place in the world to be a woman. Why? Because the violence is around you. The women have to flee their houses. They flee without nothing. They are in centers where there is no water, no sanitation, they are overcrowded, and they suffer from direct violence because they are exposed, both in the centers as well as in the streets, to the men that are attacking them because they are powerless to defend themselves.
Haiti's most notorious gangs have united, forming a powerful coalition called Vivre Ensemble, meaning live together. We're entering their territory to meet one of their leaders. They told us not to film, but this is what we were able to capture. An area in ruins with barely any signs of life. Vag and his men were responsible for the Delmas 30 attack. This is his first interview.
I mean, look around you. People have been uprooted from their homes. Civilians have been killed. Women have been raped. Children have been murdered. Do you have any remorse?
When we're fighting, we are possessed. We are no longer human. We become the devil. Do you understand? We are people when, like this, you sit and talk to us, but if we're cornered, we'll come out swinging.
You know, we spoke to victims of the attack in Delmas 30, and some of their testimony is the worst I've ever heard. Why would you inflict such horror on your own people?
As a gang leader, it's my duty to fight. I will never give up until the state sits down with us. The dialogue will be good for us, but until then, we'll fight. It's the wealthy state that has decided to take us on.
How many people have you killed?
That's a difficult question because I'm fighting. Sometimes I kill people without even seeing them. They get shot and they die. Then we take their bodies and burn them. These chains I'm wearing belong to the people I've killed. Chains, rings, I take them and wear them to command the spirit of the dead.
And this is the view from those sent in to confront the gangs. The Kenyan forces arrived a year ago. Heavily armed and equipped with armored vehicles, they rarely leave. But in the 6 months since we were last here, the gangs have only become more organized and more powerful.
So we've just entered the area of Pakpor, which is yet another neighborhood in this city that's completely controlled by gangs now. Oh, I think they can see one of the gang members.
Within minutes, we come under fire.
We've just been shot at by the gangs, and it seems like they've aimed for the tires. Our front tire is now flat, and so we're looking for a safe place to park and assess the damage. I mean, there's only so much that the Kenyan police can do from inside this vehicle. They are outnumbered. There are thousands of men out there that have joined the ranks of the gangs.
I mean, what else is there?
Moments later, a bus full of civilians turns towards us, narrowly avoiding the crossfire. This is the kind of everyday terror they live with. With no success and our vehicle out of action, the patrol ends. But the Kenyans are no longer the only foreign fighters in town. We've been told by a source within the Haitian security force that they've hired private military contractors from the US. They're fighting the gangs with drones. They say one of them is led by Eric Prince, former Navy SEAL and Blackwater founder, and that he's recruiting mercenaries to deploy on the ground. Prince didn't respond to our request for comment. The mercenaries are already making gains. Gang leader Tilaple, who we interviewed 6 months ago, is the one targeted in this video. He's now said to be in critical condition.
The fight against you right now is really ramping up. There are American mercenaries that are going to come. There are drones being used. Are you not worried?
The mercenaries who are making these plans, who are plotting against us, the only thing I would say to them is, how will they differentiate between us and the rest of the population? What would they do when we hide amongst the people? Are they going to destroy all of Port-au-Prince?
But Port-au-Prince is already being destroyed, street by street. The fighting has driven over 1 million people from their homes to places like this. A former public works ministry, now home to thousands of people, including Rodrigue. A tailor by trade, the only thing he could save was his sewing machine.
It's been 3 months and we're still here. I can't stay here with my wife and kids. This life wasn't mine. At 61, I can't start over. What am I gonna do? There are no jobs, no nothing. The Haitian government is responsible. The gangs are in charge now. If the government had acted to protect us, would never have gotten to this point. It's the failures of the government which have led us here.
Everyone here in this IDP camp, and there are thousands of people, were uprooted from that one attack in Delmas 30. And that's what these gangs do. They go in and their brutality is hard to describe, but they uproot people from life as they know it.
Gurnos and her 4 children live in these 2 rooms along with 20 of their extended family.
I lost my home in Delmas 30. They burnt it to the ground. They killed my auntie and my uncle. I want to go home, but there's nowhere for me to go. I used to be able to feed myself, but now I can't. I'm losing weight and I'm walking the streets in rags.
Haiti's long been one of USAID's largest recipients of funding. And for the people here, it is a lifeline. But as President Trump cracks down on what he calls wasteful spending, that lifeline is about to be cut.
Today you are seeing the last food we have from the US government. It has arrived from the US and is now being distributed. But we will run out, we will not have no food. If we stop giving food to the vulnerable women that are in displaced centers and the women that are in host families, they will have to find this food somehow. And that will make them very vulnerable, much more vulnerable they are now.
As food supplies run dangerously low, so does the resilience of those most at risk. At another women's shelter across town, we meet more survivors of sexual violence. Their stories are very distressing.
They shot my husband, they shot my little brother. At the same time, they went over to my 16-year-old daughter who was sleeping. Luckily for me, she was bleeding, so they didn't rape her. They raped me. I had my 6-year-old with me. They raped her too. Our neighborhood was ambushed. I went back home only to find my mom, my dad, my sister. All were murdered.
Their testimony shows a pattern of rape, murder, and arson. MSF data shared with us exclusively show that it's only getting worse. The number of sexual abuse victims they've seen has nearly tripled since 2021.
Patients have started to share very, very difficult stories since 2021. They were always harrowing stories. Nowadays, survivors talk about 2 or 4 or 7 or up to 20 aggressors.
So you're saying one woman raped by 20 men?
Yes, yes. Some of our patients are as young as 6 years old, and on average, 20% of the patients are under the age of 18.
And in this neighborhood, the risk to women and children is ever present. This area is right on the front line. The gangs are just a few hundred meters down the street. Vigilantes stand guard, protecting their territory. Mike is one of them. I ask why so many young boys are joining the gangs.
Because they give them money. If kids that in the ground like don't have no money, they like hard to leave. So of course they go join them.
Despite the government contracting in security reinforcements, for many it is too little, too late. They've been left to fend for themselves, taking matters into their own hands.
We're not gonna let them come here and kill us, steal everything we have, burn cars, burn houses, kill kids. They don't care. They kill anything. You know what I'm saying? So we're not gonna quit.
The gunshots are getting really close. They made me jump. But when I look around, everyone looks really calm, and it's because of how used to it they are.
As Haiti continues to battle itself,
Journalists be saying
its
some dumb
people
shit
are
sometimes.
desperate for some relief, longing for a life of peace and not just survival.
Nawal Al-Maghafi and the team reporting there, and you can get more details on that story on the BBC News website.
President Trump says he never visited Jeffrey Epstein's private island. Listen.
I never had the privilege of going to his island, and I did turn it down, but a lot of people in Palm Beach were invited to his island. In one of my very good moments, I turned it down. I didn't want to go to his island.
Those comments come as attorneys for the
They'll give me a trophy.
Epstein accomplice Ghislaine Maxwell are expected to make their final pitch to the U.S. Supreme Court as they look to try to overturn her conviction. She's currently serving 20 years in prison. Let's discuss with CNN's senior legal analyst and former state and federal prosecutor Ellie Honig. Ellie, thanks for joining us. Walk us through where things stand with Maxwell's expected Supreme Court appeal.
So, Wolf, back in 2008, when Jeffrey Epstein was prosecuted by Justice Department prosecutors in the Southern District of Florida, he was given an outrageously lenient plea deal. And in addition to all the sentencing benefits that Jeffrey Epstein was given, there was a really unusual provision in that deal, which said that none of Jeffrey Epstein's co-conspirators will be prosecuted in that district. Now, fast forward to 2020, Ghislaine Maxwell gets indicted in the Southern District of New York, a different part of the Justice Department. And Maxwell has argued both at the trial court and the Court of Appeals that that deal DOJ made back in 2008 benefits her. It says she can't be prosecuted if DOJ says she's one of the co-conspirators. However, DOJ's position up until now, including now, has been that that deal was only binding on the prosecutors in Florida, not on prosecutors in New York, and that that kind of deal, releasing co-conspirators, is basically invalid because it's so much against public interest. So judges have ruled against Maxwell at the trial court level and at the Federal Court of Appeals level, and now Maxwell is down to her last hope, which is trying to get the U.S. Supreme Court to take up this issue.
So what do you think? How much of a hope does she have?
So the Supreme Court statistically takes only a very small proportion of all cases brought to it, under 10%, usually under 5%, usually in the range of 2 or 3% recently. On the one hand, Wolf, there have been different interpretations of this issue in different circuits around the country, which is usually a factor that makes it more likely the Supreme Court will take the case. On the other hand, though, the Supreme Court was brought this same exact issue in a separate case a few years ago and declined to hear it then. So maybe they've had a change of heart. So I would say overall it is unlikely but not impossible that the Supreme Court takes this case.
If this appeal fails, Ellie, what other legal avenues could Maxwell's team pursue?
So it's clear that Ghislaine Maxwell now is making a play for some sort of leniency. She got a 20-year sentence. She's about 5 years into that sentence, and she's in her mid-60s. The other way she could get relief, or there's really two main ways. One is to hope for a pardon or a commutation, and we've seen various comments made by the president refusing to rule that out, saying he hasn't thought about it. But the other one is Maxwell can try to convince DOJ prosecutors, and this may be what's part of behind the meeting that she had last week. She can try to convince the DOJ to write a letter, what we call a Rule 35 letter,
Rule
to the
34?
court saying, yes, she's already been convicted and sentenced. However, she's been cooperative. Her cooperation was helpful, and therefore, Judge, we ask you to resentence her to something lower. Now, DOJ should be very careful about when they write those letters, especially in a case like this, but it is theoretically and procedurally possible.
As you know, Ellie, this morning, President Trump once again spoke about whether he could pardon Ghislaine Maxwell. I want you to listen to what he said specifically. Listen to this.
Well, I'm allowed to give her a pardon, but nobody's approached me with it. Nobody's asked me about it. It's in the news about that aspect of it, but right now it would be inappropriate to talk about it.
So what stands out to you about those comments from Trump?
I don't know, Wolf. This boggles my mind. It's the same response he's been giving. Will you consider a pardon for a convicted child sex trafficker? I mean, the easiest thing to say is just no, of course not. What president wouldn't say that? And the fact that Trump keeps saying he has the power, and by the way, he's right, he does have the power, as unseemly as it might be, and then says, you know, I haven't thought about it. I mean, that's the same answer that Donald Trump has given many times in the past with other people who he did end up pardoning or commuting. So look, obviously there will be a serious political cost to doing that, but I think it's pretty telling that Donald Trump has said anything other than absolutely not.
How could Maxwell's interview the other day with the Justice Department's Deputy Attorney General factor into what we are seeing happening next?
Well, I think the play we're going to see from Maxwell's team is obvious, and the right play from any defense lawyer's perspective, which is to make an argument to DOJ. Look, she has now come forward. She has given you valuable, truthful information. Whether that's true or not, I don't know, but that'll be what Maxwell's attorney says, and therefore we want you to go to a court and ask for sentencing leniency. From DOJ's perspective, it's a little bit unclear what exactly they're doing. I am skeptical that Ghislaine Maxwell is anywhere near credible enough to sign up as a cooperator and to bring other indictments based on her information. I cannot envision myself ever having done that. It would shock me if DOJ did that. So maybe they're just trying to get her information. Maybe they have some interest in getting whatever she said out there to the public to try to appease critics. But there's an interesting sort of political and legal dance happening here between the parties.
I want to play some of what Republican Congressman Thomas Massie said about the possibility of subpoenaing Jeffrey Epstein's estate. Listen to this.
I think we should get a lot more than just the book. Let's get the financial records of the estate. Follow the money, as they say up here. We should look at the plea bargain, open that up.
How big of a development, Ellie, would this be? What could lawmakers learn if that were to happen?
Well, it's an interesting idea by Representative Massie, and I know he has some bipartisan support. On the one hand, the notion of let's subpoena the Epstein estate, they can do that. Congress has broad subpoena power. Now, the estate might well resist it, and it may well end up going to court, but I think Representative Massie's right that that could shed some light on really the mystery around Epstein's finances. There's then a separate question about subpoenaing DOJ. Now, traditionally, Wolf, the Justice Department would resist that type of subpoena, would say we don't open up our closed files to Congress. However, if you think about the political reality now, I think it's pretty tough for Pam Bondi to say, no, we want to legally resist a subpoena from Congress, especially if it comes with bipartisan support.
Ali Honig reporting for us. Thank you very, very much. As President Trump looks to move on from the Jeffrey Epstein case during his trip abroad, Republican divisions here at home appear to be getting even deeper. Some members of his own Republican Party not only amping up calls to release the so-called Epstein files, but accusing his Trump administration of not delivering on its promises. Listen to this.
We all thought that when Trump was elected, he would be the bull in the china shop and that he would break that up and bring transparency. Frankly, it wasn't until just recently that I realized that people who were allegedly working on this weren't sincere in their efforts.
Part of this problem is that there were some false expectations that are created, and that's a political mistake. I think that saying that you're going to be able to deliver when you haven't even looked at all of the files and what's available was probably a misstep.
CNN congressional correspondent Lauren Fox is here with me in the Situation Room. Lauren, walk us through where things stand now.
Yeah, certainly lawmakers are on this 5-week recess at this point. The speaker clearly wanted to move beyond this last week, and yet Republicans in the House are still talking about this. You hear from Thomas Massey there, you hear from Eric Burleson, making clear that they feel like Donald Trump and the Trump administration perhaps has made a political miscalculation when it comes to the promises that were made related to the Epstein files and what they've been able to deliver up to this point. Meanwhile, you have the Speaker of the House who's carefully trying to make sure that he is in the right place with his conference and in the right place with the president. And you can guess that there is a lot of tension there between where he wants to be. He was asked over the weekend what he thought about potentially absolving Ghislaine Maxwell of her crimes. And this is what he said yesterday.
If you're asking my opinion, I think 20 years was a pittance. I think she should have a life sentence at least. I mean, think of all these unspeakable crimes, and as you noted earlier, probably 1,000 victims. I mean, it's hard to put into words how evil this was, and that she orchestrated it and was a big part of it. At least under the criminal sanction, I think is an unforgivable thing. So, again, not my decision, but I have great cause about that, as any reasonable person would.
Wow.
Now, the oversight
good
subcommittee
response.
actually voted
Almost like
on
you're a
series
human
of
being.
subpoenas last week. Wolf, those subpoenas have not gone out yet. I just checked with the source this morning. So there's a lot of questions over how quickly that process could be moving, even though there is this loud drumbeat in the House conservative.
No sense that this issue is going away by any means.
not.
All right, Lauren Fox, thank you very, very much.
It is the news story. President Trump just can't seem to escape week over week. We're talking, of course, about Epstein. That proves true once again today. So during a press gathering earlier today, President Trump was asked whether he would consider a pardon for convicted sex trafficker and Epstein associate Ghislaine Maxwell. Here's what the president had to say.
Well, I'm allowed to give her a pardon, but nobody's approached me with it. Nobody's asked me about it. It's in the news about that aspect of it, but right now it would be inappropriate to talk about it.
Inappropriate to talk about it. CBS News Department of Justice reporter Jake Rose live with us now. Jake, that's not a no. For sure Maxwell would like a pardon. Who in her circumstances wouldn't want one, right? But is there any cue about what she said to the feds in last week's meetings?
So we don't have more than what Maxwell's attorney said Friday afternoon, Reed, in which he said that she had answered all the questions accurately. She did not plead any kind of Fifth Amendment protections, in which he said that she answered every question to the best of her knowledge and that the questioning was wide-ranging. Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, who was leading these conversations with Ghislaine Maxwell, said that he would release what the outcome was of these conversations at the appropriate time. It's unclear when that could be. We've pressed the Justice Department for more, in addition to whether there could potentially be other conversations with Maxwell going down the road, and whether there was some kind of immunity granted to her either before or after those conversations. Certainly this political football really has been passed between Congress, the Justice Department, and the White House, and that's not going to stop anytime soon, because also in that conversation with overseas, President Trump kind of ranted about Epstein and the personal gripes he had with him, saying that Epstein had stolen some employees from him, which kind of cast doubt on why he was kicked out of the club in the first place. And really the heat is still building among the MAGA base in Capitol Hill, where Republicans are now pushing him and Speaker Johnson for more answers on why these files have not been released.
Well, the files on Epstein, one thing, but just getting right back to the conversation that Maxwell had with the feds, any chance that we'll get our hands on a transcript, not only of her answers, but also I'm curious about the questions she was asked.
It's certainly possible. I think we really are in unprecedented territory because, and on one front, so much of this information that they've gone through is still sealed in court. The Trump administration is trying to unseal some of these grand jury testimonies that were about Maxwell and her dealings with Epstein. And at the same time, whether the Department of Justice wants to be fully transparent at another level in which they're hoping to kind of give some real concrete answers, right? It certainly would help their case if they're able to provide a readout of this conversation. And again, Maxwell's attorney did not rule out a pardon either when he was asked on Friday. Certainly that would be the next big domino to fall if there is one.
Well, and all the while, the reporting is fierce. It is hot in Washington, D.C. and elsewhere on this matter. You're learning that President Trump is asking for an expedited deposition of Rupert Murdoch, of course, the media giant, in his libel case against the Wall Street Journal and his owner over their article with Trump and Epstein. What more can you tell us about that request?
Well, that's right. That article kicked off a firestorm that really brought up this new wave of criticism that's been building and building, like we've talked about, Reed. The attorneys in this case cite Murdoch's advanced age. He's in his 90s, and the health problems that he had, basically saying they want to talk to him now about what he knew about this article being published, whether he had any involvement in it, and said that it's unlikely that they're able to do any kind of in-person conversations with Murdoch if this ever does go to trial. It's certainly possible that, Reed, this is used the same way it's been used in lawsuits versus Paramount and ABC News to simply coerce some money out of a news organization for doing reporting, or at the same time, if this does ever go to trial and does not settle, certainly Murdoch's involvement in this and Trump's back and forth hot and cold relationship with Murdoch over the years would be at the center of it.
All right, so we're watching that one, but also a huge headline that hit over the weekend that I think a lot of parents will take interest in. The Justice Department has shut down what they're calling a dark web child abuse site. Had more than 120,000 members. What's this all about?
Oh, that's right. There have been 18 people who have been charged federally for being members of this site and running it, keeping this child pornography online hidden from federal authorities and be given access to for those 120,000 plus members. In addition to that, there are about 100,000 visitors daily. So simply by removing these sites, it certainly lowers some of the access that there is to these terrible images and videos. The Justice Department started these investigations back in 2020, and it really shows, Reed, how long it takes to kind of get to the point where you can actually have a deliverable for the families and children of those who are involved, in which taking down this intellectual property off the internet is difficult, and to then find the people who are responsible for it. The Justice Department said that they're really trying to do more of this work and to amplify how important it is to be protecting your kids from getting access to potentially people who could take advantage of them, but then also at the same time doing the work every Department of Justice has done throughout all this turmoil, Reed, in terms of taking these down and getting after people who are taking advantage of our most vulnerable.
Yep, justice on behalf of kids, I think, is the most important form of justice. Jake Rosen, thank you so much for that, my friend.
Political situation that both Thailand and Cambodia are in. And that is not just political, it is personal in this instance.
Long weekend. And what did we miss? Surely this Trump-Epstein situation hasn't gotten somehow even more sus than it already was. That would be crazy. But yes, of course it has. Oh. We've officially reached the stage of this administration just pretty clearly considering freeing convicted child sex trafficker Ghislaine Maxwell from prison in exchange for her going on the record and saying that Donald Trump did nothing wrong, while probably also throwing in a few obvious names like Bill Clinton and Bill Gates as people who did do something wrong. Which, yeah, I mean, they probably did. But only so that Trump's rabid base finally sort of gets what they've been begging for. It's not what they've been begging for, though, because what they've been begging for is the Jeffrey Epstein files. And no one can say for sure why they haven't done that, but it probably has something to do with Donald Trump's name appearing in them multiple times.
And the way he's been acting.
And just everything.
Yeah.
Just everything about all of it. So instead, I guess we're just gonna consult a literal convicted sex trafficker who has a huge incentive to tell a version of events that's favorable to the person with the power to free her from prison.
Yeah, do you want to die in prison or get out right now? I don't know. Also, yeah, everyone online, when proposed with the, well, Bill Clinton's going to show up in there. Yeah, good.
Yeah,
Who
no
cares?
Fucking shit.
Also, people don't fly Bill Clinton flags off their trucks.
My faves have been implicated.
Oh, boo-hoo. No, get all of them. And now, this is, of course, all very bizarre and suspicious, but it gets even more bizarre and suspicious when you find out that the person who seems to be brokering this deal is Donald Trump's former personal attorney, who is now the Deputy Attorney General. Here's NBC News from over the weekend. Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche completed 9 hours of meetings over 2 days with Ghislaine Maxwell on Friday, but made no public statements about what she said or the next steps in the Justice Department's much criticized Jeffrey Epstein investigation. Former prosecutors said it was highly unusual and potentially unprecedented for the department's number 2 official to personally interview a witness. Secrecy in a criminal investigation is normal, but the prosecutors involved in the case would typically be included in question.
Well, good thing they fired the main prosecutor in this case a week ago.
Uh-huh. I've never heard of a Deputy Attorney General doing anything like this before, said a former senior Justice Department official who spoke on condition of anonymity. Victims of Epstein and Maxwell, who was convicted in 2021 of recruiting and grooming multiple teenage girls to be sexually abused by the late financier, questioned the lack of transparency as well. Jack Scarola, a lawyer representing roughly 20 Epstein victims, said he asked to attend the Maxwell interviews, but was not included. Again, not really beating the very suspicious allegations.
Yeah, no, it's the Deputy Attorney General is never the guy who's personally going down to the courthouse to take 9 hours of testimony. This is fucking strange, but not that strange when you consider where this is all clearly fucking headed.
Obviously.
That continues. Maxwell's lawyer, David Oscar Marcus, is a top Florida criminal defense lawyer and a friend of Blanche's. Blanche appeared on Marcus's podcast in 2024, where the host praised Blanche's legal skills. After Friday's meeting with Blanche and Maxwell, Marcus told reporters that the Deputy Attorney General did an amazing job and asked Maxwell thorough questions. She was asked maybe about 100 different people, said Marcus, who did not disclose which individuals Maxwell was questioned about. She answered questions about everybody, and she didn't hold anything back, he said. They asked about every possible thing you could imagine. Everything. A senior administration official who spoke on condition of anonymity because he was not authorized to speak publicly said that Maxwell was granted limited immunity by the Justice Department to answer questions about the Epstein case. Granting limited immunity is common in criminal cases and allows defendants to provide information without fear that it will be used against them in court.
She's already convicted, though, and serving 20 years in prison, so...
And she had, she had an opportunity to turn state's witness to potentially get less time in prison, and she gave that courtroom nothing.
I'll just say it because everyone watching's thinking it. Yes, this stinks to high heaven. P.U. This is certainly not what everyone asked for, but this is all you're gonna get, and I can see what's coming.
And a lot of people, this is gonna be just fine.
I guess. I don't know. I don't know. I've been surprised so far. But
I mean, there's a lot of cope happening.
Yeah,
a lot of people are twisting themselves in knots to cope, and I don't know. I feel like this could work.
I hope it doesn't. Yeah, if it weren't abundantly clear what's happening here. On Friday, Trump was asked about these meetings between Maxwell and Blanche, and you know what? Let's just play the clip. Here's how he responded.
Well, he's a professional lawyer. I think he's been through things like this before. But you should focus on Clinton. You should focus on the president of Harvard, the former president of Harvard. You should focus on some of the hedge fund guys. I'll give you a list. These guys lived with Jeffrey Epstein. I sure as hell didn't. Thank you very much.
Cool. And also on Friday, Trump was asked about the potential for a Ghislaine Maxwell pardon. Here you go.
Would you consider a pardon or a commutation for Ghislaine Maxwell if
It's something I haven't thought about. It's really something. It's something I'm allowed to do it, but it's something I have not thought about.
But you wouldn't rule it out, sir?
Wow.
It's all coming together, folks. How convenient.
He's projecting what's going to happen already. Usually you keep it a little closer to the chest.
Well, he's saying, I hadn't thought about it until just right now when you brought it up. But now that you mention it, yeah, I could do that, I guess.
Yeah. So Trump's got a big list of fellow Epstein associates that he'd like to see outed, and he's not ruling out the possibility of pardoning Ghislaine Maxwell. And yeah, if anyone knows who Jeffrey Epstein's sex crimes accomplices were, it is Ghislaine Maxwell, and it would be great to know who they are. The problem is we have no reason to trust what she has to say, and she has every reason to tell a version of events that totally exonerates the president while pinning all the blame on other Epstein associates who just so happen to be the president's political enemies, and who might be included in there anyway. So just point at the correct people and we'll be out of here.
Right.
It's fucked, folks.
Anyways, fast forward to Monday, and Trump doubled down on all of this, while also finally giving an answer to a question that many have wondered for a very long time. We know that Trump and Epstein supposedly had a big falling out a few years before Epstein's death, but the specifics of this were never made clear. And, the easy answer, the layup, even if it's complete bullshit, would be that Trump didn't want to associate with a convicted sex criminal, a real creep, that Jeffrey Epstein.
Yes.
But that's not the answer that Trump gave on Monday.
No.
Here's the hill. President Trump said Monday he had previously turned down an offer to go to Jeffrey Epstein's private island, calling out other people he said the press should focus on as the president has tried to move on from questions about Epstein. I never went to the island, and Bill Clinton went there supposedly 28 times. I never went to the island, but Larry Summers, I hear, went there. He was the head of Harvard. And many other people that are very big people. Nobody ever talks about them, Trump said while in Scotland meeting with UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer. I'm sure Keir loved that.
Yeah, and this part's even what a weird way to answer. He added, I never had the privilege of going to his island.
It sucks. I really wanted to go. Sounded like a lot of fun.
Yeah, the privilege, sir, you're kind of telling on yourself. Maybe use some different words next time, but sounds like you really did want to go. So he said, I never had the privilege of going to his island, and I did turn him down. But a lot of people in Palm Beach were invited to his island. In one of my very good moments, I turned it down. I didn't want to go to his island. It's just the most suspicious way to answer that question possible.
Yeah.
I didn't have the privilege.
But I'd like to think that if I had gone, I would have been awesome at whatever it is they do down there.
And I do want to say that it was very smart of me to do whatever I said I just did. Because
good thing I didn't, right?
I would have looked a lot worse than I already
did. He was always asking me.
Yeah.
He said, Donald, you would love it down there.
Yeah.
And I was like, no, Jeff. I don't think so.
So when asked why he had thrown Epstein out of his Mar-a-Lago resort in Florida, the president said he didn't want to waste your time by explaining the story from years ago. For years, I wouldn't talk to Jeffrey Epstein because he did something that was inappropriate.
Oh, really?
He hired help.
What?
He said.
He
stole people that worked for me.
Huh?
I said, don't ever do that again. He did it again, and I threw him out of the place, Trump added. Holy shit. And let's just hear that again from Trump himself, really quick.
For years, I wouldn't talk to Jeffrey Epstein. I wouldn't talk because he did something that was inappropriate. He hired help. And I said, don't ever do that again. He stole people that worked for me. I said, don't ever do that again. He did it again. And I threw him out of the place, persona non grata. I threw him out, and that was it. I'm glad I did, if you want to know the truth.
Okay, I fell out of with Jeffrey Epstein because he did something inappropriate. He poached some of my household staff.
Oh, very inappropriate, especially by Jeffrey Epstein standards. What the fuck?
What? This is a new answer too, by the way, because previously he
did call him like a creep before.
Yeah, he said that he was creeping on someone at the club and he wouldn't stop after being told to stop. And apparently it was someone young, and like, a lot of people have speculated that maybe it was like Ivanka or something at the time. But like, this is a totally different story.
Yeah, I had a really good
housekeeper.
Housekeeper, and like she knew how to clean all my stuff. She knew how to clean.
Very trustworthy.
Knew how to clean all of my gold without it looking all smudged. And Jeffrey, he poached her. It's unforgivable.
And the other excuse was that it was like some kind of bad real estate deal went down.
Yeah, he said something.
So this is a brand new excuse for why they don't like each other.
And the real estate one, like that was kind of recent too. He's like they both were interested in buying the same like investment property in Palm Beach or some shit.
Literally, like, part of the whole process when someone's investigating a crime is getting the person that you're investigating to change their story multiple times to show that they don't actually remember or are lying about what happened.
It would be funny. It's totally unrealistic and unbelievable, but it would be funny if they did have a falling out over all these extremely petty things.
Yeah.
And Trump simply had no idea about the sex trafficking.
Yeah, literally signing fucking basically love letters, birthday cards, photos with him more than anyone you are in your personal life photographed with, and then all of a sudden he's like, he stole one of my best maids. That son of a bitch.
It's like when you meet someone at like a party or something, and you're just like, I don't know, I got kind of a bad vibe with that guy. He sucks. For some like fucking petty reason.
Yeah.
And then like years later you find out
He's a serial killer.
Yeah, he's like actually did something bad, and you're like, oh, it feels good to be right. It's like you weren't right. I don't know. This is very silly.
Yeah. Also in that same press conference, Trump again reiterated that he is allowed to pardon Ghislaine Maxwell. I don't know if you guys heard me the other day.
Just so we're clear.
Yeah, I do have.
Just in case something happens in the near future.
Yeah.
Don't be surprised by that turn of events.
I can do whatever I want. And again, he insisted that Epstein's the birthday note was fake because, quote, I don't do drawings of women.
Yeah, well, before he said, I've never written a picture, but then people were like, you've written many pictures, sir. Yeah, here they are. Here's a picture of the New York skyline.
I met a woman.
But then he changed his answer there. Okay, yeah, I have been known to doodle from time to time, but never of a woman because Donald Trump, I respect women.
I would never betray the beauty of a woman's form.
The female physique too much to let these little sausage fingers try to draw one.
That's right.
Because it would never be as, I mean, it sounds like the drawing in that you found is quite voluptuous. I could never draw breasts.
Yeah.
Always just circle, circle. Never gave me a hard one.
No.
So it couldn't have been me. So yeah, that's where things are at with that for now. And there's certainly more to come.
Yeah.
This story is constantly developing. And while calling this all a distraction is idiotic, and I wish people would stop doing that.
That's what's insane too, is like you get fucking Nancy Pelosi out of nowhere being like, this is just a distraction. And you're like, from what? He passed the bill.
Yeah.
ICE is currently doing raids. Everything that he has wanted to happen is already come true. They're about to go on summer recess. Like, there is no reason really right now for him to be doing this big fucking dog and pony show.
Also, like, there appears to be a very good chance that the president is a actual full-on sex criminal.
Yes,
I don't think that's a distraction.
Yeah.
I think that's pretty. That's
Like
worthy
every
of
president.
And it's also been documented, as we've said multiple times through multiple videos. This has been documented over and over again for fucking 3 decades now. So yes, it is very believable that the president of the United States did some fucked up sex shit because he's been fucking sued over it.
I'm very disappointed that the video is loud because my joke was very funny, and I came in and went out, and it was very funny, and I went to listen to it on the YouTube, and it didn't come through at all.
That's normally when you talk.
That's very sad, because I literally came in and was like, he did not share his 12-year-old, and then left. Because he was like falling out over something petty, and I'm like, oh, I have to interject here.
Yeah.
They were like 16 and 17 though, weren't they?
I mean, the real distraction has been the fact that we've known all this shit for so fucking long. And it's only now becoming a real issue.
Someone pointed out on Blue Sky the other day that like in the top 10 chart of Netflix, the documentaries about Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell have shot to the top 10, and it's like, oh, people are just figuring out about, and I guess that's true. I guess
Better late than never, I guess. But it's all a distraction.
We're way too late. This is the second term, and he's already been voted in. Like, it's crazy.
Also, like,
don't
yeah,
worry,
he
there's
gave
always
Annette
a
the
third.
ick.
Fronts, I'm sorry. It's really
Yes, people can walk and chew bubble gum. Like, everyone can.
He gave Annette the ick.
It's like, this is really bad. There's other really bad things
Is that
happening.
what she said?
But if you
Yeah,
ignore this,
you don't
you're doing
remember
them a
the
favor.
video? We were laughing our asses off at her.
It's still important.
I
to
didn't
not
realize
lose sight of
that's
all
what
the other
she said.
terrible
That's
shit coming
fucking
out of this
hilarious.
administration. For example,
Hey, you want to
here's
see this
what-
awesome video I watched right when you were gone?
Always.
Bro, this is my new favorite fucking channel.
Okay. I'm not confident.
This
with
is
it.
like if Friendly Jordies was funny. And gay. Wait. Just funny. Because he's already gay.
The New York mayor race is heating up.
Step the
Told me to
Go later.
put your finger on my
Yeah.
face.
Zohran Mamdani has officially won New York City's Democratic mayoral primary.
He's been called the next AOC, except he was never even a bartender. We visited an anti-Zoran Mamdani protest to see what the rage.
Remember what I've said about yellow flags, right?
Yep.
You gotta watch out for the yellow flags.
Oh no, it's a literal Likud flag, is it?
Against Sharia
No. This is more Ben Gavir's side of things. They're technically a terrorist organization.
Shit, okay.
Yeah, they're the Conist.
Wow, okay. I saw a video.
Like, they were on our terrorism tier list.
Yeah, I saw a video from Ben Gavir today. Fucking nutcase. He is a legitimate psycho. If the Israelis get Nuremberg, I want to see him get Nuremberg first.
a Muslim,
that would be great.
Radical communist as our mayor. We want freedom of speech and freedom of movement, and I want to be proud of my country, and I want to be proud of being
What would it do to New York if we got a Muslim?
I'd probably get thrown off a rooftop.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Private part slaughtered off because I'm a Jew.
Yeah.
Woman drivers eliminated. Multiple wives totally on the table.
Those two got double anxiety, gay and Jew.
When it's over, bro.
How long is it gonna be?
Can you get down, bro?
How long is it gonna be there till it ends?
down,
I'm
bro.
getting down. Don't push me on the stairs.
Step the fuck off. We fucking told you. We were nice to
Is that
you.
a Nazi?
Step the
No,
fuck
he told
off.
me to wait.
We've been fucking nice to you, dude. Stop.
He told me to wait.
No,
No.
I know.
Oh, the
Stop.
fist and everything. Yes, that's straight up.
That's the kind of symbol.
You're not listening.
Epic.
Being an asshole.
Can I stay here?
Institute Sharia law for everyone, and we are going to be oppressed. Women are going to be oppressed. Gays are going to be murdered.
These are from Palm Angels. Do you like
Really? Oh my God, girlfriend, those are so cute.
Bill?
This just in, a bombshell BBC report on Eric Adams. It's 8 inches.
Do you think Eric Adams is
Gay? Yeah, I think he's gay.
Do you think he has a BBC?
Do I think he has a BBC?
Incredible.
What's that?
Like a big black cock.
Oh, probably.
We got a little yelling showdown. What's it like seeing people protest this event?
Nazis
I told you to back the fuck off. Back the fuck off. I'm not playing your fucking game, dude. Get out of my fucking face. I've asked you nicely. Back the fuck off. I'm not playing your fucking game.
Okay.
Leave me alone.
All good.
You're hot, by the way. I like you.
I like you too. You're so fun. Thanks for being fun. And,
Do I get a kiss?
On the head.
All right. Give me a kiss. All right.
This is
Zoran
great.
Mamdani went viral for eating with his hands. I'm only surprised because he's Ugandan. And you know how they feel about people eating with their hands.
Even the poo-poo comes out. The other poo-poo is out, huh? And then they eat the poo-poo.
He'll eat rice with his hands, but will he eat bagels?
It is Emily Ratajkowski and
Zoran Mamdani. Emily Ratajkowski said it's a democratic socialist summer. What does that mean? No maids? What am I gonna do without Alishka cleaning my clothes? I actually didn't even know that she was Spanish until I started saying "Como estás" to her daughter. And apparently they don't speak Spanish in Poland.
I'm very spiritual, and I'm trying to manifest money, and
how's that going for you?
Not great, but what brought into my awareness is this character.
You want to manifest?
Millions.
Doing what?
I'm a gematria sports gambler. I find like gematria, Jazz Chisholm, or Matt Olson wins the home run derby tonight. Then I know my code is on point.
A lot of hardware for Cal Raleigh tonight. Emily Ratajkowski is not the only influencer impacting the election. Eric Adams went viral for his "Get Ready With Me" TikToks.
Oh my god.
What I want to know is how does he get that bald head so shiny? Most importantly, when does he take a bribe?
I never head out without my New York City tap water.
Our Eric Adams apple
I hate him
with his
so much.
$25,000 Liberace suit, sitting up in with his cigar in the nightclubs.
Candidates were asked where they'd take their first trip as New York mayor.
I would visit the Holy Land.
I would go to Israel.
Mr. Tilson, where would you go?
Yeah, I'd make my 4th trip to Israel, followed by my 5th trip to Ukraine.
Mr. Mamdani.
I would stay in New York City.
I was gonna say.
He doesn't want a free vacation.
Pause it.
We're really gonna trust him.
Okay. What answer would you give when asked that question? If you are elected, where is your first trip going to go? As the mayor of New York City, what would you say?
Not Israel.
Not fucking Israel. You know what I would
Yeah.
say? You know what I'd say? Brooklyn.
It's clearly a tell us how much you love Jews question.
Yeah. Like, what an absurd question to ask.
And then they're all like, he didn't say he loved the Jews. He said he loved New York.
City mayor.
I think he's going to throw us off rooftops.
a city mayoral race got asked, where are you going on a state taxpayer-funded trip? And they said Israel. Don't vote for any of them because they're taking free trips, free holidays on your dollar. That's all you need to understand from that question there.
If I wanted to be real clever, I would be like, cool, I'll tell you one thing. It won't be turkey.
Hello.
Nah, that literally came in after I clicked the link that had a hard R N-word in it from chat. So that person was like, "Hey everyone," and then immediately hard R'd, and then probably tapped out and didn't come back. And I immediately paused and was like, "This is the last time I'm ever clicking a link from chat."
Was that this one here?
Don't click it.
I'm not gonna click it, but is that one?
Yeah.
Is this a new chatter?
No.
No. I'm curious what the link was though.
Just a Chinese guy being racist on a video game.
Yeah, okay.
Like, we've heard people be racist in video games before.
Yeah. Alright, you can play the video.
Someone who's not going to take a 5-star hotel funded trip to learn facts about history? You know, it reminds me of the communist labor camps we'll all be in when they eliminate vacation for those who want to take it. So say goodbye to going to the Mediterranean and say hello to working at the government grocery store.
Hell yeah.
Look, we're in America. If you wasn't in America, you was in Gaza, what would happen to you? You couldn't even have a microphone. That's right.
Do you condemn that phrase, globalize the Intifada?
That's not language that I use.
Zoran Mondani wants to globalize the enchilada. Whatever happened to being against cultural appropriation?
Andrew Cuomo is a creep, slapping fannies and killing grannies.
Members of the Guardian
other guy
Angels
that was
and
running?
supporters of Curtis
Yeah, the
Seawall
Siwa guy.
Oh my god.
He's literally the Guardian Angels. They beat people for speaking Spanish on the New York street.
Oh my god.
I did it! Curtis Lewa, Guardian Angels. Zoran Mamdani, he hates Asian people. He said he was African American. I'm just saying on his thing.
If he gets elected, you could say goodbye. They're going to be building a homeless shelter right here.
Oh.
They could kind of use Yao Ming out there. I'm not going to lie. I'm sorry. Zoran Mamdani, he hates Hispanics. He hates them. He won't even eat tacos. He won't even do it. We love tacos. That's what I'm saying. You know, Zoran Mamdani? Yeah. He hates Jewish people. Little Italy used to be able to get the best tortellinis here. Now, you know, if you're lucky, you'll just get some tomato sauce with your Peking duck. So what's your opinion on Curtis Lewa?
I think he's a piece of shit.
Why?
You show him this video.
Why?
You ask him, he'll tell you why.
What'd he do to you, huh?
Well, keep going. Hey, tell him, it's your former captain, Centurion. Good luck with your election.
Used to be an angel?
I don't want to be an angel no more.
What'd you do?
Tell him I'm good. He'll tell you. Go ahead. Watch the
What,
video.
because he wanted to fight you were too into the prostitutes, huh?
That's okay.
You wanted him to cancel the prostitution? Is that what it was, and you were doing the prostitutes every day, huh?
Go walk. You're supposed to de-escalate, so don't come up here and
Yeah,
start
well, maybe I'm not like, I'm the new
Maybe
age.
you're not,
Maybe I'm an escalator.
Don't put your finger on my face.
Guess what, an escalator?
Put your finger on my face.
Yeah, I'm back here. An escalator can never be broken. It can only become stairs. What are you guys protesting?
That's a Mitch Hedberg joke.
That's very funny though.
Like right over there, if you go over there, take a shower, come back,
I'm wearing a collared shirt. You're the one that's looking like a homeless guy. Man, you got some beautiful skin, man. Wow. Could I kiss your foot, man, in a sign of solidarity? My foot? Yeah.
People are complaining
I
about
love how
jobs.
dedicated
You
he is.
shine
That's great.
shoes with your own mouth. Opportunity.
Yeah, he's
in
got that
America
gay
and
theater
prosperity
kid
awaits you at
thing
every
going.
turn.
And he's a total smoke show with a
We couldn't
chiseled
find
jaw
any
too,
Eric
so
Adams
it
supporters
helps.
to interview, and so we went out into the
Well,
field. to
Friendly
see what they
Jordies was a
thought
male
about the
model,
recent
didn't you know?
BBC report.
How would you rate Big Black Cock on 1 to 10?
This is, no, this is a topic I'm not talking about it. Because I don't care.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't care.
Size doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
Size doesn't matter? And you want to have a serious conversation about politics? What are we voting for?
Who's sexier, Eric Adams or Zoran Mamdani?
Eric Adams.
I love a sexy black man, I'm not gonna lie. Is Eric Adams the mayor? Is he attractive?
No.
Why not?
Do you find him attractive?
Yeah, I love black guys, yeah.
Not my type.
Do I get to eat a strawberry then?
Oh yeah, I have strawberry here.
If you want raw, uncut clips of BBCs, subscribe to the Patreon and you just might get lucky.
What kind of guys do you go for?
European.
Racist.
European guys are my favorite.
Under Zoran, the person sweeping can make just as much money as the investment banker, okay? I did so much cocaine.
Yeah. You?
I had a heart attack, yeah.
Oh my god. Really?
Yeah, and I don't even have health care. So then I just had to do poppers and Xanax to balance it out. As you can see, there's a future under a revolutionary world in which everyone can just do art and sit around and celebrate, and that to me is probably the most compelling thing of them all.
I'm Ted Tenderson. This has been Frat TV on the No Cap Network.
You're a little bit more than a far-right Republican. Hey.
News from the world of youth sports. A Little League team from Venezuela was denied entry to the United States for the Senior League Baseball World Series, according to the Little League International. The Cacique Mara team from Maracaibo was unfortunately unable to obtain the appropriate visas, Little League International said in a statement, adding that the decision was extremely disappointing, especially to these young athletes. The team traveled to Colombia 2 weeks ago to apply for their visas at the U.S. Embassy in Bogota, the Associated Press reported. It is a mockery on the part of Little League to keep us here in Bogota with the hope that our children can fulfill their dreams of participating in a world championship, the team said in a statement to the AP. What do we do with so much injustice? What do we do?
They should have been white, sorry.
The decision to bar the teenage athletes from entering the United States
Should have thought of that before being Mexican.
World Cup in 2026. That is 1 year away, by the way.
We're Venezuelan.
And also the
Whatever.
Summer Olympics in Los Angeles in 2028. Obviously not gonna
Shut it down.
Yeah, get rid of it. Though Trump's travel ban restrictions include an exception for any athlete or member of an athletic team, including coaches, persons performing a necessary support role, and immediate relatives traveling for the World Cup, Olympics, or other major sporting event as determined by the Secretary of State. Members of the Cuban women's national volleyball team were denied visas to enter Puerto Rico to compete in a tournament this month. But that's not a real sport. Yeah, this is...
Only boys play sports?
If it were somehow true that they're going to be very particular about this and make sure that everyone gets the proper visas, which is not going to happen. It's not going to happen at all. This is going to be a fucking mess. Even the World Cup is going to be a fucking mess. But even if that were true, the attendance for World Cup matches in the United States would... No one's going to come.
Yeah, no, this is...
Why come here when you... Why risk it when you can go to Mexico or Canada to see some matches?
Yeah, with the World Cup. Yeah, the Olympics, I don't know how the hell that's gonna fucking work.
Well, luckily we've got 3 years to figure that out. Yeah, we'll get it.
A lot can happen in 3 years.
That's right.
Some good things, some bad things.
yeah. So yeah, this is so. it's just pointlessly cruel. I mean, these kids won the Latin American Championship, which is supposed to qualify them for the Little League World Series next month. But they can't go because apparently they're a threat to national security or some shit. Even though athletes participating in international sporting events are supposed to be exempt from these kinds of travel bans.
We can't let these Venezuelans in. They're gonna hit too many dingers.
Yeah, that's right. Making us look bad.
Yeah. Yeah, this is fucked up.
Everyone that plays baseball has to be 300 pounds.
Yeah, they got...
and they have to be American and 300 pounds.
Uh-huh. Yeah, it's fucking stupid. It's stupid. And it's cruel.
You shouldn't be able to steal a base. That's bad. That's stealing.
Oh, they came in here, they're committing crimes. They're stealing bases.
Yep. Unbelievable.
Some say they're the best at stealing. That's why they won. Doesn't seem fair to me.
Denied. And it's Marco Rubio doing it too, which is even worse.
Yeah. Well,
Little Marco.
It's like either this was like, either this was an active.
We call him Little Bitcho.
To like do this,
To be mean.
or it's just like the administrative side of things is such a fucking mess and so understaffed that.
Yeah. It's just an automatic denial.
Yeah, either
I would
way.
assume that is the case, is that everything's just going to be an automatic denial, and then you have to fight to prove that this is necessary or something.
But can I still get the $250 fee from you?
Yes, yeah, every time, by the way. Every time you reapply.
We'll take another look at it, but I'm going to need that $250 Visa integrity.
It's right here on my desk, but...
May I interest you in a gold card Visa so you never have to deal with any of this? I mean, you got... obviously, there's clear, there's TSA pre-check, but if you want the velvet rope treatment, you're gonna need the gold card Visa.
Yeah, has Donald Trump's face on it and everything.
Come on in, spend that money. Now, as if this couldn't get any more ridiculous, while the Trump administration was blocking Venezuelan Little League players from entering the country, they were rolling out the red carpet for a Venezuelan guy that murdered multiple people.
Oh, this is so frustrating.
Here's the New York Times. He killed 3 people in Spain and fled to Venezuela, where he was sentenced to 30 years in prison, court documents show. Then last week, the Trump administration negotiated his release as part of a large prisoner swap, and he arrived on American soil. Now, the convict, Dahoud Hanid Ortiz, 54, a U.S. Army veteran, is free in the United States, according to 2 people with knowledge of the case. One said he was in Orlando, Florida. When the Americans put Mr. Hanid Ortiz on a plane on Friday back to the United States, at least some people in the Trump administration knew of his criminal past, according to a third person. Mr. Hanid Ortiz was among 10 Americans and U.S. legal permanent residents extracted by the United States from detention in Venezuela on Friday. In exchange, the United States agreed to allow the release of 252 Venezuelan men it had sent to a maximum security prison in El Salvador.
In 2023, officials in the Biden administration who had learned of his detention in Venezuela decided not to take him as part of a different prisoner swap, according to a former U.S. official. The official said that the Spanish authorities had asked the United States to send him to Spain, but that Spanish officials ultimately decided against this, and the Department of Justice decided it didn't want him in the United States. The decision by the Trump administration to facilitate Mr. Hanid Ortiz's release from the Venezuelan prison has elicited anger and fear among relatives of his victims, and a man court records say he had intended to kill but who ultimately survived. Mr. Hanid Ortiz's crimes took place in 2016 in Madrid, according to Venezuelan court documents, when he visited the office of a lawyer, Victor Salas, who he believed was having a relationship with his wife. He killed 2 women there, as well as a man he mistook for Mr. Salas. He fled to Germany and then Venezuela. Spain sought the extradition of Mr. Hanid Ortiz, but the Venezuelan constitution does not allow the extradition of its citizens, and he was tried instead in Venezuela.
Like, this seems like some really basic shit if you're doing a prisoner swap, and obviously, like, you got a limited number of slots that you can fill. So you're gonna want to do some, like, basic fucking background research on who these people are, because, like, yeah, Venezuela has been known to kind of arbitrarily imprison American tourists and people working for NGOs and stuff like that, but it's kind of stupid to assume that they aren't also imprisoning people who have committed actual serious crimes.
It's just a very obvious, like, the antithesis of their whole fucking marketing scheme around deporting non-citizens of the United States. We're just like, they're killers. We gotta get rid of everyone. They're killers and they're rapists and everything.
Except that killer. We
need him back.
Yeah. I mean, and it wasn't like the guy's wife was cheating on him.
Yeah. Convicted, by the way. He was convicted killer, so we have to get him back.
Yeah, convicted, and, like, I mean, it seems like Spain was just like, Pretty cool for Venezuela to do like the whole court case and put him in prison.
Yeah.
And it's not our problem anymore, so whatever, he can stay there. And now they're probably wishing they had asked the United States to help extradite him back when they had the chance, because this is fucking crazy. He killed 3 people.
Nothing makes sense. That's kind of the point.
Yeah. So yeah, that guy might be roaming free in the United States, but
in Orlando, going to Disney.
Yeah. But at least no Venezuelan little leaguers are crossing our border, hitting dingers into our yards.
Making fools of our corn-fed baseball
running
players.
Circles around us.
Yeah. Flag gets to first base. He's already round to the home plate.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Anyway, everything sucks, but you know what doesn't suck? Our sponsors. Thanks!
It's gonna be Raycon.
Sponsored by Turtle Beach.
You know what doesn't suck? Oh, actual good headphones.
Well,
I wouldn't go that far.
The memory foam ear cushions super comfortable to wear for hours on end. Not only does the crystal clear sound quality definitely give you an edge in fast-paced competitive games, the 80-hour battery life is insane, and you'll almost never have to even think about charging it, which is great for me because I always forget to charge things.
I'm back to just mindlessly playing Diablo, but it is great just blasting in my ears.
Yeah.
The visuals on the screen are one thing, but my God, hearing that in such beautiful, crisp sound.
I'm back on Balatros, so all the
Why? If you're wearing Turtle Beach for Balatro gaming,
that's right.
It's
I don't think you use this product, guys.
700.
They've never been so perceived.
Kind of sus.
And the Stealth 700 has the industry's first ever cross-play dual wireless transmitter system. That means you can seamlessly switch between your consoles and PC with just the click of a button.
And it gets even better. While being connected to your console, the Stealth 700 can connect with your phone for music streaming or taking calls at the same time. Listen to your favorite song, maybe something off that new Clips album. What a wonderful album. While gaming at the same time. And that's all done with the Stealth 700. Turtle Beach doesn't just have a...
Oh, they sent more helicopters. I'm sure they'll work. Oh, they're already dead.
And they're all high quality at prices that don't...
Send more. Next time it will work for sure.
To controllers, keyboards, and mice, Turtle Beach is the ultimate gaming cheat code. Head to turtlebeach.com and use code TODAYDAILY for 10% off your entire order. That is 10% off your order at turtlebeach.com with promo code TODAYDAILY. And after you purchase, they'll ask you where you heard about them, so please support our show and tell them that we sent you. Get the ultimate immersive gaming experience with Turtle Beach today.
Back to the news.
Oh, they sent more helicopters.
And let's lighten the mood around here by revisiting a topic that we covered a little bit on Weekly Weird News. Now that more first-hand information has become available. The Tesla Diner.
It's a meeting place for all the Tesla fans, stands, and the haters.
Yeah.
It's a great... Elon has done something very special. He has created an ugly building where the worst people congregate, and others can stand by and mock them and also have their voices heard about how upset they are.
It's really brought the town together.
Yeah.
In a very divisive way.
Uh-huh.
So in its first week in operation, Elon Musk's foray into the restaurant business certainly attracted loads of Tesla enthusiasts willing to venture to one of the most traffic-clogged, miserable parts of LA to wait in line for several hours for fast food served in little Cybertruck boxes. But this is not a pop-up, it is a permanent restaurant. And aside from the charging stations, it was hard for us to imagine there'd be much demand for all this after the initial novelty wore off. That remains to be seen, but luckily enough, hype has worn off enough that journalists are now willing to wait a few hours in line to see what all the fuss is about and tell us about it so we don't have to go anywhere near it. And here's some of the Guardian's reporting on their journalist experience at the Tesla Diner.
It was just before lunchtime on its third day of operation, and the line outside Elon Musk's new Tesla Diner in Hollywood already stretched to nearly 100 people. The restaurant has been billed as a retro-futuristic drive-in where you can grab a high-end burger and watch classic films on giant screens, all while charging your Tesla. After months of build-up and controversy, the diner had suddenly opened on Monday at 4:20 p.m., the kind of stoner boy joke that Musk is well known for. Hundreds of fans lined up to try burgers in Cybertruck-shaped boxes or take photos of the Optimus robot serving popcorn on the roof deck of the gleaming circular diner. But that was for the grand opening. Less than 48 hours later, when we visited for lunch, the Tesla Diner experience was less a futuristic fantasy than a case study in how to fail with impunity. Many parts of the experience were breaking down. The food was mediocre, yet the fans were still cheerfully lining up to buy merch. This is
still the best diner I've ever eaten at.
This is absolutely like a restaurant that you would find in Disneyland or Disney World.
Yeah.
Except they don't have to like maintain this for like forever. They can just let it turn into shit, which it definitely is going to do.
Well, I mean, I think it's not fair to Disneyland restaurants because like they actually have.
That's what I'm saying.
Put some effort into it. Like this literally has like 2 robots behind glass, and then 1 robot that sometimes works, sometimes doesn't.
Yeah.
And is definitely remote controlled and not autonomous.
Yeah.
And then a bunch of seating that is completely antithetical.
Oh no, helicopters!
To actual diner seating, which is supposed to be comfortable.
Yeah. So no, that's what I'm saying is like they
blinding to the eyes.
Once the novelty wears off, they're under no. They don't have to keep it up. Like obviously it's already fading, and now it's just going to be this charging station thing. Whereas like Disney has to keep that like magic alive in whatever it is. I guess.
I mean, this is some expensive real estate,
and it's expensive food. The hot dog was like it's a fucking hot dog.
Yeah. The line to get into the diner on Wednesday morning was so long, an employee told us, in part because of technical problems. The app that allowed Tesla drivers to order from their cars was glitching.
Oh no, more
so
helicopters!
The diner was prioritizing Tesla owners who had to come inside to order instead. This meant that non-Tesla owners in the walk-up line might need to wait as long as 2 to 3 hours before we got our food. An employee gave the Wednesday walk-up line another update. They didn't have chicken, waffles, or milkshakes, or any of the charged sodas, which came with boba and maraschino cherries and extra caffeine.
They're trying to replicate the Panera.
Yeah. We're gonna kill more people than Panera.
Yeah.
It gets better and better. Sighed a man behind me. Josh Bates and his son Phoenix were in town for the day from Orange County, where they live.
Go back.
We are big Musk fans, he said. Phoenix, age 10, had been excited to visit the diner. I never seen Elon Musk open a restaurant, so I just wanted to come here and see how the food is.
It's gotta taste better than sucking my thumb.
He explained.
They're making fun of a child.
Minutes and not getting much closer to ordering, Bates decided it was time to find somewhere else for lunch. It's the grand opening. Things happen, the father said. It is what it is. They're doing the best they can.
So we went down to the street to get the best hot dog in America at Pink's. The line's long. How bad could it be?
I've actually, to this day, never been to Pink's.
It's fine, but it's not worth the wait.
Yeah.
It's just a tourist.
It's impossible to fuck up a hot dog. I mean, Waltz has perfectly good hot dogs.
Yeah. Costco has great hot dogs.
That's right.
Costco hot dogs are fantastic.
The idea of like waiting more than like a couple minutes for a hot dog is just completely unappealing.
Elliot, you don't understand. They got it. It's named after some kind of celebrity or movie, and they put chili and they slide a bunch of onion rings on it, and it's a feast.
I can do that at 7-Eleven.
Yeah, you can. Anyways, she ends up waiting 3 hours before ordering her food, and when the food arrives, it's cold and not particularly tasty. In her conversations with other people in line, it turns out a lot of people mainly were interested in seeing the Tesla robot that serves popcorn. Who cares? Literally go to Disneyland.
Yeah, they got
a president that stands up and talks to you.
They got Walt Disney now. It's pretty fucking creepy, but
Yeah.
it's also having some issues.
Yeah, that's the thing. These robots have issues.
That's so funny. That's so
anyways,
true.
The robot is
Like, who
confirmed to
cares?
be
Literally
remote
go
controlled,
to
by the way,
Disneyland.
not autonomous. But it was apparently out of order after just a few days of doing the same basic task, which is what they're supposed to replace.
Yeah, I mean, this is
the menial, repetitive tasks.
This is such a like bad sign for. It's like oh yeah, he's fucking claiming that a year from now you're gonna have the only people fucking even working at this diner are gonna be these robots, and they're gonna bring the food to you. And he can't even. This one robot that's literally just standing there and doing this.
Yeah.
Throughout the day, already broke down.
Yeah. Not a good sign.
Yeah.
In fact, it's a bad omen. Like it's a failed proof of concept.
Yeah, but they're still falling for it.
Yeah.
Like a bunch of people in line are just like, the robot's the future. Can't wait for it to steal my job.
It's just such a slack-jawed yokel thing to go see. Like, I want to see the robot that serves popcorn. Okay, they go to fucking like Knott's Berry Farm or whatever. They got animatronics there. Go to Disney. Like, who cares? They got at Disney. They got a little guy that cranks the popcorn in the popcorn machine.
Yeah.
Yeah. There you go. It's really beautiful.
Anyway, it continues. There was a large popcorn machine in front of me, which seemed to be where Optimus had been serving snacks on opening night. Musk had been posting on X earlier in the morning that Optimus will bring the food to your car next year.
On roller skates.
He did say that, and suggesting the robot might be dressed in a cute retro outfit.
We're gonna give the robot big tits.
In reality, Optimus was nowhere in sight. The robot was, quote, out today, an employee told me later, as if the pricey piece of machinery were a human celebrity with a busy schedule. Maybe tomorrow. Is it possible to get some popcorn regardless of the robot? A woman asked. It's probably old popcorn, employee told her regretfully.
They can't even make popcorn.
Well, that's what the robot was for. No one else knows how to work the popcorn machine except Optimus.
I could remember. I worked at a movie theater when I was 17, and I could probably figure it out.
No one else knows how to do it.
It's also, they need to have the robot outside smoking, like the woman from the Popeyes when Popeyes was like selling the chicken sandwiches too much, and she's just like, God damn.
Yeah.
Too many chicken sandwiches. But the Optimus is just outside having a robot cigarette.
Yeah. What would a robot smoke?
I don't know, but sparks would fly out of it.
Drinking a big old
can of oil.
Fifth oil.
What does Bender smoke?
All right, now we're good. And then it does the drunk walk that all those robots and all the reels that I see. Like when you're drunk and have to get firewood, and it's the robot trying to walk down a hill.
Yeah. But unlike a normal drunk who falls down and just sort of lays there, when these robots fall down, they start glitching the fuck out.
Yeah.
You can't go anywhere near them.
Do you think that the Tesla bot that delivers food to your car at this diner, do you think when it rolls out with its giant metal tits, it asks what condiments you want, and then it squirts it out of its tits onto your hot dog?
Give them
What
any
the
ideas.
fuck, bro?
You want ketchup or mustard? Because the mustard comes out of the bottom one.
That's some shit that Elon would think is hilarious.
Great idea, Ricky. Whoa!
By which I mean, I just had a great idea, guys.
Yeah, well. Meanwhile, Miles Klee of Rolling Stone also paid a visit to the Tesla diner, and his whole piece is worth reading, but he was unsurprisingly not impressed. Here's some of what he had to say. Outside, it's flanked by a pair of 4-story movie screens. Unbelievably, one of them totally blocks the windows and balconies of a neighboring apartment building, where residents must be furious, that play space-themed Looney Tunes cartoons, old sci-fi movies, Cybertruck ads, SpaceX launches, and abstract laser patterns, usually at low resolution and with the wrong aspect ratio. Jesus Christ. Very few of the parking spaces face either screen, as they would in the traditional drive-in theater Musk had apparently envisioned. Noise concerns had been downplayed with promises that sound would beam directly into parked Tesla vehicles, but an episode of The Jetsons blared in the summer air as we turned the corner toward the diner entrance. Well, we gotta sell these spacely sprockets!
The people of La Brea, they love what Elon has done to the neighborhood.
They love bright lights and loud noise.
Yeah.
Which, like, you moved there, sorry, but also...
I mean, but this is generally a quieter part of Hollywood.
Sure.
Like, it's not Sunset, it's not Vine, it's not Hollywood Boulevard. Like, this is... It's not a big bright lights and loud noises part of town.
Yeah.
But it's also a residential area that was built when this city was like 1/10 its population, and is therefore just a total pain in the ass to get through, and not a place you would ever go driving through unless you were very specifically going to the Tesla diner.
And this diner is so ugly that whenever it fails and closes down, like they're just gonna have to tear it all the way down. It looks like a
Good.
stove exhaust on an actual restaurant.
It's gonna be a
I've
Pizza
heard people
Hut.
say that it would make a great weed store, and I agree. It looks like that's the only thing you could do with this building.
Yeah.
Is a weed store or a total complete teardown.
Yeah.
Probably get some pretty good coin for reclaiming all of that metal.
Sure.
Anyway, it continues. All told, none of this was worth the time or the expense. The heavy cuisine left us both a little queasy, and I was mildly nauseated again the following day to learn that someone had snapped photos of boxes of frozen products and milk sitting behind the restaurant in the July heat. If only there were a couple of helpful humanoid robots that could move them. Alas, despite Tesla's misleading marketing, the only Optimus models we saw were behind glass, posed like museum exhibits. The Tesla diner, like so many of Musk's ideas for the company, is intended to make a statement. And as always, that statement is no more nuanced or groundbreaking than Tesla is cool. Problem is that this mission overrides every practical consideration. In this case, how a diner normally functions and what keeps one in business. In that sense, you can regard Musk's silver eyesore on Santa Monica Boulevard as a culinary equivalent of the Cybertruck.
And it's just further proof that, like, don't ever trust this guy. He's gonna fail you in he can't even fucking open a diner. And he wants to take people to Mars.
It is, like, really interesting that, 10 years ago when this guy would do a stunt and be like, wow, pretty cool, okay.
Progress is coming. Huh?
It's crazy to still be into that shit in 2025.
You say that, but now
Elon Musk has invented restaurants.
Now every family on Earth owns their own personal child submarine. So
That's right. That's how I get around.
Yeah, just room for me, thanks.
I never have to worry about getting stuck in a cave.
Mm-mm. Anyways, now that Elon Musk is no longer running Doge and has fallen out with the president, the weekly protests at Tesla dealerships, they've died down a bit. But the opening of this diner has managed to reignite that flame. It has brought people together. And over the weekend, there were protests outside the diner from not only people who don't like Musk trying to rehabilitate his reputation through this stupid PR stunt, but also local residents who are furious about the massive increase in traffic, the 24-hour noise, and the light pollution, and the fact that giant screens are totally blocking their views. And yes, those appear to be big, inflatable Elon Musk statues doing Nazi salutes. That's the real impressive technology that they've gotten. They've tamed the wacky waving inflatable art tube man.
You can choose what waves and what doesn't.
Yeah,
like it's genuinely like some really impressive engineering
and some very like well done cartoonish masks of Musk's face wearing multiple hats.
And listen, even if you love Elon Musk, if you showed up that day, that was the only robot you were gonna see.
Yeah, that's and those ones worked.
Yeah,
they working as advertised.
Yeah.
Sending the right message.
You waited in line for 4 hours to see Optimus, and he wasn't there. But you got to see the wacky waver doing two wacky wavers doing the Sieg Heil on the
and guess what?
Santa Monica Boulevard.
Those were autonomous, just powered by Earth's wind and a fan.
Turnkey. You just turn that shit on
and good to go.
It'll Sieg Heil all day long till the power grid dies.
That's right, which it will very soon.
It
because
will.
He's boiling the Earth.
So yeah. That's the Tesla diner. Still I'm very excited and intrigued to see where things are 6 months from now.
It's just like it's a beacon for the worst people in the city and outside the city, because people are obviously coming up from like Huntington Beach to see it. I had to show my son what a real man's diner looks like.
The Tesla stands are making their pilgrimages, but like at a certain point, like that's gonna fall off.
Yeah.
Even the people who live locally, like. How often are you going to be going to the fucking Tesla diner?
Yeah, the food's... even if the food was tasty, it's not good for you.
The only place you can get epic bacon.
At midnight.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, anyways, I give it maybe a year and a half, 2 years. And that's being gracious, and that's being like... Musk is gonna fund it so that it doesn't look bad before like the midterms or something.
It's gonna be a sick weed store, though.
Eventually.
Yeah.
He'll probably turn it into that.
Oh, God.
Yeah. Tesla terpenes or whatever the fucking things are called.
Well, I mean, weed was made uncool already by Elon Musk years ago on Joe. So that would be the final nail in the coffin for any coolness that weed still had.
Yeah. Well, he can make it into like some kind of ketamine lab or something.
Like Tesla Integrity Farms. Get it? Like South Park, my favorite TV show. Did you see it? Trump has a tiny wee-wee.
I liked it.
I still haven't watched it. Probably won't ever. I don't know how to watch it.
I turned you down, don't worry. Oh. I realized you're probably monitoring the fucking AirPods fucking chewing right in my ear. It's fucking aggravating.
Oh, from the AC?
No, you chewing. In, like, I don't know how the microphone's fucking picking it up.
Whatever.
You must have it on a super sensitive setting.
If I'm in front of it, it's gonna pick up everything.
I'm just doing a bit of background for this thing so I can accurately describe stuff.
Guys, somebody really wants me to stop making this content and stop putting it out. Not only have the channels been absolutely bombarded with bots that claim to be foreigners in different countries like Europe and the USA that are leaving very long grandstanding messages about who is right and who is wrong in this situation. I've never seen anything like it. It's being attacked by bots. Anyway, I'm not going to be stopping updating from what's happening with us anytime soon. I've got a lot of friends and family around the world, and I remind everybody that my 2 channels had over 100.
Huh?
Is he in Thailand?
Yeah, he's literally was in an area being shelled.
100,000 subscribers before this ever happened, that I used to update on our family and what is happening with our village long before any of this came about. And so I'm going to be keeping on with the updates. I've also had a lot of subscribers comment in my last video about what is going on. Some of them are mentioning particular provinces such as Sisaket, so you may want to check out the comment section if you're worried about any particular place and you want some update on the ground. As of now, I wanted to update people about our village. A lot of you know the characters from this vlog in our village, and today the leader of the village has used funds that we sent to buy eggs for every household, and there's 150 residents, 150 houses within the village. So I'm not sure how wide out they go because I'm not there. And trust me, if we didn't have kids, if we didn't have the boys here, me and Damo would be back at the house right now. So it's only because I can drive and we've got the kids. The kids' safety is paramount, not only now, but for the future. Like if something happens to even me or Damo, that affects my kids' future for the long run. But so, like many of the residents that are there in the village, we would have stayed if we didn't have children. Most of the children, the disabled and some of the elderly are already out the village. And the village leader has also given 200 baht per elderly person in each of the households. So that'll keep them going for a little while. It doesn't seem like much, and we were quite surprised of the number of people in the village, to be honest. But it doesn't seem like much, 200 baht, but 200 baht can... The villagers know how to use 200 baht. Now, as I mentioned before in the vlog, we're not in the red zone, our village. It's in the yellow zone. It's located around 40 kilometers from the border. We have had more updates of noises such as explosions and things like that off in the distance. You don't know what they're coming from, whether they're incoming or outgoing. You just can't tell. And I have been hearing from subscribers and fellow expats and friends that do live and have opted to stay in the red zone. Very few people are returning to our village. The village leader has already issued a statement, an official statement, to say not to return yet because of the noises that are being heard. I'm going to be continuing to do these little snippet updates. These are not vlogs, by the way. We've gone a long way away from vlogs. I would say these are kind of just more snippets and updates for people that care about our family in particular and the village, more so the village. A reminder as well, we are not massively affected by this. I would say that in fact we're really not affected at all yet. The house is still intact, the animals are all still fine and being fed. We're just in a hotel, we're actually completely fine. And so I'm not on some kind of front line here, whereas other people are. However, I'm going to give it to you from my point of view, and we're also trying to help those people that are in more dangerous locations. I have heard a lot of comments from you guys as well to say that you appreciate the shorter updates, and I'll continue to bring them to you, even though for some reason there seems to be some animosity towards it, or there's some reason why I really shouldn't report from the ground. And as I said, I actually believe that's not a real people saying that, just because of the way the comments are structured, and they're very long and they're very grandstanding, and if you do run them through an AI detector as well, you can copy and paste them and put in an AI detector, and they can flag positive for that as well. So I really don't know what's going on there and what's going on across social media, why you would have this. I don't know if it's propaganda, I don't know if it's trying to change the global mentality one way or another, but I am just letting you know that it is happening and it is apparent, and just be careful of everything you read. I'm sure most of my subscribers are very careful in what they read and what they believe. But for now, that's the update on our village, and that's the update on, well, the family. They're just in the room now. We're staying here. We're just going to keep staying here, and we've got the kind of the food and the supplies that we're going to need for the next few days. And again, for those that care, there's no panic here. There's no it's very calm, and the kids are very calm. They just think they're on holiday. So I know there is some people that ask in the comments.
They can't even wipe their own asses.
Again,
Yeah, they don't
often
know.
people ask about Damo's family back in Bangkok. They are also
Bangkok.
treating it as a holiday, and they're hanging out with Damo's sister, and they've been taken out to a local park as well, so they got a little bit of fresh air and things like that. So all in all, we're in a very lucky situation. It's as you can see, it's just
I don't need your life story,
roadside hotel here, and we'll be keeping you updated with these short snippets. Thanks for checking in with us, and again, thanks to all those that left information for other people in the previous vlog, and we appreciate you doing it in this vlog. Probably won't be checking in with you until tomorrow now, unless there's any major updates. So hope everybody's safe and well, and take care.
Where'd you find that guy?
Just one recommended.
No shit. Not bad. Find other videos. I'm curious what he's had to say.
Morning all. So it's 9:30 here, and I wanted to confirm a few things before I started chatting with you guys about an update. We had an official statement come out that Damo sent to me, and she read to me this morning, obviously written in Thai, and it says that there's some issue, I think, with the ceasefire, that firing has continued, and then Thailand wants to protect itself. And so we kind of fear this is not the end of the situation. Although, as you saw in the video last night, I did kind of have some questions whether this would be the end of it or not. But I'd like to ask subscribers to help me out here, because a lot of people are getting their information, believe it or not, from my comments, especially from people that are still staying in the red zone and near the border, that are telling us kind of what's going on the ground. So if you are in the red zone, or even if you're in a different zone and you can still hear firing this morning, please do update in the comments. We're very interested to hear, because of course the ceasefire should mean that the firing stopped at midnight last night. We don't want to spread any misinformation, and so to get it from sources of subscribers that really have no gain in...
Good idea.
There's no kind of propaganda gain to release that kind of information, to tell us in the comments what's going on. We also can verify that, in our village,
that's a little
the Puyai Ban, leader of the village, has said not to go back yet, because there is still firing. That firing includes gunfire, and it includes 1 or 2 rockets that started after 4 a.m. this morning. So that's what we can confirm from our village. That is for sure. We have family there. There's no reason for that family to make up stories, and obviously we planned to go back. Not today, of course. We were always going to give it 3 days at least before going back. It's off to a shaky start, let's put it that way. I know I have a lot of subscribers on here that know about the deeper politics that is happening, and also about the idea of saving face in Asia, something that if you've only ever lived in the West, you may not fully grok. Saving face is a big thing here, and
Fully
if
grok?
one continues, the other will continue. That's just how it is. It defies logic sometimes, but then war generally does defy logic in many cases. But you need to have a bit of a deeper understanding of the Asian mentality to understand what's really going on. Financial restrictions or punishments won't always get the job done. Reward strategies won't always get the job done if one feels that they've lost face against the other. So, which is my opinion, so I'm not saying that is fact. But if you've lived in Asia long enough, you know a little bit deeper how people think here. And in the end, unfortunately, it can come down to how it looks, not how it sounds or how it behaves. So I'm going to be keeping you updated on the channel of not just what our family's doing, but what I'm hearing from other subscribers and what we're getting from the news. What I have found is there is quite a big delay between the Thai news that you get and the international news, because obviously they've got to translate it, they've got to publish it, they've got to approve it, they've got to publish it. Again, we're not making any claims in this vlog that I don't know to be 100% true. There's other things I could talk about right now, which I'm not going to talk about, because also there's a duty not to spread any panic and not to make any false claims. So we're just staying with the official reporting and what we know to be true on the ground and what we've heard from subscribers on the ground.
Seems fine. Seems just sort of local on the ground, trying to make sense of things.
He looked like a man.
Hi, this is Luna. Today I'm afraid I
Luna.
have some bad news. At the time of this recording, armed conflict has broken out between Cambodia and Thailand. For many of you in the West, this has come as a surprise. But here in Southeast Asia, we have all been watching the situation unfold for months now. Usually, I try to focus on Vietnam with this channel, but I know from the comments and messages I have been receiving that a lot of you around the world are worried and confused. And so I am going to try to deliver the facts to you as objectively as possible. It is a complicated situation and things are developing rapidly. So consider this a general overview of the facts as I understand them. Before we begin, I want to make one thing very clear. I do not support this conflict, and I do not think the workers of Cambodia or Thailand stand to gain anything from war. I hope that this will be resolved quickly through diplomacy, and to me, it makes no sense to try to pick a side here. Peace is the only outcome that would benefit.
It also makes no sense to pick a side because the war
let's
is
get to the bottom
stupid.
of what's going on between Cambodia and Thailand. We should start by examining the modern
Like, it's not
history
like
of both
India,
countries
Pakistan.
and the territory dispute which has led to this current conflict. If you know anything at all about the modern history of Southeast Asia, you know that many of our modern problems stem directly from European colonialism. This situation is no different. Our story begins in the feudal era during this
I like
time.
that
Thailand's royal family ruled
pronunciation
over the
better
land
than
of Cambodia
European.
as a territory of its empire. It's important
You know?
to understand that this was a feudal relationship. Cambodia had its own royal family, and the king of Cambodia basically had fealty to the Thai king. So Thailand considered Cambodia to be one of its imperial territories, but Cambodia was still considered a sovereign nation with its own royal family. It was a feudal claim, not a colonial claim. In 1858, French colonialists attacked and occupied Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia. France established a colony encompassing these three nations and called it Indochina. In the following decades, the French enslaved the peoples of our nations and turned our entire peninsula into a big plantation. Through brutal violence, the French exploited the so-called Indochina, extracting wealth and resources from our land to enrich themselves. When France colonized Cambodia, it caused conflict between France and Thailand. This is because Thailand considered Cambodia to be feudal territory and France claimed Cambodia as colony. But Thailand had to be careful, because there was always a threat that France or some other European power would go in and try to colonize Thailand. The Thai royal family avoided colonization by developing strong interpersonal and financial connections to Europe through the royal family and feudal lords. Thai nobles and royal family members were sent to Europe to study in the goal of building up the reputation of Thailand as the peer of Europe, in the hopes that they could avoid becoming a target of European colonization. They basically allowed France to maintain its colonial power over Cambodia as part of this arrangement. In 1867, Thailand officially signed an agreement with France. In this agreement, Thailand gave up any right to rule over Cambodia. In return, France recognized that Thailand could keep control over the two provinces of Battambang and Siem Reap in Cambodia. This deal lasted for another 50 years, until 1906, when Thailand and France signed another agreement. This agreement stated that Thailand would give back the control of Battambang and Siem Reap to Cambodia. And remember, France was still colonizing Indochina. So what this really meant was that France took possessions of these territories as part of its colony. This was part of a larger effort of France to redraw the borderlines between Vietnam, Cambodia, Laos, and China. They used a very dirty colonial tactic which was used all over the world in the 20th century. They intentionally broke up and redrew borders in a way that would destabilize the region. So, some territories that historically belonged to one country for centuries would suddenly become the territory of another country. And of course, this was all done without the consent of the people of the colonized nations. The whole point of this strategy is to keep the peoples of colonized nations divided and in conflict, which benefits the colonizing power. The same strategy was used to destabilize many other regions and nations, and colonialist France was not the only country that did this. They actually learned this strategy from colonialist England. England did the exact same thing to India and Pakistan, China and Taiwan, and they also destabilized the Middle East with the same strategy of drawing up artificial borders to fan the flames of conflict and dispute, which is a huge reason that region is so unstable today. In Vietnam, we call the worldwide instability which has resulted from these artificially drawn borders the legacy of colonialism. The next big event you should know about happened in 1941, when fascist Japan came to Indochina to occupy this area alongside colonialist France. Thailand used the same strategy which they used with France in Europe, appeasement with the oppressive invaders to preserve the status of the ruling monarchy. In this agreement, Japan agreed to help Thailand take back their old territories, including Cambodia and Laos, from the hands of colonialist France.
Wow, that was
In
nice
return,
of them.
Thailand would have Japan fight against the Allied powers. But too bad for Thailand's gamble on fascism. Japan lost World War II. This defeat made Thailand's ruling family very worried. Many war crimes and atrocities were committed in Thailand, including the infamous construction of the Siam-Burma Railway. The Japanese used enslaved prisoners of war, including American prisoners, to build this railway. 90,000 enslaved Southeast Asians died building this railway, and 12,000 Allied soldiers who died. This atrocity was famously the subject for the American movie Bridge Over the River Kwai. It is very important to understand that all of these atrocities occurred with the consent of the Thai royal family. So naturally, the ruling class of Thailand was very afraid that they would be punished by the Allied nations in the aftermath of World War II. They needed to find protection, so they went to France and made another pact. This time, they offered to hand over their old territories in Cambodia to France, including the Brevihir province of Cambodia. Remember this name, Brevihir. This territory will become the main issue between the two countries in the current conflict. Anyway, in this agreement with colonialist France, Thailand agreed to hand over Brevihir to French colonial territory of Cambodia. France fought like hell to maintain its colonial holdings, including Brevihir, but they were defeated in 1953 and Cambodia became a sovereign nation once again. For the first time in centuries, Cambodia was an independent nation under the rule of its own royal family without any feudal or colonial power ruling over them. What do you need to know is that in 1962, the International Court of Justice of the United Nations in the Netherlands announced a verdict claiming that a complex of temples in Brevihir province belonged to Cambodia. But we need to know this. This verdict was intentionally made unclear by the International Court. Even though it might seem to favor Cambodia by giving the ownership of the temples to Cambodia, it did not say anything clearly about the land around that temple. And in fact, the side of the temple complex which faces Cambodia is actually a steep mountain cliff. So it's nearly impossible for Cambodia to access this temple from their side. Meanwhile, Thailand has an easier way to access the temple complex from their side. Of course, Thailand did not agree with this verdict. But under international pressure, they gave the temple complex back to Cambodia. But they never withdrew their military from the surrounding area. In response, Cambodia also sent their military there to protect the temples. This is why ever since 1962, the area surrounding the temple complex has been an area of military tension, with both Cambodia and Thailand having a heavy military presence along that section of the border. You probably have a lot of questions about how this situation led to the rise of the Khmer Rouge and Pol Pot, but that goes way beyond the scope of this video, and that period of time did not change much about the border dispute between Thailand and Cambodia and Brevihir. So if you want to learn more about the rise and fall of Pol Pot, you can watch another video I have on that subject. That's a link in the description.
He's communist.
Long story short, Cambodia was freed from Pol Pot and the Khmer Rouge in 1989. He was ousted by Vietnamese and Cambodian communists. Fast forward again to 2008.
She's definitely against him because she said he was ousted by Vietnamese communists.
Okay. I had to retweet this with the China speedrunning late-stage capitalism. It took America 150 years, it took China 30. Hell yeah, China #1.
That's not writing.
I am writing. That's fucking great. They never fails to make me laugh, their fucking propaganda posts.
Serious conflict between Thailand and Cambodia around the Brevihir Temple complex broke
Capitalism
out.
done quick.
Cambodia at that time asked the United Nations to recognize Brevihir temples as a World Heritage
It's the
Site.
new Olympics.
Thailand was angry because Cambodia did this without their consent. And this caused mass protests in Thailand against Cambodia. And this led to a military conflict between the two countries. In 2009, after many peace talk attempts, the two countries claimed that the situation was under control and they both withdrew their forces back from this area. But the issue has remained and left simmering right up until this time, 16 years later. So, now you know the history of the territory dispute. Now we need to discuss the powerful families that control Cambodia and Thailand. You see, Cambodia and Thailand are both bourgeois states which are ruled over by powerful families. This is how power tends to function in capitalist nations in Asia. A small number of powerful families have control over the political economy through financial wealth and political power. In Thailand, the most powerful family is the royal family. But the king spends most of his time partying in Europe with his 20 concubines, so he doesn't really care much about administering the state from day to day. Behind the throne, Thailand has two major centers of power. One powerful faction is the military, and the second powerful faction is the Shinawatra political dynasty. This is a family of wealthy capitalists who use their wealth to buy power in the Thai government. The power was first consolidated over the government in 2001 when the patriarch of the family, Thaksin Shinawatra, became the Prime Minister of Thailand. During this first term, despite many economic achievements, Thaksin was accused of corruption and tax evasion and was called to resign. In September 2006, Thaksin visited the USA. While he was out of the country, the military of Thailand had a coup d'etat against Thaksin's regime. Thaksin then had to live outside of Thailand for 15 years. But he remained a billionaire capitalist, one of the 50 richest people of Thailand. The political power of the Shinawatra family continued when Thaksin's youngest sister, Yingluck Shinawatra, started a political party called Pheu Thai and was elected as the Prime Minister of Thailand in 2011. In 2014, she was accused of causing huge losses to the national budget because of failed agricultural policies. Once again, the military had a coup d'etat against her family, and since then, the faction that actually holds the power of Thailand is the military. Now, remember Thaksin Shinawatra, the patriarch of the Shinawatra family who had to flee the country because of the
Unironically, her
first
video
military
is one of the better
Well,
ones.
a couple of years ago,
I
in
had suspicion it
2023,
was
he
going
came
to
back
be.
to Thailand after 15
Honestly,
years
she
of
doesn't
exile.
make that
This
bad
time,
videos
the
when she's
Shinawatra
doing
family
policy
and their
stuff.
failed Thai party hope to take back their power from the military. So they made an alliance with a
And
few
honestly,
other Thai
I'd
political
love
parties.
to have
This
more
time,
Marxist
Pathongthorn
analysts
Shinawatra,
that
the youngest
actually
daughter of
do
Thaksin,
proper
was chosen to be the face of
analysts.
this new alliance.
Mm-hmm.
Even
Like,
though Pathongthorn
please.
Sinawatra's party did
That's all I
not
want.
win the
Stop
election
fucking
in
romanticizing
2023,
shit.
her
She's a
alliance
fucking
of
communist
parties
living in
still
Vietnam
formed their
and is
own
able to talk
government
about
and
this
managed
shit.
to elect one of her associates,
How hard is it?
Thaksin, to become the Prime
Granted,
Minister.
I think she's a
Very
PhD,
shortly after
right?
that, Prime Minister Thaksin was voted out of power, and the National
she's a
Congress of
PhD in
Thailand selected
communism or some
Pathongthorn
shit?
I
Sinawatra
don't
to
know.
become the Prime
Fake
Minister when she
PhD.
was only 37.
Just like
This
how the
power swap
Octagon
made
boss
Pathongthorn
lady is a
Shinawatra the youngest
doctor.
Prime Minister in the history
In
of Thailand.
Chinese medicine.
The day that Pathongthorn Shinawatra became the Prime Minister was also the day Thaksin Shinawatra, her father, was pardoned by the King of Thailand for his corruption charges, and Thaksin became an influential political consultant for his own daughter. So, as of this year, the Shinawatra family holds power over the political government of Thailand, but they are struggling with the military and with other factions for power. Cambodia also has a royal family, but they do not hold as much political power as the Thai royal family. Mostly, Cambodia's royal family are ceremonial figureheads. The real political powerful family in Cambodia is the Hun family. And unlike the Shinawatra family in Thailand, the Hun family controls not just the state, but also the military of Cambodia. So the power over Cambodia is fully consolidated. How did Hun Sen come to be so powerful? Well, it all started with this man, Hun Sen, the patriarch of the Hun family. Hun Sen started his career by joining the Khmer Rouge under Pol Pot. He became a battalion leader in the 1970s. In 1977, he and 4 other military officers deserted from the Khmer Rouge army and crossed the border to Vietnam. Hun Sen and his fellow deserters asked for Vietnam to help to end the genocidal regime that they were once fighting for. Long story short, after the Khmer Rouge regime was ousted in the 1980s, Hun Sen came out on top as Prime Minister of Cambodia. From 1985 to 1998, due to many political infights between different factions.
I didn't know that they fled to Vietnam and asked Vietnam to intervene, which then had China intervene on behalf of Cambodia, who they invested $1 billion into. That's fucking fascinating. I didn't know that. That's so interesting. And this guy is pro-China? He's like...
Not
gets
necessarily.
arms and shit from China?
I mean, they're not new arms.
Okay. That's so interesting. That's such an interesting dynamic. I have so much to learn.
Oh my god, you're so precious.
Who do we know that I could...
He's sleeping with his ears down in full view.
Who could I... Uday?
How
Would
brave
Uday
of him.
Uday's like Southeast Asia, right?
He lives in India.
Yeah, he knows about this area though, right?
Yeah.
Pick his brain. Okay, I'll message him. I'm curious. I'm curious about how this works out and how this interacts with China. I feel like I really should understand more about how these countries interact before going into this article with the intent of trying to categorize China as fascist. Because I have been talking to some people, and I understand where they're coming from, where they say that it's like you can't really view it with the same aspect, but at the same time, I'm like, you kind of can. Like, you can't just redefine shit because they're a different culture.
That's like being like, we can't be fascist, we're communists.
So, like, I understand where they're coming from, but I also disagree
Fascism
at the same
is
time.
right-wing, and we are left-wing, therefore we
Yeah.
could never be fascist, so we don't have
like
to check ourselves at all.
Yeah, like it's that exact kind of mentality. It's like saying that Japan can't be fascist. It's literally that. Like, of course Japan can be fucking fascist. Like the Tokugawa period, the isolationist period, it was all warlordism. It was feudalism, which led into capitalism and fascism. It's all stemming from it, and they're still facing the echoes of fascism in Japan, and it's kind of coming back, and it's kind of Trump's fault.
Wait.
But also it could be, and this is something I'm also not really around right now, is it could be a response to Chinese nationalism and their ethnic in-group, out-group shit as well. It could be as simple as that too. So I'm not really sure. I need more people to talk to. I need to find a geopolitical person in Japan. Japanese.
Nobody wants to talk to you, loser.
I need to talk to people. I need to build connections, networks. You might want to look into defining imperialism and nationalism as well. Yes. How do we see? The imperialism thing is very interesting. I'm gonna have to read Lenin. This is. I'm dreading it. I'm gonna have to read State and Revolution and a bunch of fucking Lenin to understand why the commies think that China isn't imperialist when occupation of an autonomous region invading a country to defend your investment in a different country, South China Sea, Taiwan, Hong Kong, like all of these things. Like you're telling me this isn't imperialism? So what the fuck is it then? Like what is it?
It's imperialism with Chinese characteristic.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, what other fucking word do we use? What word, if it's not imperialism, what is it? Right? So I agree with you here that we need
Resistance.
We do need to define nationalism and imperialism as well. And I really think that we should try and draw back to this nationalist idea from indigenous people. This idea of a nation as a group of people, because that's where I think China is coming from. They are coming at it from a Han ethnic point of view, which is why I'm kind of leaning more towards, it feels a lot more like Nazism, but it's less like, it's not as intense, but the hardcore ones have this like this superiority complex that really reminds me of MAGA, right? And this white superiority complex, this white Protestant superiority complex. It really rings bells of like, this is the same shit. This is the same type of person. And I think I was saying it to you is it is like the fact that they are both the exact same kind of fascist is why they are being driven to conflict between each other, because fascists can't work together. And this is my theory, is that the Taiwan conflict is not being it's not going to be a China invading Taiwan, defend it like a Ukraine situation. It's going to be fascist imperial assets, interests that's going to drive this war, which is why I think it's going to be a serious war with big players coming into it, which is why I want to not see it happen. Like, I genuinely fear that this will be a major destabilizing regional conflict, if not a world war.
Well,
that's just the feeling I have.
Donald Trump is going to make sure no new wars start.
Of course.
So we'll be okay.
We'll be fine. We don't have to worry.
You know, he's having trouble ending these wars because Biden did such a good job making sure these wars would go on forever.
Have you seen the article claiming the right has more diversity of thought? Are we talking about the right in, like, a general term or in, like, Trump terms? Because, like, maybe they're a bit more open to hearing alternate views, not necessarily taking them on.
Maybe it's just about how a majority of people who are voting right-wing are not, like, committed to any set of ideals. And will say things like, I don't care about gays. I'm voting for Trump because of he's gonna end the war. Whatever fucking
eggs
dumb
cheaper.
shit.
Yeah. I said it like it was a good thing. I mean, diversity of thought. It's the same trap that free speech is. Right? Diversity of thought can be a good thing when you're in a group of fairly intelligent people. But diversity of thought when the group of
ISIS
people...
has diversity of thought.
Diversity of thought when
That's
people...
what caused so many problems.
think the Earth is 4,000 years old. It's probably not a good thing. You know what I mean?
What?
Like, it really
What do you mean the Earth isn't 4,000 years old?
It really is a double-edged sword.
But the dinosaurs in Job.
We lived with the dinosaurs.
Yeah, it's in Job. It says in Job.
Israel is the state, definitely not a person describing a nation of people. He's definitely not the first Jew. definitely the state, and we must die to defend it. American Bible, everybody. Fuck me. I don't know. It's just like I don't know. It was debating people's humanity and conspiracy theories. Yeah, exactly. It's like diversity of thought. Yeah, sure. Like Mehdi Hassan's Jubilee debate had a fairly large diversity of thought. Was it good? Probably not.
I don't know about that. They didn't really have much diverse thoughts, it seems.
I don't think they had many thoughts.
I think Jubilee is going to have a lot of trouble getting another liberal swinging guest on their show.
I think you're right.
After that one.
But I think it would be even funnier if Jubilee pivoted to have only right-wing people on and have left-wing people, anarchists, socialists, communists, liberals come on and just dumpster them and their unrealities.
There's no way they accidentally found the most extreme people they could find.
No, there's no fucking way. They also 100% didn't tell Mehdi Hassan what was happening.
Well, there's also stuff that he couldn't talk about. Like, I've watched him on other interviews where he was talking about NDA.
From that?
Yeah. So basically anything that's not in the video, he can't say.
Unreal.
Anything that somebody said that's not in the video, he can't really say.
That's fucking crazy. I would not sign that. I would be like, nah, bye. Find somebody else. Fuck your NDA. Or I would have in mind.
I mean, he's gotten to do a whole press tour from this Jubilee video.
That is true.
To promote Zateo. I think he just released a book.
No, that is true. Very calculated by Mehdi Hassan.
Yeah, he's a smart guy.
I'd love to have
him instantly knowing the Nazi theorist the guy was bringing up too. It's like, I've never heard any of this shit.
Well, I knew Carl Schmitt. As soon as he said the Nazi theoretician, I'm like, oh my god, it is too. Jesus fucking Christ. Like, it's impressive. It's impressive that, like, I wouldn't have caught that. I don't read. I don't read theory. Blech. Theory. That's for commies.
Cambodia had a policy of having 2 prime ministers, and Hun Sen was always one of them. In 1997, Hun Sen led a coup d'etat to oust his opponent, and in the election in 1998, Hun Sen became the solitary prime minister of Cambodia. It's important to understand that Hun Sen is not a communist or socialist. He is a political opportunist who has always worked to build his own personal political
for the article
power.
itself,
His party, the Cambodia People's Party, describes itself as liberal democratic and does not follow any sort of Marxist or socialist doctrine whatsoever. The Hun family is a capitalist family owning over 100 companies in more than 20 fields in Cambodia. It is suspected that he is a billionaire, but that can't be proven with publicly available.
Like, I do agree here that you can't. Like and this is why I say that China is kind of reeking of this same kind of MAGA supremacist sort of idea with Taiwan, and it's like, and the main thing that I've been trying to position myself on with this argument is the one China policy, because a lot of them will argue Taiwan is China. Taiwan is a rogue province of China because of the one China policy. The one China policy was implemented in the 70s. It's only been around for about 50 years, and it's like before that Taiwan, I'm pretty sure, was diplomatically recognized.
Like, Hassan gets to do that. I'm only doing the exact same thing the United States is doing.
Yeah, like
it's one China policy.
Like, how do you not observe that is an imperialist policy using economic weight to diplomatically isolate Taiwan?
America bad.
Like, it has to be that, right?
You don't understand.
It's the only explanation. And then the way that I get them when they push back is, I believe I just bring it up out of the blue. I'm like, arming Cuba was the correct choice. And they don't know what to do because it was. Arming Cuba was the correct choice. Fuck the United States. Arming Taiwan, the correct choice. Arming Ukraine, the correct choice. Right? It's not proxy war. It's making imperialists suffer for their actions. Right? In the Falklands War, backing Argentina would have been the correct choice. Fuck the British. Even though the Argentinians were probably like not
Well,
entitled
I think that's
to it
one of the
either.
reasons why Argentina started shaking things up, because they're like, they're not going to come all the way out here for this shit. I really think that's why it starts.
It probably would have been. I don't know much about it. All I know is Thatcher almost nuked the Falkland Islands. Like,
Yeah, that was their mistake, is that they did it when Thatcher was in office.
yeah, like I don't know much about it, but at the end of the day, just sort of observing it from an unknown perspective, I'm always going to side with the smaller group that's closer to the area. Fuck you. Right, like the island off the coast of Australia that France has, right? That they just tried to do essentially what China does in the ethnic regions, try and replace the majority vote with their own people. They tried to do that. They rose up and fucking said something about it. Armed them. I don't give a shit. Fuck the French. Right? The only problem is that they're one of these like micro islands that have no economy outside of the French mineral extraction on the island. So it's like, but if Australia was like, hey, if the island said to Australia, hey, can you come and like help us get rid of the French and like give us autonomy, and Australia's like, no problem. You know, autonomy's pretty cool. The French aren't going to come the fuck out here. Whatever. You know, if Australia starts fucking around and doing what the French were doing, fuck the Australian government and the Australian army. They deserve what they get. It's a pretty simple. It could be a bit reductionist at times, and I observe that, and I do adjust depending on how complex the actual conflict is. But at the same time, you're exactly right. Fuck them. I don't give a shit. Like, when I was looking into the Tibet thing, I found out that there was actually a meeting between the British Imperial government, the Republic of China, and the Tibetan Autonomous Regions government. Out of those three, they asked, who does Tibet belong to? Out of the British Imperial mindset, right? That they determine who is and isn't civilized. You know, that kind of mindset. It was the same thing with the child separation, that they would take the Aboriginal children and put them with civilized society. It's that kind of mindset. So in this meeting, the question was asked, and the British said, us, the most civilized, obviously, followed by China, second most civilized, has domain over Tibet because they're more civilized than Tibet because they were like a feudal slave society or whatever the fuck it was, right? At the end of the day, the Republic of China did not act and gave Tibet their autonomy. China, within 2 years of taking over the PRC, the Communist Party, subjugated Tibet and has stood there since.
Well,
and honestly,
they had to liberate the slaves.
I think that their justification, outside of like the feudal thing that they keep bringing up, is this British mindset that they have reigning control and power and authority over them because they're more civilized. I genuinely believe that this mindset starts from here, starts from the British. I have no connection. I have no solid proof for this. This is just a theory, but it really would make a lot of sense. I'm not saying that it is, but it's just very interesting that this was something that happened in like 1913 or some shit. Or 1916 or like some super early. It's just so interesting. And yeah, France was also an empire at one point. It sure was. Yeah, goddamn did it die real quick. But they actually still have like 5 or 6 imperial colonies still, which is kind of interesting. Like to think that they still have colonies all over the fucking world. Haiti is the direct responsibility and result of France. People don't realize this. People don't remember this. They literally only stopped paying back the debt of freeing themselves from slavery like 30 years ago. It's fucking crazy. Haiti has been fucked for so long because of the French. Fuck France. Nothing good has come from the French. Nothing.
Croissants?
No. Baguettes,
Wow.
maybe.
Bro, croissants are way better than baguettes. What are you talking about? Nobody fucking eats a baguette.
I love a baguette. You cut it into the little bread pieces? Hell yeah.
Like, croissants are eaten... More people eat croissants than baguettes. What are you talking about?
That is true. This is also true. I forgot that they were in Syria and the Levant as well.